Hello, 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 hello. Hi. Who up early birding their worm? Guys, the tournament doesn't start for at least another hour. I'm gonna play a little bit of ranked. We're gonna try to play ranked. It's kind of an experience this time in the morning. But we'll do our best. We're on the Red Magic today. Today's coverage is brought to you by the Red Magic 9S Pro, the world's best gaming phone. Play a little bit of Duck on the phone. Why not? Duck, 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 goose. I'll have to click it on this one. We love the Red Magic. True. What's up, Cosmo? What up, Dash? Crazy. Draco. Quack. Put XP share on, I guess. There's literally no one else on the team has it, right? Play this build. Still good. We still have good damage, but they're like two good utility damage items, right? They're not like scaling good damage items necessarily. We could also go incense over the choice. That would also be valid. Thoughts on Duck filling the support role? I think it can. I think if you view the game less from like the like you don't think of the game that you necessarily can only have one supporter on your team, you know? This is a video I've been working on actually again. It was something I wanted to do in the past. I never got around to it. Try working on it again, but like kind of re-describing the Pokemon Unite roles. Our jungler almost griefed us. Like Psyduck's a support, but he's not a healer. And you still want to have a healer on your team always, unless you're like willing to make a sacrifice for some reason, right? And some Pokemon are supports and they can heal. Some Pokemon can only support. No, my headache. What a bad time for my headache. Oh god. We should have definitely killed that Psyduck, man. He literally stood on our pad for the whole duration of his health bar. Well, he's dead now at least. This trade's good for us, right? My Charmander managed to kill them both. Why are you playing for a long time still no 30 XP share? Because the items don't matter that much, and at this point it's like a testament to how they actually don't really matter that much. Aye. I'm gonna have my headache here. I wish our Zard realized what was going on. I think they would have died with them hard chasing me. But Desi's gonna go stack if I leave. Oh no, he went mid. Okay. We're not getting mid Bs, but My Zard got to cap 20. I don't mind too much. Nice. I'm gonna have my headache come up here while he's hitting me. That's how you want to look at Psyduck, you know, like I knew there's no chance I die there. Was the Desi thinking of that? Probably not. But if you're playing into Psyduck or you're playing as Psyduck, the things you gotta keep track of. I'll save the fruits because my Zard's taking damage anyway. Good time for me to back. Nothing's going on. Team's doing stuff top. Our XP share led to Zard almost being 9. That's good. Ooh, big disable. Snipe him. Ooh. I'm a support. Hoping my next headache would come up soon. We should have done the objective, to be honest. But fine. We also should have someone from top probably come down. What up, D? When bar hits full, duck gets speed plus damage or only damage? No, it doesn't get damage. When the bar gets full, you get momentary and vulnerable. You see right here. Then you knock back. At least we won top. These guys have been 2v1 up here for a while. We could use the help. The top objective doesn't even do much. So yeah, you go invulnerable, then you knock them back, you reset your cooldowns, and your moves become enhanced versions of themselves. The movement speed you get is just when you take damage, you get move speed, and it goes on cooldown. It's like it's a two-parter, you know? There's two aspects of it. That is a Miami Knight. Cool. Any teams are there? Nemesis LG. YT is there as well. Team YT. Something just doesn't feel right with what's going on in this game. I feel like we're constantly in the wrong spots at the wrong time. What's up, Biosparkles? How you doing? It's been a while. New day, new stream. Yeah, I got some good rest. I was gonna stream last night, but then I figured I would have to be up early anyways for LAIC. Which wouldn't really make a lot of sense, right? Like, when would I sleep then? So... Made it out alive. Are your heartbroken a couple weeks ago? Hey, at least we keep on keeping on him. Sorry that happened. At least the frogs can't break your heart, right? The little animals. Hello, Ender. Today's my 18th birthday. Oh, happy 18th birthday, bro. Will my headache interrupt my back? It will, okay. Our first day was at the Frog Lab. Okay, well. Chose the wrong metaphor. Oops. Why is my guy spam pinging? Is he okay? Yeah, you can't take frogs away from you. Guys, I think my teammates were tilted. 3 of them are playing EVs, so you can already tell what that means. I don't know what that means. Alright, time to make the comeback. I think our guy's still tilted. Okay. Surprised they let us just do that. Never mind. Yeah, we still didn't score enough points. Not even close. Well, that was with XP share. This would have been a 100k damage game if I was not XP share, huh? I mean, we still lost, but my god, these guys were a little unbearable this game. Oh well. Which team am I rooting for? I'm not rooting for any team. Other than Nouns, maybe. Nouns are, you know, Toon's the homie. And all the Nouns are the homies. I like them. But I wouldn't say I'm really rooting for a team. I'm rooting for good Pokemon Unite. Okay, I want to go back to AMP. I looked at Psyduck's ratios, and I don't think special, like, increasing Psyduck's stat is that good. Let me read it again, though. So Surf is... Yeah, like, a lot of Psyduck's damage is just baseline, right? He's gonna do decent damage regardless, so he doesn't have great scalings. Even his ult isn't great special attack scaling. Well, the orange juicers can be in the 2095 season, 2925 season. I think they are, yeah. I'm not on that team, so. But I think they are, as far as I know. Rooting for fun and good plays, exactly. Rooting for some good Pokemons United. that people need TTV. Well, not this year, bud. Where did my confusion go? I think I got stunned. Doesn't feel like my guy's not using moves. If I got in die, it would be my fault for sure. I miss a lot of surf damage. Umbreon Darkrai is criminal, man. Umbreon Darkrai have to be like probably the two strongest Pokemon in the game right now. Having to play against them in the same lane is not really fair. Swipe up again. I keep hitting the bottom of my screen. My Lapras jungling. Come on, man. I need you down here, buddy. Ooh. I stole it. Here we go. Lapras, we need you down here, man. You can't keep going off and doing your own thing. You just pushed our pad. You're the tank. It's your job to stop them, and I can damage them with you. I got healed. I just literally, if you just sat on the pad, there's no way they can score against us too. Lapras, man, this is the third time this game, buddy. You've just been farming when there's someone that's dead on your screen. Need another egg bomb secure. I don't know. I need to make an announcement or a video or something. You guys know what my actual plans are. But I think I can officially say that I won't be competing this season. And maybe we'll just focus on casting. We'll see. That's what it seems like it's gonna be. I did do the top path. Alright, let's go. There we go. Headache is coming. I think it'll be fun casting. I wasn't sure, like genuinely wasn't sure. There was a part of me that did want to also compete, but at the same time, like I like playing with, you know, the people that I like playing with, and we couldn't make it work. I should have killed the Espeon and the Delphox. How much time left for the games to start? It'll be at the start of next hour. So in 1 hour. Headache. Oh, what? What did I die? I think I died to Delphox passive? Or like one stored power tick. Didn't even see. Would like level 13 for upgraded disable. Take my death now, I won't alter anything. I feel like Delphox actually is like pretty annoying for Psyduck. Because the one thing that's kind of, like, Psyduck likes to live, like, be in the outskirts of the fight, but getting stunned interrupts his surf, like doesn't let you do the cast at all. Good pick for us. I just keep getting hit by this fire spin. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. My headache just popped there for nothing. I got a good surf there, but we got stuck in the headache. They're not on mid. I'll open the scoreboard. We should definitely stop that bottom one. Wiggly, turn around. I did so much damage to him. His Dark Pulse back up. And Dark Eye's just not fair, man. Okay. Dude, what is up with these guys and just full tilted spam pinging all game? It's a different guy this time too. Okay. I need to just send base. I can't be anywhere on the map that's relevant, and if they score, we definitely lose. And I mean, Ray's not gonna die anytime soon. I don't think we scored, right? And we were behind. Pretty sure we were behind and we didn't score. Yeah. Continuous damage inside Darkrai. Yeah, it's kind of stupid, right? They kind of made it so that like Darkrai is supposed to just win the 1v1, but I really think it should just be like the only benefit Darkrai really gets is he gets free, like his moves get reset. So like Darkrai can use its moves, ult, and then he has like a fresh set of moves. And if Darkrai ulted someone whose moves were on cooldown, then they were on cooldown, you know? And then you just fight it out. Like it should be like a semi-fair 1v1. Not the way that it is now. Because Darkrai already has like really strong moves, right? Like when it goes into Dark Pulse, it's not gonna take damage. That's not really fair in a 1v1. In a forced 1v1 where you can't leave. The team was bonkers. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't think like that's like a case where the Lapras isn't bad at pressing their moves. Right? Like people are good at different things in Pokemon Unite. Like our Lapras played the character Lapras fine, but they didn't understand like the macro of being a defender. Like even like some simple things. Like the enemy team is starting to push, you can't go and do farm. You can't go and farm, right? Think of it this way: like the defender is the goalie, right? In your downtime as a goalie, you can maybe help your team in other ways. But when the enemy is trying to score on the goalie has to be, the goalie has to be on the pad, right? You have to try to defend the people scoring. That's like your job. You're playing Umbreon? Oh, okay, of course, yeah. Well, congrats. GG. I could definitely tell that the Umbreon was doing stuff. I'll leave it at that. I'm Psyduck. Ooh, One Piece T-Tar at a tournament? No, this is ranked. It hasn't started yet. Okay, it's early in the morning, you know? You gotta excuse him. We should put anti-healing on. I feel like this is a good game to go Bubble Beam. Let's try this. This is something I was thinking about. Is Muscle Band with Bubble Beam? Psyduck has good range, so being able to auto attack isn't the worst thing in the world. Aren't you really early? The tournament should be around the same time zone as you. The tournament is in 45 minutes. That's at least what the Pokemon Unite Twitter said. It's 12 UTC, which should be 7 a.m., right? Because 0 UTC is 7 p.m. That's when server reset is. Yeah. That's kind of funny how, like, I understand time zones based on games. So 0 UTC is server reset. My time is EST. Tune is usually like 5 to 6 hour difference, so that's where I know EU is. Pacific is 3 hours before me, right? Toon is ahead of me because he's on the right side of me, right? Because that's how the world goes. I know Southeast Asia is normally like a full 12-hour difference. You just change the AM and PM. That's my understanding of time zones. Just have to put it in reference. Base here is on Brazil. I mean, that's fair, right? You're gonna do it from wherever you're from or whatever you're most used to. Nice. Okay, double beam time. Did pretty well in that lane. No! My build. I tried muscle band on Psyduck. I just had it on Ryan. Go get some coffee, bro. You gotta wake up. I just talked about how I wanted to play muscle band on Psyduck. It looked like a good game for it with bubble beam. You gotta get some caffeine in you, bro. Wake up, wake up. Woke up from a nap you took last night and it's 6 a.m. You're already stoned. You thought it was Saturday. Well, good morning. It's time to lock in. No, 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 no. No, no, no! Why do you guys ban Psyduck? His name is Coach Mew. I think maybe you should try getting a little better at the game before you put Coach in your name. It's fine, it's fine. He's the best. He's gonna pop off as Mew. Pick Mew out of spite? Nah. Fine. Not the duck. What the duck? I want to be the duck so bad. I don't think it's ban worthy. Yeah, I honestly think it's jealousy. Like not even joking. I think there's people that don't have it and are upset about it because how cool it is. I don't think people actually think it's that strong. And I'm sure there's just people that are gonna ban the new thing no matter what every time. I don't know what to pick. Watching and learning from Coach Mew, true. Their items already show me a severe lack of understanding on their Pokemon and its potential. So player base has been trained to ban the newly released Mon out of fear. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think there's probably some people that do that for sure, right? But I think a lot of people with Psyduck are doing it just because they're upset. Going CDI items and max coaching shield, but API says something else. You're cooking too much, bro. Just go spoon choice wise glasses and don't think too hard about it. Drop the wise glasses for anti-heal if you want anti-healing, or XP share if you want XP share. And you call it if you really want to push it, you could play Shellbell over the wise for the CDR. But no, beyond that, it's, yeah, you're trying to understand them. Well, you can't really understand someone who isn't using logic. From when the LAIC will start? In about 45 minutes, at the start of next hour. Prefer running XP Share on Mew? I think it's good. In solo queue, it's just a little frustrating. Because sometimes people just won't farm. And then farming without full damage items is just bad. Scared of the Sableye and the Pika. Both my lane guys already died, so well. Well, specifically on Mew, like, if your teammates aren't making use of your like disruption abilities and they're not farming, like, you're gonna be much less effective. Like, you at that point you might as well have just been a healer with XP share if you were gonna play XP share. A lot of times is what I'm trying to say. Oops. Thought that would auto target. Still a little confused on how some targeting works on mobile. It's definitely different, but I don't know in what way. I don't have a jet. Guy wants to bolt tackle me or whatever he has. I'm just dead. Not that different. I'm just saying it is different. Not that it is wildly different, but there is a difference. How many days will it be? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. XP share and Mewtwo I don't think it's worth it. You can, but like, these are like for fun things, right? They're not, I don't know. I don't think it's that good. And that didn't hit. This is 3 for 3. I've had an EV on my team that's given up. Like my first 3 games, every game it's been some EV player who just full gave up on the game. My favorite support to play, Hoopa. XP share Espeon, I think it can work. Like a lot of these like quirky kind of Pokemon in XP share roles really just depends on the draft. The difference in targeting in mobile and Switch is that I can hold down my joystick a little bit before, but when I press my move, it'll already start aiming it. Whereas on mobile, it'll just start there, and if I'm not ready to aim it, it just won't aim it'll just go where the auto target was. Mewtwo is not playable with any of its items. I think you would just be no spoon. You'd be muscle scarf. XP share if that's what you wanted to play. Or maybe no scarf. But I just wouldn't want to play it with XP share. Okay. Trying to score and you evolve midway. Yeah, that's annoying for sure. Thing about like Mewtwo Y in competitive, if you want to play it as support, right? The other difference is that you can pick it and it's like you're also denying the other team from being able to play it as an attacker because it's a strong attacker, right? And you can, like, if there's a game where you might not want to play it as an attacker, there's a different attacker you want, and like maybe the support that you want, it like Hoopa got banned or something, you can flex it into a different role, right? And you have that kind of ability to flex Pokemon. Our Mew is level 8, by the way. Coach Mew. Someone get this guy an experience share. But that nuance isn't really important in solo queue. Okay. Hustle's 1. See everyone else. Coach Mew, bruh. That play was so sick if we just get to score 50. I mean, the idea of XP share Mewtwo is you have in lane a point and click stun on a pretty low cooldown. You have a really strong broken unite move, and throughout the game you just have Psy Strike, like teleport Psy Strike, to be able to set up KOs for your team. It's not great, like it's not very strong, but if you picked it and you wanted to go as an attacker and it looks like a draft where maybe you think a different attacker will get lots of value, or you don't want to go like a pocket support for it, whatever the case might be, the option to flex it exists. Dead to the rocks here. My entire team died without ulting. We just Sylveon ulted the air. It's okay, Coach Mew's here. Oh, Coach Mew just threw up a surrender vote. Coach Mew's in his Unite move now. Can't say my team didn't use their Unites. Oh, big, 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 big. Another one. All right. That was a scary jump pad take, but it was the only way I saw myself getting into the fight. Sorry. They're letting me score on the outer. I can double cap on that one. There's one missing on the map. They could have gone bot. It was a Zard that was missing. Glaceon ran across the map. Glaceon went back to their pad. And good. Okay. We double scored on their top pad. And I got a big over top. We should win. Yeah. It was still close, and I mean, it could have came down to Coach Mew griefing the bop overcap, but that was nice. That jump pad over into the fire spin spam, that was that. I don't think that game is the same if I'm not Mystical Fire, because I got 3 fire spins off in such quick succession there. Cool. I should have reported the Sylveon. Oh well. Can you imagine having to play right to left if you're orange team? I think right to left would be annoying. You got me that time, Inder. GG. GG. Good morning, Meta. You're the Glaceon? Good game, bro. Good game. LAIC start at 7? Yeah, it should. And so in half an hour. Should be on the official Pokemon Unite channel, but I'm sure they won't be able to cover all the games, so I will I'll cover some in between. Why did they not post it on the official Pokemon Unite account? I'd have to go to Unite Esports. Annoying. Yeah, it starts 12 EST. Or sorry, 12 UTC. Am I here in Brazil? No. I'm here in the studio. I'm in the Pokemon Unite studio, as you can see over here. $16 BR, 2 ALAS, 1 LAN, 3 NA, 1 EU. Sounds about right. That's what I would expect. You think Empoleon's bound to come to the game eventually? I swear I've heard El Chico EV kind of like talk about it. And that's one that's like kind of been leaked a little bit here and there. So yeah, the answer is yes, I do think so. Guys, I want my game pop. I still play some VGC. I follow, but I don't really play. No. Should we open some packs? And so I haven't gone on Pocket actually in like 2 days. 2 or 3 days. 3 days, yeah. Let's open some packs. Yeah, see, I gotta update. Okay. 2K USC off tourism season. Yeah, I mean that's the only reason why I didn't go. I would have gone just to hang out and I don't know, just be at the event, but spending like $2,000 or like USD around, that's what it was for me. I think it was like 2,600 Canadian. Just didn't make sense. Okay. I think I've been opening Charizard packs. I don't remember why, but I've opened a lot of Mewtwo ones. Okay, while streaming, I'll get a text notification. This, I don't have anything installed on this. I only use this to game. To game and to stream. I pretty much use this like, imagine having like a gaming console, like a Nintendo DS or like any kind of handheld console. I use it like that. For all the mobile games I play, I have on here. And I don't use it for anything else. It gets me like way better battery life, like get like multiple day battery life without having to charge it, which is sick. And yeah, I also have the benefit that I don't get pestered by notifications. I have Discord on here, but I have it on like, I turned all the notifications off. I only have Discord if I want to like send a screenshot, you know? Damn, I got like nothing. Oh, we leveled up. That's a pack. Can you queue up a game of Pokemon Unite on mobile and then tab out and it'll tell you when your game pops? It doesn't work that way, right? That'd be cool if I could just open packs and queue. That's the future of gaming. Just have like true multitasking on phones like that. Okay, Wonder Pick. Already have that Diglett. Already have that Porygon. I don't have the Greninja line. Just do one to do one, I guess. I don't even think I have a Frogadier. I might. I don't have Goldeen? Okay. Could do Goldeen as well. There you go. I didn't have Hitmonchan. That worked out. That was actually a value pack. Oh, 2 for 2. Wasted all my luck on that though. I don't feel like doing the event. One thing I don't like about Pocket, and I mean, this is just like a me personal complaint. It's never gonna go away. It's just how games are now. But I don't like the such hard FOMO on all the events. But that's how they get you, right? Whoa. I had so many hourglasses in there. You're a whale in this game. You completed the Kanto Pokedex. I'm not surprised that you whaled out, buddy. It's okay. Run one, the red magic. You can run 2 games at the same time using split screen. Probably, right? I could. My pack luck is not good though, guys. What are these packs? I mean, I guess I got a Kabuto. I opened so many packs today. Lapras event? I honestly haven't even done the event. I don't know why. I just get like... I don't want to say I get stressed out. I just get like... weirdly anxious. I don't know. I don't like the FOMO. Okay, last pack I can open. Oh. What is it? Represents CPU. It's not the game itself. It's just like I hate limited time stuff like that. I think I don't have this. Nice. People, this is like a playable card, right? Unite set in Pocket would be cool. Yeah, I actually saw the Unite set in TCG. I want to collect some of those cards. Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it. How does the event work? Oh no, that is I have to play against someone, right? This thing is it? Wait, hold on. I gotta go fix my deck first. I see in 15 minutes. Hey, Porion, thank you for the tier 3. Welcome back. 3 Yil.
3 Yil.
3 Yil. Welcome back to the tier 3 club. Where do I go for my deck? Decks. What's up, boo boo? Okay. Oh no, yeah, this deck was cooked. Okay, I remember wanting to make a change in this deck. I wanted to drop a Sabrina, because Sabrina's like not as active in this deck, I feel like. And just because it came out in Unite, and also because I think it looks cool. Add in a Psyduck. Using a colorless on a water is probably kind of high value too, right? How is Golduck? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Close your eyes, I didn't search that. 2 energy 70? Honestly? Let's play no... Let's just do this. Let's try this. Try this. Psyduck D-Knight? Maybe I should go -1 Golduck. Yeah, that's what we should do. That's... Yeah, okay, hold on. We should go -1 Golduck, and we should still have like a puncher. We still want a puncher. Do this. The trouble I was having with this deck was my deck felt too slow with the Articunos. Okay, let's try this. Dragonite with Koga Weezing. I know that's what the meta is. I just want to play D-Knight with Misty. Which is what I like playing. I have no intention to take this game like as competitively as possible, guys. I'm just like playing the cards I think are cool. It's very much just like a thing I put on the side. Pidgeot Gengar? I mean, yeah, that seems cool too. Could X-Speed and stop him from using a supporter while I set up and have my guy safe on the bench. That seems like an okay idea. Red card just gives him +1, right? I think we probably Sabrina, just so I don't lose the Psyduck next turn. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know if does their deck have Starmie EX? Because if it does, then I would die, right? Even normal Starmie, I think, does more than 40. I shouldn't have attached for turn. I should have waited first. Okay, now we can red card -1 and then just click the Psyduck thing again. I guess I might as well use that on the Lapras. Okay, 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 okay. Could just Hydro Pump. I guess, yeah. I'm just that good, I guess. This is why I like playing Misty. You just get the... I'm a high roller. Okay, we won. I like this version. This version has no EXs in it now, too. Alright, we have to attack with D-Knight, right? Just to be toxic to the bot. Do I get 4 points for that? Yeah, but... I don't even get the thing. Technically, I can buy more packs too, but I'm too lazy to do all that right now. Okay, let's keep this open. We should be starting soon, right? Is there stream live yet? Not yet, looks like. Oh no, it is live. Should I let them know I would like to collaborate? Maybe they'll accept it. Yep. Both G9 Charizard does 200 damage. Who do you think has better attack? RNG? I don't know. I'm not too sure. How do I why is this muted? There we go. So early? Yeah, the tournament starts early today, right? So we're up early today. Well, there's an important event today, so panic in your sleep, you will be late, and now it's 6 a.m. and you're wide awake. Congrats. I think you did good. Looks like it's gonna start in like 10 minutes, guys. Play one more pocket. I'm just relaxing for now. I gotta get in the, you know, the mood. Gotta get in the right mood. Psyduck song when? I think I'll probably like upload it somewhere and then link it in the Discord. The YouTube comments were being kind of toxic about it, to be honest, which made me really want, like, I was just thinking of just taking down the whole Psyduck video and the stream VOD and just never thinking about it again, but people really liked the video and there's a lot of you that really like the song, so I decided to keep it up. But people are just being like really mean. Like it's just like a for fun bit that I made a song using AI. Like people need to relax about their perception of AI use, I think. I don't know. Maybe if I speak, I will be in trouble. I shouldn't tell people to relax. Those are bots. They were real people, like genuine people that were harassing me about it. And the way people like to talk on the internet is like the person they're like going after is like not a real person. Like people were leaving comments like, this creator supports AI and doesn't understand the harm that they're doing to society. And it's like, bro, like I made a fun song for a fun character. The YouTube video is gonna make me roughly $12, right? I'm gonna pay our editor more than I'm gonna make on the video. Well, not that one, but you know, like I don't actually make money on YouTube videos. I just do it for fun. Release it. I will. I think I'll upload it to Discord and I'll just leave it there. I'll do it tonight or something. It just left like a sour taste in my mouth, that's all. The thing that people don't realize is that if they have an issue with AI, it's like it's unavoidable. And like the funny part to me, or the irony, is that people that were leaving comments like being upset about it, they had like one guy had a Psyduck profile picture, another guy had like an anime profile picture. Like, do they have the permission of those artists to be able to use that as their profile picture? Did they ethically source that art for their profile pictures? Probably not, right? That's not AI, that's just straight ripping art from another artist. But you're not even like using it as a reference image at that point, you're just straight stealing. How is that functionally different than what I did then? I don't even think they're trolling is the thing, right? You'll download and make an account? Yeah, you don't even need an account for Discord. You can join without an account, I think. Maybe you might have to make an account to see the channels though. Difference between using AI as a casual consumer and using AI in order to shut out artists and such other things. Yeah, but if I didn't make that Psyduck song, would I have commissioned an artist and made a song for a video that's gonna get a couple thousand views? Or my stream that gets a couple hundred viewers? No, that wasn't gonna happen. So there's no one's losing an opportunity because of it. Right? So yeah, I don't know. I think people, what happens a lot of times is people have like an opinion that they've come up with and they try to find situations where they can insert that opinion. It's really popular in politics. It's really popular with AI stuff. once someone feels like they're really confident in their opinion, or even with like facts, it doesn't have to be an opinion, right? Like if you ever met someone that's like learned a fact, right, about anything, and sometimes there's like good reasons to do it, but they'll find a way to transition the conversation around that fact to try to just show like, oh, you know, like grandstand on their morals about it. In reality, like outside of the internet, most people are very, very mellow on almost all topics. Like people are not as like passionate and I don't know, like anger filled in the real world, which seems cringe to say as someone who spends majority of their time on the internet, but it's just the truth. People are too much? Yeah. Rather just accept and enjoy it. The lyrics aren't AI generated. I used ChatGPT to come up with. I modified the lyrics a little bit, but I didn't write all the lyrics. Most of the work I did was writing the prompt, which is like nothing. People at IRL stand for nothing. Maybe they're like a little bit on the other end, where people IRL don't stand for things that are important to them. It is what it is. Whatever. Let's get it. Let's watch some Pokemon Unite. I don't want to think about this too much. Official Pokemon channel on Sunday. It'll be on the official channel alongside the other titles, yeah, which is for the first time ever. Let's make a tweet. LAIC Unite. Whoa. All right, guys, make sure you like and retweet and reply on my tweet. If you don't, that means you hate me. Guys, Pokemon Unite starting. No AI. Should I knock? Should I knock? I'm gonna knock. I shouldn't have knocked. Unknock. It was a mistake. Okay, I knocked them. They could knock me back now if they want to knock me. They should turn that off. You can turn this off though, right? Look, out of all the streamers in my following, only Chris has it turned off. Oh, and Kai Sena and Moy. Most of the people just have it on. I think it just starts ringing. Best build for Scissor Center? I think I would play Muscle Band, Weakness Policy, Focus, and I wouldn't stack if you're jungling.
Welcome to the 2020 2025 Latin America International
No more AI, guys. No more.
The first international event of the season is back in Sao Paulo, where trainers are reuniting with friends, trading cards, battling, and enjoying all the event's activities. But for many, it's all about locking in the automatic invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California.
Oh yeah, does the winner of LAIC get a Worlds invite? I don't even know if they do.
Championships have been a cornerstone of the competitive season, consistently attracting the world's top trainers.
Do they? I think they do, right? Yeah, Worlds next year and the year after both are California.
Claiming the Pokemon Go LAIC 2024 championship.
It's Anaheim and then San Francisco, but two different places. I know they get the invite to ACL. I guess they don't get the Unite, the Worlds invite. You might go? Yeah, you should. I know a bunch of the subs, a bunch of the tier 3s are planning on going. You should talk to Virus. I think he wanted to do like a big Airbnb. Might make it more affordable for you guys.
The big question on everyone's mind: who will be crowned the first ever Pokemon Unite LAIC?
And then we can all go out for like Korean barbecue or something, like a tier 3 dinner. That'd be fun.
Last year, one of the hardest things he's done in his career.
Or we just do like a big meetup.
I get confidence from this. And last but not least,
Why not choose a cheaper state like Arkansas? I have this weird conspiracy theory that the people that plan the Worlds events, they like to do it in luxurious places because they're not paying for it, like the staff, and they want to be able to go and explore the world. In reality, it's like a big event and they want it to be in a cool place, right? For some people, this is the vacation they take. Like, this, for me, it's like one of the only vacations I have throughout the year. It's nice for it to be somewhere. Like, yeah, so we can go to Disneyland. Definitely we can go to Disneyland that way. In Sao Paulo, Game 7 started because people are stuck in traffic. I think they're already there. That's not Spraggles. Let me turn it up. It's like kind of quiet, right? He's asking us to clap?
Quem me mandou estrela de lá foi São Salvador pra noite brilhar. Mangueira jogando flores pelo ar, se encantou com a musa que a Bahia dá. O babiribau cansa, o capoeira jogo pra se espalhar.
Brazil woman. Yeah, well, you better get a good look, buddy, because you're never gonna meet one IRL. Burned. Nice homage to Brazilian Carnival. Nice, nice. I'm glad they did a good job. To me, it's cool, but I would want to know from like an actual Brazilian if it's cringe or not, which is good. Pokemon normally does a good job with opening ceremonies, so. The audio's not good though. They gotta get a better audio engineer on this. Brazilian Culture Carnival, nice, nice. No, I don't mean cringe as in like the Brazilian culture is cringe. I mean like, are they doing it justice or not? Right? I can't know. To me, this is cool. But if you guys are saying that they're doing a good job, like they're paying good respect to it, then I believe you. Guys, that's not me. That's their stream lagging. Oh. Chat, are we cooked? Chat. It broke. Hold on. I'm gonna find another feed somewhere. Where's the YouTube feed? Why do they not have it in here? Okay, Pokemon Unite YouTube. Maybe the YouTube stream is still up. Live. The YouTube stream never even went live. Guys, it broke. It's back, guys, it's back. We're back. And the audio seems better.
Vou vivendo dia a dia, embalado na magia do teu carnaval. Explode.
And the audio's better.
Coração, a maior felicidade. É lindo meu salgueiro, contagiando e explode coração, a maior felicidade.
The quality looks better too now. Maybe they just had to do a restart.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning.
Good morning.
What a performance to kickstart the Sao Paulo Latin America International Championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil at Expo Center Norte Pavilhão Azul. Big thank you to Vai for that amazing performance to get us started with the first international event of the season in the perfect way.
I'm Sophia, and together with Pablo, we are so honored to be the ones to welcome you to the exciting world of Pokemon and all the joy that comes with hosting.
Hey, that the events in Brazil is going to be all in English.
There might be a Brazil feed. All the people here that traveled from all over the world to participate this weekend. Where are my Pokemon Go fans?
How about Pokemon Unite?
Woo!
And I know
I would
we
scream.
have our Pokemon trading card
I would
game
scream.
fans here.
And of course, who's ready for the action on the Pokemon video game? All right.
Where's Spraggles?
We have more than 3,000 trainers at LAIC in 2025. And in the spirit of competition, it is anyone's guess who will add themselves to the history books as an international champion on Championship Sunday.
But the title isn't the only thing on the line, though. We have championship points to play for here at this event, as well as over $500,000 prize pool across all of our titles here in Sao Paulo.
Let's kick this off. Trainers, it's time to begin. Head over to your play tables to embark on your journey towards Pokemon glory. It's time to show the world what you've got.
And if you aren't here, you can still check out all the action live at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Join in on the conversation online using the hashtag PokemonLAIC. And if you're watching live right now on YouTube or Twitch, make sure you follow the channel.
Follow the channel, guys.
Latin America International Championships have officially begun.
Woo! Woo!
Best of luck to all of our competitors. And now, let's pass it over to our expert casters who'll be taking us through the pregame breakdown for each title. Take it away.
Take it away.
Hello, everyone,
Oh.
and welcome to the first stop here for the Pokemon Unite Championship
We're first.
Series.
We're first.
We are live in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for LAIC. I am Spraggles, aka the Content Cowboy. Yeehaw, and all of that. I'm joined
Let's
by the
go.
one and only Doomstack.
He did the thing. He said the
I
thing.
am so excited, so excited. In fact, you might see my mouth turn red because I burned my lips off with the action here.
He also burned his mouth right
on
before the
hot
start of
tea,
broadcast.
It hurts incredibly bad, but that's not going to stop us from keeping this train from leaving the station. It is the first stop on UCS season 2025, and the first time we've gotten to be in Brazil with Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, this is incredibly exciting. We have a packed house out there. We have so many amazing teams playing today.
Yes.
We are here for 3 days with you. 2 days on Pokemon Unite.
That's the
YouTube
Pocket
and
guy.
Twitch, and then we will be on Championship Sunday for the first time.
For the first time.
Pokemon Unite, bright and early on the main Pokemon channel. You are not going to want to miss it. There is so much on the line.
They need a
this weekend,
fanfic?
and so many amazing teams.
You're behind on the meta.
Let's take a
I mean,
look
what?
at some of the prizing. $25,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, taking a look at how that breaks down. Individual allocations is obviously that number divided by 5. I think somebody says that's how that works. I'm going to
So first place
believe them.
gets
But
1,300
again,
per
what's it
person.
going to that number
Doesn't
one
fully
spot is an
cover the plane
invitation to
ticket,
the Asia Champions
but it's still
League.
worth. I mean, yeah,
this
you
is
get to
one
go to
of the
ACL, which is
biggest
worth it
prizes
already.
of the entire event is one of these teams
And you also get to
will
win.
be competing in ACL, just like we had Japanese teams come over for the AOS Cup. Now we have teams from the West heading to the East for ACL. We also have players from
Not bad if you're
China,
sponsored.
both
If you're
in
sponsored,
AOS
it's
Cup, ACL,
great. If you're
and
not,
Worlds.
it's
Of course,
a little monka.
Pokemon Unite is a global competition.
It is.
And this year, that is even more true.
Yeah, it's not very common that the West gets to join the East in their formats, in their style of qualifications here. World Championship invitations, we're looking at how the regions break down. North America getting 3, Europe getting 3, Latin America North 3, South 2, Brazil 2, Oceania 1.
Yeah, those are our spots here on the West. Of course, there are a ton of amazing teams in our Eastern regions,
Yep.
right? You're going to see
Most teams are sponsored. I
Japan,
mean, YT
SA,
isn't.
India, lots of amazing groups heading to Worlds, and those
I don't know if
those
Nem
big
is.
spots for regionals. Those are what people are fighting over.
Exactly.
Today, we are fighting to see who is the best at the start of our season here.
Yeah, what's interesting about
Nemes?
a Western team
Maybe-
going
maybe
to East and
Nemes.
why the ACL qualification is so important, there's an opportunity there to potentially take a spot away from the East and drag it back to the
Also,
West
just because
here,
you're sponsored
which is
doesn't mean your
awesome
sponsor
in and of
covers your
itself.
whole plane
And
ticket.
that's almost what happened at AOS Cup
Yep.
last year. Japan making it all the way to the grand finals, being taken down finally by Fusion.
Yep.
Fusion, one of the best teams in the world, looked at as a team that could win Worlds. They are here.
Which NA teams are playing?
in
Team
this
YT,
There to represent, of
LG,
course, the entire southern hemisphere on the western side
Nemesis,
of the map, but there's a lot of good
and
teams from
I think those
all
are the
over,
three.
The UCS scene, including Europe and North America as well.
Yeah, we have
NAIC
Team YT
will be
here. We have the newly kind of
June?
reformed Luminosity,
April-ish?
father and son back together once again, Slash and Overlord. I can't wait to see them play. Let's take a look at some of our groups here. Obviously, we are here in Brazil.
Team
Next, you can
Growth.
see
Oh,
the
sorry, Team
representation
Growth.
in these groups.
Yeah, of course. Everybody in Brazil. Of
Phil
course,
is
represented by
back
that
on YT,
pink
yeah.
Bubble here, but where
Phil's
my
back and
eyes are
Curious
drawn
is
to
back.
is the Brazilian heavy Group C, but in there as well is Team YT and Nouns, which means Brazil has to make their home stand against 2 incredibly known and popular teams here in the UCS.
Yeah, there are so many exciting
Best tank in the
matchups
world, the best
these
attacker in the
groups.
world,
We have
makes sense.
Max and Tuzzy Esports here in
What's
Group A.
LG's team
In
now?
Group C, however, you have that
Curio
very, very
slash
scary,
Overlord.
you know, knockout
It's like
group.
their
Nouns
original
and
3
YT
plus
are gonna
Trainer
go at it. Both of them
plus
traveling
Otter.
a long ways to get down here, and they're going to need to get through a ton of amazing teams if they want to head to day 2.
Why
You
only
take a look
3
at
NA
Group
teams?
D,
It's
of
expensive
course,
to fly to
Luminosity,
Brazil.
We have Team Growth, we have Revenant, Plaga, Aegis Flames. We just have so many
One
amazing
EU?
squads in all these
Only
groups.
one EU.
And then you look at B right there. Fusion.
Guys have to
Ready
remember
take
that the
group
players have
down
to pay
and move
out of
to day
pocket
2. We were
if they
just
don't
talking
have
about them. They
an
won the
organization
AOS Cup.
paying
They
for them.
almost got all the way to do it at Worlds, and now they
Wonder
are
if
here
Otter is being
today.
treated well in Brazil. What do you mean by
Fusion,
that?
again, is a known quantity. We're going to see how these Brazilian squads adjust
No
to
OJ,
that.
no
There's tons
OJ.
of tape on Fusion out there, and if you've been following
Otter's
Fusion
playing
at all over
supporter.
this last year, you know that they go to the same well over and over again. And essentially say, if you can't beat us when we're playing Scyther.
Oh, because Otter always
then
has
you're
that
probably not gonna beat
international
us if we're
drama,
actually
true.
grabbing what some people consider
What
the
happened at
stronger tiered
Worlds?
Pokemon in this
What
game.
happened at
but
Worlds?
they will keep going to that well until you make them have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the skill expression of so many of these groups, especially a group like Fusion. You have a few players in these squads that are considered some of
I don't know who's on
the
Team Growth.
best in the world, right? We've got Overlord from Luminosity as well as Slash. You have Nouns Esports who made it very deep in Worlds. But just speaking about Fusion, the level
If I
at which
play
they
versus Otter, I gotta
don't
throw
care
him
if
under
they
the
have
bus to the
Psyduck,
crowd.
I don't care if they have
True.
Blaziken, I don't care who they have.
When am
That
I gonna
team
start competing?
absolutely
I'm not
pops off.
competing.
Let's take a look at our schedule and where we're going to be this year.
What
Yeah,
does the
of
winner
course,
get from
right
this
now,
tourney?
we are at
Cash
LAIC.
prize plus invite
Next stop
to
in February is gonna
ACL.
be EUIC in London. Going right back to Nolans in June.
Why are
for
other
the
teams
NAIC,
in
and of course,
Brazil?
Worlds in Anaheim,
What do you mean?
California.
That's right. A ton of amazing stops here on our side of the world for Pokemon Unite, and then we have some amazing tournaments.
There are the
in
dates,
East
by
as
the way,
well.
if you guys were
We
wondering.
just talked about ACL and how important
We're going to
this
London.
tournament is. Again, a team from the West is going to
Dream Max is Maz's team, that's right.
The title away from so many amazing teams. It's
Are
gonna
there
be
any
tough
French
because the
people at
reigning champs are in
LAIC?
Japan right now.
Yeah, of course.
It would
Now,
only be if
let's
they
take
were
a
on
look at what our
Nouns. Sarah
format is
used
gonna be
French
for today.
on
Throw to
Nouns.
the video. That's what they said.
Throw to the video.
Throw the video.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokemon Unite trainers are gathering to vie for a share of over $500,000.
Yeah, anyone can sign up to the tournament that can make it there. Most of the ACL teams are busy, like the Asia teams are busy with ACL. So it's whatever international teams can make it here.
For the first time
How does the
ever,
Swiss rounds
Pokemon
work?
Unite's tournament will
I
take
think
place
it's a
over
group
3
stage.
days. On day 1, the group stage will commence.
They're explaining
where
now.
up to 32 teams will be placed into groups and battle it out until only the top teams remain. On day 2, the bracket stage will take place, pitting our top competitors in a single elimination bracket until we are left with our 2 finalists. All matches will be best of 3, with the exception of our semifinals, which will both be best of 5. And new
Cool.
this year, LAIC 2025 will be home to Pokemon Unite's first ever official appearance.
No
on
championship points for this, for Unite.
Sunday, where our 2 finalists will compete in a tournament deciding best of 5 set. We're about to kick off the inaugural LAIC Pokemon Unite event, so stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live and find out who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion.
Yeah, Toon's playing in a couple hours.
Thank you very much, Pass Me. You absolutely nailed it. Now, something that we didn't talk about is how good that video was.
Really good.
And how today is going to be crazy because these plays in groups are going to be going up against each other in a best-of-1 series. A lot of teams are going to get knocked out, but a lot of teams are going to move forward here today.
We're watching every day, yeah.
We're just taking a look.
And I'm gonna try to upload some of the games on YouTube as well.
Best of 1 format due to some of these approaches.
So if you miss any,
And I kinda
they'll
made
be
a
up
joke,
there.
if we're looking at some of the NA teams. This is the exact type of situation where a team like Luminosity might find themselves.
I think
on the
YT will do
outside looking in
bad.
going into day 2.
I've seen
And the
their
type of
streams, they
situation where you
lose
two have
mostly.
gone, "Oh,
That's
This
crazy.
is kind of our kitchen.
Yeah.
Like this is where we thrive on
What do I
these
think about
random
best of 1?
opportunities where we can strike down and take
My
advantage of
favorite
people that don't
format
really
for
know how we
groups are
play.
best of 2
So
groups,
just looking
but
again to our
I
entire
don't know.
region, best of 1 shakes things up.
Let's see how this goes
considerably.
before
Best
we
of
make
1
any
is
complaints.
really exciting, and it also means whatever you have, you know, that you're hiding, you don't want other teams to see, you don't have an opportunity for that. So you need to play full
Any
out
Pokemon
every
banned? No
single
Psyduck
game
allowed.
you see up on that big stage. Now we have Zoinks, a little video from Zoinks to break things down
We
for
do,
us
okay.
here. Let's take a look at
A
it.
Zoinks clip.
A Zoinks clip.
All right, everyone. Hi there. I am Zoinks, and
They're not
welcome
banning
back to
bug
the Unite
spawns anymore? No,
Championship
I
Series.
don't think
Feels
so.
so good to say that because we are headed into Season 4, and there is a ton of new changes that we want to catch you all up on. First and
Not
foremost,
allowing Psyduck's
we
a
have
hate crime?
many
I
new
agree.
Pokemon added to the roster. A few EX Pokemon are no longer have that license tag, which means we got a lot more Pokemon eligible for tournament play. as well as some format changes are hitting the tournament structure this year. Championship points are now awarded on a
YT literally 6-0'd Nouns this morning in scrims.
Championship points no longer automatically qualify teams for the
YT literally 6-0'd Nouns this morning in scrims. I read that from the YouTube chat.
Some of the other tournaments we have throughout the year.
By the way,
Speaking of
YT
which,
literally
final
6-0'd.
stretch will in fact be changed to be an invitational tournament as well as open qualifiers and awarding a world spot. So more exciting news for New Orleans. There's a ton of new changes for this season, and we're starting everything.
That's
here
what
at
Demigod
LAIC.
95
new
said.
Pokemon, new rosters,
He's not a
and
god,
of
he's only a
course,
demigod.
brand new season of competition. I can't wait.
I think the most exciting things that we're going to see this season, of course, we have new Pokemon. We have new Pokemon coming. But so many Pokemon that have been in the game with that EX tag have not been able to compete. They let Zacian off the leash for a little bit at Worlds at one point. But now we have Mewtwo. Mewtwo Y! We have Zacian. We have Ho-Oh. We have Miraidon. We have new Pokemon that have been released like Cerulege and Armarouge. It's a wild time and an amazing way to start this season. I begged them to let Psyduck play. They said absolutely not. Jake, it came out 8 hours ago.
I know we don't want to talk about Psyduck. I want it. This character is so much fun.
It's so amazing.
I got hit masters with it last night. Felt great.
Yeah.
I was just surf disabled. Go to. It's so much fun.
It's so amazing. I can't wait for Psyduck to join the fray here soon. But we have so many incredible Pokemon that you're going to see for the first time in this series. I really want to see, is a team going to pick up Mewtwo Y, especially after some recent buffs? Or is Miraidon still going to get some play? Are we going to see Charge Beam?
I think we're going to see Miraidon. We're going to see Zacian.
Pokemon that always should have played.
We'll probably see some Mewtwo.
My read is Mewtwo Y is going to get some play. Miraidon is definitely going to get some play. I know we saw Pikachu kind of on the rise, and then it caught some nerfs. I still think it's really good. Probably going to see some play.
Mewtwo X Defender. Right now the defenders are just too strong. There's just not much of a reason to.
Yeah, we've seen an interesting change with some recent nerfs. It feels like all-rounders have been dominating the meta for a while now, and you saw them at Worlds just absolutely crush it. A lot of them have gotten some nerfs, right? Blaziken nerfed, Cerulege nerfed multiple times. Armarouge is an attacker, but let's face it, with how that Fire Spin build was working, it felt like a brawling all-rounder. It feels like all-rounder stonks are a little down right now, and attackers are up. We see these defensive buffs for things like Glaceon, Gardevoir. Pikachu, while it did receive some nerfs, it also received some crazy good buffs a little while back, and Pikachu is that attacker that a lot of teams are slotting into that bottom.
Pico see some play.
Both movesets with Pikachu, and you can see the value of Pokemon where both of their movesets are viable, slowly climb as not only tournaments develop, but as the metagame develops, over time as well. So like Pikachu being able to go into the Volt Tackle, E-Ball, or just a straight Thunder build.
Is Ho-Oh banned? No, Ho-Oh's allowed.
Great versatility.
Ho-Oh gotten some pretty heavy-handed nerfs. I think we'll probably see some, but I don't know how much I believe in Ho-Oh.
Why?
You're going to hate that by the end of the weekend.
I
think we'll probably still see some.
I think everyone at home might.
But it definitely got some pretty heavy nerfs.
One of those Pokemon that when it came out, it was very popular for all the wrong reasons. And
it's a lot worse. I know, for sure.
For all the right reasons here.
Doesn't mean we won't see it, though.
I think a lot of teams could play this, and I also
you guys assume that these teams are going to pick the theoretical best characters in every single spot, right?
A lot of experience on them. I know that Zacian could see a ton of play this weekend.
Yeah, just jumping right back to Mewtwo, there's the strength of
Darkrai will probably be banned majority of the games.
With Helping Hand, Safeguard build, and that's kind of back.
Mewtwo good enough without Blissey?
Maybe not as strong as it was
yeah,
in that moment,
it's playable without Blissey.
We've seen at Worlds specifically, you don't need your support to be a true healing support. You can engage in other facets in this game, and that might be an attack angle that some of these teams can use, is kind of go way back machine, go Mewtwo Y, and then really just boost its auto attacks and just kind of turn it into this one player just blitzing machine that can just rip through the opposing squad.
Yeah, speaking of supporters, I mean, we have a lot that could see play here today. Obviously,
not
Hoopa,
Psyduck.
Not Psyduck, which we're both mad about, but they said no way, it just came out. Players don't even know what it is yet. Not Psyduck, but we have LAIC, of course. We have Hoopa, that is always a staple in the meta. Blissey, I think, is, in my opinion, kind of the best supporter going right now. Maybe has been the entire time that Blissey has been out. But there are so many great supporter picks. I wonder, Dupe Snacks, where you think we're going to see the most bans. Now, we haven't talked about one Pokemon that is available for play, but might get banned out a lot because it's so powerful.
It's available.
It's available.
One team is banning it every single time, and if no team bans them, at least if the second team in the draft order doesn't ban it, that is a misstep, because Darkrai is incredibly strong.
Darkrai's crazy.
It's a pub stomper. It's a coordinated play stomper. It's very, very good. So let's throw Darkrai off to the side. We need to talk about them. Back to the supports. I think
Safeguard is good. Safeguard Helping Hand is good, I think. I don't know if we'll see it played, but it's definitely good.
Because I think the fall off after those two in the supports is pretty stark. Not saying Eldegoss isn't good. Strength of Eldegoss is great, but the difference between Eldegoss and then Hoopa Blissey is in my mind an ocean. It's huge. So maybe you ban those and then really force everybody to play with all the high octane artillery we've got going on in this game.
I wonder what the defender meta is going to look like this weekend. So for my money, I think Umbreon is one of the most insane defenders in the game. Right there with Trevenant, I love both of these choices. We have a lot of great defenders. Mamoswine won Worlds, and it did receive a small nerf, but I still think we could definitely see some Mamo. I mean, the Ice Fang eject.
There's a chance Darkrai doesn't get banned? We could see it.
Is really incredible. So there is a question as to what defenders we're going to see, but this might not be a meta where we see a lot of the
Bill confirmed they 6-0'd Nouns.
We've got some of these powerhouses with amazing attackers and amazing
YT's the best.
One that I think about maybe a month ago would have seen a ton of bans, but I don't know now, is Cerulege. I wonder how much priority players are going to put
Tinkaton and Rapidash be announced today.
School of thought that, you know, once something is nerfed, you have to
it could at the end on Sunday. They might. They might.
When in reality, it's probably where it always should have been. So I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
Close to Blissey. I don't think it's close.
Taken the time
but
to get back
Eldegoss is still decent.
With a try and figure it out to see if it's still
Blissey's just so strong.
A bit of that pop, that shine that it had when it was stronger, like metrically stronger. I think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see it. Obviously, the drop-off from, you know, like grassroots events leading up to this, certainly I don't think it's going to be ban-worthy, I guess is ultimately the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, the question is really, what are teams going to ban? I feel like Mimikyu is one of those really interesting Pokemon, because while a lot of these all-rounders have received nerfs, Mimikyu has received a battle pass, and it did not get itself a nerf, and Mimikyu is extremely powerful.
I think, is like insane Pokemon.
Like
the fact that it didn't get nerfed is crazy.
Speedster at times, if you can get that Mimikyu to hit a big-time Shadow Sneak on one of the squishy opponents on that back line, it is over for them, especially with an incredible Unite move that essentially is a lockdown Unite on one of the enemy players. You can almost guarantee a KO in some of these big fights, and once one domino falls, a lot of the other dominoes start falling. I'm hungry right now. Do they have pizza? They don't.
Dominoes, okay.
Not sponsored. What do you think
Umbreon
about
also is just by far the best defender.
Big skill expression, but
it got nerfed, remember, and then they rebuffed it a little bit.
Found great success or absolutely none.
I don't know why they're like this, but they are.
Inteleon's a weird one, right? We were talking about this with Toon just the other day.
Oh, Toon.
A famous Inteleon player from Nouns Esports, and I feel like there's still a lot of love out there for Inteleon, but there are a few Pokemon that I feel like have just been a little forgotten. To be fair, we have almost 70 Pokemon, or maybe with Psyduck we have 70 Pokemon on our roster right now. So there are a ton of Pokemon out there that you do wonder, is it going to see any play? Will anyone pick up Cramorant after a round of nerfs? Will anyone pick up Inteleon right now? Is Armarouge something that is still in play? Armarouge recently came out. It was incredibly powerful. Multiple builds for this Pokemon were so good. And now the question is, after a round of some nerfs that it probably definitely deserved, will it now see play?
Again, I think I put it in the Cerulege camp. Like, we are not going to necessarily we're going to see it played, but I don't see we're going to see it banned, whereas maybe that's where its priority would have been originally, kind of before Darkrai hit the scene, right, and kind of took that top spot for those bans. Overall, I'm thinking we're going to see, I think Miraidon is going to be in play a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's ban worthy, but it's certainly play worthy. Charge Beam Miraidon has really impressed me. Electro Drift as well. I've kind of seen in corner cases where I've leaned that way versus the Charge Beam, but Charge Beam just looks so good right now.
Yeah, the Charge Beam looks incredible. I love it as sort of that bottom lane attacker.
Yep.
You know, you also could see Miraidon take that central area, but we've seen Miraidon play a lot in the bottom path and do a ton of damage to your opponents. The sustained damage from Charge Beam, you couple that with a curse.
Great Italian player.
The enemy team,
Great Italian player.
A lot of their sustain in a ton of these moments. So Miraidon is a definite option. By the way, it has one of the coolest Unite moves in the game, so I'm hoping we get to
Maybe
see
Darkrai will be banned against unbanned against double mage teams. I think Darkrai will farm those mages.
Formerly EX, but just for a brief window, Ho-Oh.
Yeah.
That is a big question mark in my mind. Will we see the bird play? Its Unite
A
move
Ho-Oh will get
is
played.
one of the most powerful Unites in the game, but a lot of teams, especially in this coordinated setting, will know how to play with it and play around it.
Is Greedent competitive now? I think Greedent
in some of these bigger fights, because if that thing,
I think Greedent can see some play. Yeah.
Down, they're coming right back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you know the trick, right? You understand how to.
I think
combat
Greedent
it.
has some potential.
And ultimately, in
Specifically
a region
with Covet
like
Belch.
LATAM, Brazil, where we've
I don't think the
seen
Bullet Seed
historically
moveset's
a lot of
playable
double
right now.
Speedster play. You're talking about, you know,
I mean, it really depends on the
even
draft,
like
but
Mewtwo getting in there
there's
with
so many
Shadow
mini
Sneak.
suns in the game.
Being able to collapse on a Hoopa and take it out before it becomes relevant is pretty important, because defender-wise, it doesn't play like a traditional defender, especially in these big fights.
We stop
because
the
it doesn't
yap
actually
and
wanna be
play.
on the
They're
front
warming
line
up, bro. They're
because
warming
it
up.
needs to be there to
Why didn't we make a
resurrect the rest
bingo
of the
card
team.
for today?
So
True.
because of that, it becomes this interesting
Rooting
song
for
and dance.
Art U?
And if there's one
Is
thing that
Art even
these
here?
regions that play in the West
Galu
do
might
not
be the
hesitate to
only
do, it's dive
Greedent
and
player, like
collapse
Western
on you
Greedent player
and
here.
Take that opportunity away, similar to how
I
these
think you
teams
should play
handled
it.
Hoopa, right? If you can take out Hoopa before it goes rings unbound and is able to pull people through, that's a problem, because you have essentially
Clefable's still feeling the nerfs? Yeah, I don't think Clefable's really a playable Pokemon right now. Hoopa, Blissey, Eldegoss are the only, I guess technically Umbreon and then Comfey are the only healers.
Giving it that shield. I've seen some of these teams play
Oh,
around
this
with
UCS?
it in
Okay,
scrims.
cool.
I don't know if Luminosity is going to be playing it. I saw Slash on it a few times, and you got to think, with father and son coming back together, Slash and Overlord, you know, last season Starcross lovers, and now they are back.
Starcross lovers, father, son? Which one is it?
Father and son, Starcross lovers.
Sableye? I don't think Sableye's very good. There's some teams that believe in it, but unless like you're playing like a score comp, like unless you have a very dedicated score comp strategy in mind, I don't think it's just like a Pokemon you can just splash in. But score comp is playable. And Sableye is good in score comp.
Best carry players in the world if something goes wrong. That's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, you know,
like if you go like Sableye Dodrio.
Is how do we avoid a Ho-Oh bringing back our entire team? And maybe the way to think about Ho-Oh is, how do we bring back him?
Yeah.
Right? How do we bring back Neo, the one? You know, how do we bring back Overlord in this case? And these teams, you know, DreamHack with Mazo, Fusion, you know, they have their version of him on there. And maybe that's why Ho-Oh overall might not be great, but for these teams specifically, might be like, yeah, we don't need the team. We just need him.
Can I talk a little bit about a defender that may see some play today, which I'm very excited to see?
Yes, this is
Greedent?
Greedent.
Greedent.
Greedent, it could be incredible here today. Now, in a best of one situation on day one, I don't know if we see the mean Greedent, right?
I actually think that's the best place to pull it out.
Well, it could be. It's so difficult to deal with. Its strategy is so unique. With recent buffs to its Unite move, Covet, Bullet Seed, and especially Belch, I think you could see this Pokemon become an absolute force. And the team that
Growlithe in the background?
play some Greedent, of course,
True.
is Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports.
I mean,
has
there's a
Galu
lot of
on the team.
non-Unite Pokemon.
Galu
There's
is
Turtwig.
a bit of a wonderful maniac with some of the plays he makes.
Incineroar, Breloom,
but especially
Aegislash.
I'm praying we get to
Are
see
we
that.
getting Aegislash in Unite?
so,
There's
I
no
mean,
way, right?
He was a player to contend with old Greedent, pre-buff Greedent. That the reason Greedent is my dark horse is because I think this tournament is now uniquely set up for Nouns to find success.
Yeah.
Because one of Gatlu's biggest issues, as they've been a swingy player, is that they haven't played a character that can sustain those swings when they make the wrong call. Greedent is Gatlu specific get out of jail free card, because he can have those ridiculous
Doomsack's
engagements, but Greedent is built in a way
making some
that you
hard
aren't
Gatlu
punished as
calls.
severely if it
But
doesn't
I
go
don't
your
think
way.
he's wrong.
We've seen Gatlu kind of throw games away on things like Buzzwole. But we've also seen Gatlu win games with the same int on Greedent, because they're able to just make it out and go, okay, well, not that one. And then they get to try it again later.
Gatlu's the
It's not
number
really
one
getting
inter.
slapped on the hand. So as long as Nouns is willing to play into the skill sets of Gatlu and the rest of the team, I think they're poised to make a run here in this event specifically.
I wonder what some of the more interesting speedsters we could see in this tournament would be. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Darkrai. I think there are some teams that are going to let that Pokemon sneak through, knowing that they know
There's a
how to
lot of
play
good speedsters
against
in the
it.
meta,
Darkrai is
right?
incredibly
Leafeon,
powerful
Darkrai,
with a unite
Dodrio.
move that is basically guaranteeing a KO on certain Pokemon, right? Other speedsters that are
Flareon?
somewhat
True.
popular, but I guess a little more fringe right now. You know, we have things like Talon that some teams will still pick up. Meowscarada,
Every
I feel like
speedster is
has
good.
not seen enough play in UCS. I think that
Meow is the one I was going to bring up. I don't think Meow is very good. I think Gengar is much better than Meow.
One interesting one, Doomsnacks, is Gengar. Recently received.
I think
around
all of them
a buff.
except
It feels
Meow
like in
are
most
good.
play, it's doing well, but Gengar never seemed to really crack into the competitive.
They all have different
No, it
identities.
really hasn't, and it's kind of getting, I think.
Will
in line with
Absolcy
Pikachu
play?
treatment,
It
which is
could.
If you just keep turning. the-
Any word
the
on
knob
Lutano? Any word on
and off,
He announced on his Twitter that he's retiring.
want this right
You should
there.
go check that out, bro.
Right there, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay,
I can hear
we're
you.
back. We're back.
Zeraora's not bad.
If you keep turning the knob up on it, eventually it has to be good.
Yeah.
Eventually it'll just hit
But
that threshold
I think
and it'll be like,
the-
okay, this
the
is
meta-
Pokemon to
I don't
deal
know.
with
The thing
now.
about
And
the
then
thing
you
about the
can
meta,
taper
guys,
it back
is
to
there's some
as we
Pokemon
saw
that just
like Pikachu.
invalidate
So I
all
don't
these, like,
suspect we're gonna
fringe
see too
fits,
much Gengar,
right?
and
Like
even though
Umbreon,
it's
for
not around the
example.
buffs, I'm not convinced it's enough yet.
Umbreon is
I
just
wonder,
Umbreon just
right?
makes so many
People are
characters
about to dig in.
unplayable.
We're talking about our attackers earlier. Let's
Like
talk
so
about
many
the
speedsters, like
festival
you don't like
going on
Zera.
right now
Zera
in
can
Unity.
kind of sometimes
Glaceon,
ignore it, but
possibly back in
not
the meta.
really, like-
Espeon, I think one of the more interesting ones. Future Sight got a buff. I don't know if that's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe in
choice,
Espeon.
But Psyshock getting a buff to its damage.
Yeah.
Now you've got that incredible amount of secure power at the start of a match, right? As soon as you hit.
Zoroark
level 4,
is
I wonder if
probably
we can see
okay.
Espeon creep its way
Zoroark's
back.
definitely playable. But there's
a
also
lot of great
Mimikyu the other one I
Espeon
was
players,
thinking
because
of,
if you
right?
recall, about a year and a
Mimikyu
half
also
ago,
kind of
Espeon
just
was
makes a
the way
lot of these
players were
speedsters
supposed to be.
unplayable.
It was actually, ironically enough, kept swapping almost month to
There's
month
nothing you can really do
through the
if
rotation
Mimikyu
of
ults
Sylveon,
you.
Glaceon, Espeon, it kind of kept rotating through. I think Espeon is in a great
Sword Power
spot.
wasn't
I think
touched in the
Psyshock,
offseason? I don't think so,
buff
but it
is
was
terrific.
already
It adds
kind
that
of
extra
falling
layer of secure
flat
without
to
feeling
begin
like
with.
You're committing to like a Blaziken for its
It didn't really look that good at Worlds when it got picked, which wasn't too often. It got nerfed before Worlds, so
It's so good.
It's such a good Unite move, and it's a real.
It lost
counter to everything
damage.
that wants to dive in on it, right? You can
The-
hit
the
with
meta
a
has also
beautiful
changed, and
Psyduck,
there's new
nice
Pokemon
Psybeam,
now that
another
are in the
Psyduck.
meta.
They want to come in even closer. You have that Unite move, and then some players, obviously, you can play that very aggressively, ejecting into the enemy team, hitting that Unite, picking up 4 or 5.
Best
members
bot
of the enemy
laner?
squad in one go.
Depends
There's
which
some big
role you
plays
mean.
can make with it. A Pokemon that was huge on your
Miraidon's
kind of
really
watch
strong
list last year.
in general and in
We just
lane.
talked about getting a buff. Glaceon.
Yep.
Do you think we see
Miraidon,
Glaceon get some
Pikachu.
play here?
I would
And then
like it to
Umbreon
see
from the
play.
defender side.
It's kind of like the perfect enemy. You never want Glaceon to be good.
But as an incense
because
spreader?
it doesn't
Yeah,
feel
but
good
there's
when
other
it's good.
Pokemon. Like Pikachu
However-
just does that role.
however, it always seems to take too long for these teams to realize that
and
it is
Pikachu
good.
has, like,
So
the
there's
level
a
1
window
web,
of
which is really
opportunity
OP.
Where if you figured it
To
out
set up
and the
ganks.
other teams haven't, that you kind of get that at a very low priority in the draft. You don't really sacrifice your
Having a
strategy,
point-and-click
but then you
stun
end
at
up
level
with just
1
kind of
as
this
a
absolute
just
menace with those icicle spears just
insane.
tracking you down. We were playing last night and you were just laughing in the middle of the game. It was like, this Glaceon just eviscerated me from half the map away.
Will we see
and I had
Glace?
no
I don't think
shot.
so. I think-
And it's like, yeah, because
I think
it's
any
kind of there
Pokemon-
again.
Yeah.
So I think if teams have done their research, there's
any
a great
Pokemon that
window of
relies on
opportunity
being
for them to
level
take a late
6
Glaceon and dominate a game.
Now, we kind of
is
bounce around to all-rounders for a minute. And
pretty
there are
weak.
a lot of them in Unite. I think we could use a few more. Most people are saying not enough.
So like
all-rounders
Glaceon and
right
Meow,
here. So we have a
they don't
ton
come
of
online
all-rounders
until
in the
level
game right
6.
now. where do we see? I mean,
I think those Pokemon are really bad in the meta right now. The game's like way too early game oriented, like it always is, and the trade-off isn't good enough.
Specifically, let's talk about
Inteleon bug, no.
because this thing did
Might as well just
pretty
consider it a
dang well
feature at
at
this
Worlds.
point.
You saw a lot of top players on it.
Why does it look like these guys stuck them in a dark hallway? Yeah, people have been saying that. I don't know. The lighting is just a little weird.
I think we do, and I think it's because those all-rounder stocks are down. You have a safer runway to.
They just need some ring lights.
Like
that's all.
We'll call it equity, right? In terms of a power level. So like if your most comfortable character is even like Lucario, it's like, okay, just take Lucario because whatever. In that respect, though, I think Gyarados does a couple very.
Or maybe the stream brightness is just low.
Is a phenomenal engage tool, and now that we're heavy into the attacker mode, being able to facilitate an Espeon.
The lighting is weird because you don't see any shadows either, right?
Gardevoir or something like something that can play.
The quality looks good. It just seems a little dark.
Help deal with it. Heck, Glaceon, since we were talking about that too. So. All-arounders, I think, is kind of in a good, whatever makes you warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are so many of them in the game and so many top picks. We've seen teams
looks a little hazy, yeah.
Once again, which is a powerful choice, right? I mean, it's a dominant force in path, and you get a decent level lead with that.
Serena ult bug and Mew ult bug. I think they fixed the Serena one. The Mew one is annoying.
Has always been sort of right around the like it's really close. It's like the gyro ball circle of the meta right there. It's like almost in all the time, and players who are great on it can brawl for insane periods, especially in some of these later big fights where other all-rounders would go down. Metagross just has this incredible shield.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it kind of pop off a little bit at Worlds, you know, a great Zen headbutt build. Of course, you know, shout out to our co-caster Zoinks. We were playing games last night, and his Metagross is very clean.
It is
very clean. And I saw Zoinks point
building damage even when you were unstoppable.
You know, kind of becoming a Metagross one trick, and the response.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. Maybe it is.
Wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, well.
Okay, I will wait because
Serena
I think
ulted out of a Machamp ult. Maybe it's the bug. Maybe it's like 50-50. They said they fixed it, and the last time I was unstoppable into a Serena, I didn't get ulted. But I haven't seen it too much, so I could be wrong. Ignoring my question, angry face. I answered it. You just didn't hear me, bro. I said you should go check his Twitter.
Sounds like something that is either a horrible idea or the best idea in the world. This is either going to win Worlds or kind of blow up on the runway a little bit. But that is Team YT.
Right, and that's why the best of one fits Team YT. Because if they're bringing whatever that was, right? Like, what's a team going to do? Like, okay, I haven't seen this before, but you don't get, again, you're not provided the real estate to figure it out.
Umbra and Bug, when you go in the top lane, hit the bunny in the top, middle with the booster auto, you have a short time, unlimited booster autos.
At least on a theoretical
sense, friend, many times it works. Oh, hopefully it doesn't end up
scramble at the end of the game and throw a prayer on a Ray.
Hopefully it doesn't end up mattering.
Speaking of them, they're a team that I feel like a lot of their Pokemon have recently gotten buffs. I mean,
third NA team, team growth. I feel like I remember someone telling me something, but I don't know. I don't know who they are, to be honest.
Who has also received some buffs. This is a Pokemon I did not expect to see so much.
Teams to watch, yeah, these are teams to watch.
Let's take a look at some of the big teams we have here today.
Of course, DreamMax Esports representing Brazil. You have Baby Mazo right there, community favorite, the Western community voted favorite for the UCS. Of course, Overlord on Luminosity, a perennial staple at this point in this competitive scene. And lastly, Adesu on Esports, just the biggest can of easy
you mean
cheese when they're on the stage
NAIC?
camera without a doubt, and actually holding that World Season 1 Dragonite that they were kind of infamous for.
Yeah, I mean, as you're looking at these, you know, players right here in these teams.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
One of them has won Worlds twice. That is Overlord. We saw two of those players in the Grand Finals year.
How Mean Look works on Phalanx. If you use it on the main brass, he'll be Mean Looked. If you use it on one of the troopers, only the little trooper will get Mean Looked. And the rest will walk away.
We've got Tuzzy Esports.
Tuzzy versus Drago Unite.
Clever. I see what they're doing there.
I see what they're doing there with the Drago Unite Z. Tuzzy Esports has a lot
I don't get. Oh, Dragon Ball Z. I get it.
Last year on Legacy. Now Mazo has moved from Legacy over
okay, so this is previous Legacy.
players, you know, Soto, Falb, Lel. This is a big team here in Brazil.
Versus, I don't know who the other side is.
As we have our ban phase.
All right,
Leafeon,
we're starting.
Going first. We didn't talk about these two Pokemon much. Leafeon, I feel like, is always in the conversation as an easy ban.
So,
if they have a Leafeon player on the other side, get rid of it.
Left side is first pick.
Let's get rid of these.
I'm gonna turn them down a little bit. So left side is first pick. The bans were Leafeon, Dodrio, Blissey, and I didn't see the other one.
Splitting up and maybe creating more powerhouse squads within Brazil, because
So you definitely want to take characters like Umbreon and Hoopa early on, because they don't really have equivalents in their role and how strong they are, especially Umbreon. So if Umbreon's up, I'm almost expecting Umbreon to be the go-to first pick. But there's lots of power picks out there. There's things like Miraidon. I would say Blissey is up there. Darkrai for sure. And then there's like interesting things, right? Like Zacian is really strong, but into like Umbreon and Mimikyu, it might struggle a little bit more. Mimikyu is really strong as well. We'll see. We're at the place for third ban to be allowed. Maybe. I think we're getting close.
Yeah, sometimes
I think for competitive, you could make an argument. But I think for like overall game-wise, maybe not, and it would be weird for there to be 3 bans on each side. And probably not, though, actually. You don't want to have 6 bans and then there not be more than 6 healers in the game. Because then things start to get weird, right?
As we know, the UCS season this year is a heck of a lot longer.
Yeah, it's longer this year, and teams have to make.
Then like you have like games like where like either one team's gonna have a healer and the other isn't. They're gonna have like really weird comps. You need to have like 6, more than 6 Pokemon in each like role, quote unquote competitive role. Like, do we have like 6 viable actual tanks in the game? Well, we probably do, right? Umbreon, Mamo, Snorlax, Lapras, Wiggly Mime, Tree. Like tanks wise we're good maybe. But support wise, like we definitely are lacking.
That's the best way we could have done it here.
Which is Fob, Pseudo. Fob, Pseudo, Mazo aren't on a team anymore together. Tuzzy is Fob, Pseudo, Lel, and I forget the other 2. And then Mazo's on Dream Max.
However,
Battle Press, like non-defender Lapras. Yeah, you could play top lane Lapras. I think you could definitely play it.
You just need some positive energy rippling through the squad to keep it from breaking apart. And was that one of the things that Lel brought to that squad? We're about to find out here, because this is the first event of UCS Season 4. Yeah, this is going to be incredible, right?
I still don't think Perish Song is good. Unless you have a way to enable the Perish Song with something like an anti-special defense character, and you just like play around that. But even then, like those characters, you would rather just have Water Pulse to be able to slow and tank for longer in the early game.
What's going on outside? This is a really fun setup for these squads, and I always wonder, when you're up on the big stage and the lights are on you and you know the entire arena is watching, you know the entire stream is watching.
Looks like there's mobile issues.
By the time this thing, is done, are going to have seen this match. You have to wonder if you're going to rise or fall in these moments, and I think it is the difference maker between a champion.
Why most teams are from Brazil? Not familiar. Well, this is a tournament that's happening in Brazil, and it's an open tournament, so any teams can sign up. So just think about it, like put yourself in the picture of a Pokemon Unite player. It's going to be hard for a lot of teams to travel, but if you're already in Brazil, then you just go from home. Or, like you don't have to buy a plane ticket.
Now we've got an opportunity to send a world's contender here. Obviously, if you are able to make it through this stack of teams, you are deservedly so a great team.
There's no lights
Now,
on them,
you can go
true.
compete against the great teams.
Final stretch is an international tournament, but most teams are from NA. Exactly, yeah. And I'm sure the same thing at EUIC, right? At AOS Cup,
Who comes through this
the group stage had majority EU teams.
insane squads to be the team that represents
Is there an interview? Not an official one for this, no.
great teams
It-
that could
You
do
just
it.
got me here
In a
raw.
lot of people's minds, Fusion is a top team to look at here. The newly reformed Luminosity. Now it's esports who, you know, outside of a few shaky moments to end their run at Worlds, honestly looked like a team that could go all the way.
I turned them up a tiny bit. The draft's about to start, and I want to talk about the draft.
We have a slew of amazing
So I turned them down.
teams here. Remember, by the way, to catch all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast, Doob Snacks unite for the first time.
I having a game that doesn't crash or have issues during tournaments.
Bright and early on
Yeah,
Monday,
the
you
problem
guys
is like,
screaming at this audience because we have
you
not
can't
had
get a
enough
good stress
reviews
test
lately. We've
of what's going to go on in like the rehearsals that they do,
Finally,
because a lot of these issues are like connectivity issues that happen when a bunch of devices are on at the same time, right? Like you have to imagine they're in the same venue as VGC where there's thousands of people, right? Junior, senior, masters players all at the same time, all with their switches, all with Bluetooth enabled, right? And you have that much like things bazingaing over on one another, like you can't rehearse for that.
Please tune in and get in here and support and show.
So like a lot of times they have like connectivity issues, like that just ends up happening. They're not on a closed network. They are, but
for these players that are
your controllers are still connecting to your devices through Bluetooth, right? And mobile phones are still mobile phones, right?
absolutely. And as we
Like
talk about
you have to make sure the players are on like airplane mode. People have different phones, right? You're not the people that play on mobile are playing on their own phones. If they tested purely on like one set of devices, we wouldn't have these issues, but people want to play on their own phones. So if someone connects their phone, oh, maybe it's using like a different wired protocol. Maybe it's like, you know, different drivers are installed, right? Like so many different issues can happen.
Validating, 'cause I'm terrible at the game, particularly as an individual.
No, you're
Individuals
what's called mid-low.
mid-low.
Yeah.
Okay,
Everyone's
perfect.
like, who do
Who's
we
new on LG? It's Slash, Curious, Overlord, Otter, Trainer.
No, Psyduck is terrific.
People playing on their own phones makes sense. I agree. But I'm just saying, like,
Well, fortunately, I don't think we're going to see it too much.
sometimes there's going to be issues, and it just is what it is.
Darkrai, I know you've played some games with it.
Yeah.
It just is. It sucks. Don't get me wrong, guys. I've
Darkrai we're gonna see.
I've been there. I've been the recipient of some of the worst technical issues you could imagine.
Void build, but I'm not so sure
To this day,
we won't see some
you
teams
know,
if they're able
you
to
could argue
play
that
nasty plot, which kinda gives
things
them
would be
more
different
burst,
if we didn't have
but
tech issues.
takes
Maybe.
away some opportunities for this Pokemon to sort of protect itself.
But it is what it is, right? That's just the game that you're playing.
We will see if we see much
Addition to allow red magic. I think the red magic phones are allowed.
a lot of these players, I mean,
Everyone's just got to get their own red magic. I agree.
But it's harder to pivot onto a brand new Pokemon. It's kind of easy to play your tried and true. It's easy to hop
For sure.
over that
I think you ask any player to switch phones, switch controllers, switch anything,
as a comfort pick.
it's
Something that was dominant
it's gonna be
one
hard to
for
get
CS.
accustomed to
You have
it.
to wonder if not only which build we might see for Darkrai, but even if it's open, are we going to see Darkrai in a reality where players
Pogona always get the lowest quality tournament streams. Always one more mistake from ending in shambles. I don't know. I think the day just started, guys. I think we should try to be a little more positive, you
A
know?
little bit of time to figuring out Darkrai. I think that's already a misstep. I think you
Like,
showed up unprepared.
Let's
Because
have positive energy instead of just being upset about everything. We haven't even gotten to see one game yet.
Unreal strong Darkrai is. So if you didn't take the time within your team to practice it at least a little bit and figure it out for your own advantage, to be
Already
able to
having fun?
play
No,
high
for
roads,
sure.
that
I'm
is
just here to have a good
service,
time.
And honestly, not a championship preparation.
Building more hype? Yeah, we're chilling, guys. We're chilling.
Shame on you.
Fortunate stuff right there if you did not do something with that Darkrai. Of course you could bait
And like,
right?
imagine how hard their job is right now.
I don't want to to see that thing. We're going to need
Like
to ban it.
Spraggles and Dupes, like so many people would fold right now.
On Thea Sky Ruins. I don't know how to play it. I think some people do. Let's ban it. That's always a strategy.
Correct.
Yeah.
And especially if you are in that second pick spot, because if you've done your preparation and you're in the first slot, you want to see Darkrai come through
turn them up for
and
a
be
bit.
able to nab it first.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Now, one thing that's interesting that we've seen happen through the life cycle of a tournament is something be banned incredibly heavy early,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden, the internal, the metagame of the tournament itself begins to shift.
You know
and
what
all of a sudden
Pokemon
you
had
can
this
let random
at
things come
NAIC?
through because everybody started rotating in a different
Here's a
direction, which means those
pop
become
quiz for
less
you guys.
impactful, which then they get
Which
put into the
Pokemon
mix, and then the
at
cycle
2020,
starts over. We saw
like
that,
the previous, most recent
specifically, or the
NAIC,
most impactful way
didn't
at
get
NAIC
banned on day
last
one
year,
too much,
which
and then
just
ended up becoming was actually the
Yeah, I mean, we saw some
most broken
crazy
Pokemon of the
stuff, right? So
tournament.
this was a time when
There's one specific
Tyranitar
Pokemon.
was widely considered the best thing in the game. There was Tyranitar
Does anyone know?
and Phalanx, and the question is are either of these Pokemon going to make it through? And then they started to be let through more and more, and it looked like Phalanx at the time was the real deal. And Tyranitar actually, when running into maybe your solo queue games, was absolutely dominating.
It is Phalanx. Spraggles just mentioned it. Phalanx
Phalanx
had a 100% win rate going into the finals at NAIC.
They were able to take that thing down.
Even-
and you're right.
I don't think it did the whole tournament. It might have ended up losing, but going into the finals or semifinals, it had a 100% win rate.
When they're all here and you're getting so much information, you're running to each of these teams and you're saying every time they're
That was the
playing
patch where
Mewtwo
Phalanx was
they are
super
losing.
OP.
All of a sudden, this Pokemon completely drops off the radar, and then they go, oh, Zacian is cleaning up every single match. Now all of a sudden, you've got your Zacian player on your squad. You're either banning it or you're picking it.
Day one when people were trying to play Zeraora, that was funny. That was at Worlds, yeah.
Times and it starts losing. All of a sudden, we can
What
see a
happened
lot
with
of Darkrai.
Zeraora at Worlds
Then
was
we see no Darkrai
Toon was
because
playing it
no
in
one is
scrims.
picking
Toon
it.
and other
It
people,
really
but
is
Toon
a
was mostly
question
playing it in
what
scrims.
happens when you
And
get
LG
here,
and
when you are
Nouns
playing
were
all in the
playing
same
against
room,
each other a
when you're
lot.
getting this information of what these other top teams
And
are doing
because
in
of
the
that,
moment,
right,
what strategies they've hidden,
LG
what
started
strategies
believing a
they've
lot
not been
in
hiding, and they're
Zeraora.
just playing what they
But
had
the
in scrims.
problem
You're gonna
is
find out so
is
much
that
in the
when
tournament,
Toon's team
just
was
like a
playing it,
Pokemon
Toon was
does
on it, and
evolve.
Toon is the
And so
attacker
the
player.
one wrinkle
And when
in this
LG was
tournament
playing it,
specifically is
Overlord was
because
playing it,
day
and
one
Overlord's
is
like
best of
the
one,
hyper carry on the
that
team,
might
right?
create a lot of false
And the reason why
positives as well,
Zeraora was good
where you kind of, you don't
was
have
that you
the
could put it on
3-game
someone
set
who
to
doesn't
really
normally take a
build
lot of
that,
farm,
like, I will say
and
a
they
team's
can
ecosystem, right? You
do
kind of
more
figure
out of that
where they're
role.
going, what exists in it.
But if you put it
you're
on the
getting,
guy who
man,
gets
these
all the
are false
attention
positives. They played
anyways,
this one game. They played this one game.
then,
so you're not really getting a good sample size to be able to
like, he's just gonna get focused down, and he like, you might as well just carry with something
which
else.
might lead teams to make the wrong conclusions, or teams not adjust fast enough because they're saying, well, it only happened twice.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That's true. And also with these best of ones, you're going to, like you said, you get limited information, and you're not going to know.
And then
whether it was
LG
the
also
team
just dropped the
picked,
bag. They
maybe
picked the
something
game one into Mazo's team
with a lot of these teams,
with Comfy,
you
which
just
was
have a
fine,
few bullet
but they decided to
So many
go
teams are here, so you can't have full
Sweet
information
Kiss
on
Comfy,
squads. But if you
and the
go,
enemy team was
they
like
have a
Blaziken
player that's getting
and a
banned,
bunch
they
of
have
other
a Pokemon
Pokemon that have
that's getting banned,
unstoppables.
moving on.
So every time the Zeraora tried to engage, the enemy all-rounders would just press their unstoppable move. I think it was like Blaze Urshi. And then the Sweet Kiss would just get unstoppable, then do nothing.
We'll see how.
If they had just gone, like, genuinely, if they had just gone healed, they probably would have been fine that game. I remember watching that game with the Mazo's team's coach, like Legacy's coach, Replicate, and him and I, we saw the same exact draft line. Like, the whole draft was like focused around Urshi, because Dark Bear Urshi was countering everything LG was doing, including that Zeraora strat they wanted. And I remember Mazo's team not taking first pick in game 3 and thinking it's such a mistake, and Replicate, I think he agreed with me.
Which is why we're here, and I'm not even convinced I used the word ecosystem.
And then,
right? I'm like, that's like that gal. That
I don't know.
in my brain. I was like,
LG tried to pick it again in their third set, where Overlord swing Zera, and I don't know, maybe at that point they were like too tilted or whatever it was. But they were just getting farmed by Venusaur. Like, what the Venusaur was doing is that the Zera would engage, the Venusaur would drop Sludge Bomb on where the Zera Volt Switch went to, and then he would hold his Solar Beam, and if Overlord took his Volt Switch back, he would beam where the Volt Switch was, And if he didn't, he would just Volt Switch to Zera Raw. And Zera is a Pokemon that you don't want to get poked on, right? Like the way Zeraora works, I'll do some yapping while these guys are getting set up. The way Zeraora works is he gains attack set when he takes damage, right? So if you lose your HP before you're ready to commit to the fight, you've just lost your HP. Ideally, the way you play Zera is you Volt Switch in, you take a whole bunch of damage, right? Your passive goes up to full, you gain like over 200 attack set, and then with Energy Amp, you use your ult and you one-shot someone. You do like this one-shot bomb combo. But if you lose half your HP to Solar Beam before you even get to engage, your passive's gonna not be stacked up all the way. And then when you're going to try to go in the next time,
it's exactly what you would do is spill hot
you're not going to be able to stack your passive because you've already taken so much damage.
Insane amount of cables that are near Doomsnap.
So that's why, like, with Sweet Kiss, if you're going to do it, it has to be your first engage has to go really well. But if the other team has unstoppables every time you go in, you're not going to do anything. And then the game they played it into Venusaur, he would just lose his focus band.
So if power goes out, which has happened.
How long does the passive last? I want to say it's like 8 seconds, maybe? No, 4 seconds.
Yes, we are.
So it's really not a long time. Very, very short amount of time. 8%, not, yeah, it's 8% of the damage you take as attack up to 200.
Do not go anywhere. I know we
and it lasts for 4 seconds.
I know what I'm not allowed to have. It's an ice pack.
That's right. We'll be right back, everybody.
So like if you get beamed, you have to, in the next 4 seconds, you have to make a play. But what the Venusaur is going to do is just going to beam and walk away from you. But the biggest problem was them putting Overlord on Zera. If they wanted to play Zera, it should have been Otter playing it. The whole point of Zera is that you either make the enemy team waste stuff on you, and then you get one big damage off with your ult, or if they don't waste stuff on you, you just jump on them and auto attack them. Right? And if they waste stuff on you, then your other guy comes in and carries. But in LG's case, like, Overlord is the other guy. Like, he is the guy. So there's no reason for them not to just use everything on him. Right? It's not to say that, like, the players around him aren't good. That's just not how they play the game. I don't know if I felt like Passenger. It's just, I think they just have like a difference in style. No start yet? No, not yet. But I don't know, you guys have to remember, like, such small things can make a big difference, right? Like, if LG had 2-0 to their set into Legacy, LG would have made it out of groups, and then getting to play another day with like a fresh night's of sleep, right? They could have been a completely different team, right? And the reason why they didn't 2-0, right? And maybe things would go different if game 1 went right. You can't predict everything, but they literally lost the game because they were the first match of the day on broadcast, and they decided to go Sweet Kiss Comfy as like a meme almost. I'm not saying they didn't deserve it, right? Every team deserves what they get, but it's not as easy to just say, oh, they threw by just being bad, right? They just sucked, right? It's just, you have to be good to be lucky, and you have to be lucky to be good. It takes like a little bit of both. But Fennel was the best team there, and they ended up winning, so you can't complain too much about the full result. We once 5v5 Luminosity Gaming and we won. I mean, that's great, bro. I'm happy for you. But in a game like Pokemon Unite, you can't expect to win 100% of your games. In Pokemon Unite, there's always another game. Bruno Mars said that. He did say that. Like, we played a side event at Worlds against one of the Latin America teams that did pretty well. And our team was me, it was me, Toon, Bruv, Zug, and Otter. Right? So like 3 support tank players and 2 damage players. Me who hadn't played competitive for a while. And 5 people that haven't played on a team together. And we beat one of the Latin America, like they're 5. Does that mean we would have won like a best of 5 into them? Maybe, maybe not. Right? But just because you win a game doesn't automatically just mean that team's bad or you're just way better. That's just results-oriented thinking.
Everybody to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series with Ice Pack on his mouth. I'm joined by Doob Snacks. I'm Spraggles, the content.
How many years has it been since Wolfie won Worlds? Does that mean that he's not one of the best Pokemon VGC players? Every tournament that Wolfie lost in VGC, does that mean he was just worse?
It's going to be Drago Unite Z.
Just wanted to flex the win. I mean, I'll take the win, every win I can get, bro. I got a jersey out of that I gave to Palace.
Yeah, I believe Soto's on there as well. Yeah, I mean,
You forgot to wish your dad happy birthday yesterday? Uh-oh.
As we get ready for our first draft, it's going to look a little bit like the draft that we
Okay.
started just a moment ago. Leafeon banned, Dodrio banned, Hoopa now, a support
Okay,
we were talking
so
about,
Leafeon,
bans, and then Blissey
Hoopa,
is the
Blissey.
ban. This means
So Darkrai's up. Umbreon's also up. I think Puzzy probably takes Darkrai. But it's scary. Here on the other side, I would 100% for sure go Umbreon. You could go like Umbreon Mimikyu. Okay. No offense to the team on the right. But I don't think they're picking the characters that are the best in the role. I think they might be picking Pokemon that they're more comfortable with. Which in like a normal scenario is fine, but if you're playing at, you know, the championship series, it's not going to be enough. It's Umbreon, Darkrai have to be like the strongest, the 2 most powerful Pokemon in their respective roles right now. Deny lax from the enemy Darkrai team. It's just that interaction is good, but it doesn't matter that much. So they're gonna go Comfy because Blissy's banned out and they first picked Eld. Like this is a draft where a lot of the supporters got banned away. Hoopa, Blissey, Eld. So Comfy's like one of the only ones left. You could flex Umbreon into Wish and rely only on that, but you can also play with Comfy. It's absolutely fine. Zacian picked, but it's a tough game for Zacian to succeed. Right? Umbreon alone is like a really hard counter to Zacian. Umbreon has so many unstoppables in its kit. It can lower Zacian's stats percentage-wise. Likely you will see Foul Play Snarl, right? And Zacian has really high base stats. So Foul Play actually does a lot of damage, a lot of stun from Snarl, a lot of disruption from there. And yeah, I think Tuzzy's draft just looks so strong here. The reason why I'm saying foul play is a lot of damage into Zacian, because if you guys don't know, foul play's damage, the way that it works is it's a two cast, right? The first part of foul play, if you hit it, you get to use the second part. The first part, when you activate it, it snapshots the enemy's attack. So let's say they have like 1,000 attack, you foul play them. Now your Umbreon will remember you had 1,000 attack. And then the second part does damage based on how much attack they had when you first hit them with foul play. Right? The reason it works that way is so that you don't reduce their attack with Snarl and then do less damage because of that. So you can like foul play in, Snarl, and then foul play again, or you would auto attack in between. But yeah, you can do a lot of damage. Anyways, we're started. Tuzzy on the left, Drago Unite on the right, and looks like they're doing an invade. Snorlax invade is really strong. Eldegoss is here as well, but it means that the lanes are missing the XP share from the right side, and it looks like the Blaziken got that last hit anyway, so the invade wasn't successful. Even if this Snorlax got that red buff though, right? Like, the lanes are kind of cooked. The one good thing about their double invade, which is really smart by them, is when you invade with a Zacian on your team, it's really good. Because Zacian is a 1v1 like dominator, right? Not a lot of Pokemon can fight Zacian 1v1. Zacian's gonna win a lot of the farm. So if you invade with Zacian on your team, chances are you're gonna do well in that lane. But it looks like the Greedent actually held their own somehow. So Greedent actually hit 5 before the Zacian did. So he's got his Covet online now. And it didn't really look like it did much. Zacian kind of just held its ground. And Darkrai on the other side of the map. That's the other problem, right? Like, bot lane was a 2v1. Bot lane was Darkrai Umbreon into Soul Lane Espeon. Soul Lane Espeon can hold its own, but you're not going to win farm into Darkrai Umbreon together. And now, from here, the game is like really difficult for right side, right? The way right side was going to be successful this game is if this Dragonair got to snowball the game and be able to invade at this part of the game. He did steal that last hit, or get his own last hit, which is good.
Doing a quick bounce up and then making their way to this central area. Zacian looking to make something happen as the rest of the team is fighting there. We see 2 members of Drago.
And now you're going to see wherever a KO is, that's where they want to 4-man. So they got a KO top. They're going to go top side. He misses Dark Pulse. I don't know if the guy was dying anyway. But they're going to get this pad low, and now they can come back here and push this with the Regieleki.
We have multiple
Who do I think is winning LAIC?
multiple members of Tuzzy in the top path.
I think Nouns LG probably are the front runners, in my opinion.
But at the same time, with the way it's
But I'm biased.
right now, it looks like Drago's in a good spot for this bottom path as Blaziken makes its way in here. Already level 9!
Straight in with the focus blast, followed by the overheat on
Blaziken's really strong now.
Used to some heat, but that might be a little too much. Might be filled belly full
So,
of magma, but
as Tuzzy in this spot, you basically, you want to play the game where the enemy team can't get anything. So you want to be on the side where the enemy is. So the enemy is 3 people bottom, you want to be 3 people bottom. Because chances are you're going to win the objective wherever they are. Because of the XP lead that you have. If I was Drago, my goal right now would have been to try to find out where I see the enemy team and immediately start an objective on the other side of the map. It's tough because the Greedent is really good at stalling out solo. So Tuzzy's draft makes a lot of sense, right? You can just leave the Greedent by himself and like good luck starting an objective near overleveled Greedent, right? He's just gonna come in and annoy you. You can't kill him fast enough, and you also can't do the objective in front of him because Belch is a pretty decent last hit. So they broke top, and now they have this Regieleki. They have Darkrai, doesn't have Unite, Greedent has Unite, and Comfey has Unite.
Coordinated games too, because it looks pretty darn good. And now that you've got this Greedent to kind of run the front line,
they're gonna try to push a little bit, but they've done so much on the map here that they don't really even have to.
Put some folks to sleep on their own goals runners going for defense. Straight with a Belch. Zacian with the backdoor though.
So now they see that 4 people are up here. Bottom side they can look for a push because they brought everyone to the top side. Blaziken gets 12, Umbreon gets a little. They're just getting some stacks in.
onto that pad, but they decided they weren't able to make that fight happen as easily as they wanted to. Espeon Unite move finds nothing there as Darkrai disappears.
The block is stalling him out, but he has his ult back.
Big Time Unite picks up a
And now he's gonna have Dark Pulse. Comfy's with him.
Green Unite was right
Being
there.
able to
Comfy
Comfy the Dark Pulse target is also so disgusting, right? Because you have so many chances for the Comfy to heal you back.
And that goal zone that they tried to
Like I said, Tuzzy's draft looks way stronger. They're also the stronger team. So, kind of expected with this outcome here. But if we're looking at how Drago can come back, they have to kind of force a fight when Tuzzy's missing some Unite moves and try pushing a pad. Like, they have to take a fight, lose the fight, and then take the fight again and try to push a pad with the Unite move advantage. Or catch them like 5v4 somewhere, 5v3 somehow. Which is a lot easier said than done.
Because they are getting stressed all over the map. They are getting out leveled. They are getting beaten down. And now we have
things like this can't happen, right? You can't lose your Unite move to nothing, right? You have to think of like every resource in the game as like it's like a resource to your civilization, okay? Right, your Unite moves, your battle items, your held item cooldowns, they're all different resources, right? They're like your wood, your lumber, it's your gold, it's your food, it's your housing, right? You can't, with the enemy civilization, you can't just give up your food to them without getting something in return. So that Blaziken just took the Eldegoss's Unite, they took their food, but they didn't get anything in return.
And when it's a best of one, I think you're in a lot of trouble for Drago here. They're going to need to find someone else in this group to beat. If they
like, if I'm that Eldegoss in that situation and I get caught out, you just have to get knocked out. You cannot afford to lose a resource for nothing in return, especially when you're behind. Yeah, the game is definitely cooked now. There's one shot to be able to come back, and it's a really long team fight at Ray, and Tuzzy has someone that gets knocked out for 40 seconds, and then Drago gets Ray, and with 5 people alive, and they push.
They've been doing all game. It must be a beautiful feeling for Tuzzy here. You're up on the big stage. You're starting your first game looking like absolute rock stars.
Fob, working through.
Like right now, if we had people mid a little bit sooner, we just pop whatever we can on this Redent, and then we try to push a pad off of it. But our comp also just struggles, right? We don't have like, we don't have anything that can really catch something off like that.
Now everybody's getting KO'd. KO Striga 2 already for the chicken. Give one to the Greedent as well.
Like, this is why a character like Espeon is really weak. Like, unless you dominate the early game and you just stay, you get ahead and you stay ahead, Espeon's never doing anything in this situation. But imagine instead of Espeon, you have like a Pikachu, right? And you see the Greedent not in Covet. You have like, you know, let's just say he's Volt Tackle, for example. You have some way to kind of start the fight.
Drago has to make a massive catch.
Like right now, the only catch they really have is Snorlax Heavy Slam Eject.
Levels are so low, being pushed back into their own central area. We see Tuzzy with this incredible. They just have to find a Heavy Slam Eject and then drop literally every ult in the game. We're gonna have to see when they want to decide to move in, and they do.
But no, it gets Dark Pulsed. We lose Espeon. We Eldegoss United. Umbreon Unite on the other side. But there's just there's nothing. Okay, Ray is getting flipped. Even if we get Ray on the right side, it's not gonna matter. And no, there's just too much damage. These are the type of games where you can't flip your way back, right? You can't. If you're Drago in this situation, you can't just say we're gonna flip it, because there's no way you can flip it and then also come out alive to be able to score 4 times, right? Just think of the score as multiples of 100 once you get to the last 2 minutes, right? Enemy team has 400 something, and we have like, let's just say 100. If we want to be able to come back, we need more than they have, so we need 4 scores. Which means 4 Pokemon at Ray. Which means if you try to flip Ray, you need to flip it with only 1 Pokemon getting knocked out. is that like,
category, and that
you know,
seems
any
to be a
reasonable
true
player could look at it and be like, yeah, we're not going to be like, obviously it's a lot easier said than done when you're outside of the game, but you can't just expect to be able to do that.
Well, we see it here in game 1. They let Darkrai into the
I understand. You guys want to, like, we should at least give a little bit of kudos to Drago. Look at this thumbnail draft.
Really hard to shut down.
Let me show you guys a little bit. Let me show you what the plan was, at least.
Is able to hide in the map. It is just so difficult.
Well, I know the next game will probably take a second.
Move in, it can pull
Let's pull up a
back,
picture of the map.
All the while, it really can't be punished.
No, I mean, we literally saw it dodge Unite moves by dipping into those little kind of, well, I kind of... I
don't know why this picture is so small, but good enough.
Into, right? Pops up.
Okay.
Kind of goes whack-a-mole.
So here's what the plan was, right? It's a good plan.
It just actually runs the ones on you.
So on the right side, their plan was to send Snorlax.
We're going to want to see some of these stats here at home because...
Right, so this is from the right side. They sent Snorlax and Eld, right?
Taking a beautiful start.
I could probably find an easier way to do this, right? Snorlax and Eld invade. And the reason why they're sending a double invade, yeah, these are best of one, so we're not going to see these two teams for a bit, right? You send both of these guys to invade, which means that you're going to have a solo laner here, like one solo laner here, and one solo laner here, right? And then your jungler. Normally, your solo laners are going to struggle, because even if the enemy team sends one person to help, you're going to have a 2v1 on one side, right? But what they did was they had two solo laners in both lanes, which if left to a 1v1 will dominate, and if left to a 2v1 will still be okay. They had Zacian up here and Espeon down here, which I can guarantee you this was probably like a best of one game plan that they had going into it, thinking that maybe we can catch them off guard, double invade, and then just have strong solo laners on both sides, right? If Espeon has to 1v2, it just stays back, throws Swifts, maybe he gets some last hits. If Zacian has to 1v2, it just clears the farm on its side really fast, and they can't contest him. And then if either of these get to 1v1, they both also win their 1v1. But the problem is in the process of them picking all these Pokemon, right? Espeon, Snorlax, like these giga early game Pokemon, they gave up some of the most powerful Pokemon in the game. They gave up Darkrai, they gave up Umbreon. I mean, Darkrai and Umbreon are just too strong. Like, I don't think there's a way for them to not give them up because they wanted to ban things like Blissey and Dodrio. But I don't know. I mean, into another team, they maybe could have. Maybe they could have popped off.
It's too little, too late, not enough, not anything.
So the reason why the Eldegoss comes to invade here is because the Snorlax is strong at invading on its own, but you're gonna expect that the Snorlax is gonna be met by whatever their support was, so Comfey. So if the Eld also goes, it means that the Snorlax plus Eld should beat the Blaziken plus Comfey, right? Just think of it this way, like, Snorlax is a really good laner, but if the enemy team has their strong guy in the jungle, how can you make it so that you have a 2v2 fight with the Snorlax somewhere on the map? You could do it in the lane, but another way to do it is in the invade. Sadly, the Snorlax didn't get the red buff. And even if he got the red buff, like the bottom lane giving Darkrai all the XP in the world, because the bottom lane was 2v1, right? It was Umbreon plus Darkrai. Giving the Darkrai the free farm is just too much.
Every Pokemon could have been considered a wild Pokemon.
So yeah, I don't know. It was a good try. There's definitely some merit to their comp, but it wasn't like it wasn't good enough in the face of Darkrai Umbreon.
I think you would be banning it, and I love to see if a team has the opportunity, they will play it, and they should, because this Pokemon is incredibly good. So if you've got Darkrai available and you've got your Darkrai player, I would expect a lot of teams to pick it up, unless Doob Snacks, you really had the counter. You really had the answer. You played against it enough.
Snorlax also is a pretty decent tank into Darkrai,
I can tell you that last one was not that.
No, it wasn't.
It's not
It
worth
was
giving
we'll let it
Umbreon.
through and not have any sort of proactive or reactive.
Is this orange
plan to deal
juice?
with it. Oftentimes, what we'll
This
see when you have
is
incredibly strong
an energy
Pokemon
drink.
like a Darkrai, you're leaning
But I poured it
towards
into a
things
bottle
like
'cause
a Zarina, a
I'm not giving them
Mewtwo,
free advertisement.
A Slowbro, something that can single target isolate, keep them in place so the team can collapse on top of them, get that knockout, and eliminate them from the equation, but eliminate them quickly.
Yeah.
We didn't see that.
Because
happen
today's
at all.
coverage,
They had
if we do have to go in
none of
game,
those tools in their toolkit
is brought to you by the Red Magic 9S Pro.
Hard Pokemon, even if
The
you
world's
have
best gaming
single
phone.
target damage, you're really going to need to focus it because
Yeah, it's
unlike
orange
some
juice,
other
Kappa.
speedsters, it's one of the bulkier speedsters in the
Didn't
game.
have any ranged attackers,
One
but I
of the
guess
highest
Darkrai's kind of ranged.
One of the highest.
You don't
defensive
always need a
defensive
ranged
stats
attacker,
of any of the speedsters.
like,
Might be the highest in each category.
if you
Right up there with
just win your
Gengar,
lanes,
surprisingly enough. Gengar is also
then
kind of a
it doesn't
bulky
matter. You can just charge at them, right?
So it's a tough one to take down. It hides in the map. It
My
takes you
issue,
to the dark
right?
place,
I think the
upside
real
down
issue with the
its
comp
Unite
that we
move
just
there.
saw,
So
though,
it has a lot
right?
of
So they had
tools in its
Snorlax,
toolkit. Even if you
Eldegoss,
try to shut it
Espeon,
down,
Zacian.
it's
The
really
problem
hard
they
to
had
do.
was in the jungle,
Really
they
is.
sent,
And if
what
I'm
was it,
Gengar, I'm looking at
Dragonite,
Darkrai, I'm like,
right?
why Unite
In
move
this
puts me into the
situation, you
ground?
don't want a
Why Unite
Pokemon
move puts
that
me in the ground?
is
If
going to
it's just
struggle
do
in
it
the
on
early game.
cooldown.
Yeah, you
Like,
just do it every
unless
6 seconds.
everything goes
This is
perfectly for you, and then the Dragonair can just
Of course,
invade off
Jesse
the
starts
bat,
kicks off with our
it's
first
gonna,
win here.
it's
We've
not,
got
it's gonna be
Exiled popped
ugly,
up at the bottom of the screen.
right? What I would have
Follow
liked to
those
see them
things.
do
Most
instead
importantly,
is, I mean, they're the ones that banned Dodrio, I think, but a character like Dodrio, right, you get level 5, immediately you put pressure on the map. Leafeon was banned, so you can't really play Leafeon. Absol, right?
Yeah.
Like, Absol into the enemy comp, not great into their draft, but if this is the strat that they want to play where they just go Giga super early game, you need a character that hits level 5 and immediately just starts winning the game. Zoroark could be okay. Zoroark could work.
And in a group stage like this, you know, you get to play every team.
But you want
in
like a
your group, which
really
is
strong level
exciting.
5
But again,
character.
You get to play every team one
Like,
time. So starting off,
Leafeon's better because it's at level 4.
starting off on stage with
Dragonair
that,
is just
I
not
feel
strong
like
enough.
If you have any nerves, if you have any worries about
Surprised
the tournament,
Clef isn't good
all
in the
of a sudden,
brawler heavy
I
meta.
mean,
It's
you
just
are riding
gravity doesn't do
That's
anything
all
when
on.
the enemy
It's time
has
to
full
play
heal.
and have fun.
Right?
If you're going
And,
into
like,
your matches with that energy, I
there's
think
so
you
many
will
ways for you to bait out the gravity, and gravity's cooldown's way longer than the Speedster's cooldowns are. Mystical Fire Sylve, if it wasn't as nerfed as it is, normally you would play Mystical Fire Sylve in that spot, yeah. But I think that Pokemon's just not strong enough. Especially into like 5, like the enemy attackers, I mean, I guess Darkrai's a special attacker, but into Blaziken and
like that.
Greedent, I don't think it's good.
First off,
ban Darkrai.
Yeah, ban Darkrai.
That's the first
that
thing
would be a
you should
huge,
learn
huge
from
thing. And also, that's probably the worst of it, which is good, you know? That's going to be your toughest game. That was a really difficult squad to run into. You weren't prepared for what they were going to throw at you. You are now able to adjust to everything that has happened right there. Your tournament's not over. You have a lot of teams to play against still.
I really just don't understand the Dragonite pick.
Should have been kind of prepared for a Darkrai coming at you. I'm not gonna let these teams off the hook. If you're so showed up, signed up, and play competitive Unite, you gotta know what Darkrai does and the impact that has on the game.
Well,
so it can only get better because you're now banning Darkrai every game.
I think that is 100% true, but also you do have to wonder, you know, from all of the games they've played, from all of the scrims that they've done, you do have to wonder, did they think maybe Darkrai is the Tyranitar, where it's like, hey, this thing is dang good, but actually in competitive play, we have a lot.
Yeah, I have the
of
Snowfall
answers.
White.
Obviously, that
Snowfall
game,
White,
not
Red
a good
Magic.
Example, not a good example of a team with lots of answers to Darkrai. I think the answer was banned, but there are a lot of Pokemon to worry about. You saw Hoopa and Blissey get banned. We talked about these as possibly the 2 top supports to watch throughout this tournament. It's going to be hard to watch them when they're not there.
Here's like some of the other issues with their draft, right? They had like this plan to do the Snorlax invade,
I know one team
but
is particularly excited.
you have to ban Umbreon then.
Particularly excited about that, and that is Overlord on Luminosity.
Like, you can't, if you're gonna give up Darkrai, you can't give Darkrai and Umbreon.
The comfy meta when it doesn't.
I think I literally think Umbreon is the best Pokemon in competitive Unite.
Of course.
I think it's better than Darkrai. I think it's better than Rhydon. I think Umbreon literally breaks the game.
Materialize how I think.
I don't think. I think I would rather have Umbreon than Darkrai.
Blissey, target ban.
obviously they're both
And
really,
then
really
you
strong,
really just
but
take the best supporters.
Umbreon literally
Obviously,
has
the
like
problem in Darkrai,
3 very
because you're
different
going
ways
second, you
that the
get
character can be
flexibility to
played.
kind of target
Right,
something
you
down
can
on the
play like
opposing team,
Mean Look
and then
Wish,
you unleash all
where
of these
you
other
just play
weapons,
hide in
and then it
bushes,
comes down to
and if
personal
anyone
preference
walks
and
past the
play
bush, they're
styles and
mean looked and your
strategy.
team pounces on them. You can play Foul Play Snarl and shut down all rounders, right? Be in the enemy face, shut down all the all rounders, lower their stats, provide lots of stuns, solo hold pads. Or you can be like a hybrid where you're Foul Play Wish, where you can set up fights like a typical defender with Foul Play, but you can also heal your team.
Playing on very, very low latency, and because of that, you see players that have a lot of skill expression absolutely pop off. These are, you know, times where you see the Overlord on Zoroark go absolute demon mode and really prove how good of a player he is. You have to wonder if banning some of those Pokemon is also very important, right? We saw a Leafeon ban early. I think that makes a lot of sense because this.
I'm also keeping tabs in game.
There are a lot right now.
To see if any players on my friends list are in game, so we can just watch your game directly.
That category. Gotlu famously thinks that Zacian is one of the most difficult Pokemon in the game to play, so it's possible that we see some bans there. I can tell you, the former EX did not look good there in our first game.
Well, nothing, unfortunately, was really going right for Drago Unite Z, but again, you're taking a look at where we're at, where we're going here. I don't necessarily think this is the stage of the tournament where you start.
I meant undocked Switch as well.
I'm more in the.
I'm dual booting it.
Go around, get those top level
So I'm
supports out, get Darkrai
logging on my Switch on one account and then on my phone on the other account, just in case some of the players, because not all the games will be on stream, right? There's a lot of teams here.
That's right. We're going to have to see what happens as day one continues here in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Next is Draco Unite versus Phase O Dread. Tuzzy versus Dream Max, they're in the same group? They must have done that on purpose, right? That's probably like gonna be like that's probably the best match of the day.
Pokemon Unite
is this one right here?
Was the most competitive tournament Unite
that's easily the best match of the day.
Teams from around the world traveled
that and maybe like Nouns versus YT, because YT and Nouns are in the same group.
The title of World Champion. On day one, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon.
So I have like a bunch of devices on my lap, basically,
made some early
or on my desk.
Pokemon compositions were not the only
nothing on that account.
Last year's world champions
Nothing on this account.
Gaming were eliminated. Okay. Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant.
Guys, we could.
At the end of day one,
we could watch some Bird Lotion. There's a 10-minute break. Do you guys want to watch some Bird Lotion ranked gameplay?
Top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket
some Bird Lotion, okay.
From Japan, and it turns out that.
Who? You're about to watch. This is Pokemon Unite's underground legend. Let's put the official stream like over here, just so you guys know when it's coming back. Second, I know how to do this. Oh, look at that production. Wow. If Bird Lotion doesn't win, they should oil up. What does that mean? X speed on Leafeon. Come on, Bird Lotion. What are we doing? PU score champ on my friends list. That guy's trainer profile is on private. I don't think he accepts any friend requests. He might have spectating disabled. Birdlotion probably doesn't know how to disable it. Alright, what's the plan? Birdlotion's on the move. We're farming mid. There's some action in the bot lane. We gotta get to the bot lane, Birdlotion. Fine, we're farming our level 6. Oh, we popped our... Oh, this Birdlotion's the guy that pops his X speed off cooldown. Alright guys, 45 seconds from now. So at 7:20 is when his X speed comes back up. See how long he waits for him to use it. Alright, we got everything mid. We're just farming, it's fine. We're gonna get level 8 and then ult someone. Oh, look at that farming. That efficiency. Oh, where are we going? Why did we do this? Why did we do that little loop-de-loop? Alright, it's fine, we ulted him. X-speed. X-speed came up, we used it. The double. This is gonna stop us. It didn't, he knew. And he also knew that Slowbro had no chance on us. Alright, now we're farming our Unite. So when is our X speed back up? At like 6:30-ish? Just watch him. Watch him use it off cooldown. We're kind of low. If they get this low, though, we might be able to get a Razor Leaf Steal. Oh, we got Telekinesis. Espeon ult. Oh, Birdlotion! Oh, we didn't get it. If Birdlotion got that, he pops off there every time. Alright, X speed is up. X speed is up. Just watch. I bet he'll use it out of base. Oh, he didn't. Double aerial ace. He's saving it for when we need to move around. One in DD. Then ball toy. X speed. It's time. Espeon's down. We're speedy. It's time to score. How broken is Birdlotion? When will we see the other groups? After Group A, there will be the next group. Alright, can we get an X speed counter? 23 seconds. Like 5:20, it'll be back up. Coming up. Do I duo with Birdlotion? Who is Birdlotion? Birdlotion is the #1 bird in his lotion. X speed. Look at that. Speed of sound. Min-maxing. He knows he's not dead. Boom, boom. All right, what's our X speed look like? 20 seconds? A 4:20 situation? Baiting out the Slowbro unit. Oh, okay. Kind of feeling himself there. Time to start the bot objective. Just casually soloing it. It's fine. There she has punch. Oh my god. The synergy. I think we X-speeded there. Oh, and he lives. Yeah, we did X-speed there. Oh, that's fine, it's fine. Bot lane. We got pushed away. It's not fair. Get him. Do we have X speed coming up soon? 15 seconds. We ulted the Psyduck. Where to next, Bird Lotion? Oh. No! We did kind of decide to just back in plain sight. It's okay. Tactical death. Tactical death. Skip ahead a little just so we can be on the same timer. Look at him. Look how fast he is. He's so fast it's going in 2x. Bird Lotion. Oh, Bird Lotion's down. It's fine. He reset his death timer again. Sarah Jolt hit nothing. That's Ace 1995. That guy's still playing the game. He was playing when we were playing this morning and yesterday all morning. He just is a grinder. Okay. Ray's getting low. Bird Lotion. Does he have X speed? No! Where is our X speed? 10 seconds. Oh. Bird Lotion goes down. Looks like this is the end, guys. He's fast as frick. You know what they say, right? You live by the Bird Lotion, you die by the Bird Lotion. Unlucky. Seeing on my other account if there's anyone in game. No. No one here either. No mic diff. Video up of this guy? Yeah, from a while ago.
We are back. We think, as Spraggles and Doomstacks are staring at each other, very confused. They are running over some footage here, and I think they're going to come to the booth. We're certainly looking at the stage, and welcome back, everybody at home. That is why they pay us to be here.
Here we
Do I know the name of it? I don't remember now.
Championship Series season. We are live in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC.
It's an old one though.
And I are back. Jake, your resident content cowboy, Spraggles, and all that. Yeehaw, Doomstacks.
Are we winning? We only got one game so far, but we're working on it.
See Tuzzy once again. All the games today, by the way, best of one.
Yeah, incredibly important. Which
why are some people hating on the Psyduck song in the comments of the video? I don't know, man. I don't know why people are being so toxic. Made me sad.
Unite, but those are all best of one, and you need to survive with the best record in your group to move on to day 2. 3 of those teams are making out of each group.
Yeah, so a lot of teams are.
People are hating on, like, some people are just hating on the song. They're just like, I can't watch this video because of the song. But then they kept commenting like, oh, the song played again, and it's like, bro, you could have just not watched. You didn't have to tell me you hate it. And other people are like, oh, this creator supports AI. He's evil.
We have some insane stuff coming
He
up
sucks.
on day 2. I love when teams call their shot.
They were
say,
bullying me,
"This is the
guys."
team I want to try to take down. We saw it at Worlds when Fusion wanted to run it back against
What
Orange.
started
Juicers,
3 hours
which
ago?
was just such a power play. And we
An
saw
hour
how
45.
well it worked out for him. Now, here today, we have some
Why
incredible
Drago
teams
Unite
we've
picks
not
from
gotten to
Relax
see yet. Speaking of one,
with
Fusion
Umbreon up?
is
I don't
gonna
know.
be
I mean, I
very
think they wanted to
that's
invade
gonna be
with it.
incredibly exciting.
And
Again,
maybe they
your
had like a
Eos Cup
plan to
champions,
try to beat
Diz
Darkrai, but I don't think it was good.
Kabi-chans in the
I think it was
Eos
bad.
Cup. Great run at Worlds. And
Must
in
not be
my mind,
regular
the
viewers to F them.
quintessential,
It's
we're gonna do the same thing
still annoying
over and
to
over and
read,
over
right?
again until you can prove to us that we actually need to change. And it worked.
Greatest Pikachu to ever turn on the mic. That might be it. Thanks, Leon.
Strategy this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what on the new roster, you know, they're excited about, the things that they've not had an opportunity to play.
I've only had one match in nearly 2 hours. Pokemon
A lot of
Unite.
these teams are bringing things out that we haven't either seen in a while or
Pokemon
ever.
Unite, that's why.
Zacian really only got showcased at Worlds and a few things. I think it was an ACL in year 2, if I remember right.
That was a moment.
Yeah, so like Zacian really hasn't seen a ton of play. Green hasn't seen play in a long time, but I think a lot of teams are picking this Pokemon back up. Darkrai is new. Armarouge, Cerulege, both absent from that first game. These are new Pokemon that a lot of these teams could snap up. So we're going to see what they want to play, and Ho-Oh still has not made an appearance yet, which will be very interesting. You can make some incredibly good plays with this if you are able to burn all of your opponent's Unite moves in a big fight. And then when your team is down, you bring them right back, all set to go with their Unites. I mean, the reversal with a play like that could be massive.
Yeah, we're seeing on our screen right now, we have Tuzzy staying on stage, going to be squaring off against Exiled team. Now, Tuzzy, and we're seeing Lel again right there, no stranger to being on stage at these big events, which you'd have to think would kind of lean and favor Tuzzy Esports, because
The Psyduck song was bad, but the amount of hate comments was too much. Yeah, I mean, look, you can not like the song.
Such an impressive.
I disagree. I think the song is amazing, but I'm okay to agree to disagree.
Want to get off that stage.
The video still had like 95% like ratio, so most people liked it, right? It's just a vocal majority situation.
Team that can do it. You know, Tuzzy looked fantastic, but here's Exiled, and you know, we see some players that we know. Dupes, next you're pointing to them right now.
Yeah, Wolf and Kane Lance step up to me immediately as some of the stronger players from the region. It looks like they found themselves Kailuke Ricardo. They're going to have to square up against a very good team that already has taken the stage jitters out of the equation for themselves, and something Exile
so,
team
like,
is
the
going to
video still, I mean,
I gotta say,
it got
right there,
12 dislikes, which isn't a lot.
Picture, so
most of my videos are like almost no dislikes, right? But it's still 95% liked.
Just fair warning, that is mine. I believe I've trademarked it.
I'm more of a Caillou, just
so
deer
it is what it is.
Eye down the camera. Let them think you're confused and lost, but in reality, you are so dialed in, you're looking past the camera.
But then there were people like toxic on the video, right? Song was cringe for me to hear. Reason why I stopped watching. Unnecessary song.
Neither of us
like,
were confused.
I don't know. If I'm these people, I just wouldn't comment.
It was a bit. Gotcha, everybody.
And then obviously you guys coming up to defend me. It is what it is. A lot of people really like the song though.
Tuzzy once again.
Need the song. Need the song. It is what it is.
You get me winning on the main stage. The nerves are gone. You are having fun now. You are vibing, and everyone who comes up onto that stage to meet you has to try to take down the Giants, you know?
Exactly. And that task right now is to Exile. It might just be one game, but Tuzzy, again, has eliminated.
Is mad at life. It is what it is.
Understanding the lights, the heat.
Yeah, there were more people that were excited about the song than upset.
Us. So that's something they've already contended with. They've been successful through that experience, and they kind of get to leverage that moving forward. Exile team, although they do have players that have played on stage before, it's with a new team, and they need to overcome that and quickly because, again, these are best of one, Spriggles.
After we saw that first game with Tuzzy, I have to wonder if Darkrai, especially Tuzzy's Darkrai, is going to make it through at all. As we see, we are still in Group A here. This is our next game coming up. Tuzzy,
they're probably going to have
Exiled.
to...
We just saw Tuzzy. If you missed it,
I think they're probably going to lose some games.
1,100 points. They didn't give up a single KO to the...
Because the Drago Unite game was supposed to be up next, right? I think they probably switched around the schedule a little bit.
Above 100 points. We saw the green get into play, be just a menace. as it once is. Blaziken, you mentioned carrying a Comfy around, able to just kind of rip through the opposing
Don't
team.
focus on the negative,
Overheats
for
and
sure.
throws were there, and honestly,
Look,
just
like I said, it didn't.
because they were just going.
I'm still here, right? It's not, it didn't like ruin my day or anything. It's just
Tuzzy. So Exiled, at least they know.
I don't understand how people can be like that, but it's just the internet. It is what it is.
Tuzzy just played on the big stage.
I gotta talk a little bit about Greedon. One thing that I love about Covet, I think it does so many things. It's almost deceptive in what exactly Covet does. So Greedon's Belch Covet combo recently getting a buff is really nice because not only does Covet give you this hindrance resistance, that's where you see Greedon kind of start to run around and you're almost controlling it like Tokyo Drift style, drifting around the map. When you use Belch before Covet, you hit Covet, Belch is immediately reset. So it's a
That's our
complete
best of
cooldown
one.
reset on Belch, which is huge. At the same time, you are throwing berries in front of you, healing yourself. At the same time, you have hindrance resistance. At the same time, every Pokemon you pass through on the enemy team,
Little boop.
you are giving them this brief knock-up that will
Little
get them
boop.
out of a move that they're trying
Eld
to cast
or
something
Psy, which
like
is
that.
highest damage support.
You can really disrupt
If
the enemy
you're talking
team
about
with it, and it
supporter
doesn't
and the
feel like a
supporter role,
stereotypical
Psyduck by
defender, it
far.
certainly is not. But in those moments, it applies heavy disruption to the enemy team. Not only that, recently,
I think Psyduck might not
Belch
get
has been
nerfed.
buffed
I was
to
thinking about
where
it this
gives
morning.
a massive slow
Psyduck does
to
like
the
a
enemy
decent
team. So
amount
you
of
see a little
damage,
slowing effect. Now it's a
but
40% slow
if you nerf the
to enemy
damage,
team. So
what
the
else does it have
disruption for
left?
Greedon is kind of
Right?
through the
Like,
roof right now. And we've got
I don't
this
think like
weird
its utility is good, but it needs to
defender
pressure with some damage.
Pokemon
Yep.
coming
And it's
back
not like
into
its
the meta.
damage is
Really
that
tough
insane.
to deal with.
It
I
absolutely
think
is.
if they
Of
do
course, you
nerf it,
mentioned
it might
not
be on
just
its
it has
passive or its
hindrance resistance,
tankiness.
but it's kind of
But I think they
creating
might
its
leave
own
the damage
CC in
untouched.
its little sphere that it likes
I
to
think.
scamper in. It makes
I could
it
be wrong.
great
We'll
for
see.
Engagement. It makes it great for invasion. It can really hold down a path on itself. If you think back all the way back to UCS Season 1, when you think of players like Artriu taking Greedon
To sort of
to the
heal
top
on
half
its
with
kit?
the Belch Covet moveset,
I don't know. I'm a fan of its kit. I think it's cool.
On that Greedon. And it
It
feels
has like a
we're back to the
reposition.
heyday of
So we're talking about
Greedon.
Psyduck. It has like a
Players have
reposition.
this in their
It has a way to
arsenal.
increase
I'd
enemy
love to see it, and
cooldowns.
that's
It has
why
some
in my mind
knock-up
it was like
or
the dark
some
horse for
knockbacks.
myself going to this event because
I think its
such a difference.
disrupting capabilities are good.
And you know, we could still see Bullet Seed. Bullet Seed recently got buffed.
Did not play
got a cooldown
Prime
buff.
Mime Time?
Before that,
True.
it had gotten a damage buff a
Or
little
Prime
while back. Kind of
Sableye, to be
Charizard
honest,
started to
right?
mess with a little bit. And then at the same time, its Unite move being buffed works for every build. So we
But
really
those
saw
characters got
Greedon
nerfed,
see
I
a
guess
lot
is,
of different
would be the
moves from
counter argument, right?
Or a lot of different Greedons throughout this tournament. Now that's a Pokemon that I haven't thought about in a minute though, just as I said it. Charizard.
Yeah.
How the mighty have fallen. I don't know if we're going to see Char at all today.
No, I don't suspect we will, especially as we've just started leaning towards this more attacker-centric kind of meta, just the strength that attackers have right now. I think it's pretty prohibitive on Charizard.
I think
to begin with.
Charizard could
Of
have
course, it kinda had this
some play, but I
huge
agree.
series of buffs, right? We talk about turning the dial where they flip that thing all the way up to 11, and all of a sudden
Utility
Charizard was
supporter,
like the
full-on
greatest thing
supporter. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't shield or
Unite,
heal.
cooldown that it had at the time was almost instantaneous. You were hitting like 6 of those a game.
I honestly think
Working on
Psyduck is
an
perfect.
individual
Like,
isolating move.
I think
Charizard
they
Unite
completely
did
nailed
that.
its design
It was
philosophy.
just suplexing you from space.
Can I talk about a Pokemon that got a Unite move change that I hope we see? I don't know if we will, and that's Greninja. Greninja's change was actually pretty massive.
Greninja could be
it got
fire.
a little bit of damage reduction on
Yeah,
its
Sableye
Unite.
used to do
It
way
is
too much
throwing that
damage.
thing every minute of the game as soon as it gets it, which is a powerful position for Greninja to be in because you've got the attack speed, attack damage boost that you get from it. So yeah, they shaved off a little bit of its damage in some way, but the fact that you're uniting all the time, I think means Greninja has some viability. We're going to have to see if it makes its way into competitive play. As you may have seen if you've been watching Unite for, a few seasons now, or just, some recent ranked stuff with Unite.
Second coming of Sableye meta, it's a little different, right? Like, Psyduck has more... Psyduck's stronger in team fights than Sableye, than arguably Sableye ever was. But Sableye makes up for it in the fact that it's a lot sneakier, Sableye has better access to be able to invade, jump on top of the back line without being seen, run around the map and score. So the reason why I like Psyduck so much is it has noticeable differences.
making a point. The old heads, the UCS season.
I feel like it's pretty balanced. I think Psyduck probably needs some nerf in its survivability. I think it's too survivable. I don't think it does too much damage. Like, I think it does a lot of damage, but I don't think it does enough damage to nerf. You know what I mean? Because if you take away damage from Psyduck, it doesn't have much left, right? Like, it needs to be able to do damage, otherwise it's just going to be a little annoying, and it's not annoying enough.
Now, while we're waiting
Like,
for players
I don't think you can take the damage away.
ready for this next game, I want to talk to you about
How's the pull on Psychic? It's pretty good. Disable is such a strong move that I don't know how you could justify not going Disable.
I would like to,
Maybe they could nerf Disable a little.
In-game. Not only in-game, all the time, even off camera.
Well, Surf only does too much CC if your headache gauge is filled, right?
I would like to hear your
So you have to meet that
Do we see
criteria
some teams pull it
first.
out? It always
Your
feels
raw
like
Surfs aren't actually that much stun.
player, there's a possibility, but boy, we don't see much of it.
And like, then, right, if you want to say, okay, it's headache mode, stun is too long, well, it also literally doesn't get to play the game right after headache mode, right? So it needs to be strong because the downside has to be worth it. I think the part of Psyduck that is ridiculous, though, is how quickly his headache charges, and the fact that he goes invulnerable with movement speed and knocks people back. Like, you could literally be in a guard ult, walk away from the guard ult with max movement speed, and be invulnerable and shove everyone behind you, and then also surf and throw your surfs backwards at them. Like, I think that part of its kit might be too OP.
And then, like, it's kind of our thing type energy. Stinks to say, because obviously I love playing Sable. I love
Already lost the game because Psyduck couldn't defend because of headache. It's gonna happen. It's literally will happen.
Pokemon can do. I just don't think we're there.
You know, this makes me think a little bit of just thinking about that Pokemon not fully being there. Thinking about Charizard, I'm thinking a little bit about our Kanto starters in general right now. We might see a little Venusaur. Blastoise recently got some buffs, and I saw a lot of teams toying around with it, but I don't know if we actually see much Blastoise.
You know what Kanto Pokemon, I don't know if they've brought it up yet.
Actually might be the way to go if we do see it, but I wonder if
But it's Lapras. I think Lapras is a Pokemon that,
avoiding kind of our three
if we don't see it today, if it makes it, like, if it starts doing well, it might gain momentum throughout the tournament.
Blastoise, Venusaur, Charizard.
I think in a meta where Umbreon is banned out, right? Assuming like the teams are drafting the way I think they should draft, you ban Umbreon out.
I think we're gonna see it.
Let's say like Umbreon, and then you decide to ban Tree, maybe even, or even if you let the other team have Tree, right? Like, let's say Umbreon's banned and you decide to use your high pick on another valuable Pokemon like Hoopa, Leafeon, Dodrio, Darkrai's probably banned, Zacian, like some other high value Pokemon, and the other team takes Tree in response. I think Lapras is just so crazy strong. Like, one of the main things that defenders do really well, like the good defenders do really well, right? Let's open up our scratch pad here.
Then you'll see in the bottom path oftentimes is where you'll find your attacker and defender. So you'll try
Damn,
to
we
find
can't.
something that has great range, great
You can't undo everything. Okay, boom. Right, one of the things that defenders do really well, you guys can see this, right? Yeah. Is holding, like, and it seems really obvious, right? It's just holding pads for a really long time, right? So like Lapras comes down, right? Your team is like all rotating down or whatever. Maybe someone's farming, right? Whatever it is, to take the jump pad. Like, Lapras just stays alive on your pad for so long while your whole team gets to do other things. Meanwhile, like, yeah, Tree can do that decently well. Slowbro can do it decently well. Snorlax, if it has its Unite move, can do it recently well. I think those are all good. But the difference with Lapras is, one, he doesn't need to use his Unite move to be able to defend the pad, right? He just has so much healing on his own. Bubble Beam, Shield, Water Pulse, boosted auto heals. But let's say that the enemy team doesn't actually end up pushing bottom, right? So the tank is sitting bottom the whole time, right? So like, let's say this is a tree, he's bottom, the Umbreon's bottom, Snorlax is bottom. Let's say the enemy team decides to go and fight top. Now these defenders have to slowly walk all the way up, you know? And by the time this defender gets up here, they could be late to this fight, or maybe a Speedster is just like goes and scores anyways, right? Lapras though, right? Lapras gets to stay bottom, farm. Oh shit, the enemy team is top. Boom, I'm ulting top.
Oh, yeah. Of gaining your attack
right? It's like it literally goes like that. You're farming, boom. But like if you're Slowbro, for example, you're like this.
Special attack stat.
You know,
boy, when they get
slowly,
that boosted, all of their
slowly,
scale incredibly well off of that stat. Now, all-rounders in general, you can put
I only made it over here. But if you're Lapras,
every single
boom.
Move, their basic attacks, their boosted attacks.
Yeah, and you can also pick up a teammate. So like, let's say your guy's farming his red buff, the fight is top, Lapras, boom, yo, I'm coming, okay. They connect over here, boom, boom. It's literally like you're playing chess.
Now, I will say,
so yeah, I don't know. I think Lapras in competitive just has, and this is literally what we saw when Lapras was strong. Right? When Lapras was good last year at NAIC, last year Worlds, like not 2024 Worlds, but 2023, that's where Lapras was its strongest. And functionally, the only difference between 2023 Lapras and current Lapras now is the Unite move cooldown. That's like the only real difference.
They did not look good.
Yeah.
So there's
and that was a meta where Umbreon was already really strong. Tree was even better.
Get it done.
And Lapras was still one of the strongest Pokemon in the game.
So you're going to have to consider all of these things because these regions all play differently. So you need to have more than just one of
So yeah, I don't know. I think Lapras is probably the most criminally underrated Pokemon right now.
Well, one of the interesting things that you'll find, right? You're talking about
perfect draft versus myself so you can see what priorities you need to look at. It's like at that point, it's like way too subjective, right?
Thing that's happening on the map.
Yeah,
you're just a nuisance, right? And I feel like
it just depends on what each team is good at.
Really well, if your opponents want to fight you, you have this great sustain, these great walls. But if your opponents just want to go right around you, deal with all the objectives, take all of your wild Pokemon away, really starve you of experience, and make sure that you're
Lapras is a bishop of chess.
Really matter how bulky they
yeah, Lapras is kind of like a bishop.
These teams have a different
Blaziken
entirely. Yeah. And one of my favorite things about seeing all these teams
Bishop,
regions,
Blaziken,
especially when we're at Worlds, is you really get to see
Bears.
Strategy comes out on top. You know, it felt like Japan as a
Combuskin
really had this attitude where they were like, I'm going for these wild Pokemon, I'm going for these objectives, I'm not looking to fight you as much. I'm looking
Beats.
To fight
there you go. You got the reference. I'm glad at least one person understood what I was doing.
On every wild Pokemon.
Beats, Bears, Blaziken.
Also fought incredibly well and beat you at every single team fight and took every single
whoa.
But in general,
Drake said we don't use that word anymore, all right? They're queens.
There are times where one
Bidoof
seems to be favorited, especially in the match that you're playing. But
actually, I don't think that's what Drake said. I don't know. I kind of just made that up.
Might do absolutely nothing because that Dodrio is
what kind of bear is
anyway.
best?
Central area and it's already eaten up all of that delicious
Blaziken.
The different approaches. And I think,
what's up, Bridyesh? Thanks, bro.
When we were talking about like World Season 1, it's how
Battlestar Galactica.
All these regions approach the game.
Yeah.
Now that we're going into Season 4,
Eldigan moved from top to bot pretty quickly with Spore X speed. Yeah, the difference is that if you take out Spore and you're just going to use X speed and the speed fruit to move, any character can kind of move across the map fast, right? But yeah, for sure. It is a good thing about Eld.
Everybody else was just playing to their identity. Fennel was playing everyone's identity. So if you chose A, they chose B. If you know, whatever the best counter to that was, and that's why you see them. Oh, you want to play straight up in a team fight? We will beat you in a team fight.
Yeah.
But their most kind of relied on style was calculated aggression. Oh, we have a 3-on-2.
Hoopa can move from top to bot quickly too, for sure. I mean, that's what makes Hoopa really good. Right, being able to move across the maps.
They were really good
Bear
at adapting
Tech.
to whatever the other team was
Bidoof.
presenting them.
Blaziken.
Not only in the draft screen, but when the game was
Will we see
actually developing in
Garchomps?
those 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it's going to be
Will we see
interesting to
Garchomp? It's a good question. Let's look at the Pokemon. I don't think so. Right? If I look at the all-rounder tab, I think we're gonna see Mimikyu. I think we're gonna see Gyarados. I think we're gonna see Blaziken. I think we're gonna see Zacian. I think we're gonna see some Urshifu.
And we're going to have to see what they
It might dip into Metagross. Maybe some Buzzwole, Cerulege for sure. Maybe some Lucario. Garchomp.
So that's going to be really interesting to see how exactly these teams play.
I mean, maybe. Maybe.
Day one, I feel like is.
My God, when is this gonna start? I know. When is it gonna start? Gosh darn it, man.
Here we are. We're playing Darkrai, and we're gonna beat you. Obviously, day one, it feels like you've got to play you to a T. You've got to bring this.
Some of the Latam teams like Scyther too. Scyther's a speedster. Here's if you guys don't know, Scyther literally, like, it might be considered an all-rounder, but it's the one Pokemon that I would say is literally built like a speedster. And I can prove it to you right here, okay? First, we'll look at the stats, okay?
Take a step back. We've been talking a lot about
filter by cooldown reduction. As you can see, most all-rounders in the game.
We bumped into a bunch of Brazilian teams that had signed up that are
Lifesteal. Most all-rounders in the game have baseline lifesteal, right? Boom. Some have less, right? Azu and Cerulege particularly have less because they get it built in their kit. Mewtwo is just a Mewtwo. Aegislash has lifesteal on his boosted auto, so he basically has lifesteal, but Scyther doesn't. Right? If you look at all the all-rounders, you look at their HP, very bulky. Boom, Scyther not bulky. Right? You look at their attack set, pretty moderate, right? Zacian obviously being the exception because it's Zacian, but Scyther way more, right? Meanwhile, you look at the speedster category, right? All their main stat is extremely high, right? Obviously Gengar, Darkrai are an exception. But all these Pokemon, you know, they don't get baseline lifesteal other than Absol. Like, Scyther is literally built like one of these. The other thing, right? Let's just take these two speedsters. You look at their Unite move, they get 80% move speed when they unite. 80% move speed when you unite, right? Meanwhile, you look at an all-rounder. What do all-rounders get when they unite?
However, they know that they take game one against Fusion.
Let's just look at a couple ones.
Like, it's
right? 30% move speed. 30% move speed.
If you were to take a game off such
30% move speed, right? So all these all-rounders typically get around 30% move speed when they unite. What does Scyther get? 80% like the other speedsters.
We talked a little bit earlier about how a format like this on day one, it works really well.
Show the attackers. Attackers live in their own kind of category, right? Like the mages get cooldown reduction, right? Like let's look at like Pika or Mew, for example. Right? 30% CDR. 30% CDR. Whereas the auto attackers get like attack speed usually. Attack speed, Cinderace.
Different Pokemon games, and that's a little bit of variance. And a best of one favors players.
Zeraora is an exception, obviously.
Right, so you have real opportunities for upset.
Can I ask them to not start? Okay. Yeah, Zeraora gets a little bit of everything, but he's just different. That's why.
You never know how that's going to shake out.
Does your approach to playing the games change in best of one, best of three? Personally, no. I wouldn't. I think if you're when you're going into a game, for some people, they have the mindset that we're the worst, we're the worst of the two teams, so we have to do something wacky to be able to win. Personally, right, even if, you know, everyone in the world is going to think that my team is the worst team, I'm going to go into the match thinking that we're the better team. And if you're the better team, you want the game to be not as chaotic, right? You want the game to be like level-headed and consistent because in that game, the better team will win. The more chaos there is, the more chances that a worse team can upset. So if I'm in a best of one, I'm going into the game like I want to make this game as normalized as possible and play what we're used to. And if they do something weird, they'll do something weird.
It looked like a water starter. We're going straight into the
okay.
draft.
We're in game. We're in game. We're in game.
Miraidon, Darkrai. Okay, we're going.
We are in game, guys. Do not panic.
I would be
Exiled bans Miraidon, Blissey. Tuzzy's second pick this time. So remember, last time we saw a game, Tuzzy was first pick. That's why they didn't leave. That's why they didn't ban Darkrai last time. This time they banned it because they don't want to play into it. Other Pokemon they're banning Leafeon. I think these are all very reasonable bans. But this does mean that Umbreon's going to be left in the pool. I think this is a mistake, personally. I think Umbreon, you should just... Umbreon's going to make it through a lot of drafts. And sometimes the first pick team's not going to pick it. But I think you should always pick it when it's up. I think you should always pick Umbreon when it's available. Tuzzy picking Slowbro, maybe they have a read on this team that they like to go like speedsters or something. And they want to be able to lock those Pokemon down. But yeah, I don't know. I just think Umbreon is just way too broken. And I think you're going to see it more in the more later in the tournament. I think Umbreon is going to be the Pokemon that makes a bigger difference. But these are two very strong teams. Looks like Tuzzy's a big believer in Greedent. Looks like they picked it in their previous set. I think Greedent's really strong. Hoopa makes it pretty deep. They decided to go Eld instead of Hoopa. I don't know what their reasoning for that is, but it's fine. They definitely wanted to take their support here so that they could hide their last pick, and maybe they didn't want to go Hoopa because they're maybe afraid of the enemy team's aggression. One problem Hoopa can have is that Hoopa doesn't have like an automatic get out of free jail card for your teammates, right? The other supporters typically have like a way to instantly save your ally. So Eldegoss is Eldalt, Blissey is Blisseyalt, Comfy can unite with the Buddy Barrier, other sports can run Buddy Barrier, right? Hoopa is more like full aggression. And Portal isn't like a reliable save if someone gets jumped on. That's like the one downside Hoopa has. But I think that downside is worth the aggression that you get. Looking at these drafts, I think they're pretty even, to be honest. I think the bottom lane should be, I think not Tuzzy, the other team has like slightly stronger lanes, like slightly better early game. But I think if they don't dominate the early game, I think Tuzzy will be better. Clef's healing output is just not good enough. Clef's like a really weak laner, right? It has like a good last hitting tool on a long cooldown. And outside of that, it struggles as like in the early game, and its healing output just isn't big enough. So yeah, I think Exiled, their laning is much better, right? Hoopa has like the stun on the top side, more range damage. On the bottom side, they have Mamoswine, Espeon. Bottom lane's kind of close. And then out of the jungle at level 5, Ceruledge is going to be stronger than Metagross will be. So I think their early game is better. But it can go really bad. So Blaziken got that. That's good. We forced out the focus ban on Greedent. So now Greedent, you know, can't play as aggressive when they're going to be contesting this 921 up here. They kind of made that was a mistake. They walked away from the top farm. They should have either committed to the bottom right one or instantly gone top. But remember, Greedent has no focus band. If we were just clicking A on the Greedent when he walked up, he should have died, right? Like, these are small things that I'm pointing out, but you should know that the enemy jungler is a Metagross. Metagross isn't going to be done his jungle early like a Speedster would be, so you can play aggressive in that situation, right? When they walk to that bottom right farm, as long as they know the Pikachu hadn't rotated up, which they had vision of, they had an opportunity to be aggressive. Now the Pika's rotated up. And Gradient's already level 5. Now this aggression can't be met. Now we're just gonna bleed. We can try to bring someone up here, but I don't think we brought 2 people up. Maybe we can salvage this. But we already got 7 points on our top pad. Right? So this is really dangerous because the side that has Hoopa, you never want your pads to get low. Because if your pads get low, that means at any point now, this Gradient can come. If he has 5 points, he can just come and break this pad. And that makes it so the Hoopa highway is gone for you to be able to teleport across the map. And like I said, Exiled has had the better early game, but if it didn't go well, it can go really bad for them.
Wiggly.
We're trying to fight mid. This Metagross is already level 7. It's going to be really hard to kill. The Hoopa portal's not going to come in time. Maybe we can catch someone, but Pikachu has eject up. And we're just down in XP now, right? Like, these fights look close, but imagine the XP was the other way around. Like, imagine this Pika in that moment, instead of level 6, was level 5. Because topside had a strong early, like, for strong first minute. And then the Pika's gank was ineffective. This mid fight would go much better for Exiled, and the whole game can just be like completely different from one small mistake in the early game. And that's competitive Pokemon Unite. You literally, like, you start the game with like mistakes that you can make that will impact the whole rest of the game. Almost lost our Blaziken. And literally, like, if I could reverse it back and show you where this game went wrong, it was when the Hoopa and Blaziken walked to the bottom right piece of farm, decided to not go for it, go for the top one, and didn't use that moment when that was when they were strongest in their lane. Right? And then the Espeon didn't match the Pikachu's rotation, so they had to teleport up. Now our pad is gone. Regieleki is pushing top. They weren't doing bottom objective while top objective was being done, so now these are out of sync. We did get bottom, but are we going to be able to teleport top in time? Probably not, so we're just going to push bot. But now we're too late to go top. We needed to just push bottom. We needed the full 5-man bottom and just sack top because it's already walked in. We're too late. Right? You like, it sucks to lose points on your tier 2, but there's no reason to show up when you're already late, you know? It's not like it's school where it's better late than never. Like, sometimes in Pokemon Unite, it is better never than late. If they, instead of being top, just tried to push bottom as 5, maybe they can get some points on this bottom tier 1, right? Yeah, their top tier 2 is going to take some, but now what did they get instead? They got nothing. Right? This bottom pad's still at 80. They have 0 points scored, and they still lost points top. Can you body block stored power? Yes, kind of. You can't body block the projectiles, but if your ally is within stored power range, you can walk inside the stored power to make sure that half of the hits will go on you instead. Now the Metagross has ult. We're just trying to bleed. Like, we're bleeding here. I mean, there's a Slowbro Unite. We're gonna lose points on our pad here. We need XP. We need our Hoopa ult, and we have to force a mismatch somewhere on the map. The moment we see a mismatch somewhere on the map, our Hoopa ults and we take that fight. Right? We need to find somewhere where the enemy team isn't as 5 and take a fight where we're ahead on people. If we just raw walk top with our Hoopa here, we're not forcing a mismatch. The enemy team already has all their people up here. I mean, the Hoopa is getting zoned out from even being able to move out. I like this, though. I like that they're just forcing this objective fast. I don't like that the Hoopa is off on their own, because if we were going to force top, we should have just been with the Hoopa, or we should have gone somewhere else. But this is, like, the Hoopa ulted, but who's going to go through on the Hoopa ult? Okay, we got someone. Not bad. We got 40 in. We got 2 40s.
Yeah, you know, the thing I like about what happened there for Tuzzy, obviously, is they did everything they could to stop it, and only a few...
Okay, I mean, this honestly isn't that bad for Exiled. Like, they're kind of back in the game now. They made so that they didn't lose the top objective. They got the bottom one. They're going to get some experience now. The The problem is they're still down a whole bunch in points. And they don't really have like good poke or that great of an engage to be able to make something happen. And right side's team is very tanky. I don't know what these Espeon picks are about, but Espeon's not been looking good. And this is the problem with Mamoswine, right? When you're super behind like this, it just doesn't do enough. Big Saralech ult, big ult. It's just not enough though. Yeah. Leave them in time for a home walking Lucky. Well, their top tier 2 wasn't dead when they went for the Lucky. The reason they lost their top tier 2 is because the Hoopa abandoned it and walked bottom and made that trade. But it's fine. Like if this is where the Ray fight happens, it's not that big of a deal.
They are probably going to have to take some of these wild Pokemon, farm up, get some of that experience, and get some of that charge on their Unite move.
Like the reason why the Ray fight happening here is broken for left side is because if right side doesn't send 5 people, the Hoopa can ult, and we can have like a full 5v5 fight, even if we had someone farming their ult back like our Saralech. But they want to farm their ults back on the right side. They don't want to take the power play to have the Regieleki. What I would have wanted is the Saralech farming his Unite move back, and then them taking like a 4v5, maybe the Saralech like looking to push on the offlane or something. And then if you see someone on their team defending that pad, then the Hoopa ults top, and you have a 5v4 fight then. But okay, it's fine. We have Saralech Unite. Metagross is so big right now. We need someone to go back cap. We need like we need our like Blaziken or Saralech to just go push bottom. Like we're never making any ground here. Okay, the Mamo's in. There's a Hoopa portal. Big Saralech ult again, but he gets Slowbro ulted. He's just dead. We Hoopa ulted. Metagross Unites on the field. Greedent Unite. And we're way too underleveled. You can't just expect to win a 5v5 fight into a good team when you're down this much in experience, right? This is a chance where if you go to back cap, what are the worst things that could happen if you back cap, right? The enemy team runs at you and forces a fight in your jungle. You just continuously walk backwards, right? So if that happens, that's good for you. The enemy team chases your back capper. Okay, now we've made the game really, really messy. Maybe we can hoop ult and we can find an opening mid now because there's less people there. Or the enemy team decides to flip it because you have a back capper and you're out of position. And if the enemy team makes a flip, bro, Hoopa goes over the wall, we put our ult down, and we go for an overheat eject, and someone else goes for a last hit. Like our odds of winning were already so low that we had to do something. We had to get stupid with it, you know? And yeah, I know you guys are saying that Espeon's really good at spreading anti-heal. It doesn't matter, right? Like, anti-heal is good when the games are balanced and close. But if you're just going to fall behind, right, because you're not playing super aggressive in the early game with your early game mons, you're just going to be behind with the Pokemon that sucks. Who cares? Like, you're not even doing damage to the enemy team. They just have shields. But here's literally where the game went wrong. I'll show you guys if you didn't see. It's easier to rewind on YouTube, so I'm gonna go here. Like, I'm not saying that the game was uncomebackable from this point, but like if I was VOD reviewing, this is where my main complaint would be. So right here, okay? We're the side that has Hoopa in the early game. This is fine. Like, you know, whatever. We're clearing our farm. We're expecting the Greedent to come over. We want to bully the Greedent to wait. That's fine. Whatever. Okay? We just need to get our Blaziken farm. Blaziken needs level 5. If our Blaze gets 5 before their guy gets 5, it's big. Right? But right here, we already have the advantage. Right? We get this last hit. There's no reason for us to release the pressure right now. Like, if I'm from this position, the left side needs to just keep on putting the pressure. Keep the pressure on. Why? Because the enemy team's jungler, you don't have vision of him, right? You don't see this Metagross, but you know inherently that the Metagross is never going to come top. Why? Because it's a Beldum right now, right? If the enemy team had an Absol, a Leafeon, a Mystical Fire Sylve, any evolution, even a Meowscarada, or a ranged Pokemon, maybe you're scared the guy level 4 ganks and your aggression can be thwarted. But right now, there's literally nothing the right side can do. The Blaziken walking left here is a huge mistake, right? We get the focus band on. Like, why are we playing so passively here? Have we even used our Hoopa Berry yet? We haven't, right? You can start using Hoopa Berry at 9:30. We have Magician off cooldown. When you Magician at 9:30, you're almost guaranteed to get a Citrus Fruit. You could get unlucky and steal a Greedent Fruit, but it's very unlikely to happen, especially if he's just walking around like this. Like, this Blaziken cannot be this passive, right? But it happens again. It happens again. We completely give control of this, whatever. This one doesn't give that much XP. Now, we either need to play for this one or play for this one, but we end up going for neither. Like, I'll play it again because you might miss it, right? But this like uncertainty in the lane will cost you entire games, right? It's like the Blaziken walks, we go right, we're not sure, we go up. And in that time, right, Tuzzy, these guys are really, really good. Like, these guys spam the game. They've been playing the game. Like, they understand the game perfectly. They're like, oh, they just walked away from the bottom one. We have vision of this one. There's no way they can get to this top, right? They completely burst down. It still ends up becoming flipped, right? But the Eldegoss gets it here. And like now, we've lost so much momentum in the lane where we could have applied pressure. The Greedent was really, really, really low. Now the Greedent's healed back up because of Synthesis and it's very slowly. And now if we go super aggressive, right? Now by the time the fight ends up like playing out, the Metagross is going to be able to be there to defend on the pad. Right? Whereas, like, look how low this Greedent gets. If we just continued to fight them, there's no way the Greedent could fight us. We still haven't even used our Magician Berry on Hoopa. Like, have we clicked Magician yet? We haven't. We haven't clicked Magician yet, and our Blaziken is missing HP. Right? Like, in the early game, every amount of HP lost is effectively permanent HP, right? Like, unless your healer can recover you. So the reason why you want to think of it that way is if these characters stood still and held down the A button, who would win, right? In this case, it would be our Blaziken if the enemy team let us do that. But they won't obviously let us do that completely. But if we're just on their side, what can they do to us? What can they do to us? Right? The enemy team can't outlast it and Astonish last it. So they're just stuck. Like, not getting this kill here, like, if we get this kill, right? Our Blaziken scores is level 5. Our Ceruledge is out-rotated on their Metagross because we clear the jungle faster. This entire game in 1 minute is completely different. But instead, this is what ends up happening. And I mean, all intents and purposes, like, this game is kind of lost from here. Okay.
Great question.
We're still not yet.
I have no idea what we're actually doing.
Does that make sense though?
Know if that is what we're doing. One thing is for sure, we have so many more incredible games.
Metagross better laner than jungler? Metagross is okay at laning. The problem with Metagross's laning is your last hit is completely reliant on Iron Defense auto attacks. And the Iron Defense auto attack can only hit one person. So if the enemy support or tank or all-rounder stands on top of the farm the Metagross is going for, a lot of times it's going to tank the Iron Defense damage, the bonus boosted damage from Iron Defense. And at that point, like, you're not a good A-presser, and your last hit isn't that good, which means it's not that strong of a laner. It's okay.
Luminosity looking a lot more like the Luminosity who won Worlds. We've got Overlord, we've got Slash, we've got Curios back on Luminosity.
But Hoopa is the best laner in the game. The reason is it has an AoE stun nuke at level 1. There's not a single character in the game that has an AoE stun the way Hoopa does. Right? There's Blastoise who's kind of close, but it's in a line, right? It's not the same kind of AoE. There's Snorlax, but it can get body blocked or stunned away. And there's Dwebble, which is also a very strong laner, but he has less damage than Hoopa does, and he isn't ranged. Right? Having the ranged muscle band autos in the early game plus the AoE stun, there's no character like it. And now technically Psyduck, which is why I think Psyduck will be really, really interesting to see in competitive.
Good op research on Fusion, because there are tons of games of theirs you could watch to prepare for this. Tons of games of theirs.
Venu would have been a good option. I don't think the draft was bad. Like, the draft was fine. Right? You just have to know when you have the opportunity to punish the enemy team's draft. And sometimes your window is only in the first minute.
But it's hard to prepare for Fusion. That is for sure.
Surprised Hoopa didn't use Magician. If he did, Torchic would have commit. Maybe. But the thing is like, this isn't solo queue, right? It can't be like, oh, I didn't go in because my Hoopa didn't heal me. Otherwise, if he would have, like, no. If you're the Blaziken, you have to, like, these things need to be worked out. It needs to be automatic from both players. Right? The Blaziken should be fighting, expecting their Hoopa to Magician them, Magician to berry for them, and the Hoopa should be placing their berry with Magician ahead of time.
There's still another mountain for them to climb. They've shown themselves to be one of the best teams in the world, but they don't have the title yet. We're going to see what they're going to be able to do here at LAIC. Another match that we have coming up that I'm very excited about, we just saw Tuzzy. They're going to go up against DreamMax.
That's going to be the match of the day.
So
Tuzzy versus DreamMax. Not only are they two really, really strong teams, but it's also Mazo's old team, right? And I'm sure a lot of those players themselves have played with and against each other for years at this point.
Matchup here. The teams are broken up, and we're going to see which one is going to rise to the top in their group, possibly in this tournament.
What's really exciting too, outside of, again, those top competitive teams that we keep talking about, the way these groups are set up, there's a real opportunity.
Okay, let's keep watching the game from before. Let's see what else we can find. I like watching games multiple times, you know? I feel like you can learn a lot that way. So another thing that goes wrong right here is Tuzzy, and you're going to see a lot of teams do this. They move up their attacker from the bottom lane, either right as the 915 farm is dying.
Is able to kind of get a run together,
Hold on.
get momentum, and become a fixture of that year because they just needed.
It's probably a little distracting to have multiple voices at the same time. So either right as this 915 farm dies on the bottom, or even before it, right? So 915, this bottom in DD spawns. As soon as that XP gets down, both sides are going to retreat back to their pad. Normally in solo queue, you see the people go for that 9 o'clock ball toys that spot in the back. But in competitive, you're going to see the really strong attacker players, especially the ones that have good early games, move off the map, right? So they're fighting, whatever, they retreat, and now the Pikachu starts moving up. What we need to see happen in this case is someone from the bottom lane also needs to move up, right? Typically with Hoopa, you can say you can just port, but in my opinion, you don't want to be forced to use that portal to bring people up, because that means you don't have the portal on the bees, which can be the difference maker, right? If you rely on Hoopa's hyperspace hole to move people up to the map at this point to match the enemy team, that means that your Hoopa, like bar for bar, your support is missing their supportive move, right? Enemy team Eldegoss is going to get 2 syntheses off in the fight, and you're not going to get a single hyperspace hole, which means that the enemy 4-man is effectively up. Like, let's say 1 synthesis is like 500 HP. 500 times 4 people is they're up 2k HP in the early game, versus you use your move to bring someone up from the other side of the map, right? Like, in this case, right, the reason why Mamo is so good, because Mamo can be the guy moving, right? Right now, the Mamo should just be walking up, anticipating the Pikachu to be top, right? And one of two things happen, right? And this is where you want to think of the game as like a flow chart, or maybe like if you're like really into superhero movies, like this is like a new line in the multiverse, right? If the Mamo goes top, 2 things can happen, right? 2 branch timelines can happen. One timeline is a Pikachu also moved up, and you have a 4v4 top. That's strong for us. We have a Mamo in the early game, Hoopa who has Portal that can reset us, level 5 Ceruledge, a Blaziken that could get 5 off the Bees and Blaze kick someone. Like, that's really good for us, right? That's one branch timeline. And the other branch timeline is that the Pikachu net didn't go top, and now it's Pika Slowbro versus our solo lane Espeon bottom, and we're 4v3 top. And the enemy team doesn't have a Hoopa, so they can't even respond to this push. And now we can guarantee that we get some points on their pad, we get some stacks, our Blaziken and Ceruledge get their stacks. And if the enemy team overstays bottom, right, because they're like, oh snap, we're getting 4v3 top, the Pika Slowbro tries to push the pad, we can come back to our pad and then respond with the Hoopa Portal to go back bottom, right? So it's just fundamentally like Exiled, they just lost the game in the first 2 minutes, right? They don't match this aggression from Pikachu. And looking back at it now, I think it's not even matching the Pikachu's rotation. You want to make sure that you don't get any points scored on your pad right now, right? Like, this is just so dangerous. Like, you can't play the game this way in the early game. You always go top as a jungler? No. You don't always go top, but top lane is generally where the characters that are stacking are. So in this game, yeah, the Blaziken is stacking, right? So let's not even consider what the other team has. Just the implications for both teams is that the Blaziken is top side. Blaziken is a stacking Pokemon. If right side doesn't send their jungler top and left side does send their jungler top, Blaziken's getting stacked, right? If left side sends their jungler top and right side sends their jungler top, then whoever wins gets the stacks. But if, let's say, there was a stacking Pokemon bottom, let's say the Blaziken was bottom this time, then the correct play potentially for the right side jungler would be to go bottom, anticipating the enemy's jungler to go bottom, which will happen, right? The good teams will switch it up like this, especially on teams that aren't expecting it. And then the lane will get played out bottom side. But the reason why you want to send your stacking guys top is because they're generally weaker at securing the farm in the early game. The bottom lane has better, like, more farm on that side. The bottom lane attacker can move up to supplement the top side attacker. Basically what happened this game. But the reason why the meta is the way that it is like, it's like a whole flowchart that's been like calculated down, and it ends up playing out this way. It doesn't have to, though, by the way, right? Like, I think if Pokemon Unite didn't get patches and people weren't like constantly having to adapt to new patches, we would see teams mix things up all the time, right? In my opinion, like, you could easily have just sent Hoopa Blaze bottom side this game, and then had your Espeon and something, whatever else you have top, right? I think you could have sent like your Mamoswine with the Blaziken bottom, right? And then have Espeon, and maybe not Espeon, but a different range character top with the Hoopa. Like, there's so many different variations that could happen, but you know, teams are like constantly having to learn new Pokemon, constantly having to adapt to different strategies, that there is less and less time to make those like small innovations. What time are Hoopa Magician berries for healing? So 9:30 is when the citrus berries spawn on both sides of the map. So 9:30 is the first time that you can use it. And then after that, I believe berries spawn every 30 seconds. From when they've been consumed. It might be 40. But yeah, it's whenever they've been consumed. Espeon good secure for anti-stack? It can be, but there's lots of Pokemon that fulfill that role. I'm telling you, I think Espeon's extremely overrated so far today. Like, stored power does very little when you're behind, and it's only good to help you get ahead. And the teams aren't doing anything to get themselves ahead. Yeah, citrus berries stop respawning at the 5-minute mark. Great and Peak are both bully. Blaziken and Mamo didn't have time to farm and evolve. I don't know if you were here earlier, but they did have time, right? That it's just you're not used to seeing the game this way and from like a solo queue perspective, and sometimes you'll see me get really tilted when teammates make big mistakes in the early game, is because the time in that point, the time to be aggressive with the left side team is literally in the first minute, right? All the Pokemon are unevolved, the ones that are unevolved, right? Hoopa and Mamoswine at level 1 are some of the strongest Pokemon in the game. That's when they have to make their, like, the game needs to have been played out from left side team at this point in the game, right? They don't do well topside. The Mamos still should be rotating up. Even Chris agrees Espeon isn't good in this meta. There you go. Even we got the Chris approval on it. Do you think Psyshock would have helped in this matchup? I don't think you're going to be able to land Psyshock on these guys. The Greedent's just going to be running around, jumping on you. The Metagross is super fast movement speed. The Pikachu is going to outrange you. The L doesn't care. The only person who's Psyshocking is Slowbro. It just doesn't do any. Like, I'm telling you, like, the only reason why Espeon could be okay here is if the Mamoswine just leaves the lane and the Espeon is like solo guarding bottom and like stalling it out. Been a while, but Greedent meta sounds both worrying but also fun. I think Greedent's a solid Pokemon. The weakness that Greedent has is its early game laning can be a little dicey, right? Like, your tackle is not bad. Like, it's not a bad early game Pokemon, but it's not the best Pokemon in terms of winning farm, right? Like, if the Hoopa places its Astonish right before your tackle is supposed to go to be able to get the last hit, it's always going to catch you before your tackle hits the farm, and then the Hoopa or the side that has Hoopa is going to get the last hits, right? And Greedent's not good at fighting, and it's really level 5 reliant, right? The strength that Greedent has is that it can just run to the enemy pad and stack and be annoying that way, which is why, like, mixing it up and sending the Greedent bot sometimes is going to be pretty strong. Why is Greedent invade not happening? Because Greedent level 1 invade is not, like, for the reason that I said, like, Greedent's tackle in the early game isn't enough damage, and these teams are gonna have plans against it. Okay, cool. We are underway. Fusion's a really good team, by the way. So this should be a fun game to watch.
They're gonna get the first ban. Fusion immediately eliminating Darkrai. Not gonna
so again, you're going to see the second pick team ban Darkrai.
Zacian ban is interesting. Quickly selecting Mimikyu as well. So we're going to have more amazing support.
Because, you know, the enemy team can just first pick it.
Leafeon back to that 100%.
And then Leafeon, really, really strong Pokemon, didn't get nerfed. Same thing with Mimikyu-zation. Again, I think Umbreon should be high priority pick for these teams. Slowbro first pick. This means that Fusion doesn't necessarily have to go Umbreon, because left side's kind of already revealed their defender, and locking yourself into Umbreon Slowbro early on is not that good. But if they want to hide what they're picking, they can go Umbreon, and then yeah, Miraidon makes a lot of sense. And maybe they would have want to go on Dodrio, but Dodrio into Slowbro can be annoying, so they decided not to. These are some of the strongest Pokemon in the patch, so I think Fusion's already kind of won the draft. Okay, so Venu, Blissey, maybe they have some kind of plan to go do Safeguard Petal Dance. Right now it's hinting towards probably Beam, but they could change it up. Urshifu, I like Urshifu here. Urshifu into Slowbro makes like an interesting kind of matchup, right? Where the Urshifu can just ult the Slowbro in the late game, and Slowbro's forced to either just take the Urshield to the mouth, or the Slowbro has to ult the Urshi in return, and then if the Slowbro ult goes on the Urshi, then
if
you know the
electric,
Miraidon's just
maybe
gonna
it's a
do
little
so
bit
much
different
damage to
story
it,
here.
and whatever
We'll
else they
see
pick
what
here
the last pick
is gonna
for
have a
Fusion
free
is,
game.
and it's going to
Looks like
be
they're gonna go Inteleon.
So, you know, a couple
I don't-
good attackers out of these teams.
I think maybe they might have a read that Goldenrod wants to go like a safeguard kind of comp, right? Into safeguard, you want to have poke damage, but I don't. There's no reason that Goldenrod has to go safeguard. They could just go soft boiled here. But Inteleon really nice into Glaceon, so it could just be a counter pick into Glaceon, right? You just Giga outrange Glaceon. One snipe shot brings Glaceon to like 30% HP. And Glaceon can't really get on top of the Inteleon. The only dive they really have for this Inteleon is Ceruledge, but there's plenty good enough front line. Fusion's comp, I think, is significantly better. The Venusaur pick is weird. I don't know what their plan is here.
That single strike style just because of the build we're looking at here. Oftentimes if you're seeing that eject button, that's
Fusion have a dog player, why dog over lizard man?
Massive secures that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise get. Also, if they're playing mean look,
what do you mean?
And they've got a snipe shot,
Fusion couldn't play Zacian, that's why they banned it.
Very exciting and
blow them up with ult beam.
Fusion, right? I mean, they're just
you could,
fish in a barrel at that point.
but your early game is gonna suffer.
Yeah, there is some good ways to contend around that, you know. I didn't quite catch the items on the Venusaur, but is it going to be
because
a pedal dance?
If you go Glace Venu, you really need the Glace to jungle, which means your Venu's gonna lane. Which means that you don't have they have nothing strong in the early game, right? They have Ceruledge, Venu on their side lanes. They need to invade because the Urshi just gets a free level 5. You see the Eld was like poising towards mid, anticipating the Blissey to invade, but the Blissey didn't even invade, right? Glaceon's level 4 ganking, but it's Glaceon. It's not really that scary, right? All right side team wants is to survive for their Urshi to get level 5. And left side hasn't done anything to be able to put pressure on it here.
Yeah, Glaceon's an interesting one. I feel like it doesn't perform that well early, and it's not even good security.
The Venu did get to share the blue, so Venu might hit level 5 for the first set of Bs. But it's not gonna matter unless the Venu like rotates top or something. And even then, a level 5 Venu moving top isn't very scary. So at this point, I would already say that Fusion's won the early game, right? They have Urshi on the, up top here. He has eject. Oh, didn't get his. Maybe he didn't want to go for it. It's fine. Zone them off the bees. Now Urshi can go wherever he wants on the map and win. There's no one can stop this Urshi.
Pretty great here for Fusion, and now they are looking to pick up
Doll. Like, if this Urshi gets stacked, I would say that the game is over. And the Eldegoss, I mean, the Eldegoss is just stopping the top side from trying to score. Like, he's trying to score 15 on an Eld.
I mean, easy work.
This is like, right? It feels bad to think of the game this way, guys, but just think of it this way. It's a 10-minute game. 20% of the game is gone already, right? Like, if 20% of the game goes this poorly, the chances for you to be able to come back into a comp that's not even designed to win early game, it's kind of just over.
Glaceon's still 5, and it really needs 6 before it gets online and gets.
And yeah, what Srigo is saying is absolutely right. Like, Glaceon, until it gets level 6, is a pretty useless character. Only Ray can save them. They need a lot to save them.
Okay. This is kind of what we were
talking about. You know, if you are playing into any team, maybe you can expect them to make a slip up, but you're playing into Fusion, right? Like, they're one of the best teams in the world. They're not gonna just like fold and give you the game back.
To beat the brakes off of you.
That's right. We did get to play against Fusion at the AOS Cup, and I don't remember who won that one.
They beat us by over 1,000.
It doesn't sound true.
It is 100.
There's still a chancey, yeah. If we were to go back in this game, like if we wanted to play this draft out, I wouldn't want to play a left side draft to begin with. But if we were gonna play this draft, what I would want is the Blissey goes to invade. As a result of the Blissey invading, the Eldegoss has to follow, which means that on the top side, our Ceruledge can maybe scrounge together some farm into Miraidon, probably not. But our Glaceon, you know, maybe does the red buff and then comes and follows the invade or something.
Now they're kind of seeing the wheels fall off. Zinus
They're trying to push here, but I don't see how they're not going to just get wiped by this Inteleon.
They want this Venusaur. They get themselves a Venusaur. Lizard goes down, and now Zinus is still getting bullied.
Yeah, everyone's just getting knocked out.
But the work continues here as the rest of Fusion is trying to get.
If this Inteleon gets knocked out, it's not even bad. He gets the thing.
Yeah, it's quite a fight from Goldenrod.
No, Blissy's fine. It's just the Blissey needs to. The Blissey needs to put pressure in the jungle as a Chansey, and then if you know that that's how you're going to be playing the game, you need to send something top that can survive into the Miraidon, because we knew that we gave Miraidon up, right? Which means that we're gonna have a weak lane somewhere, or a weaker lane somewhere, but we decided that all three of our damage characters want to be characters that are bad at level 1 as laners, as solo laners, right? Charcadet, not a good level 1 character. Bulbasaur is okay at A pressing, but not great at farming. And then Glaceon's horrible at level 1, right? So if all three of the characters are weak level 1 and our Chansey can't go for the invade, we've kind of just locked ourselves away from being able to play the game. Right? Meanwhile, the other team has Miraidon and Inteleon, both really strong level 1 characters. Whether or not the enemy team invades and forces a 1v1, it doesn't matter.
Almost everyone from Goldenrod is down.
Beautiful Miraidon unite.
Like, here, think of it. I don't know how many of you guys understand basketball, but think of it as any sport in the game, right? If you force a double team, right? Just think, even if you don't know basketball, just imagine Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, whatever the best basketball player you think exists in the game, right? If you double team the best basketball player in the world, it means that you're gonna leave someone wide open to take a shot, right? And it's the same way in Pokemon Unite. If you go and invade, right, that means you're leaving someone wide open for a shot somewhere. And if your guys that are wide open for shots are mailmen and plumbers, aka Bulbasaur, Charcadet, and Eevee, Glaceon, they're not gonna hit the wide open shot, right? You can't pass the ball to a Glaceon in the early game. He's not hitting that shot. You need to have stuff that is actually secure in the early game. Right? Or the alternative is you don't invade, and now the Urshi just gets to scale in the jungle for free. Like, you need one or the other, and they went with neither. What if the plumber is Mario? Well, I don't think these guys have Mario on their team, I'm gonna say it. If you aim for the king, you best not miss. So true.
They're moving in. They're picking up a KO. They're going to try to break this top goal zone. Eldegoss does it with 40.
Fusion is like the dream team, and Goldenrod's like my local fitness club. I mean, like, ignore the players involved, right? I'm not saying make the illusion that, right, Tempo is Michael Jordan in Fusion. I'm saying, like, look at the characters for the characters that they are, right? Like Miraidon, Inteleon, these are like broken laners. They're very, very broken laners. If you leave them alone, they're gonna win the game, right? So you need someone that can also match their energy, like, or you're gonna lose to the Urshi, right? Like, the reason why Fusion picked the characters they picked are for a reason. What Goldenrod picked doesn't make any sense. They have no way to stop the enemy jungler from scaling, but they also have no way to stop the enemy laners from succeeding, right? You either have to invade the enemy jungle to slow him down or win your lanes, and Goldenrod can't do either.
They've got one opportunity. It's a massive catch. It's a bliss assistance, but look at that. That's a level 11.
Miraidon seems more like Scottie Pippen. If you leave Miraidon in the lane, though, like in a lane like that, he's prime Jordan. Miraidon has too much range and too much damage to be stopped.
It is almost impossible for the strikers. They're going to need to wipe this team, and I don't know how they do that without Fusion playing.
Inspirational speech for Goldenrod.
They got hit by
Just hope a piano falls on the Miraidon's head. Okay, they went in. Miraidon got slow rolted. Miraidon got blown up. But I think Inteleon probably just 100 O's from here. There's no slow rolled for the Urshi. Yeah. This is the problem, right? Like, Slowbro can lock down one person, right?
You know, we talked about it a bit earlier in the day.
You can foul Michael Jordan, but they still got Steve Kerr on the sidelines wide open to hit the shot. Miraidon grief? No. The Miraidon didn't grief. The Miraidon set up a situation where the right side team has no way to be able to lose, right? Like, one of two. This is where I'm talking about. Think we're back in the multiverse, all right? We're back in the multiverse, right? We're in one timeline, right? And now the branch timelines are gonna happen, right? Either this Miraidon, right? The Miraidon goes in 1v5, right? The Miraidon goes in wherever he wants. If he goes in, he either 1v5s and kills everyone, right? And which is a good timeline, right? Or the second timeline happens, right? Where he goes in and then the enemy Slowbro does the slow beam on him, right? He slow beams him. And if this timeline happens, then the rest of the people on this team are just gonna win the game, right? Now they just win the game. Right? So either the Miraidon 1v5s or these guys 4v5. Because they're all Giga leveled anyways. Right? The Miraidon would have been a grief if he was the only strong person on his team and he went in and baited the Slowbro ult. But it's fine. I mean, Fusion's one of the best teams out there. Like, they got to play them on stage. But this draft just doesn't make any sense. Whether or not it looks like they're having fun, maybe. Are the EX mons looking? You should take them with a grain of salt on day one, right? In a lot of these games, it's going to come down to player diff. And like, we saw Zacian, but it was picked by the weaker team on paper, so it didn't look that great. This game we saw Miraidon, but it was picked by far the stronger team, so it looked really strong. Mewtwo Y in this meta, I think we'll see some Mewtwo Y, but I think there's enough good Pokemon in the meta that there's not enough time for Mewtwo Y to succeed. There's a good enough amount of attackers, and then you can also send other Pokemon in that role. Has he beaten by Mazo team? Wait, aren't they going to show that on stream? Hey, don't spoil. I thought that match was going to be on stream. Maybe that was a scrim. Game over in the first top gank. This game ended in the first 30 seconds, to be honest. Like, this game technically ended in draft, but if you want to look in the actual game, they had one shot to be able to make this game salvageable with their draft. And it was in the first 30 seconds. I'll show you where the game, what should have happened.
We're gonna try to follow this as best we can and give you the latest on whether it's qualified or not, whether this match is for qualification. I've got to assume.
Okay.
We see Tuzzy.
So right here.
If Tuzzy wins that would definitely qualify them for day 2. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, they'd be 3 and 2.
So right here, right? You know that the enemy team is going to be jungling on their Urshi. You just have to assume that they are, because anything else would be bad. Like, it just wouldn't be strong enough. So knowing that, you have to send your Chansey to go and invade. right? And you might be thinking like, Chansey, that's not, you can't invade with Chansey. Sure you can. Chansey has a bigger damage burst than Urshifu does. If the Urshi tries to take the farm, Chansey's boosted auto plus pound does more damage than Urshi's rock smash, right? So Chansey's gonna win that farm. Fusion, in anticipation of Chansey invading, would have the Eldegoss protecting. And you can see here that Kia, smart support player, actually goes down, because if the Chansey were to be running across, the Chansey would...
We're going to a replay.
What's going on? Okay, they're going to a replay. I got my own replay going on. So you can see that Kia actually is smart, right? And he knows that the Chansey could invade. So he walks down to get vision to make sure that the Chansey isn't, because that's exactly where the Chansey would be at this point. Right? And you can see he walks down right here. He's anticipating the Chansey to invade. Right? That's why he walks into this bush. The moment the Chansey shows, which is right here, the Chansey just showed in vision, you can see he turns back up. Because he's like, oh, the guy's not invading. And this is the moment in the game where I think left side had already lost, right? Because what the Chansey needed to do was find a way to invade, force the Eld to fight the Chansey, right? Walk past him. Blissey's going to natural cure every 6 seconds, so the slow will get debuffed, right? And we X speed to the Urshi, try to steal his farm, or force the Eld, right? And as a result in that, we force a 1v1 somewhere, because it means that top side isn't supported because we left, and isn't supported on their side because their Eld left. And in that 1v1, you have to hope that you drafted a better 1v1 lane. And if you didn't, I mean, that's your fault, but you just have to throw your Sarlage to the wolves and say, bro, you got to get some stuff, because there's a more important thing I have to stop on their side of the map, right? And then you use the priority you have in the jungle, because your guy is going to come online faster than their guy will. No, typically, right? In this case, it's Glaceon, which is the worst jungler you can pick in this case, because Glaceon really needs level 6 to do anything. But sure, whatever. The Chansey goes into the enemy jungle with the Eldegoss. Urshi's there. Glaceon comes out level 4, starts A-pressing, and you just make a full clown fiesta of a game at that point, right? The problem with doing that, obviously, is that the Miraidon likely is to win topside, and bottom lane, you also can't leave anyone, because the Inteleon will literally get every piece of farm with Water Gun, which is why I said the game was over in draft, right? Like, we picked bad laners, couldn't invade, slower scaling jungler than Urshifu, like, the game is just full out of the loop here. But if there was a shot at it, it was at this point in the game, if the Chansey invaded. More or less the draft decided the outcome, though. All right, here, now you can learn how Armor Rouge works. Your hot take is Mewtwo is better than Glaceon? I don't think it's that hot of a take, bro. I think Glaceon in competitive doesn't have the right tools to succeed. I think Icy Wind might have a shot because it's better in the early game, because you can just full A-press people. But you need level 6 to succeed on Icicle Spears, and it's just not good enough of a move. How does Armor Rouge work? Armor Rouge is Fire Psychic, right? He burns you in the mind, and then he burns you on the body. Your hot take is Phalanx and Sword are actually Giga OP. Yeah, that take might be a little hot. Right? You know how we just talked about... You know how we just talked about how Glaceon needs level 6 to be able to succeed? Now imagine a Pokemon that needs level 7 to be able to do anything. That's what Aegislash is, right? Like, Hone Edge and Doublade are nothing. And then Phalanx, I think Phalanx has potential. Phalanx has potential in one scenario, and it's to be able to counter Inteleon in competitive. But with Inteleon being bugged, I feel like it doesn't even matter. But if you can get ahead as Phalanx, right? Remember, Phalanx is the only character in the game who has a mechanic that makes him take less damage from critical hits. Did you guys know this? There's not a single other character in the game that has this in their kit. Critical hit modifier of enemies is reduced by 50%, right? So if you're fighting a character that always crits, you effectively just have damage reduction up the whole time into them, right? If you're fighting a character that never crits, then this does nothing, right? So what are the characters that always crit in the game? It's like Inteleon, Azumarill, maybe Absol, high crit, right? You could put work into those types of characters. Shell Armor, not reduce crit. No, Shell Armor, in a way, Shell Armor might reduce crit damage, only because the way Shell Armor works is if you take damage that would be higher than 10% of your Lapras's max HP, that damage is reduced by 20%. So likely a crit would exceed that. But that works against all sources of damage, not exclusive to crits.
We got some incredible games on the way. We've got some great games already. We got even more on the way. What's going on, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined here.
Buswell won't get resets if it doesn't hit the main body of Phalanx. Yeah, well, the little parts of Phalanx count as wild Pokemon. So if your moves rely on hitting enemy Pokemon for resets, then it won't work. So like, for example, Greninja Surf, right? Greninja Surf will reset if it KOs anything. A wild Pokemon and enemy Pokemon. So if Greninja Surf's a beat up Trooper on Phalanx, it'll get its Surf reset. Whereas a Pokemon like Gengar, his Dream Eater, right? Or Shadow Sneak on Mimikyu, for example, will reset off wild Pokemon. Gengar's Dream Eater, though, you need to actually get the KO on wild Pokemon or enemy Pokemon. It won't work on wild Pokemon.
So make sure you're there bright and early. It's going to be awesome. But
Gengar knocks out an enemy player, the cooldown is reset.
We've been looking at single elimination, or sorry, not single elimination, best of one.
What about plot armor, though?
So far, it has been a
True.
very intense competition. We've seen 3 matches so far. We're going to bring in a few more after that.
Yes, we will. And on top 3s of every
Guard Future Sight? I think they changed Future Sight, right? Where it slightly resets off wild Pokemon now.
And of course, that will start off with our
They did that, right? Or am I smoking a fat one with that?
I believe, going into day 2. So we'll be doing that. Single elim, yeah. So
Oh, maybe I am smoking a fat one on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We changed some of the formats as well. So
I thought they made Guard Sting reset like slightly if it hit wild Pokemon.
Stage rankings of where these teams are at.
I'm thinking of something else.
We've been looking a lot at Group A. So
did OJ disband or why they're not participating? They did not disband. Probably should follow their socials if you want to get news on them, because I don't want to speak on anyone else's behalf, but I'm assuming they didn't go because the cost would have been too prohibitive. And the sign up, this is they kind of got screwed over by this. No one's really talked about it, and they're not going to get a lot of sympathy from a lot of the community on it, but I think it sucks. But they didn't announce that the winners of LAIC would get ACL invites. So for a lot of teams, it was like, do we basically go negative to play an event? Because you lose, don't get me wrong, like money-wise, you lose money playing at LAIC. Even if you win the whole thing, you're gonna lose money, right? So it's like, do we lose money just to play the game? No championship points, no invites to other tournaments, just kind of for fun, for competing? I can see why they might not have signed up. Right? And then after the signups were closed, then they announced that actually the winners get to go to ACL. Which is kind of lame, to be honest. But like at the end of the day, like if you're competing and you have the means to be able to go, you gotta go. right? You got to go for the love of the game.
Out of 3 so far.
It's just,
It is
it's a bad,
you know,
it's not a great
doesn't
situation.
Exactly swing in the, I don't know if 1 million ghosts know that though. I think they're gonna pick the Darkrai.
I
if
would
they
say
have
1
so,
million
yeah,
ghosts.
they have it.
However, they are on that orange side of the map, which means, as you
This is
can
a
see,
kid-friendly
the
stream?
Darkrai is in that banned
Bro,
place.
I
think
bet-
we're gonna see that
I bet
and
more
frequently
kids
as the
smoke
tournament goes on.
than adults
Star fans,
nowadays.
though, do get a little shaking it up
These
right
kids
there.
be vaping in school
First game
classrooms
of
now.
our
What is up
tournament
with
so far
that?
That has not been banned.
Exactly. That is such a good stat, Zoinks, because we have thought about the Mimikyu coming in. And
I
the
remember
Darkrai
when
that was
I
very
first
stable
started,
before we got into
like we
MDSC.
first started seeing like Gen Alpha people come into my, like in the office I used to work at. These kids straight out of high school, right? They would like come in as interns or whatever. They would have like 2 or 3 vapes and they would just vape in the meeting rooms. These kids be smoking. It's bad. F them kids.
Yeah, I think Goldenrod is not going to have to face it 2 times in a row as Fusion bringing in that Miraidon, right? So, but I think Goldenrod bringing in a lot.
Okay, so we
of
see a Char
Generation
pick.
1 love, all 3
love
picks so
that.
far. And Charizard back on the menu? I mean, this Pokemon has been almost non-existent from
I don't know about this Charizard pick.
Just kind of taking the who's who of the
Is Goldenrod the team we just saw that went Venusaur? Look, I think one thing you're gonna see with a lot of these teams that aren't like full-time competitors and like the only thing they really focus on is Unite. I think a lot of times they're gonna fall back more on comfort picks, and I think that might be what we're seeing with Venusaur.
When you don't have a supporter, but you have a Blissey, the staple for supporter in the matter at the moment. Of course, the Hooper that was banned, be on the side of the coin as well on the heavy heals, and the Eldegoss, as we see on the side of Goldenrod Strikers as well, making that presence.
I think 1 million ghosts on the orange side of this draft.
I mean, right side team, like Miraidon is just broken. There's no real counter to Miraidon either.
However, if you have the option for those back-to-back picks, if you
There was one decent counter into Miraidon, and that was Saraledge.
because your opponent on that very first pick of the draft are most
Because it's really annoying to play Electro Drift into Saraledge, because he can just Phantom Force it. But after the Saraledge nerfs, I don't know if it's real anymore.
just because my name is Zoinks. I know a lot of people are saying that it's in my DMs, but it's not.
Why is Venu running anti-heal and not Pika? I don't know why. The Venu had anti-heal last game too. I don't know why.
I feel like this draft was very
Yeah, Player of Mimikyu is good into it too. Player of Mimikyu is not bad for sure.
High priority picks in the matter at the moment.
Only counter submission. Submission Machamp is actually so annoying for Miraidon. My god. The problem is he can just go Charge Beam. Darkrai, Hoopa were the bans on one side. I think Leafeon.
Very popularized in our competitive play, and I think so far of the 3 matches we've seen so far, as they have been pretty one-sided.
Oh no, Mimikyu, Saraledge. But Goldenrod literally banned the Miraidon counters and then didn't 1P Miraidon.
Let's see how they play out in Goldenrod Strikers versus 1 million ghosts.
And here we go with
Okay,
Goldenrod in the
so
side and 1 million
again, you
on
can
the
see
orange.
that
We're starting out on the top
Goldenrod,
side
this
here
game
with
is maybe anticipating an invade or just helping the Charizard out, and they're leaving the Pikachu solo top.
The Eldegoss coming in as help to the
I don't like this approach, right? Like, if we're worried about the Chansey invade, then I think we should just try to dominate the top side. I don't like the way Goldenrod picks their Pokemon, right? Like, picking this many weak early game, like this time we have Pikachu at least, but Charizard and Venusaur make your lanes like, you just have less options to play the game. But there's a Glaceon on the other side, so maybe all is okay. Icy Wind Glaceon this time.
Yeah, it does. Just wait
Neither team doing a 4-man rotation, so it's going to be a 3v3 fight.
As we're coming in here, 3v3. Let's start this off. Then you have the Eldegoss.
We use our Electro Web on the wild Pokemon. So in the early game with Pikachu, you want to see the Pikachu set up a knockout or KO with Electro Web somewhere. But now this guy's level 5. I mean, we're just conceding the early game and hoping our Charizard can carry, basically, is where we're at right now. And we stole that away with the Electro Web, that's nice.
Hits multiple targets, really checks a lot of boxes you want in team fight situations. However,
Charizard giving up their jungle to make sure Venu hits level 5. I wouldn't do this. I get you want your Venu to be 5, but you gotta just accept that your Venu is gonna struggle. We need a level 9 Charizard this game, guys. And it's Charge Beam. Nice eject. Ice Fang onto the Mamo, on the Slowbro, nice. Now is our chance to push. The enemy defender is down. Eject, catches the Venusaur, but there's no follow-up. Looks like they weren't on the same page there. The Mamo wanted to aggress, but 1 million goes at other plans. And now they have 5 people down here. They're going for the siege. Scores are going in. They're just gonna break. I like it. I like it. Frick it. Just 5 man. We're struggling in the early game, right? We just got a knockout. The enemy tank just they made a mistake. Just 5 man push. Screw it.
Yeah, and 1 million Ghosts kind of playing this a little passively. It seems like they're going to elect to give up that base.
All right, the way Goldenrod, what they got to do now is literally 5 man everything, solo queue style. Screw macro, walk around the map as 5. We're going, I don't know about going to the bottom tier 2. We have enough points. Frick it. Let's go. 5 man everything. But this is why this is kind of scary. We need a character in rotation to make sure we don't get 5 man on bottom. Our Zard level 9? Our Zard is not level 9. How close are we to 9? We need, okay, we have Pikachu level 9. Pikachu needs to be rotating. We already need our Slowbro down here. We're too late. This is why the bottom push was kind of Monka. I would have liked for them to just walk as 5 top. If the enemy team gets it, they get it. But what they should have done is walk as 5 top and farm the jungle as they walk top. It's really not even that bad though for Goldenrod.
Playing against that move too many times, but that Thunder will chase you down to the ends of the earth. It gets harder to get away from it when a pesky Mammo Swine's holding you in place.
Problem is, like, we had the advantage, but now we have nothing we can do with our advantage. We already broke bottom, and we lost our top pad. So if we go to push top and the enemy team just trades, that's not good for us. We need a reason to fight. I guess it's the objective. This bottom objective is our reason. You know how sometimes you need a reason to keep going? It's this bottom objective is the reason to keep going. Just charge. Just charge. Just charge. Charizard. Just go. Just charge in there and ult. Get in there. Put a Venu ult on the back. Just full send. Go, 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 go. Just ult it. Let's go. We're in. Glacial didn't even go on the right target. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Charizard. Do the bottom objective. Fast, fast. Don't chase anymore. Bottom objective. Let's go. Let's go.
Really well done from Goldenrod's strikers. I mean, the confidence of Charizard to just walk up and pull off that Unite move.
All right, Charizard, go jungle. Venusaur back. Do the top farm. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Venusaur back. Okay, fine. Pika's backing. Someone do the top farm. Stop pushing. We have farm to do. Enough. This bottom pad is taken enough. No. All right, it's fine. Whatever. Screw the farm. We don't have much time because they're gonna go do top, and then we need to defend both sides of the map at the same time. All right, maybe we catch this Glaceon. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 we're gonna die. We're dead. We wasted our time. The window that we had, we wasted it pushing bottom, and now we're kind of stuck. Oh god, we died to Regieleki. Oh god, just slow brawl something before you take too much damage. Thank you. Or no, our team isn't here. We lost our bottom pad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yes, it does. All the numbers in favor of 1 million Ghosts.
Guys, Charizard is a Japanese businessman, okay?
No objectives on the
He
board, so you know what
ults,
that means.
does his morning shift, and then his boss sends him across Tokyo to do his second shift, which is farming. There's no time to party as a Charizard. He is the Japanese businessman. He needs to farm, ult and then farm, ult and then farm, ult and then farm. No time to do other things. Okay, you ulted, go farm. Okay, it's fine. Our boss sent us to push the pad. Now go farm. No fighting, no having fun. Go farm, go farm. No, good. Boss says it's time to farm.
1 million ghosts. Kind of in a pickle.
Yeah, they're on the defensive, right? I mean,
Good farming, good farming. Losing our bottom pad was catastrophic though. Because losing the bottom pad means that our Venusaur has no save point to be able to protect ourselves, you know? The subway terminal is down. Our Venusaur's an elderly person. There's no seats left for them. Japanese businessman needs to carry.
That means 1 million ghosts is going to get a Registeel buff, basically uncontested.
Yeah, and considering Golden Rod.
All right, it's fine. Charizard's farming. It's time for our morning shift. Clock in. Let's go.
So impactful. Now getting to the central area. 2 minutes.
Left side is ahead. It's fine. They're gonna start charging at us. Blissey ult. It's fine. Just walk away. Just walk away. Okay, it's fine. We're taking the fight. We're taking Charizard's in the air. We're in the air. We're in the air. It's good. We're all standing on top of each other. As long as Venusaur, Bro, and Charizard live, we're okay. Charizard, he took down Miraidon. No time to party. You gotta leave. I don't know. We're definitely not backing there, buddy.
Gimme, that is a soft boil and a egg bomb.
Okay.
Take down Liao.
We're down. It's fine. We wasted time. We wasted time.
I mean, Liam, I honestly think they did their job, right? Miraidon was taken off the battlefield in that 1v1 off center. But shout out the
Right side team, they're still behind in points though.
Now we're gonna have a bit of a refight with basically
Venusaur, we need beams. We need beams on deck. Beams on deck. Start beaming them. We need damage on them stat. Ray isn't low enough to hold your beams right now. Okay, Ray is getting low. Now it's getting low. Beam for last hit. Do we have it? Boom! Oh my god! Grandma got it! Grandma got the cookies! Grandma got the cookies and we're winning the game.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds remaining, 1 million ghosts has to have the
It's just that easy.
right now, but the absolute goat in Goldenrod strikers.
That's why we pick Venusaur.
Slowbro is holding it down for the squad. We got the quick rotation. They got empty pockets, which means we got to defend the home base. And with only 15
It's Jover.
score line of 609.
It's Jover.
Goldenrod strikers, a bounce back game after the last one. They're going to take down 1 million ghosts.
But if you do want to play Charizard in solo queue, you, for sure, you have to be the Japanese businessman. You gotta use your Unite move and then clock in for your second shift. I know you guys might be like, wait, why did they just let the Venusaur secure it? There was just no time left. Right side team was down in points. They have no way to be able to backcap. They have to do Ray and just pray that they out-secure. There's no time for them to lock down the Venusaur. They have to get the Ray and score. I don't think there was time. Like, if the Venusaur just walks backwards and your Glaceon spends their damage on Venusaur, then who's gonna hit Ray?
But 4 KOs, 4 assists, 50,000 damage in total. But let's talk about that secure. That's what it all comes down to.
It's truly a 50-50, right? Which, as the team that's been losing, you gotta be happy with the 50-50.
We can't really lock down the opposing attackers, so it comes down to a big Venusaur play. It was fun watching the player cams pop off at that moment.
Oh, absolutely. Zoinks, we just
Yeah, the Blissey will get, you know, we'll get a couple auto attacks in.
Come on, that is just extra better. Now we have to talk about as well, like the fact that on the side of Goldenrod we had Pikachu and Venusaur.
Was Icy Wind the correct choice?
You guarantee, because
you want to know my honest opinion? You want me to not lie to you? Honestly, TBH, honestly, no lie, no cap, no kizzy. Glaceon was the wrong choice. But after Glaceon was already picked, Icy Wind is fine.
Watch Sunday today grabs the Bliss-assisted mid-Unite Metagross. That is 2 Unite moves.
But Glaceon's just so bad here.
In this matchup. Now, 1 Million Ghost is still able to put together a pretty decent offense in this final fight, but that right
Bamsky, thank you for the tier 3. 1 yell, 9 months. Tier 3.
in their business. 1 Million Ghosts, they go all in on the enemy central area, and they don't protect their heavy carry and Miraidon quite enough. And because of that,
Remember, guys, like, don't think of Pokemon as their final form in Unite. Think of Pokemon as the whole journey, you know? It's not about the destination. It's about the journey, the journey to the journey, and the journey to the destination and the destination, right? Glaceon, if you spawned in the game, everyone level 14, level 15, Glaceon wouldn't be that bad, right? Or like if all the damage dealers were really high level, Glaceon's sick. But Glaceon level 1, suck. Level 2, suck. Level 3, suck. Level 4, suck. Level 5, suck. Level 6, passable. Right? How can you just be bad for that long period of the game?
anything was helping them carry. I mean, you're playing a lot of scaling Pokemon in that composition. You got Venusaur
Right?
involved,
So if your 1 through 5 is bad, your level 6 and onwards needs to be that much better to compensate, right? Right? You know how like you get a Ford F-150 or a Cybertruck? If your levels 1 through 5 are really weak, then you gotta get something else to compensate. But Glaceon doesn't have the compensation. No Cybertrucks there. What's Comfy's journey? Level 1, pretty good. Auto attack, range auto attack, supporter, not bad. Has a heal. Level 2 has a, you know, last hit and a heal. Level 3, okay. Level 4, boom, big heal. Level 5, okay. Level 6, boom, upgraded last hitting tool. Level 7, whatever. Level 8, boom, Unite move. Shandy's really bad till like 7, and 7 up it's mid at best. And Shandy doesn't get picked a lot, right? But Shandy at level 5 has a big boom, right? This is what you have to think about in Pokemon Unite. Level 5 versus level 6 is a really big difference. And why? It's because the first jungle clear guarantees gives you level 5, and the laning phase with an XP in your lane, if things go decently well, you can be level 5. But never can you get level 6 guaranteed like that. This is why Pokemon like Glaceon don't see a lot of play, Phalanx doesn't see a lot of play. Serena, when it does see play, has a lot of support around it to be able to set that up. Like Pokemon that need that level 6 spike as opposed to 5 are way worse. How many booms would you give Dodrio level 5? I would give it like a boom, you know? Not a boom, but like a boom.
So I guess just finals in a single elimination format. The finals will be happening on Sunday morning to start the day.
How nutty Glaceon can be, she's definitely doing good when she gets that level 6. Yeah, but it's too late, you know? The kids have already gone to college. There's nothing you can do at that point.
This is the current field we're looking at. Group C and D.
Sylveon's journey with the new hyper voice change. Level 1, meh. Level 2, meh. Level 3, meh. Level 4, ooh. Level 5, okay. Level 6, oh, okay. You know, it's not that crazy. Like, guys, just think of it this way. When you're playing solo queue, think of you having a teammate. How excited are you when your Sylveon hits level 6? As opposed to like, as opposed to like your Decidueye hitting level 7. Like, whoa, I have a snipe shot now. Right, like those are big spikes, big changes in power. Right? Sylveon getting level 6? Okay, whatever. Venusaur didn't got boom at level 5. Venusaur's boom at level 5 got improved though over the years, right? Sludge Bomb is a much better move at 5 than it used to be. Who's got the biggest boom at level 5? Probably, maybe Absol or Water Bear when it's good. Absol level 5 is insane, right? Pursuit's one of the best moves in the game when you're level 5 and everyone else isn't.
We got some awesome Pokemon. Arcalunon.
Zoro's pretty good. Zoro's definitely pretty good, yeah.
That'd be so sick.
Maybe.
But yeah,
Mimikyu 5 is good. Mimikyu 5 is definitely good.
is where you want to go. And if you're
But if you're going player off, it's okay, right? Level 7 is really when you go boom.
Is where you want to go. Drifloon, one of my favorite Pokemon on Earth.
Adorable.
A meta Pokemon, so that's sick.
Right, you know why Zacian is so good?
Love to see it. Yeah,
Zacian,
as well.
literally
Love
every single
food,
level in the
sounds
game it
like
gets is big boom.
all the food Pokemon, I love
Because
them a lot. That sounds like
it's
that.
literally just an auto attack demon, so you just increase its stats and it's good. Level 1, boom. Level 2, boom. Level 3, boom.
Coffee-related Pokemon, but
It's level 5, it's boom.
fair enough.
Here we are.
All right, well, awesome. Thank you so much for tuning into our stream. We got a lot of really cool stuff going on.
Rabkun, thank you for the tier 1.
Pokemon Unite as well. Now,
You want to see Absol? You want to see Absol?
inside Pokemon Unite,
Absol's a
we got some really
Pokemon
cool
that
stuff. Obviously,
is good when the other team is under-leveled.
Psyduck released
And the only way to
game,
guarantee that is your first gank at level 5, right? But when you're, the way the game is with Absol is if the other team knows that level 5 is when they're going to spike, right? All you have to do against Absol is not die to the first Absol gank, right? Do not die to Absol's first jungle gank, right? And it's like these pro players, I'm telling you, they're on something sometimes when I see them play into Absol. They just walk up willy-nilly with their willies nillies, you know? As long as you don't die to the first gank on Absol, you're fine. But if Absol first gank, it gets a KO off pursuit, it scores, it walks to the other lane, now it's level 6, right? The other lane can't do anything, it helps that guy stack, now he's level 7, now he goes to another jungle, now he's level 8, now he gets mid Bs, now he's level 9, now he ults something, now he's level 15, like, that's how Absol wins games. But if the first gank doesn't go well, right? Then what? You think they're gonna nerf the dog again? I don't think so. I think they'll leave the dog. I think the dog will stay as is. Mewtwo X is a sleeper pick. I want to believe in Mewtwo X, right? But the problem with Mewtwo X is everything, like, what do you pick instead of, like, what do you take out to play Mewtwo X, right? A lot of you guys will be like, oh, you could play it as a defender, right? Bro, look at the defenders in the game. Umbreon, broken. Mamoswine, broken. Tree, broken, right? And you get, those are like the top 3, right? You go down to the next tier of defenders. Now you have Slowbro, Snorlax, even Crustle at times. Lapras just got buffed. Like, what do you not play instead of Mewtwo X, right? Or do you want to talk about all-rounders, right? Mimikyu, Giga broken, right? Cerulege, still very strong. We saw Metagross didn't look too bad. Zacian, Giga broken. Blaziken, broken. Right? Like, what do you play Mewtwo X instead of these Pokemon? I want to believe with you. I think Mewtwo X definitely has potential. It just, why would you pick it over the other things that are available right now? If you can give me a case, I'll give you the face. Can we nerf all the defenders, please? Nerf Umbreon. Zoro feels similar to Absol. Agreed. Zoro definitely has a big level 5 spike. The thing about Zoro, though, is you can just farm and get level 7 and then try again. As Absol, I think if you don't do well on your first gank, you kind of already missed the window. Why is Gudra so bad? Gudra's not so bad. But the reason why Gudra struggles is because it's just like immobile and has awkward timing, right? Like Gudra level 1 through 5 is pretty good, but then 5 through 7 is like kind of awkward, right? Gudra's kind of like a kid that's really cute, right? Like imagine like your cute little baby brother. Oh, he's a baby, he's so cute, he's so cute. Suddenly he gets a little older, goes to high school. My god, he is so cringe, right? And maybe he'll have a glow up when he becomes an adult, but when that Gudra is in high school, he's the worst person to be around. right? When he's a Sliggoo, he doesn't do anything. He's not tanky, right? He doesn't have great fighting. He doesn't have his level 7 move. He doesn't have his final evolution, right? It's like Guja's good early, and then it comes back late, but it has an awkward, like, teenage phase. Similar kind of deal with Aegislash, but Aegislash is kind of an ugly baby. Like, its early game isn't even that good. I agree. Bubble, really strong Guja. Level 1, really strong. It's just once he becomes a teenager, he just thinks he owns the world.
LAIC. Oh, this is where we belong, you know, in the booth, on the stage. I just love being here, and especially being.
If the enemy team has double Speedster, you pick Tank Mewtwo. Depends on what else is available in the draft.
We have been doing segments together for content creation, some Portuguese, some snacks.
Right, like, it depends on what the double Speedsters are and what's available in the draft.
Okay, you've been talking a lot about this. You have been wanting to teach us casters a little
Like,
bit.
I think in a lot of ways where you might see this all-rounder Mewtwo be good, Lucario is just a better pick, right? And you might think these Pokemon are very different, but Lucario as a Pokemon is still tanky, right? It has a really strong passive to stay tanky. And if the Speedsters ever try to engage, the Luca can just walk backwards and pop them.
Yeah, okay, I'll say that a lot. Alright,
There we go. Right, nice.
perfect.
Good.
And I think you'll see a decent amount of Luca if teams go like Leafeon plus another Speedster.
So I can't really teach you.
Because it's a character you can leave on its own, and it can still thrive.
Some Canadian.
Oh, that well.
AG's good into double Speedster. AG's not bad, it's just...
But okay,
The problem with AG into double Speedster is you can just lose the game before Aegislash gets level 7.
so I believe
If you pull a Speedster, they die.
so we have two
The good Speedster players are gonna be running around the fight, and
overwhelming which
they're gonna, like, Leafeon's gonna win the game in the early game
local to this country.
and just snowball the game out, and then it's just gonna go in, X attack ult.
That now these players get their
Like,
land.
the problem with Leafeon, right? The reason, like, Leafeon just breaks the game. Because you don't need to go full heal on Leafeon, right? Like a normal Speedster. You can just go X attack amp and literally one-shot anything you want in the game. Like, Razor Leaf, like X attack Razor Leaf ult, Razor Leaf is a one, like, is basically a one-shot combo on everything except for an over-leveled defender in the game.
True. I mean, they've been showing up already in stream. It's been so awesome. And for all 4 titles.
Mimikyu's good. I agree. Mimikyu's good in the double Speedster.
I mean, I feel like we do this every single time that we are at some
Leafeon ult, tree passive, Focus Man says nah.
events the entire time. But if you do have
Well,
the chance,
hopefully our Leafeon isn't jumping on a tree that has passive and focus band up, right? Like, you do get to choose who you Leafeon unite, and I think as a Leafeon you choose to not unite move the tree that has all its defensives up.
If you have this possibility, especially here in São Paulo,
If you're a thief, right, you're not trying to rob the United States Federal Reserve when the Secret Service is outside. You're trying to rob like a bank in the boonies
And if you don't, just
in Pokemon Unite.
get some friends. Ask me. Ask me. Here you go.
How about Serena? It's level 6 again? Okay, so the thing about Serena is it follows the same kind of rules as the other Pokemon, where it's really weak until it gets that level 6. The thing about Serena is that it has the trade-off, right? At level 6, you have a broken passive that helps you reset moves. You have a point-and-click Unite move that gives you an iframe and a guaranteed stun. And you're playing like the lottery, right? It's kind of like, think of it like Gyarados. Like, you have really weak early, but once you evolve, you're online. If you can survive that awkward phase of the game, you're good. If you can't, you're not good. So Serena's like, you're playing like the Serena lottery. Have there been any T-Tars? No, I don't think you'll see T-Tar. T-Tar is like the epitome of like the Magikarp problem, right? Magikarp just needs to get its effort gauge up. Serena just needs level 6, which is still hard. T-Tar needs level 9, buddy. You're T-Tar is the old man from Up. He didn't get to go to Paradise Falls. Any Gyarados? Bro, there's only been 3 games, so, but yeah, no Gyaradoses yet.
Yeah, that's true. That is like also the most adorable.
I think Serena also depends on who is playing her. For sure, as goes with almost every Pokemon, right?
I am a person who does like competing in other games as well, so I found a lot of joy with it. But Honestly,
All right, I'm gonna check my devices to see if any of the pro players are in the game.
That's not just because I'm working. It's in part because I'm working on this event, but I actually the games at in-person events are truly on a different stratosphere.
And no
than some
one's
of the
on
events
my
we do.
Switch.
Obviously, most of the competition for this game does take place online.
What about Greninja? I think Greninja will get. I think we'll see some Greninja this weekend.
Players and their style of competition when it comes to these in-person events. I mean, honestly, you see teams
One
that
second.
you
I'm
never
just trying to
expected
see
to
if.
bracket run rise to the occasion. You see teams that have been dominant all year find another level.
Okay, nothing on here.
Capable of in these in-person events. It just truly is different.
We're checking on the phone.
They're animals, and that is
Guys, today's coverage is brought to you by Red Magic 9S Pro,
Yeah, that's very
the world's
true.
best gaming phone, by the way, if you didn't know. And if you disagree, you're wrong. And if you're wrong, then you don't even want to know. Okay, no one's playing. What are the Twitch drops? I have no idea, bro. Historically, they haven't been great, so...
Because it's the first few matches for these groups.
Do you think they'll make him Dragonite, like Dragonite, and have T-Tar evolve at 8 in the future? I don't think so. I think they want T-Tar to be that level 9 guy. Remember that one patch where T-Tar was like getting banned every game in ranked? That's what T-Tar realistically should be like, right? Where level 1 through 9, he's like, you know, the ugly duckling, and then at level 9, he becomes Robo Man. T-Tar's like IRL, you struggle year 1 through 65, and then when you get to enjoy life, it's too late. So true, actually. Oh, it's Platinum Emblem Mew? I mean, that's not bad.
and Pokemon selection that we end up seeing. I mean, we talked about a lot of the meta threats so far, so is there
I'll be
any
hurt
of the
to see Overlord play Gren, not Zoro. If LG picks Greninja, it's Overlord's like the third person that would play it, right? Either Kyrios will play it bottom lane attacker, or Trainer will play it in the jungle. Overlord almost certainly will never play Gren on that team.
It is really good. To be fair,
They have realistically, like, Overlord might be like, he's probably like the third best Gren on his team. And even Otter's played a lot of it.
Like 1 million Ghosts had, and still they couldn't really make it.
I would say Gren is really Trainer's Mon, to be honest. But I know Kyrios has been playing it.
Versatility, but we know really hard to be versatile when you're doing best of ones. So we just want to see these players coming through with, as you said, these different picks as well as the meta.
Overlord's been practicing top lane Umbreon. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, right? You might not think it'd be like it is, but it do. Some of these NA players they're gonna play random stuff in scrims because they don't want to show what they're actually gonna play in competitive. I'm willing to bet with anyone we're not gonna see Overlord play Umbreon today or tomorrow. When it comes down to the tournament, right? You're in single elimination, games on the line. I don't think Overlord is gonna be like, I'm locking in Umbreon, guys. Don't worry, I got this. Like, it's going to Slash, maybe Otter, and Overlord's playing something in the Speedster all-rounder category.
When we come back, more LAIC.
Is Utah at this tourney? No, only one European team is here, and it's Nouns. If they gave T-Tar his second move at 7 but didn't get the true damage till 9, would it be enough to make him competitively viable? I think from a design philosophy, they shouldn't make T-Tar better in the early game. They should just make him like a feast or famine kind of guy, right? It's either you do well, like you struggle, and then when you hit 9 you pop off, or you don't, right? It's just his level 9 pop off got nerfed. Are there drops? Apparently there's a platinum Mew emblem drop. I have my drops enabled, so whether you watch my stream or the official, you should be able to get them. I'll double check to make sure mine are on, but they should be on. Does it say drops enabled anywhere? Didn't? Okay, let's see. Viewer rewards drops. I have my drops enabled. But I don't know. Maybe you might have to have the official stream open too. But I have drops enabled. You can see enable drops. You think we'll see Zeraora? Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of good Pokemon that could get picked. You need to switch to Twitch for drops. You would need to have your Twitch account linked. But yeah, there won't be any drops for the YouTube stream. That's just how it works. YouTube doesn't have that set up. You're not seeing anything? I'm not sure then. I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know. I have it enabled on my end, but if you see it on the official stream and not on my stream, then either keep both open or open that one, if that's what you need. Yeah, okay, yeah, you might just get it after watching it for 30 minutes. So if you need it, definitely just go. It should be, the link is up here, twitch.tv.pokemon/Pokemon. Quantum, thanks for the prime, bro. Yeah, I think it's only Platinum Mew. They're on both. It's all good. Get your drops. Get your drops. Guys, we need some games, okay? I can't keep yapping. I like how all the games have like hype plays. Draco Meteor, Rayquaza, and then in the TCG they're just like, oh my god, he put down the Tatsugiri. Look, I have some cards with me. You guys want to look at some Pokemon cards? Guys, look at my Pokemon cards. I have Ogerpon. Okay, I have Tatsugiri. Alternate art Tatsugiri is cool, right? Let me show you my Pokemon cards. I have Diplin. I have a Diplin. I have Luxray EX.
Welcome back, everybody, to LAIC for Pokemon Unite.
You like my Luxray?
Our next groups, with the match being the Code versus AXK.
I have Blood Moon or Saluna.
Do some technical issues, but we're going to get shortly into draft. Zoinks. We were talking about a couple of different meta picks.
Yeah.
I mentioned a bit of Sableye. What were your choice again?
It's cool.
In terms of a Pokemon that we think might be sleeper options out there, I think I threw in the Chandelure as one of those options. Not necessarily the most viable, but I do think.
And then my sleeves are Charmander.
I mean, there's a lot of viable Pokemon in that.
Aren't my sleeves cool?
We've seen Greedent be competitive successfully again, right? So that is like a whole new question mark. But so we talked quite a bit about.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over my Pokemon cards.
Big names in this tournament. So we've talked about a few of them.
This is from one of the ETBs.
We've heard about Nouns, you know, we've heard about Fusion, definitely some big squads, but kind of the big three of Group A, I think, is worth discussing a little bit. We got the Exiled
Thank
team.
you.
We have the 2Z, I believe.
Release old Pokemon games on Nintendo Switch Online. I agree. You know why I think they haven't though? If you want to hear my conspiracy theory, it's because they plan on making like remakes of those games, like either like faithful remakes or like remasters or whatever, and they want to edge the Pokemon community until they're ready to release those games. Like if they just had the old versions of Nintendo Switch Online, games on Nintendo Switch Online, when they drop the remakes, it won't hit as hard, which sucks. But I think that's what it is.
Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I feel a little bad that they were off my radar. I mean, this team is filled with incredible players. my call out towards that team is all.
Is there going to be a free license or something like Day 3 Worlds? I don't know.
Defender players definitely
We can, I can try to see.
He's got credibility for some incredible play that he has. Primarily love the
Let's see what the drops are. They would say it on the Twitter account.
I think it's a very good chance we will be seeing more of that team throughout the broadcast. If not in our group stage, I got a hunch they're going to be competing very strongly in Day 2.
I agree, especially because being this method of best of ones going into Day 2, you're talking about the top 3 over each group. We have 16 on 3 groups and 5 on the last one. Correct? Here we go. So with that, it just kind of feels.
I don't think there's gonna be that many drops, guys.
Half people.
If there are and someone knows, let us know. But they would have advertised it if there were like big drops.
So that is very exciting on its own. And as you said, these names got.
Am I on Blue Sky? Is that the bootleg Twitter? I'm not. Should I get on there? I thought like only 2 people were using it. When are their matches starting? That's what I'm saying, bro. Mother of God, they're trying to goon the player base. Guys, I don't know what goon means. And isn't goon a bad word? This is a Christian stream, guys.
I'm sorry for my power rankings, okay? They were not generous to the teams from Brazil in any way, shape, or form, and that was a mistake. They actually performed
Trial licenses and emblems, they don't give good drops. I don't know. I don't know what they are, so I don't want to comment on it. Link to see the results and groups from all the matches. The groups should be on Twitter, and they'll probably post results as they come. Eating crab rangoons, those are good. Is it okay to talk about Pokemon unreleased Pokemon Unite months? Sure. I don't mind. Galarian, Rapidash, and Pinkaton are the 2 we're expecting. Goon means bandit. Oh yeah, true.
Place for us to consolidate ourselves as well, right? Because it's homeland.
Right back.
Exactly. We're here, you know, on top of course, the Brazilian teams you mentioned with the DreamHack, with the X Legacy as well.
They usually release Pokemon in phases of 3, right? Eevee posted a new Pokemon. Wait, really? Wait, is it Empoleon? Is it? Tell me it's Empoleon.
I know. I think we only have one Latin America North team participating in this event, but
Tell me it's Empoleon right now.
Remembering right now the name that they're going under in this tournament, well, it was formerly the Entity 7 Jonas squad.
Exactly.
So obviously an incredible performing LATAM team.
Oh, Skeledirge. Oh, I think this is the thing that El Chico V does where he's like joking, right? Because these trophies are like skeleton crocodiles looking or whatever. I don't think he's being serious. Because I think he's joking. I love El Chico Eevee, but when he does this, it kind of pisses me off, okay?
Yeah, and it clicks.
It kind of pisses me off.
And to be fair, I was very happy to see like in that
Never forget. True.
Fun, great. You expect Fusion to do incredibly well, but then go
Empoleon or Alcremie?
This is what.
Yeah, I think Empoleon is a shoe-in. You fell for the bait? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Take the dub, you continue grinding and trying to get
You saw something else?
Let's talk a little bit more about Fusion as you were
Guys, I have insider information. I'm telling you it's Empoleon. Allegedly. It's not insider information, I lied.
That I would love to highlight.
What role do I think Empoleon would be? I want it to be defender, but it might be all-rounder.
Top groups and
But I want it to be defender.
on tournaments and all around the year.
Why so many all-rounders? Because those are probably that's probably the most popular role.
Every single regional final was them in first place.
I had a coworker whose Discord got hacked in some way, and whoever messaged all of our Discord contacts that they wanted to goon, including our manager, who asked her what gooning is. It's Empoleon. I'm lying, but I'm not lying. My favorite starter is for Alligator. I like the little Totodile guy. I like the sound he makes, you know? We go like that one. Portmon, who needs 3 evolution, gonna suck. My dreams of seeing starter Pokemon is far. Not necessarily, right? I think they could make Meganium, and Chikorita could just be good early game. Could also just evolve at level 6. It doesn't have to be 7.
Maybe there's an argument here for Fusion, the best performing team
Maybe this is the day. This is the moment to start your 2025. Just
Right.
rise up to the occasion. And I feel like
First Paradoxmon they will add is Iron Valiant. Technically Miraidon is kind of Paradox, so
What's the next one you put there?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk about who's who, I don't think we can.
Amazon's 3 Evolution is pretty good. Yeah, there's some 3 Evolution defenders that are good, right? Mamo, Blastoise.
Here at LAIC.
Oh crud, the Mew Platinum emblem is not valid for my region. Oof. I'm sorry.
Or at least the players did.
I'm sorry.
2 years ago in Yokohama, and that was a very wonderful experience. I guarantee
Oh crud.
those teams are trying to get back
Be
in that
Willikers.
position if they can. Obviously, that is
HE double hockey sticks.
is the first place prize for the winners here at LAIC. They are invited to compete.
Dream support is Tangela.
Champions League finals, in-person finals in Shinjuku.
Pimpsy's got all the Tangela emotes.
Very awesome. Obviously, that is a heck of a
I'd take
character.
Tangela.
It really is. You're just like, this is my goal. This is my purpose. We are going to get
Sad
there.
Gutra
And as you say,
noises.
The fact that we are just getting West and East just mingled together.
Incineroar would be an amazing support Pokemon. I think Incineroar should be a defender.
Here. We're here.
You guys, I know you never played Heroes of the Storm, most of you. But this character from HOTS would literally just be Incineroar. Let's see if there's a spotlight for it.
Open invite, but the teams that did show up are from across the world, and then obviously EUIC is going to remain largely the same.
Like this would just literally be. This is what Incineroar could be in Pokemon Unite. It would be a defender.
More souls in the Nexus and become stronger. Diablo's upcoming rework will focus on preserving his most popular.
Like he could have like Fire Blast.
Players greater control over his abilities. Cone-shaped skill shot.
So
Diablo's Fire Stomp is now a cone-shaped skill shot, giving players more control over when and how it is used. When cast,
like his fire goes out and then comes back in.
Diablo, and each
There's probably some fire move
like a shotgun
that Incineroar could have.
through them. On their return to him, his flames deal triple.
So like this is how Diablo works. Look at this. This is how I would want Incineroar. This could be parting shot or something. So you see how he charges? If he charges something into a wall, they get stunned. And then he has another move, kind of like submission, but it's like in place and he flips them over. So a lot of what Diablo does is charge into wall, flip them, or you can flip them and then charge them backwards. Kind of like Buzzswole, but as a tank instead. Right? And then the fire just keeps going.
Percentage of the damage dealt to enemies.
You see, he did the combo in reverse there, where he picked up the hammer guy. Like, look, that's just Tinkaton, basically, right? Incineroar versus Tinkaton.
Diablo heals for a
He picked him up, put him behind him, and then charged him into the wall.
damage dealt to enemy heroes. Diablo can now see pathing indicators around him.
See, and that's how his shadow charge works. This is how Incineroar should be.
Diablo can now see
Right?
pathing indicators
You charge, and if they hit into a wall, they get
around him,
banged.
allowing players to nail the perfect shadow charge. Additionally, shadow charge now increases Diablo's movement speed instead of adding armor. This helps bolster his maneuverability in tight situations and supports more strategies that provide different souls. One flame is increased.
And then his in this game, his Unite move is basically just Mewtwo ult. He either has Mewtwo ult or Super Flamethrower, but they could give him something else in Unite. But yeah, I think Diablo, like as a design from, they could just literally borrow some stuff from that.
Energy's high. I mean, we're seeing teams mingling. I see a lot of. I said hi to some of the NA teams who are hanging out with teams from Brazil. Very, very cool.
Yeah, Zoinks, we get it. You're cool. You get to hang out with everyone. Meanwhile, we're just sitting here waiting.
Less from Brazil? No, you cannot.
Muck and make it Tyrael.
Yeah, of course.
I hope I'm delivering.
Kinda, I could.
Tell us that, and tell us all.
I could kind of see that.
You're thinking of LAIC
I'd say Wigglytuff is already kind of like Tyrael though, no? Like Starlight Recital is pretty close to Sank.
twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, because we love to hear you guys' feedback, because this is
Did they announce a new mon while I was making banana bread? No, they did not announce a new mon while you were making banana bread.
So I feel like this is what we need to aim for.
Then it just Razor Leaf with Blaze Push? Kind of, but imagine on like a defender, you know?
Exactly. So if you're enjoying the competition, either here in the venue or
Playing Sludge teleports back and forth, give him, oh, Judgment? True, but Judgment is kind of just Azualt.
Maybe we're gonna point it down like this when it shows up.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be like, oh, I love this pose.
Yeah.
They prepping the new map theme announcement soon?
So yeah, that would be really awesome. So please.
I don't think we're getting. I think that's gonna come maybe at EUIC.
Awesome tournament so far. Like we said, we have the next match coming up very soon as they are getting set on stage. We got
Shielding allies on his base moves. I mean, I'm down. I think Tyrael and Hots is very cool design. And it's a Pokemon, it's a hero that was popular and competitive pretty much the whole time that game existed.
Teams from Brazil, Fusion, withstanding, the only one outside of that, right?
What made Tyrael really good was that one talent that he got at like 11 or something that made his Q have a little, like a little circle that spawned, right? That kind of move would be sick in Unite. It's kind of like Bone Rush.
I definitely agree.
It's like basically imagine Bone Rush, but when you take your Bone Rush, it spawns like a little wall.
We have, at least in my mind,
That move was so broken. But like on a tank, so you would like Bone Rush past them, and then put a wall and then body block them, or just body block areas.
I just feel like there is, maybe it's just because I highly connect to it.
A Lowland themed map with Incin Pokemon day release because it's a restricted Pokemon. You guys are, if the Galaxy Gas was actually Copium, you guys would be high F right now. We are almost certainly not getting a new map for at least 18 months. We're gonna get what the Chinese version has is a new game mode in Thea Sky Ruins. The whole game is gonna change around that, right? Maybe we'll get some of their fun game modes. The next three Pokemon or two Pokemon are already leaked. It's Galarian, Rapidash, and Tinkaton, right? Pokemon Day, we're almost certainly getting like a big legendary. Who knows what it'll be?
Yeah, they do.
But yeah. All right, boom. Boom. Game is starting. The Code versus So other than the first game of the day, every second pick side is banned Darkrai. Rightfully so. Right? If you're a second pick, you ban Darkrai because you don't want first pick to get it. And if you're first pick, you don't ban it because you would want to get it. You don't want to waste your man on it. Yo, these are my guys. Are these guys watching the stream? They actually banned Umbreon. This is what I would ban if I was second pick. Especially if the other team banned Mimikyu. Oh, they picked Miraidon. Game. It's over. We lost. No, I'm kidding. I would go Zacian Hoopa. I'm going Zacian Hoopa here. If this was me, I go Zacian Hoopa. Come fight me in the top lane, buddies.
To be fair, I would say that on unofficial events, we have been seeing quite a lot of grassroots having Umbreon as the top banned Pokemon.
All right, Eld Blastoise. I mean, you're not really showing your hand, which is nice, but it's also not, they're not like power picks by any means. Lapras Hoopa. Oh, okay. All right, left side team comp is broken. Never mind. Bro, Lapras Hoopa, you have so much macro. I don't know why there's a Charging Charm. I'm sure that guy doesn't actually play Charging Charm on it. If he does, I'm literally going to. Oh yeah, and Leafeon was up. Why did we just let Leafeon go through? We should have gone Leafeon at some point. I was just expecting Leafeon to get banned, but yeah. Maybe I probably would have gone Zacian Leafeon or Leafeon Hoopa. Leafeon something from B-side earlier. Okay, Leafeon kind of salvages their comp. Slowbro, Venu. So this means that Blastoise is going top. Venu bottom. Bottom / sharing jungle. Leafeon top side. Eld top. And then D-Knight. I don't really like D-Knight here at all.
Some space in between your defenders and your attackers. So
Like, you don't like Outrage is kind of meh into the other team, right? There's Slowbro and Blastoise Disruption, and your early game isn't that strong because Leafeon's going to be dominating, and then Hyper Beam is okay-ish. It's going to come down to how the first 2 minutes go, basically like every Pokemon Unite game. Yeah, I'm not liking right side or left side's comp that much, but I think both comps are kind of troll. I don't like the Venu pick there, but I also really don't like the D-Knight pick. I'm trying to think, who do we give the edge to? I want to give the edge to the right side comp because Leafeon is just that broken. But it'll depend on how they play their macro early on. And yeah, left side does have Miraidon Hoopa, so... It's gonna come down to how the first minute goes, I'd say. I think I slightly prefer left side. I'd say I'm like 62 left, 38 right. Okay, so the Eld, both supporters are just clearing in the jungle. They might be both getting red buffs. Blastoise managed to get that. That was pretty good. Both supports have reds. It's full heal Luca, which might indicate E-Speed this game. Scary game to be E-Speed. Every game's a scary game to be E-Speed. But there's not that many stuns, at least. Alright, Leafeon went one buff bottom instead of top. Kind of already showed, though. I don't think we're catching... Oh, maybe... Does Lapras not have X speed? Guess he doesn't. He already X speeded. Yeah, Lapras is doid. Okay. So once left side sees the Leafeon go bottom, right? Left side needs to charge top side. They need to be very aggressive because the Leafeon can't be there, right? The Dragonite's leaving. That was our window to be aggressive because we had vision of the Leafeon bottom. Now we kind of lost our opening where we could have invaded or done something with our level 5 Luca and Dragonair. And Luca just died. What was our Luca doing? I don't know how our Luca passed away there. Alright, Perish Song Lapras. Interesting pick. It is E-Speed Luca, like we were saying. Is Blastoise DC? No, he's back. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, he's definitely having issues. You can see. Okay. What's my favorite Latin American country? All of them. I love them all.
Yeah, maybe they did. Maybe we'll Electro Drift back into the game in a little bit. We'll see how that goes. But I'm super excited because
did I ever shave my beard when I reached the sub goal? We didn't reach that goal, no.
The fact that they got that double KO is, fun, very satisfying to watch, but definitely not surprising. You would expect that because you're going on a 2v2, especially with a Hooper on your side.
25 minutes for a game and we still get technical issues? Bro, it was like an hour for the game. We got to stay positive though, guys. Stay positive. No complaining about issues. We have no control over it, right? So it's okay. We can't let the negativity consume us. I know it is frustrating though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who's my favorite YouTube chatter? you because when you go to sleep, your mom comes on your phone. I mean, what?
Yeah, the Venusaur is definitely the highest priority here, especially on attacking position for a escape.
You've been consumed? Oh no. Fine, it's fine. It's starting back up.
We go, and after those KOs on the top side, we're getting back here to the bottom, so with plenty, 47 going.
Did they not remake? That kind of sucks because the Blastoise died because he disconnected. That's really frustrating in a best of one too. Okay, he is beam. Good reset. Sludge bomb.
Yes, they are. I enjoy AXK pushing here to the top side as they're doing, not leaving Venusaur to their demise or being exposed. You're just trying to get strength in
All right,
numbers.
top side. They're doing this objective. I think a lot of I think you're gonna see a lot when there's Hoopa in the game. A lot of this top objective is gonna be prioritized, but the way that they're doing this is just kind of leaves them vulnerable to the E-Speed Luca. E-Speed looks good here for sure. Okay. Oh, he got the fruit. Leafeon also didn't have ult. I don't know if this is defendable. Doesn't, yeah, definitely not. This Luca's cooking. He's died. Okay, they have to try to push here, but they're kind of low is the problem. Nice stop from Hoopa. Vino Unite doesn't really do anything, and the Blastoise is gone. Yeah, unfortunately, like, their Blastoise is just too small. I don't know if it's because of the disconnect. We didn't really get to see what happened too much on that side. But look at the XP, right? 10, 10, 11, and the Leafeon only just hit level 10. And as the Venusaur player, like, you know, when Grandma loses her ability to be on her pads, it's not good. Right? Venusaur really needs their outer pads, because when push comes to shove, like, you can't really get dive behind your pads. Right? Like, that's your anti-dive measure as Venusaur. And there's no pads now. But left side team isn't at least taking over the enemy jungle. Leafeon is going to make it out. No fully on Luca, and he took a beam to the face. All right, we take this fight. Blastoise is going to hit level 9 within this fight. We eject. Good eject. Luca's down. Nice ult on the Leaf, but he's going to die to the Miraidon Unite. Lapras is in his Unite. Blast ult hits nothing, unfortunately. But we do catch him in the surf. Oh, we had to commit Slowbro ult. I don't know about that Slowbro ult. We right side team literally used 3 Unite moves that did accomplish almost nothing, right? The Miraidon already got surfed away. The Vino ult hit nothing. The Blast ult hit nothing. And the Slowbro ult hit a guy that was already out of position without Electro Drift. Okay, so now we have no ults. We don't want to contest the fight. We can, the one play that right side team has is they could send like 3 or 4 people to the bot tier 1 pad and try to maybe make a play happen, but they need to just farm and try to hold this pad and have no one die before. You can't go for steals like this. You, like, even if everyone makes it out alive, look at our HP totals now. Right? Like, we lost so much. Okay. The enemy team didn't push, but we do lose our blue. This is just inevitable losses after... Like, these losses that we're incurring right now are because of what happened in our jungle 2 minutes ago, where we Unite moved nothing, right? Like, we're on the back foot. We have to get our Unites back, and we can maybe go for a play right now. Like, we can afford to maybe use, like, Blast and Leafeon Unite. Okay, there's our Blast ult. We need the Vino ult on it. We needed it. Oh, we were too late. Okay, it's fine. We're not gonna take this Lapras down in time though. Okay, we got him. We got him. We're doing it. We're doing it. That Hyper Beam has to be aerial aced on Leafeon. You have to just aerial ace through him, or like to the side. Okay. So now we did use our Unites, which you would think is a little late, but basically we're gonna sack the bottom objective, right? So the enemy team is gonna get a Reggie bonus for the Ray fight, but we basically traded this Reggie that's coming up for their bot pad, which is a win for the right side team. We're gonna have a level 14 Venusaur. We're gonna have level 13 Blastoise. Now what I want to see them do is the Leafeon play the long lane and maybe even consider backcapping. Right, Leafeon's fast enough that it can flank the fight, and that's where it wants to play from anyways. Left side team should anticipate that though. There's no reason for Leafeon to play in these close corridors. Right, you just want to play on the long lane and try to find a flank. Okay, we're just starting the fight. We found the Hoopa. He goes down without getting his Unite move off. That's good. Blast ult is coming. There it is. Big blast. Doesn't hit much, but it's fine. D-Knight's down. Leafeon's 1 HP. There, he's too low to continue the fight, so he's gonna go cap. And now left side team decides, okay, we need to just flip it. Eld is trying to stall. He missed the E-speed. But is there a Luke ult for secure? There isn't. The Eld is stalling. Leafeon's coming. No, he's not. Yeah, I don't know. Good play from left side to just rip Ray. I don't know what happened to all of right side where they took so many KOs. I like the way that they started the fight, but they must have just blew everything on the Hoopa. Oh wait, did an ad play during the fight? Oops. Oops. The Leafeon went to go, he was 1 HP, so he went to go score afterwards, after the fight broke out. And then I guess the Lapras jumped on his head after. I think the Blast Ult probably didn't do anything, realistically. They also Leafeon ulted the Hoopa that was bro ulted. They wanted to KO it before he got his ult off. Yeah, I think the Leafeon probably should back, get full HP, and then make sure they don't lose Ray. Because left side only went for Ray because they saw the Leafeon trying to push, right? Yo, does that guy have like a... Is that like a spring onion earring? That's cool. When is Team YT match? It should be later on. They're in like Group C, I think. We're still in like Group B. We just started Group B. Oh, it's like it's a leak from Farfetch'd. Oh, okay. That's cool. That is really cool, actually. Yeah, the fight just ended up being weird, to be honest. It was weird. What's up, Felipe? Team YT versus Nouns is going to be the one really cool match to see today. Group B's almost done? Okay. Well, this is the first match that we got to see. They're probably just running really behind, right? Most intense match? I wouldn't say we've had any intense matches. These are group stage best of ones, so they're nothing too crazy.
Not exactly necessarily the Reggies or the bottom Reggies, but the objective overall of what you want.
Now the wait begins. Yeah.
Having the Hooper with Lucario on the top side was just, you know, easy pick, right? Really good and solid, but the way they played it, we have it on the screen here for the replays.
All right, guys, take a bit of a stretch break if you need. Watch this replay. I'm gonna be right back and just use the restroom and maybe grab a quick snack as well, just so we can make it to the rest of the games.
At this point, we have 200 points.
I'll be right back.
With the majority of the game.
Yeah, okay, so let's watch what really goes down here, right? We slow beam there. Dragonite's stun is actually a pretty pivotal moment in that fight, but look at this. Miraidon just completely uncontested on the right-hand side of that Rayquaza pit. Means that is just a ludicrous amount of damage that is unanswered. So, really impressive stuff from the Code. They eventually do show up with that Hoopa Unite move, so good to see that eventually. But it will be the Lucario taking the player of the game spot for Visa.
Yeah, Vizing really performing this one super great, as we mentioned, all about the curve and the scaling that we had for this player in particular, which is funny to say for a Pokemon that doesn't evolve in Pokemon Unite, but still, I think that's what they did. Very consistent all throughout every stage of this game, and just making sure that the power spikes were well utilized.
Exactly, yeah, we saw even them offlaning quite a bit, which is something Lucario is sort of notorious for, being a very good Pokemon at not necessarily joining fights, but playing off on their own. Very few Pokemon can kind of handle a 1 versus 1 against Lucario. We got options out there, but in the early game, I truly think it's in an uncontested state. So really good stuff from Lucario throughout that game. I love seeing Extreme Speed. I've said this time and time again. My favorite Pokemon to cast are always the ones with resets of any kind. I'll take whatever. Greninja, Surf, Extreme Speed Lucario. They are way too fun to watch, and I mean, they are so fun to play. You see why these players are comfortable on selections like this in big tournament matches.
It's just reliable. It's just really reliable, because if you know the ins and outs of a Pokemon, you will get the reset every single time. Myself, I try to do that with Psyshock Gardevoir. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Hey, I mean, you can do it with Future Sight too if you really want to. Both of them, great cooldown options. Now that you bring up the Gardevoir though, so I am very, very curious on that pick in particular, if we will see any Gardy in our tournament. It is definitely a Pokemon that has received a pretty nice buff in a few ways in a recent patch, but we have not seen it as of yet. If we're going to see it anywhere, it might be with a little bit of North American love. I know Team YouTube is in attendance with this event. And so sad Sam, that is kind of an iconic Pokemon for them, right? It is the Gardevoir, is what Team YT has built around in tournaments past to make a big run. And with Sam on the reins with that Pokemon, I really do think it could be a big successful tournament for Team YouTube.
You know, something that I would love to see as well on the realm of these attackers that got a slight buff recently, give me the Alola Ninetales. Give me the Alola Ninetales with the Mamoswine. I just feel like it works so good, especially in laning phase. But just in general, the amount of hindrance and just power you have with the Snow Globe, the damage is huge. So you can pair it up that, of course, having that shield that comes through as well. If you have a nice supporter coming in with a Buddy Barrier, the Ninetales, even if you are just deep in enemy backline, you're still going to survive, right? Even if you have, for example, if you have a Hooper, great survivability there. So many options that you could go for that I would love to see today.
Yeah, I think that's another option for like Brazilian flair, right? I think Worlds this year and the year prior, some of the only Alola Ninetales play we saw in the entire tournament was from Brazil. I mean, a lot of attacker players, a lot of really good attacker players in this region really lean into that pick in particular, and I think there's good reason why. You just mentioned the survivability, especially with the Aurora Veil moveset, but if you're trying to go anti-dive, anti-speedster, the just more damage, the more damage-oriented option is also great. So really another Pokemon that has quite a bit of flexibility when it comes to competitive play. We do have yet to see it on camera, though. We've seen some crazy stuff on camera. We saw Charizard win on broadcast,
We did,
so, I mean,
and it was really, really good.
Exactly. I don't think we can be too picky about the spice that we're seeing as of yet, right? There is some
It's coming through.
really, exactly. We have been treated well so far here in Brazil, especially in terms of compositional choices. We've seen some great games. I mean, another great game, I think the Code making a real name for themselves. I mean, we haven't gotten to see too much of Group B, like you were mentioning, just one game prior. This was another look at Group B, and I think we're starting to see another team that people got to keep their eyes on maybe later in the tournament. This the Code squad looking very strong.
Incredibly strong, and I think I have been saying this, which is funny that the word I choose will make sense to this as well. Consistency.
Yes.
I feel like that game was all about consistency for the Code. There were a couple of things that could have been played a little better that you highlighted for AXK in regards to their rotations, going to the bot side and trying to just enable the Venusaur and just leaving poor top off to the Lucario's demises. And it didn't quite work well, so they ended up being a little behind the curve, and all the objectives early on went to the Code in the end. So it's something to keep in mind of, but the fact is, the Code recognized all of that, and they didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, that's true. They were able to shut them down kind of at any given moment. We saw a lot of central area aggression. I think that has been one of the key things that we have seen kind of develop over maybe the last year, maybe 2 years in Pokemon Unite, is when you are winning, your main objective is to win more. So if you have broken both those tier 1 goal zones, you don't have many wild Pokemon on your side of the map to knock out, you may as well take the enemies. It has been a really, really big adaptation. A lot of teams have taken to heart. I know some of the best in North America do this quite well. Obviously, we saw some of the best in Japan do this expertly. I mean, it is a really, really common strategy that we're starting to see kind of across the board in competitive play.
All right, guys, did I miss a whole game or what?
You gotta go all in.
Yeah. Go hard, just make it work, and just bring that lead much bigger. Just widen the gap as much as you can, because this game was kind of like a result of that as well, because it was
all right, I got some yogurt
to 0 for the majority of the game.
And my mom said
props to AXK, because
gonna
some
make
of
me
those
some
Reggie
like
pushes, they were strong, but they defended well.
avocado
They
toast or
rotated,
something.
Traded the bottom Reggie.
But I got some yogurt.
Managed to also guarantee that that 200 didn't increase like you just said. Teams are aiming to do.
Yeah, they built a very late game focused composition, and unfortunately they did get punished
Yogurt.
for that fact. But when it came to, you know, playing to their outs, they did have some good moments, which I thought was really, really good. I don't think the journey's over for this squad either.
Absolutely not.
They have
Spragos gave me a shout out. I missed it. Yeah, right.
to make it into that day 2 of competition.
Liar.
And of course, one step closer to Championship Sunday. I mean, all of these teams got their eyes looking forward to it.
The dried yogurt trend? What's that?
Forward to it. It'd be awesome. If any of these teams want me to play, I will go and play. They also
Doesn't have interviews? It's okay, we're here.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Too
crazy
bad.
that production said that frame 1 too.
Yeah,
they were like, oh no.
Oh, you're gonna nope. Immediately shut down.
no
Don't
thank-
let them. No,
Well,
absolutely. Cut off. Locked out.
Oh, well.
It happens. It's okay. We cast, we talk, we app, we don't play.
That's true. Well,
We play at home.
see me on Sunday after the grand finals when the open play is open. I'm gonna start queuing up with some of these players and saying,
Let's
maybe,
do it. I love
maybe
that
we don't
idea.
wanna
That's
say-
wonderful.
Maybe we don't want to reject doing so quick, you know? Maybe we'll see.
Maybe.
We'll see. It'll be a lot
The
of fun.
Metagross?
It's the only Pokemon I've been playing this season. I don't know.
He's got 61% win rate.
61. I'm at 94, but yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it was just not that many games overall. Like,
Yeah.
I think so. Anyways, that is a
Not
casual
where
talk
teams
for
to travel
another
so far.
moment.
You play
Find
one,
us somewhere,
3 best of 1 day
after
ones.
all the games are over. We can
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, that's true.
Casual.
People are tuned in to watch competitive top-level Pokemon Unite. Maybe
Yeah.
not necessarily.
If you're
my
traveling,
solo queue
you're
escapades
traveling
on
with the
Metagross.
expectation that you're making it out of groups.
Sorry to those
Next time
being-
I'll think about that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we've got to take a look at Group A and Group B. I think our next matchup on stream will also end up being a Group B match. I will obviously correct you all if that is going to be the case, but we will most likely be seeing a little bit more. Group
Ice
C
Bowl,
and
the
D,
winning team
randomized
gets like
groups did
$1,200
end
per
up being
person,
A little bit more of the international teams, like
which
I
is
mentioned,
doesn't even
fusion,
cover the
obviously,
flight.
here in Group B. So we got a top tier team here. But we'll see what we're looking at very
Coming
soon.
next.
And okay.
Last two
we're gonna be
picks are
taking a look
XP
at
Share
a brand
Defenders.
new squad, 2 brand new squads.
Just kidding, they took it off.
We're gonna say Team Mewtwo
Isn't it
versus
1300? Maybe it's
Dreams
1300.
coming up on stream. That
Same
is
difference
exciting.
though, right?
Yeah, it really, really is exciting. Waiting to see
Our Team
what
YT's
the
playing.
teams are going to be coming up with, because
Yeah.
international, as you said, is just a little bit different from what Brazil brings to the table.
It's true. I do have word for production. This is a Group C match, and both these teams did say I can't join their team. So
Aw.
we did hear
Maybe we
double
can try to sub
confirm.
next time.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be really cool. I've been asking to play on that main stage for so long. It'd be so fun. It looks really cool, but
It does.
$100
obviously
equals
these
$2.
teams are very excited about it as well. One of these teams has a lot of
Yeah.
experience here on the main stage. Obviously, Team YouTube is qualified for the World Championships 2 years in a row, and in terms of in-person tournament experience, they got a lot of.
So
it at
early,
this
how
point.
much should I miss?
Particularly,
You don't wanna know.
LAIC this last
You
year,
don't wanna know
down
how
the
much you
stretch,
missed.
They were able to make a run very, very deep.
You
all
missed,
the way
like,
to the grand finals of the final
4
stretch,
games.
Unfortunately, where they ultimately took.
Guys, have we actually only watched 4 games today?
Look at our group stage. Currently, Fusion sitting at
I think not 4 best of 3s, but 4 games.
They are a lock for day 2. I think
I've been live for 6 hours and I've watched 4 games.
And things like that, but right now, Fusion a lock for day 2. We're gonna be starting in.
Did I give some tips to Otter since he plays support now?
But Group A has been pretty
No, me and Otter are beefing.
Esports 3-0, Exiled 3-1, DreamMax unfortunately only 2-0. They've been chilling.
No, Otter's fine. He'll do okay.
Yeah, they have been chilling well, to be fair. Although they only played 2 games, they did win 2 of the 2 games.
Oh, they're doing well. They're doing well.
They're doing well.
There's no
Got a 100%
drama.
win rate at this
Oh, true.
point.
We did watch
And
Bird
Tuesday as
Lotion.
well. Very excited about Tuesday and what we've seen from them in the broadcast so far as well.
Yeah.
But Team YT and Bad Dreams going into Group C, everybody's just fresh, going in for their first draft. Well, first and only draft against these opponents, because we are talking about best of 1s in group stage, and Zoinks, you know the stakes go high.
Oh yeah, it's a
Is Phil participating now? He is, yeah.
All right, here we go. Unfortunately,
As you can see, with Team YT, we got Ollie, Mano. Wait, what?
That corrected, but here we go. So talk to me about these bands.
Team YT
Right, so
is
we have an Umbreon,
Sam,
here, plus,
Phil,
things that we have been coming to expect for
Akilo,
a
Fui, Chaotic,
given
right?
Recent patches.
But
And as well,
Phil is playing
Dark
attacker
Ride,
this season.
either banned or picked. It's 100% participation in the tournament, I would say, possibly so far. And Leafeon as well, very high.
What is Team YT first pick here? I'm going to go ahead and say Blissey.
That's true. Okay, a Blissey first pick is going to be locked in on the purple side of the battlefield. I think a Pokemon that is exceptionally strong, the best support in the game, in my opinion. But it will be
I don't hate the Blissey first pick, but you are going to give up Miraidon for it.
A good strategy. The orange side team, though, is going
I'm
to
down for them to go
lock in the
Zacian.
Miraidon and the Eldegoss.
Has Fui been playing Zacian?
On an Eldegoss, as you mentioned, as you usually see the Eldegoss becoming the one Pokemon choice to battle against the Blissey, especially when a Hooper is already locked out. The Ninetales, the Alola Ninetales.
Oh, A9's out.
It's here, but also the Lucario that we saw.
Nobody
just
on
doing so
YT
incredibly
plays
well
Zacian?
in this
Unlucky.
Previous game for the side of the code, and a
What about
Blaziken
Mimikyu?
Slowbro
Mimikyu is
Hooper
up too.
happening right now. They are very good staple picks, and that's what they're going for.
Yeah, that is going to be awesome. Is it Hosh, I believe was the way I pronounced that Blaziken player's name? Hosh.
Why was Phil banned? I don't think we ever got an official reason.
So it will be.
Do you see your enemy items in the actual tournament? Nope, you don't.
Very, very cool. I mean, I do agree with Spragos. I think that's a Pokemon that has been like kind of underrated.
Zoro
Widely.
Comfy.
It is an incredible Pokemon, but they are going to be going up against one of the most devastating in-person
Tank
tournament
Blissey?
duos that has ever touched this game. The
Oh,
Zoro
brother.
Comfy is unbelievably strong.
Nasty.
But okay.
Who
there we
plays
go. We
Zoro
got
on
the
Team
update
YT?
result on screen. We got to change it up, and okay, I got a pin of that Pokemon on. It's Mimikyu.
Hey, it's the Mimikyu.
Do they have the
And
hero
we
pool
gotta
for
address
this?
Here the fact that we had a quick switch of events here on the teams that were going
Guys,
to be playing in this
I
match.
love the
Particularly
boys on
AXK
YT.
on the purple side versus Claytopolis Unidos, also still on the Group E.
Yeah, exactly. So we're still in Group E, and we got 2
Oh, okay, so
squads
it's not
from
YT.
Brazil
They
facing
lied,
off
they
yet
lied,
again.
they lied,
This
they
time
lied.
we're
It's
gonna
not
get a new
YT.
Look from AXK. Honestly,
They
an
lied, it's not
entirely
YT, it's actually
different Rosa
AXK.
composition, right? We had Venusaur and Blastoise, and now we are looking.
Zoinks literally said that the names were wrong, so.
Last game, and they said, "Hey, Kate, we're running that back."
Can I borrow it just for a moment?
We're gonna take that. We're gonna
I was
take
gonna
that
say,
Lucario for a ride in
I don't
this
think
second game
Team
of our
YT
group
could play
stage.
this comp.
It's a brand new opponent. We'll have to see how this one goes down. I mean,
Even
one
this
side has
guy's like,
Mimikyu,
bro,
and again,
are we not playing
I am
YT? What's
not
going on?
biased, but I do think that team will probably win.
Whatsoever. I'm not biased for the Alola Ninetales either.
Right. Okay.
Definitely
so we're
not
at
for the
odds
Zoro
here.
Comfy.
Having no faith.
No way. Like, there's nothing good about that combo.
I got
It's
nothing
never
to say, I'm
existed,
sorry.
Never seen on Earth.
I don't think YT would have faith in
We
themselves.
are very sarcastic.
Exactly. All right, looks like we might have one small issue on stage to work out before these teams actually get into the game. So we can talk a little bit more about the draft that we just saw. So obviously, we're joking around. Zoro Comfy is, I mean, notorious for a reason. Infamous, famous, whatever title we want to ascribe to it.
They'd have
feels
too
like
much
at these
faith.
in-person events on the minimal ping environment.
True.
That Comfy and Zoroark, it just feels.
You go for the king, you better not miss.
Incredible Zoroark players. two of which are now on Luminosity Gaming, but Trainer LGC and Overlord have both said playing that Pokemon in these in-person environments, it's just a different world. You feel like you can express the amount of skill you have to a degree that you never have been able
Guys,
to
why is there
before.
another
So that is
technical
always
issue?
So exciting, but that holds true for a lot of different Pokemon.
I love the YT boys, but
Mimikyu, another one of those Pokemon that if you want to aim quick, you want to make sure your Shadow Sneaks are landing, it is going to be a great environment to do so.
Yes, it is, and we have information.
game
here
is
that the
paused.
was
I like that they have a game is paused graphic already.
As soon as we can, and I totally agree with you. There's just something about just being together.
I'm checking on my Switch if YT's in a game. Maybe we could skip this match and watch them instead.
Latency whatsoever. Come on, getting into this game, AXK
Floating, it's loading.
Claytopolis Unidos on the orange again for Group B in this best of one group stage.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense one, and the Komei for the start of the game is going to join the.
No, they're not
I don't think
playing.
It's going to come as a big surprise to anybody. It's going to allow AXK.
God, I love what? Focus up, guys. There's some Pokemon Unite on your screen right now.
Defend the goal zone or score with. It's going to be huge.
So the Eld is invading.
Floor invade though here, so.
I don't think the Eld has a great shot into Zoroark. But there's a chance.
Pokemon going out and taking
Okay, now the Comfy's here to help.
With the help of the Comfy, they're going to be potentially.
Yeah, I don't really know what we're doing over here.
So that Gossipler will have to try to escape.
Does he have X speed? He's just gonna give Zoro 5.
Anyway, that they not survive. All right,
This is not good.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a tough
Okay,
one
at
for
least
them. It did hold Kabuki to a very late evolution. They were
Claytopolis Unidos picked Mimikyu. Mimikyu's a good pick for them.
So, I mean, job well done, I have to say, at the moment, but you do need to get to that next evolution as quickly as you possibly can. A big 4-player rotation at the top side.
Okay, that's a lot of people.
Yes, it does. Okay, going
Zoroark's
back
flying around.
So much damage that comes through, and that's going to be AXK taking them.
Why did the Comfy detach?
Now with the damage that comes through.
What is happening?
Snow is not going.
Why did the Comfy leave? Guys, this is what I'm talking about. Like, sometimes these Comfy players have to understand that it's okay to go for the ride, okay? Sometimes it's okay to just be in the passenger seat.
Mimikyu probably can sweep that fight a little bit later after that return fight happens.
TLC did a number on the youth when they talked about the passenger seat, but I'm telling you, it's comfortable. The passenger seat is a nice place to be sometimes. These Comfy players gotta just sit down.
And it's so good as well, Zoinks, because they're already here for the 8-minute mark to contest
All right,
the
mid-Bs.
Altaria. But at the same time, they had that Alola Ninetales on a blue buff for the
Okay, nice catch by Zoro.
Advantage of the Zoroark going out for their 4-person
Just go top
lead,
and stack.
And it just works out really
Just go
well.
top and get your 30 in, bro. Okay, it's fine. We're popping off. We're popping off.
Zoroark takes one, now trying to lock them down, frozen in place.
A9's going ham. All right, collapse. We're doing it. Problem is, like, we get some of these KOs, but are we gonna get our caps? Oh, they were safeguard. I like it. I like it. The Zoroark's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking. Now we get our 30. We're fine.
Yeah, at this point, this Zoroark is going to be completely uncontested. They really need that Mimikyu.
Okay, but now we're doing.
On the fast track to it, though, is Alola Ninetales and
I was happy if we just went top and scored our 30.
Over to this ghost type Pokemon, Lugiz is able to take down a couple, and then of course get closer to that play with me. That Unite move, incredible at shutting down Zoroark.
Zoro's about to hit level 9.
When you trap them, Comfey cannot drop.
All right, Zoro has 9. Mimikyu also has 9, though, is the problem.
Pushing bot side, big rotation here for Bedream.
Zoro's gonna go in, try to ult, but then Mimikyu can ult him.
Here we go.
Absolute cinema. What did I just say?
And they take it. No, they don't. Baridon guarantees it back.
Come on, man. Press the scoreboard. He's level 9. You can't go in.
And be careful about it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the play with me Unite move, right? It grabs Zoroark and Comfey and locks them both into place. So it is absolutely huge. So now we're going to be having to push towards the top side. Unfortunately, one more pause while we get that sorted out on stream.
One more pause. One more pause.
All that stuff, folks. But we'll be getting you back into game very shortly. Don't you worry about it. We'll be jumping back into the game in just a moment.
We will. We definitely will. And AXK now looking much different from what
technical
we saw
or
in the previous
tactical?
match that
You know what I'm saying?
fought them against the Code, where the Code was really just taking this stance. So XK said, okay, we can take the Lucario and do something similar against Claytopolis Unidos and have a good early game. But again, I need to highlight, I just loved that strategy to go for the both Bard path Pokemon taking the blue buff and having Zoroark.
Yo, that guy's got some
okay on their own. They
tats.
were a little behind
He's
the curve,
tatted
as you
up.
mentioned, Zoinks, but it was still okay to
That's
go to
cool.
the top side and have that 4 burst and rotation.
Well, a lot of these guys have
Really,
tattoos.
really good.
Are they Pokemon tattoos?
Especially, I mean, both teams matched with the 4-player rotation to the top side, which is interesting.
Tactical
It kind of leads me to
difficulties.
believe that these teams have competed against each other before. Like, you know, when we see those moments, and obviously these are 2 Brazilian teams, local events and all otherwise, you definitely see a little bit more competition there between these squads.
All right,
So I have to
this is our
imagine
window.
that's
There's no
where we're seeing
Mimikyu
that
ult.
push. Now, the next major
We gotta
objective
make
is
something
gonna be
happen.
against LAIC. Although
This
Ninetales
Zoroark's gonna have a
Archie
tough
played
game though, man. He's in the
has a bit
Mimikyu
more
slow, bro.
defensive opportunities and is a great
Oh,
anti-dive.
popped so
But when it comes
early.
down to secure, there's just one thing that stands above the rest. That's an overheat.
Okay, Zoroark's
But
here,
that
though.
fight ain't
Zoroark's
over
here.
yet.
Yes, it is not. Now going out forward, especially with that comfy.
All right, it worked, it worked
will
out.
Just stagger them for a little bit, but the charge beam will just try.
Nice.
Well, never mind. They're definitely going to attempt, but not be very successful about it because we just know Zoroark is a menace, so incredibly dangerous.
Zoroark is
especially
having really
running
good
with
moments
the
here, but
Lucario and the comfy alongside them 3v2.
like,
Maybe the Blaziken can try to do something more.
It's gonna be
Shadow
such a
Sneak
tough
is gonna be
endgame
there,
into Slowbro
and
Mimikyu.
the Mimikyu will guarantee the last hit.
Yeah, Lagoose actually elects to help the Blaziken with the Lucario
Pendaro,
KO.
save
I
the
think they were
time.
just maybe a little not confident enough in getting the full KO if they chase down that Shadow Sneak. So instead, they play for the secure knockout where Blaziken
Zoroark looks like he's popping off and he's doing well. But the Mimikyu's keeping up in XP, right? Mimikyu's level 11, Blaze is level 10, Miraidon's level 10. Like, this is one of those games where you might, if you weren't paying a really close attention, you might assume that left side is dominating. But it's actually very, very close, right? The points are just above 100, and experience is pretty even, but right side has really, really good tools to deal with what they have here. The Slowbro took way too much damage stepping up, though. Bro ult, Blissey ult. Where's... Okay, there's no Blissey. Zoroark's down. And now the Mimikyu might be able to just go infinite here. Turn around. Now they're going to turn to the objective. And left side team doesn't have a tank to be able to make it through. They have a safeguard Pop Luca, but he popped the wall. And our Blissey ult. Oh, we need that. We needed that Blissey ult for our Zoroark. Like, you just can't walk up to these fights as Zoro unless there's a Blissey ult behind you. But okay, now everything's down. Big Zoro ult. They all just clumped on top of each other. And there's nothing to counter him now. It's good safeguard. Combo in 2. Boom, boom.
This helping
Okay.
hand safeguard Blissey has been phenomenal. Of course, it's been getting Zoroark out of some dangerous situations, but the amount of
Okay, he got the Blissey cap to go through.
hand has been giving this Alolan Ninetales with the increased auto attack rate inside the
Nice, that was
has
clean.
been tremendous. I think AXK has been showcasing that this new buffed Blissey moveset is definitely meta viable.
Yes, it is, and as you said, with the Aurora Veil, it just works out perfectly. I was looking to see the helping hand build. I got it.
Left side team down. The point lead is irrelevant. Is relevant for sure. It's important, right? It means that right side team needs to get Rayquaza, or they need to find some scores if they want to win the game. There's only 3 minutes left.
In terms of Mimikyu, this Mimikyu versus Zoroark matchup has been so interesting because in team fights, it's been going in favor of Mimikyu, but just in that 1v1, because after that, AXK has been able to win these fights, and these are 2 hyper carries. They are both, well, Zoroark has hit the level 14. I think Mimikyu
Problem is like the entire game is in the Zoro basket, right? Like, it's literally Zoro against the world, but the world has a secret weapon, and it's this Mimikyu.
Yes, they do, but the Zoroark
Like,
does
this
it as
pick
well.
on the Eld
Now
is
the
nice,
Elder
but
God is
it
completely
doesn't really mean
finished.
much.
Close your eyes like a magician's trick. Now looking at the close combat that could come.
The
through
Miraidon
from
had
the
no
Zoroark,
reason to get
and he
picked
managed
off.
to take yet another one
That's
just
not
before
good. The
30
Miraidon
seconds
going
mark
down here.
for the Rayquaza Zoinks.
Yeah, this close combat power-up punch has been really interesting. You talked about
Top side should just send everyone, or right side should just send everyone top. Just charge top, charge top. Break that tier 1 top. Just go.
we're only 10 seconds away.
If you find someone, you just KO them because you're all here and you know they're doing bot objective. Okay, nice. Shadow Sneak. We missed our chance to just push top. Okay, now we just have to win a fight.
That was real close.
Nice overheat in the bush.
Goes in with a comfy as well.
Did we bro up there?
That's going to help quite a bit, but is it going to be enough?
It looked like we slow bro up something.
The Meteor Storm also just
Slow bro had to eject back.
Now with that cotton puff.
Okay, this is bad. Right side team used all their ults. There's a Zoro engage.
That is insane. They just go so deep that it's just abysmal, and they continue forward.
I mean, if you don't have your bro ult ready to go.
Again, it's just the Mimikyu that's standing. It could be a 5 KO streak. Just give
What happened to the slow bro unite there?
Rayquaza is next for AXK.
What happened? The only thing that could have happened is they could have Mimikyu ulted on the slow bro ult.
Unbelievable. When they moved over to the right-hand side, I think the
Bro ulted. Yeah, that's what happened, right?
Left-hand side of the Rayquaza pit.
Let's watch that back.
Expect Fubuki to be hiding in that tall grass. They get a 3-4 person unite.
I mean, maybe hold on. Maybe they can push still.
Absolutely huge play from AXK.
It doesn't look very good.
With a really good start from the other side.
No, it is, and I have to say it. That to me is a border for the side of AXK.
They didn't have to ult the same time. I mean, of course.
What an incredible play on the Rayquaza.
They have to trust the slow bro's gonna get his ult there, right?
And they're doing it again.
And then they just full damage, and if the Zoro lives after the brawl, then you Mimikyu ult at the end of it. But I think they literally overlapped it at the same exact frame.
They just displaced him for a little bit, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, okay, it's definitely over.
Just trying to hold it, but the skin of that teeth is
it looked so weird.
30 seconds, Zoinks, and the scores are raining.
Yeah, this is going to be all she wrote for XK as they take this victory. Let's see, Unite move is going to be taking down the slow bro. A hefty tackle from that Blissey is going to take it down. So AXK might have lost a tough one in the previous game, but again,
our Shadow Sneak was on cooldown.
This game number 2. I feel like we've been saying that a lot.
Okay, so here we catch the Zoro
in this group stage. I mean, it's best of one. Anything can happen. And
and then the Mimikyu, and like the thing is like the Mimikyu just breaks the Zoro out.
The local talent here performing 67 to 30.
We also like we probably can't be fishing with our Shadow Sneaks there. Like you just have to wait for the bro ult.
Doing exactly as you said, Zoinks bouncing back.
You just have to wait for the bro ult and Shadow Sneak that guy, because you need the bonus damage and the jump on him to be able to get the KO. And then yeah, we just free him with Mimikyu ult. And I mean, he still almost goes down. Look at the guy's HP.
Excuse me, Fubuki, 135,000.
There's something about Zoroark's getting 6-digit damage numbers on in-person tournaments, and that just makes me smile ear to ear. I absolutely love it.
If we just didn't fish with Shadow Sneak and we Shadow Sneaked on the bro ult, Mimikyu ult the Blissey, they wouldn't have had the damage, I think, if the Mimikyu was Blissey doing that.
We see more talent, more teams, and even more Pokemon.
Like, I don't think the slow bro dies or the Zoroark dies.
Try to define the meta, but this is the meta. LAIC is the meta for 2025, and we're making history as it goes. Thank you for being a part of it with all of us. Let's have a look at those replays.
Like, the L belt actually comes down right at the same time the Mimikyu ult ends.
Been doing so well. Like, for example, when you have them right on guaranteeing the Reggie like you did, just leave it to the Lucario, the Comfy, the Zoroark. The threat is just huge.
But look, if the Mimikyu just doesn't Shadow Sneak here,
not biased, but
right? Like, if he just doesn't fish for Shadow Sneaks, because even if you land it raw, like, you're not getting a KO. Like, the guy is just gonna, at best, you get his full heal, but they also have Safeguard. The Blissey just safeguards and he just runs away, right? And they're the team that's in the lead, so you have to make something happen. Like, they have such good position here. Like, if we just had our Shadow Sneak up here.
And it pays off in, I think, a way that they didn't even expect would be that good. A Penta knockout at Ray. They are our player of the game.
I mean, maybe the Zoro dies, but look at how much damage the Mimikyu ult is doing here, right?
also
Like, all that damage that the Zoro got on him was from Mimikyu ult. Like, he loses like more than half his HP to Mimikyu ult.
It's not just the 5 KO streak, that last Revenant Render Ray.
Maybe.
Man, satisfying is something to say the least.
Exactly. Yeah, we have had such.
But yeah, they just overlapped ults for sure.
Showcases from teams that maybe you would not have been familiar of before if we weren't at this event competing in, I mean, the biggest of stages that we could have.
Yeah, that's just unlucky.
Here from production, we're actually throwing to a fun.
I mean, the game is a lot faster, right? Like,
I'm going to be presenting some
than just watching it on the side. So why do I feel like there's like too much sound?
Everybody, Doob Snacks here with another.
Okay, just this.
Snacks. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Okay, I'll be right back again.
And I've got a tour guide.
I gotta get my
bringing
snacks.
around
What
all of
snacks?
these snacks this go around.
Here we-
So, thank you for joining.
Ah, much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite,
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
We're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Be nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific.
This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the. Look.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This is what I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what. Okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay. Childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes.
This is a
The
Twinkie.
vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie. It's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah. Why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my
it
personal
feels
favorite as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Oh, of course, yeah.
As I get into these too. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Got chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through, right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that.
All right, I'm back.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not.
You guys want to see what I have for lunch? They have some good snacks. Look at my lunch though.
It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that.
We have
Yeah, this one.
some bread with some avocado,
an Americanized version of it.
an egg on each piece of bread, and then some broccoli on the side.
Like this. This entire package is just two jumbo.
Oh, okay.
Very good.
Well, I get
So
that.
essentially, we've taken your classic snacks and just done
Made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to
deep
them.
fried.
Here, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease.
Broccoli. Oh, it's broccoli and mushrooms.
Let's rate these things. Speed run. This
It's
is
just
bottom tier,
broccoli with like
7.5.
garlic,
Everything else is much more solid.
some chili flakes,
Large lead here, and I think I'm gonna go.
and then some
You can't give,
mushrooms.
like, a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a, whoa. This is a 5.
An avocado.
Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7, which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9. And that's because these, despite being first and kind of being, I kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
Damn, Dude Snacks is a harsh critic.
This was sweets. So we've got more to come. What else we got coming up?
First, we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks with Snacks.
Stay tuned.
Hole in the bottom of this? Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are live in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. And this is the first stop for Pokemon Unite on our championship season this
Oh
year.
my God,
I
it's
cannot wait. I'm
they're
Spraggle, your
back.
content cowboy. Yee to the ha. I'm joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. How you doing, Noob Snacks?
Potentially for the last time here. Will depend how everything shakes out. We've got a heck of a match coming up. Team YT and Bad Dreams right around the corner. Glad to be back in the booth.
We're actually going to get Team YT this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're
Again,
not going to lie to
today
us.
is Best of ones. Day one is crazy. All of these teams in these groups are going to meet just one time, and that's going to decide what day two looks like as we head to a top 12 bracket. Now, we have a few matches coming up for you that I'm insanely excited about. We get to see YT for the first time, Team YT on the big stage against Bad Dreams. Then right after that, Team YT stays put. Regardless of if they win or lose, they are running into Nouns Esports. So some of the best from NA versus some of the best from EU. After that, Nouns against Bad Dreams. Bad Dreams has an opportunity right now to
You get
take
us
their
on
two
YT?
massive
Nope.
teams as well.
Yeah, turn their bad dreams and deliver some nightmares across the board, which would be a great way to make a statement here and a great way to rattle the cage against two teams that are trying to get their season started off right, coming all the way down here to Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. I'm so excited to see, of course, all of the Brazilian squads, but the international levels of competition that we get at these ICs are incredible. We're going to see some amazing stuff at AOS. We're going to see some incredible stuff at the final stretch, but this is the first stretch, if you will. This is Unite.
This is the morning stretch.
This is the morning stretch. I didn't even do my morning stretch.
Got to get those calisthenics in, long lunges here. We've got this. We've got this.
We're ready
Too
to go.
easy.
Yesterday, by the way, I just want to let everyone know at home, I was kicking very high. Now, my pants are a lot tighter today, so I can't do as high of a kick.
Are you serious? Are you?
I didn't try to kick
That
him.
is insane work. That is insane.
That's a workplace
work.
injury.
I tried to kick.
That's violence.
Which I was doing all day.
That's violence.
All day for me kicking yesterday. It was so good.
Violence on my
Sorry.
Pokemon stream?
Sorry. Here we are.
I'm not super excited.
I didn't know cowboys could kick like that.
I thought you were getting fired, and now I'm getting fired.
I don't know where we go from here. Hopefully, quickly to a game
That
of
would be
YouTube
exciting.
versus Bad Dreams,
That would be very
because this is truly a nightmare here in the booth for Spriggles and Snacks. But you know what people say about us? We bounce back well.
We're bouncing back really, really well. As we get ready for these next games, again, it's all best of one. And for the record, I can kick very high and very accurately most of the time.
We know you can kick at least to right here.
Great.
We know you can get at least to there.
Very good.
YouTube known for being wild cards kind of in the NA region. Do you think they're going to stick to that script? I don't know why they would switch up, but maybe the best of one scenario is going to have them ease off and try and slow it down and go a little bit more methodically. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the real question with YT is what shade of YT they're bringing, and then also how much team infighting is happening during all of their matches. They are the kind of squad when things are going well, it's going amazing, and what's going poorly, they are kicking each other accidentally. And sometimes on purpose when it comes to Team YT.
And sometimes on
I've
purpose.
been watching some of their strategies, some of their scrims preparing for this tournament. I've seen a lot of interesting looks out of YT. I've seen Mewtwo YT that I haven't seen a ton of at all in this tournament. I don't know if we've seen it on broadcast even once. We've seen Metagross sort of in an attacker slot, Miraidon, and a lot of these Pokemon that are having fun switch-ups are being played by Phil. Normally, the defender player for YT taking that attacker role this season, and then you're seeing a player like Fui, one of, I think, secretly almost the best top path players in the game, at least in North America, and he's had some really interesting looks. He really likes
Fui
those
definitely is like
he likes things like Lapras, Curse.
he's like Fui is like the embodiment of YT, right?
YT could throw a lot of interesting stuff.
He's like the wild card of the wild cards.
Just to stay on the YT beat
Like
for a second,
sometimes he
so
pops
that's
off and he's
so
going insane,
fun to watch.
and sometimes
On
he's
that
just hard
Gardevoir last
inting
year,
like the whole
really
game
just
away.
coming alive whenever they step into the arena with Gardevoir specifically, but really tons of ranged attackers. And I saw them, posting how
Yeah, so
excited
it's
they were about
Lutano.
these Gardevoir
Like a
buffs
different kind of
specifically.
Lutano,
So
though.
we'll see if that's enough to get them on that Pokemon this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible stuff from them. Bad Dreams, I don't know enough about their roster selection. I don't know what they're going to
Aren't we all like that?
It's going to be interesting trying to ban
Yeah, but Fui's like the
against a
extreme.
wild team. like Team YT. And then a little later, again, we have Nouns coming up, which is also going to be very interesting. I think the most interesting thing about Nouns, of course,
The tourney other week we 2-0'd them. They didn't seem very strong. Well,
world on a new buffed Greedon.
if you 2-0'd YT and YT 6-0'd Nouns this morning in scrims,
By their coach and manager, Blaine.
I don't really know what's going on.
Might see Gudra, but I think he was just messing with me.
He might have been messing with you. If there's one thing that Nouns is incredibly good at doing, it's absolutely cutting their own legs out from under them.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen them just hemorrhage away perfectly meticulously planned draft strategies.
Did they really? That's what the word around the block is.
From them, not switching to the right characters and not leaning into their strengths. And that's kind of my big challenge I'm throwing to them today. You've got a great Greedon player. Greedon is buffed.
We and Dave didn't literally murder each other the first year. I mean, they got pretty close.
You've got one of the strongest paths that you can.
Why no sound?
Between two players in two.
Where is there no sound?
They're almost
Hello?
Unbeatable in that bottom path, setting you up.
Do you not hear them?
It's like, okay, we never really have to worry about that. We can focus on the other parts of the game. So just make sure you get everybody moving in the same direction, get a little bit of comfort, and that's why I think that Nouns specifically is poised, if they stick to their plan, to have a really good run here. And it, for me,
YouTube chat's just trolling me, I guess.
That could be really huge. We talk a lot about how pivotal Gatlu can be.
Should I come back in 3 to 5 business days for the next game? Yes.
Just let your wildest playmaker player, they can go up or down, like let them play what they want to do. Just let them off the leash a little bit. And I think that's when Nouns really shines. Back to YT and Bad Dreams. Again, I don't know how much Darkrai we're going to see in this tournament. I know YT has been playing it. So
there's no way. You cannot let this Pokemon get
look,
out
I
of the
fully agree with you. I'm just saying, if it doesn't get banned,
I'm checking my friends list to see.
Brings out a Darkrai into this game, so a lot of possibilities and something.
Okay, guys, I can confirm that Phil is trolling. You guys want to know how I know Phil is trolling? Look at this.
If they have an advantage at Ray, they are turning towards Ray and looking for that secure.
A kilo online, Phil in match. How does that? How is Phil in match right now?
They have their secure moves ready to go. They're ripping through the objective.
Sam is online, but Phil's in match.
Which sounds like a delicious meal, but it's not.
He's in training. I mean, maybe he's training.
That felt like they were so in sync, really prepared with their secures. They would all just count it out and secure. And YT is kind of like that, but almost in a chaotic fashion. It's like controlled chaos, but they are.
He also doesn't have the team tag on. He's not on his team account.
They all like mentally know the timing, but they are not communicating that timing at all. They're just going go 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 no. It's just you. It's just like use that absolute.
He's trolling, guys.
But that boom, that the copy
Phil no longer banned
is in there. It's just not verbalized.
Yeah.
You're just expected to know it.
You tell me, bro. He's about to play the game. Don't tell the admins.
They've done this a lot, and there's something pretty bold about being the team that openly is showcasing what they're playing in scrims. They are on stream. They are being judged the entire time by their chat, by myself, who is also watching, typing things like, why are you playing Nasty Plot on Darkrai? Like, people
Why are you kicking the people, all your players on your own team? Why are you doing that?
That one I understand. I understand.
Yeah, okay, guys.
Trying to show how
well, no, that's why I asked. That's why I'm
trying
asking.
to show how high you can
that's
kick.
why I'm asking it.
It's
I'm not
pretty
saying
normal.
You obviously understand it.
Obviously, there's going to be a poll in the chat here soon. How normal is it to show off how high you can kick?
By kicking the person next to you.
Very normal or just pretty normal? You get to vote in the chat very soon, and we will read the answer live here.
I'll tell you guys when they actually get in match, but it's not yet.
It's one of the most exciting teams to watch. I love watching YT because I don't, as we talked about earlier, I don't know which YT we're going to get, and I truly believe this, and it's been shown on any given day, they can beat the best in the world, which is a really exciting team. Like sometimes they show up and they
are they in match yet? Akilo's on the team. Yomu's is out of training, I think.
Champion level teams.
Without a
Still
doubt,
playing attacker Gudra, calling it now.
Unpredictability really.
I think he might play attacker Metagross.
Because they almost feels like, well, it's the one team we can't really.
That's what he keeps saying on Twitter.
Play for. We can't really develop what would be maybe a cohesive
Are they in
strategy
match
against
yet?
another team because they're kind of
Nope,
all
not
over the
yet.
place. And to their credit, a lot
Was
of
that
the
a
stuff
kick, a
that
hint
Uni
to
and
Hitmonlee coming to
Stars
Unite?
saw start cropping up around
No.
Worlds was stuff that Team
Fun fact,
YouTube
Hitmonlee and
was trying
Hitmonchan
out
aren't allowed in the
like a
game
year
because they're based
before.
off Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan,
like support,
and Timmy didn't
Espeon
allow
and
that.
stuff with the Bulbon.
That's what I was told.
That's just stuff that all of a sudden we saw at Worlds, and of
Are
course
they in
it
match
took a
yet?
little bit
No.
of a different flavor, but that was, you know, YT was on that beat a long time ago because they are unafraid on the biggest stage to just go, let's experiment a little bit, which gives a lot of other teams pause.
And I do think there is a healthy level of experimentation that some of these teams have to go through. And some teams are more experimental than others. Some teams will come into a tournament and they will play what you would expect or what you would say the meta is, and they'll do very well with that. Other times, teams
Bruce
play
Lee's your
what
favorite
people
conspiracy
think
theory?
is
He's
the
real.
meta,
He was a
and
real
you kinda
guy.
get shocked by how
Bruce Lee's the
much
guy
he
that
is.
said, be water, my
I
friend.
believe it was TTV. Lutano kind of bringing Venusaur
Oh,
fully into
TTV
the meta.
mentioned.
This was 2 seasons ago at this point. Venusaur hadn't really been on the radar at all, and then all of a sudden Solar Beam Venusaur was a top pick for a lot of these teams because you just saw someone experimenting with something and saying, I actually think this is something that can be played competitively. YT is that kind of team. We saw Phil on Gudra, not last year, but the previous year. So there have
Guys,
been a lot of
Lutano would
looks
not
from
stop
the
talking
squad,
about
and I think
Venusaur.
that's really exciting when you not only get them on the big stage, but if you get them to day 2, if you get them deeper in the tournament, they're a tricky
wanted to play it every game.
team in a lot of ways.
They really are. YT, another thing they do incredibly well is I feel like they
It was
are
not
one
good
of the
every game,
stronger,
but it was good some games.
Banning teams in the tournaments that they enter. They really understand. They are a team that,
Guys, they're still not in game.
outside of something so obvious like Darkrai, will literally just choose somebody on the opposing team and going, not you. And then we'll just ice you out.
Why didn't
with
you?
your
We
top
did let
picks,
him.
and then say we'll deal with whatever.
Is that
your
why
third
he
best
left
is,
you
and
guys? Wouldn't let
everybody's
him have
number
fun.
one.
Oh,
Because we know
you're
if
just
we
the
can
best kind of
wrangle
chatter,
you
aren't
in,
you?
We can beat you on parity everywhere.
You're the best
else.
kind of chatter
And
to
we
have.
saw that specifically in the finals against what it was kind of like.
Okay, they're on a team now.
G everything. Remember, Stockings was having an absolute banana lands Chandelure run, and they were just like, well, just obviously no, not that. And
Sometimes you gotta control people a little bit, you know.
Kind of crumbled around it.
Yeah, there are a few players.
You gotta have the
that,
good spots
without
for it.
question, are good on lots of different Pokemon.
The games where it was good, it was good.
Zero
But
in
the games where it's
on
not good,
their
it's not
best
good.
Pick and take it away. You might think a Chandelure ban seems insane,
All right.
but it actually
Sam is
was
online now.
that,
Sam is online.
The one card you pulled out of that house of cards and the whole thing came toppling down. I love the idea of targeted bans. Of course, there are bans you just need to do. Like Darkrai feels like if you're a second pick in draft, you're banning Darkrai. You're not going to get it otherwise, so you're giving it up to your opponents. But a targeted ban, I think, is extremely powerful. One that
match started. Match started.
We've seen before was against Nouns from last year
Look.
at AOS Cup. It felt like if they had Eldegoss, they were winning, and if they did
Wait, I
not
thought
have
YT
Eldegoss,
wasn't playing Nouns.
was
Their match started at the same
really
time.
tough for them. Or sorry, not Nouns.
Talibobo.
Talibobo, thank you.
Yeah, so Zervis specifically was one of the few Eldegoss players on the planet that could hit 100k healing with Eldegoss. It was just
They play Nouns next, but why did they both start the match at the same time?
Well, just bring them back to the tier that everybody
Are they
else plays
scrimming?
on, and then
There's
have
no
them
way they
kind of
would
beat you
scrim.
straight up. Now, I kind of feel
Their
a
match
little bad
literally
right
started at the same
can't
time.
mention too much about Bad Dreams because unfortunately I am not very well versed on that team, which is why I'm excited that in our 3 games we're going to cast coming up, we get to watch them twice and really get a good download on what this team's all about.
Yeah, there's so many teams here.
Should I call him?
It's really refreshing and fun because we know a lot of the big names. We know a lot of the looks that we're going to see from them. But there are so many teams here that we don't get to cover normally and have not seen throughout the season.
No, guys, I'm not going to call him. You guys are trolling.
I've seen them before, but I don't have intimate knowledge of what they play like I do something with Nouns or Fusion. So it's really cool to see that. Speaking of Fusion, it looks like they're on a bit of a run. A lot of the teams that we've seen here on broadcast, we have some really great teams.
Ender, make TTV again.
Move forward to day 2. I don't know if anything has been set in stone yet.
Yeah, I'll make it's coming tomorrow.
For you here soon. But
FaceTime him? Okay, okay.
Kind of locked it loaded. We saw Tuzzy earlier. They looked
guys.
amazing.
I think.
Fusion looked amazing. You said you think they
Okay, no. They're off sync. They're off sync.
Fusion is 4-0.
They're not in the same game. They're not in the same game.
DreamMax was 2-0. They just hadn't played their third set yet. Exiled was 3-1.
Yeah.
And then across the way,
they're not in the same game. Look,
Strikers 2-1. So they're actually like
match since start 2,
group, which is great. It's like we couldn't overcome, kind of the big bad of our collective here, but they bounced back great. I was watching them because they had the back-to-back games on stage. And they were laughing in the middle of the game. They were loving. They were just.
It's gonna take a while for it to show up, right? Because they're in draft.
And really used that to kind of boost their play and took their next 2 sets to bring them, like I said, at 2-1 and in currently the second spot on.
Why all this yapping with no game? Oh, because they actually hate you.
On broadcast so far, as we're getting ready up on the big stage, you can see Team YT, Bad Dreams, all set to go up there. As our squads are locking in. A big moment for these teams. I believe these are going to be their first matches of the tournament.
They actually, the casters just told me, we want people to not watch the games, so we're just going to stall forever.
With that as well, right? This could be a huge confidence boost, or it could be a big problem as we take a look at Team YouTube. Phil, looking more locked in than I've ever seen him right now.
Absolutely, but we got to talk about.
He's locked in. Look at him.
To the front, and that's Chaotic, who was an absolute legend on A9. And like you said,
Mute, can you mute your mic? We can still hear you.
A safety pick for that player. And honestly, Chaotic has had some absolute show-stopping performances on that Pokemon, and that's got to feel good when some of your kind of niche Pokemon that a lot of people don't play all of a sudden get a bump.
Need a system for people on YouTube to earn their right to chat.
So you kind of get that back without having to waste priority, but you're dealing with a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, Chaotic had some really impressive moments. A player I was talking about earlier that I really do think is
is Pikachu's on a team? No, I think Pikachu's playing a different game. He's like Mobile Legends or something.
YT, just in general, is a little all over the board. But Fui is the kind of player who played so well and so almost singularly.
Why did Phil do that?
Made Buzzwole a thing. So much so that
why did Phil do that thing?
Target ban this player. I mean, that's how good some of these players are on these teams. Fui being one of them there on Team YT. He just feels like when he is on, he is so incredibly on, dominating the top path, and then every time he shows up,
these camera angles are insane.
Like
I'm getting dizzy.
Part of YT winning some of these big engagements, and it's going to be exciting to watch Phil.
You encounter Pikachu every now and then on ladder. Oh, you're really cool, huh?
So
do you call him by his first name too?
Zone very well. They protect their team very well. They get great vision. There are lots of different ways to play it.
I call him Pika because we're on a first name basis.
He's looking for the stun. He's looking to make something happen. He's the eject button Slowbro, looking for that carry on the enemy squad. Now he's got this different role, right? He's looking to do a ton of damage. There's a lot of skill expression as well.
Me and Pika are tight like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Ryan's tight like that, but he does hang out with Mr. Diff sometimes.
Situation than having Phil on defender. It's going to be interesting.
I have a complaint, Inter. Why is YT chat always getting made fun of by Twitch chat? Please moderate Twitch chat. Is there misrepresenting us here in YouTube chat?
Never wear the experience share. They're like, no. Somebody.
Bro, you literally had a guy earlier saying that he eats his own boogers.
Right? We're going to work across the map, and we're going to take their experience, and it'll all work out in the end. And that's facilitated some awkward moments, but it's also really facilitated some great moments. Specifically, you mentioned Goodra earlier, and that Goodra was one of the games that I recall where it was just like, only Phil, only on Goodra. This is what we're watching here.
Only Phil would make that play. It feels like
Chaotic. You got to clip those nails, buddy.
Been a little tough right there.
They're getting a little too long.
That kind of player, I love watching these teams that are incredibly solid, and then I also love watching teams that have amazing moments and are really dynamic. YT feels like a very, very dynamic team with a lot of star players that have big star moments.
What is he moisturizing his hands with? You don't want to know. You do not want to know.
Sam has moments, especially
you do not want to know.
Like that. Sam has moments that are unbelievable.
Yeah, you mentioned Lutano.
Imagine having ads run for 5 minutes while watching a stream.
Play at the time in North America
ads are fun, bro.
Sam on the Venusaur. So let's take a look at our pick right here. LAIC sitting on top of the pile, 100% pick rate here between our teams that we've seen so far. Slowbro,
BGC guy who has super long nails and he never paints them. Yeah, if you're gonna grow out your nails, might as well paint them.
Is right there at number 2 is Slowbro.
Yeah, Slowbro getting a
Is
lot of
Toon gonna
play,
sniff his
and
hand warmer
maybe
again?
It's because whenever
If
we
he
have
needs to know what it
anything that's
smells
diving
like.
in, they really want to shut it down. It of course is very valuable. LAIC doesn't surprise me. We have seen a decent amount of support bans throughout this tournament, and LAIC is never bad, hard to ban. Right?
Yep, exactly.
That's exactly what Sprago said. Like, yeah, Elda's picked in every game, but it's because the other supports are getting banned.
100% right now. Comfey, of course, if you're pairing that with something ridiculous. But take a look there in the center. My #1 defender in the game right now, Umbreon, 3 wins at 100% currently.
Umbreon's broken. I said
It
it.
sits on top of the pile because of the versatility it provides, right? It can
There were
play
some
pseudo
ugly
all-rounder,
Glaceon
it can
games
play
earlier.
pseudo healing support because of Wish.
There were some
and then it
ugly
can play
Glaceon
like the
games.
true tank role, and as well as has a target lockdown ability in that mean look. I mean, it is a
Guys,
great one to pick early
I will
because you can
accept
figure out what it's gonna
technical
do later
difficulties
on,
for the
right?
first
Based on
game of the day.
draft. So it's a
I will
nice, safe pick.
tolerate
And the thing is
technical
it does all
difficulties for the
things I
second
just
game of the
mentioned
day.
pretty darn well. So it's not even like you're going,
I will be slightly frustrated for technical difficulties for the third game of the day.
Yeah.
But if we're 5 hours into the broadcast, technical difficulties are unacceptable. No more Mr. Nice Guy pretty soon. I'm going to start raising my voice. You don't want to see me when I'm mad, okay? I've had enough. Get the game started right now.
That we've seen him rock for the last 2
or
3
else.
years. Every time showing up looking like he's about to walk into an interview for a Fortune 500 company. That's what I want the Team YT look to be.
Yeah, there he is right there on camera. You know, he really could have
HE double hockey sticks.
on right now. They could make this very business casual up there. You know, like looking professional. You're going to a nice lunch.
What about like loafers, dockers, and a tucked-in polo?
The Sprago's Doob Snacks commentary has been exquisite, hilarious,
I'll send him an email. Okay.
and fulfilling.
Bad Dreams, on the other hand, not
But I
touching their
can't
fit.
handle it anymore.
Did you see that logo?
Yes.
It's so good.
Yeah, they look
This is too much small talk, all right? I'm an introvert. I can't handle it.
Their team names are good. In North America,
Thank you.
most of our team names
We're good.
not
We're in.
great.
They're just where we stream.
Yeah, it's kind of egregious, actually.
All right, what are we banning? Leafeon ban from first pick. Darkrai ban makes sense.
With that second pick, so of course Darkrai getting banned out. Over to the other side, they don't want to see a Leafeon or Umbreon, knowing how powerful of a choice it is. Final ban is going.
These
to be
bans
Blissey.
make
We've
sense.
seen a lot of today here.
Blissey.
First pick now, we get to see really.
All right, first pick could be Miraidon, could be Miraidon, Hoopa,
I'm excited to see how they draft and
Mimikyu.
It's going to be up in the air here, and I think we're going to get a good idea of where we're going. They're choosing.
I don't believe in these Eldegoss high picks.
Live a Hoopa for a Kilo though, and they're going to get to be able to pick that late now. Picking
Yeah, they don't have to pick the Hoopa right away.
As well, if a Kilo actually stays on it, they might switch that around.
I've seen Phil run this Volt Tackle Pikachu, and he's a bit of a monster.
Lol, very strategic mind. Lol.
In the top path on this Lapras, we'll see how they want to move it around. Slowbro on the other side,
Zacian
Zacian
Bro
on the other side, which we've seen not as much as I expected here today.
Left side's just gonna go Miraidon afterwards, right? So this is top lane Lapras, tank Lux, and they are saving Phil's pick for last.
For themselves, a great Hoopa player in days past, but Phil now kind of
Are they gonna actually deny his Metagross? He definitely wants to Metagross here, but they might actually take it away from him.
And Aladdin may be giving a taste of this Venusaur medicine back over to So Sad Sam, who goes straight to Gardevoir.
Yeah,
okay,
we
no.
talked about it. You know, I feel like a lot of what we talked about here.
So Sam on guard.
I've seen Phil on this Pikachu. I've seen Fui on
Is
this
Phil really gonna play Pika?
Gardevoir, a legendary Guardy. Over to the other side. I mean, this is a great draft.
Team YT might be the better team. I don't really know Bad Dreams. The YT might just win the game because they're just better players.
I don't like this at all, except for maybe Pikachu once it Volt Tackles.
But left side's comp is just better.
It's not even a good target. I'm going to be quite honest here. This
Like,
this Slowbro is going to have to.
I think the left side comp is just better.
And I'm not too sure how it's going
Flail Lux? It could be Flail Lux. I don't think that'd be too out of the ordinary.
It's got to feel great what is really menacing you?
Moonblast Guard? I doubt it.
Maybe a solar beam.
They need the Psychic Shred.
Here, but that's if you can close the range and actually keep So Sad Sam sleeping. You know, catch him sleeping. But I don't answer. You'll catch him sad. You
Sam does play a lot of guard for sure.
You never catch him sleeping. So I think it's
like
just
a vampire.
Like I think Team YT might be the better team, so it won't matter. But their draft,
Really?
I don't like their draft.
Rest, man.
Are you sure about that? Okay.
Can someone on the stats team find out if vampires sleep? Because I'm almost positive they don't sleep.
They just go in their coffin. Then why wouldn't they just hang out inside?
You know what? They probably should. As we head here to our first
Like
game,
this Zacian has the potential to just full snowball the game away, right?
Between these two squads, every game is a best of one here in day number.
They don't have like good enough lockdown for the Zacian, and the Zacian has like a lot of good support around him. The Gardevoir gets outranged by the Venusaur. Like we lose the Poke War to Venu. Zacian can just full carry the game out. And Metagross can go infinite. You go Pika top? I don't think it would matter, to be honest.
They do right there in that moment, not able to make a secure, however, as that's going to head over to the side of YT.
They're not bad, that YT squad.
If you go Pika top, then you have to have either XP share on the Pika, and then no XP share on, like, it just wouldn't work, right? How would they lane then? What would be bottom?
Because it is currently laning with a Metagross.
Take a look at this. Pikachu running to the top path. That means 4 members of Team YT are here. They might have seen Pikachu walk into the tall grass right there, and they're going for it right now.
Okay, I mean, they kind of just walked up. Good rotation by Phil.
That's a level 3 as the points ran into the top path.
This is good for sure. Sending the Pika top, but they should expect the Pika to go top.
Right off rip, I actually mentioned that the Metagross was downstairs, but it rolled just up top to get knocked out as the Slowbro was holding it down with Ivysaur.
Like I said, I think Team YT is just the better team, probably.
This is difficult because now Akilo's
So they might just carry the game away by being better players, but I don't think their draft is that much better.
these portals, as we're going to see, it's incredibly difficult.
There's nothing wrong with Hoopa. Hoopa's good.
No fear. They know what their job is, and it's kind of play a little game of rope and dope.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a really powerful play. We've seen a lot of teams make this where you are annoying the enemy central area a lot, and you're not losing much because you're playing that EXP share. Meanwhile, on the bottom path, another KO. Sam already level 7 here. Massive Psyshock. A lot of that goes over to YT. That's only level 6 for the Metagross, and the guard.
Yeah, the Zacian not being able to snowball, like the first gank going this poorly. Now the Metagross is just dead. The game is kind of just, it's kind of cooked from here.
Put down and lost forever as they're sent packing, and now the rest of YT gets to move up.
Yeah, guard would definitely go Psychic, regardless if they have Lapras or not, but it's good synergy with Lapras. The guard Psychic with Perish Song Lapras is definitely a good combo. Right, because you lower their special defense, and then Perish Song gets into a better range to be able to get the executes.
Venusaur is online, however, for Bad Dream, so you can't be too sure of it with YT. You've got that Solar Beam that could make a play. We're going to see if YT wants the objective or if they want to turn on their enemies here, and they do.
They just keep walking up for free, though. Like, I don't know. Left side should just be playing for top side now. With the Zacian just doing the objective.
Nice zoning by the tank player. Chaotic doing a little bit of a switch up from bot attackers. They're raging on this goal zone.
Bot's not looking good.
We're gonna hop over it. We're gonna butt slam you right now. Gonna go straight for it. I believe those Unite move is just.
YT's playing really well.
We're gonna go for a ton of points.
I mean, this is huge. YT is absolutely crushing this.
Like I said, I think YT is just gonna player diff them.
172-0. The level lead is intense. Pikachu's at 9, Guardy's at 10. This is really rough for them. They're looking for a secure here in the top path.
Oh, they lost it.
Just stepping up, taking out from under them right now. That's KO number 1.
He's Metal Claw.
Even come up and scrap. It's just a Matang, hasn't evolved yet. Now at least topped off on HP. They're looking for a push. They're going straight forward into the back line.
Slowbro wasn't a good pick for them. You can rewrite the game in terms of the draft being OP for right side based on what you see now, right? The draft definitely is going to look a lot better when the early game goes like this. But if on the first gank they don't step up, knowing that the enemy team's Pika is obviously left,
You know, if you can get a
Or they just send their like Venusaur up to match,
and a Solar Beam,
or the Zacian goes down,
on your side, and you're going to need it because the levels are getting a little out of control right here, and
or they don't step up out of vision on the bees. When the Zacian just gets to snowball, then the Zacian draft would look OP.
Leverage numbers. However, that Hoopa is sitting on the side of YT, so it's
But now they're kind of just walking up and inting, no?
on the engage. Got the Parasong Ticks kicking, but it doesn't matter. The Thunder puts him down before it happens. 3 players in a heartbeat, and it's so sad. Sam that gets credit for 2. Lapras cleaning up the last one. That's Squee, and they're going to keep pushing forward.
It's not like YT's draft is bad. I'm just saying. I think left side had a good enough draft, and they kind of it's because it's over now.
They use that hyperspace highway, bringing them up top. One of the most valuable things about Hoopa, but one of the things that you don't see on the scoreboard at the end of the match, right? You don't see how many times they were able to make it to a fight because
This
of that.
Slowbro still doesn't have level 9.
For a Unite move from Snorlax right here, but the rest of YT looking a little sparse when it comes to Unites.
Chaotic is going to look to heavy slam and engage a target with a big yawn, and that's how they're going to get this.
Nice eject combo. The Venusaur is just way too out though.
Unite move, and they are curtains, son. Sasha's gone, Dew's gone, Yumis is getting the break speed off him. Finally, we have the rock
Phil.
balls up, but
No,
nobody's
Phil said.
in the blender. It's actually Bad Dreams trapping themselves with Team YT. That is so many players down.
It doesn't matter. That's so fine.
Much action.
Can block be better here? I think they just want to yawn into guard combo.
Yeah, not great for them at all. Amazing.
Like they just want to set up, like make the game as easy as possible for guard.
Just because of how aggressive Phil was playing, ended up ult tackling himself into a slow bro surf. Up to the top path here, Fui ready to go, almost level 12, out leveling the Zacian, out leveling just about everything.
Playing your comfort Pokemon is a good thing in this meta.
Casually almost 13 here at
I think people say that all the time.
Zacian goes up. The combination, dude, Snacks, when they get that Volt Tackle, they are so in sync, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, you can see the CC is very well coordinated.
Psychic Perish is not. Yeah, Psychic Perish is a nice combo for sure.
And getting the targets prioritized, right? That's another thing, is they're hitting the same player over and over again. They're not just hitting their buttons and hoping they all end up in the same spot.
Phil decided he wanted to play attacker this season, so he's playing attacker.
Prioritizing very well. We saw it with the Venusaur straight into the Zacian before. We just saw Sasha, the Zacian, get taken out again. They're just working in tandem. They're working great. And
I don't think left side has much of a way back in the game. You two played the game early game really well, and when the early game's like this dominant, it's really hard to come back.
Gardevoir lines it up. They are so in sync right there. It's bye, bye, bye.
There you go. That was good.
I got it.
You got there.
Send us back in time and just throw that in. Throw it in post.
Yeah, production, go ahead and sort that out. Make us funny.
Edit that joke in post.
Yeah, production, make us funny one time.
Thank you.
2 minutes, 45-ish seconds left until Rayquaza hits the map, and Bad Dreams needs to wake up from this nightmare. And
so if left side wants to come back,
really horrible position for them to be in. The one positive,
they need to just slow bro ult the first thing that they see, and then drop all their ults behind it. It doesn't matter if it's like, honestly, even if it's Snorlax or Lapras, that they just have to bro ult something and then drop literally every ult behind it.
If they can find a great line with this, they can make something happen. Obviously, YT knows this, and I don't think they're going to.
And if stuff dies out of it, good. If it doesn't die, then rip. You can't flip into Gardevoir, right? Your character, you have melee characters. They're just gonna big engage. Yeah, it's. We got the bro ult on the Hoopa.
Metagross pops their Unite move, but they're actually popped up by the heavy slam. Wow. And I'll tell you what, Bad Dreams is executing a lot of wrong dog.
Wow, that's what an aggressive play by YT.
They're just standing on top of each other. Those are really good heavy slam.
YT doesn't need to make that play, and that's all the more reason that they did.
But they're, I don't know.
Moving in with insane aggression right there. 5-11 to 0. We talked about how when YT is on, they are kind of unbeatable, and man, they look so on right now.
It was a nasty yawn. It was a good play, but also the left side team is standing on top of each other, right?
And set up into the eject button.
Like you two played well, but left side team also kind of played bad. I don't know.
It was just too much to overcome.
We do have some points finally going in for the side of Bad Dreams. It was going to be an absolute shutout right here, but essentially it was. YT is just farming their side of the map. They're not.
All right, this was the warm-up match. The next match is going to be the match, right? Team YT versus Nouns.
YT is going to be able to to take this next minute or so at least, have some fun and get ready, because they have a really tough match in front of them, and that is Nouns Esports.
Yeah, well, we see a Volt tackle. The Electro Ball can't even hit its target because that Eldegoss was already
All right,
gone.
the left side team scored. It's not zero.
Break the 4-digit mark here, and they're going to come pretty darn close. If the other team keeps stepping up and taking these fights,
They play Nouns next, yeah.
So sad Sam finally going down to the metagrass.
Hopefully it won't be an hour-long wait this time.
Chaotix heavy slam eject buttons are on point. They look so good.
They've been playing very, very well. I mean, in a great switch up, right? I was talking about how good their A9 is, but they're filling in the tank role because Phil has switched to bot attacker. So at least that gives them variance, because now those
Damn, the Brazilians getting washed at home by a bunch of white boys and Asian dudes SMH. Guys, I love Team YT. They're some of my favorite people. But you guys, some of your guys' fans of them represent them so poorly, bro. Like, if they're your favorite team, you should like represent them better, bro.
No one yelling at each other right now. At least, I mean, we can't hear the comms, but I assume no one's yelling at each other after a
like
game.
Well, the game's over, so they're usually
a great group of guys, but
real high during the game, and then
you guys are some awful fans.
I was gonna say, and then turn it back down. But we have seen some times when they have.
Also, like, this is probably these guys might be like the 10th best team in Brazil. It's just the tournament happens to be in Brazil.
Combo, the Volt tackle and Gardevoir just lining up the Psychics and Psyshocks. Really, really impressive.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, you'd think the way that game went that we'd see these damage numbers much higher, but that
right,
just
like,
wasn't the case.
no offense to Bad Dreams or anything, but there's probably like they're probably like the 10th best team maybe in Brazil, maybe. And YT is probably like the 3rd best NA team, so of course the game's gonna be one-sided, right? Like YT is like top 3 in NA probably.
Yeah, the Puff was Sam, and I think they absolutely deserved the Puff. We expected Gardevoir to
Twitch chat talking bad about Team YT. No one's talking bad about Team YT, guys. You guys are fighting your own demons.
The build, Slick Spoon, Wise
Relax.
Choice Specs. I love it. I personally love Amp just because Guardy
only best of ones today.
But I would take your cues from Sam here. One of the best Gardevoir players in the business.
Yeah, don't shy away from what works for you, and that's kind of the overall lesson that I'm trying to impart on some of these teams. There are some things
Brazilian people can also be white, yeah, for sure.
But if there's a slight difference in strength, lean into the thing that you've mastered, that you can do well. And Sam is one of the players that does that time and time again, and they find success because of it.
Guard was a good.
Beautiful. We saw it right there from Venusaur.
I knew Guard was a good pick in competitive. Oh yeah, you were right.
Was that a 4-person yawn?
It was either 3 or 4-person yawn. Beautiful, and it was just absolutely devastating. They saw them make their way into that tall grass, and Team YT did not hesitate.
Zacian's actually not that great here.
They went for it.
I mean, if Zacian loses the early game, yeah.
Beautiful start to Team YT.
Imagine the early game where the Zacian team, the Zacian gets 5 before Bs,
Great litmus test for Nouns. What have
and has Sacred Sword and doesn't die on the first gank, and then their team 4-mans that gank. I think the Venu pick was maybe a little sus. And then they break a pad before the other team breaks a pad.
We know Team YT is hungry to qualify for Worlds this year, and a great test right at the beginning of the season for them lies ahead.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for them right now.
But
if Team YT can take down Nouns here,
Team YT looked really strong.
Without a doubt.
Now I think both of these teams that were
if you see a team do a 4-man gank in the early game, right, like they send their attacker and the other team has no response, they're not even expecting it, you can pretty much just assume that that team doesn't play competitive at the highest level. Right, like you're not gonna see that from like two like equally matched teams. It can't like it can't be a surprise if you're getting level 1 ganked. It can't be a surprise if the attacker moves up or something. I think YT is better than Nemesis. It's probably close. I don't know. I'm not rating all the teams.
A round 1 bye cannot be understated. Yeah. You never know what can happen in the game of Unite. The momentum that some of these teams that you aren't too familiar with can pick up. So try and avoid
what is Nemesis's roster anyway?
Yeah, that would be ideal. In fact,
just
winning all of your games would be really ideal. Coming up, oh, it looks like we got Fusion AXK coming up next. I thought we had Team YT hanging out on stage, but you know what? We got Fusion.
Wait,
back
where's
on
the-
stage, which is going to be an exciting one to see.
Are we not going to see Nouns
Deal
YT?
with that as it comes. Who knows? We're switching
There's
things
no
up
way
all
they're
over
not
the
going to
place
play
here.
that match,
I mean, I
right?
don't know. So one day you're just hanging out, you think you're going to cast YT Nouns, the next
And
the
they tell
person
you, no,
standing
you're
next
not.
to you is kicking you in the hip. So you know, just
I'll watch it. I'll get the game. I'll get the game, guys. Don't worry.
You're lucky I can't kick his
I will get the game when it comes up.
Yeah, you would JCV.
I have Tune added, and I messaged Tune in the morning to take a put a spectate on.
Another set of ice packs, one for the T.
So we'll get the game. Don't worry.
Scissor kick that you laid out yesterday.
Just sucks that it won't be on the official broadcast.
I really didn't mean to kick him. I'm very sorry that I did.
Celeste for trainer,
Either
Metallic
way, we have
Jungle.
some more
I
exciting
mean, I think they're a good
action
team.
Coming up here in just a moment. It's another one of those
I think
moments where
they're
we
probably a
wonder,
good team.
Is it a break?
Is it a break?
It's not a break.
It is not a break. We're being done.
They definitely got like. I mean, I think they got worse.
The very aggressive no in our ears is telling us.
It wasn't aggressive. It was
not.
It
was
had some
definitive.
sass.
Nouns
It had
doesn't
some
finish
sass.
their
Had
first
a little
match yet.
sass to it, and it was very definitive.
We'll see.
Fusion, we've seen them on broadcast.
JL and Joy
already.
still playing? No idea.
I think if I'm a team at ACL, that might be the #1 team I don't want to see win this tournament. There's Fusion.
You guys also have to remember the way the format works now is points aren't tied to individual players but teams, and points also don't give you a Worlds invite anymore. So the teams you see now are almost certainly not the teams you're going to see later on in the year.
Production says something I totally missed.
You're going to see a lot of teams swap players around. There's going to be players that get unbanned at the start of next year that are going to come in and take player spots on teams.
It's a strong record.
Like,
I think it's a
the
possibility.
way that they kind of did it makes it so you're incentivized to move teams.
I agree.
Even though I think their goal was to make it so people stayed as a team.
Like we said, we mentioned Goldenrod Strikers.
Any clarification on what constitutes as a team? I think,
Position, right,
from what I understand, I could be wrong on this. I think
but that's a great opportunity for two other Brazilian
there's
teams
like
to make it out
the
of that
captain
group
of the
and try to
team
come
is the
together and
team,
make one for themselves tomorrow.
but 4 people can vote out the captain.
Fusion, it's just going to be another
So it's basically just like
impressive showing
majority of the
on
team.
main stage. I can't wait to see what they want to bring here. Also, considering that they're kind of, I think, locked into that #1 slot right now, I wonder if we see something really interesting out of them.
Quick question, are you doing analysis during these tournaments and Worlds this year? I'm doing it right now, yeah.
The breaks off of teams for fun at the AOS Cup, where they just got to
They
square
vote
off
out the
against
captain. Where do the
strangers that may have
points
never
go?
touched the game before,
It
beating
would
by
go
like
to the
2,000.
4 people that stayed on, and whoever they elect as their captain.
I think so too. And I think
Is how I think it should work. Again, don't quote me on it. Do not quote me on it. But that's my understanding.
Walking into that match, you know, what kind of YT was going to show up.
Yep.
How was Bad Dreams going to play? And one thing we found for sure, YT is like very much in sync right now.
They are, and credit to them as one of the few teams that hasn't shuffled their roster all over the place over and over and over and over and over again. You kind of see LG had a big
Rooting for
shakeup
YT
last year.
or
They're trying to
Nouns?
get back to their
I'm
roots
rooting
this
for
year.
good
YT
Pokemon
has never
Unite.
really changed. One player here, one player there, but these teammates are incredibly familiar with themselves, which I know we kind of jokingly say it's always chaos on their comms, but that's
Worlds
only
invites are just top 2 at
successful if there's
NAIC.
a deep level of trust
Top
as well.
3 at
Kind of like we were
NAIC,
saying,
I
they're
think.
the air quotes sloppy Kabi-chans because they don't necessarily communicate.
Kinda
as
like
cleanly,
how,
but they're all there, and they trust
Japan
each other
regionals
to do
were.
what they need to do to win themselves some games. And of course, their communication works in some form or fashion, because that engage that they set up to take that win was meticulous.
Yes.
It was chaotic going around, heavy slam. I didn't
That's how
catch
Japan
that
regionals
one.
has been,
I thought
right?
it was,
Just top 3
that
at
straight into the
regionals.
power nap, but it was that into a
So,
minimum 3 players
playing throughout the year is
beyond that.
important because that's how you get seeded for at NAIC. And if all you need is top 3, if you're the #1 seed going into NAIC, you theoretically should have a decent time to at least top 3.
I don't know if this is at all
You should be
possible,
favored
but if
to,
we are waiting
which would
for a
get you
team
a
to
Worlds
set up on
invite.
stage, it would be fun to see.
Engage it again. It was awesome.
It was a
But
really,
if you play
perfect
really well all
engage
year,
by a team that was ready to go.
but
And one thing that I
then
loved about it
don't
is I
win
think there are
a big event, then yeah, you don't go
huge
to
percentage of teams out there
you
that
won't
would
go to
happily
won't go to
play
Worlds.
back, wait for their opponents, wait for them to make a mistake.
You could also get your Worlds invite by winning at EUIC, right? That's the other way to get an invite, is to win EUIC.
We weren't sure how quickly things were going to develop. I kind of had a feeling something was on. The moment that Phil left the bush and was just running straight towards
Isn't tournament system kind of odd best of ones? It's just best of one for the group stage.
Putting it to the test. They're putting
And the groups are seeded, so...
Here we go.
Okay, let's take a look.
We're going to take a look at this right here.
Heavy slam to the left. Yawn. E-ball hits X and Y, but then eject button, fairy singularity. Metagross tries to use their unite movement, puts up the rock walls, doesn't matter. Follow up heavy slam.
Why'd they go back? I think they just wanted... I think they didn't like that you would go to NAIC and like the tournament results might not matter for the team that wins.
Again, they are not leaving it up to
like sometimes it'll matter, sometimes it won't.
Wind down. They're not getting the KO here to it, Ray. They are finishing it with a knockout blow.
The one thing
I was supposed to win Worlds now with Japan and China being at Worlds. Well, Japan was at the first 2 years Worlds. They didn't win. They kind of got clapped up.
X and Y, the slow bro. So obviously for Electro Ball, you actually need to see your target to be able to lock onto it, right? And I couldn't quite catch if there's another target within Phil's vision, but throwing the E-ball at the slow bro slowed it down enough so it couldn't catch anyone with a slow beam before they executed what they were doing. Whether
Japan's probably the best region. Well, there's a full year, guys.
Or that was part of the
you guys are too doomer.
That's how it worked out.
No.
And was honestly kind of like the
guys, Toon's in a game, but because it's on LAN, it won't let me watch it.
A perfect engage. You absolutely love to see it. You love to see this level of play, right? I mean,
no.
It's so amazing seeing top pros.
Let me in. Let me in.
Especially when you see moments like that, I feel like you get to see the pinnacle of what a team in Unite can do when they are in sync, flowing together.
They're not playing against YT.
Timing their engagement right there. It's just amazing.
They're not playing.
Could have just been
now my game crashed.
Where they saw a nice catch and they went for it, and then everyone went, oh! But at the same time, I feel like YT was playing like that all game. Like they were just dialed in really.
They're not playing against YT, but I don't know if the YT match will even be on stream.
Our world champions, Fennel. Something they did very well is have all of their players, not all of them, but some of their players, whatever the situation called for, switch into different roles. And that's kind of something I'm seeing happen with YouTube, and is developing a deeper sense of malleability within your team, right? You know, we were talking about how Phil went to attacker, now Chaotic is on defender, but I can't understate how good Chaotic's A9 is. And if the team decides
YT, they got pulled off stage, so they're all offline. And then I'm assuming Nouns is on like a B stage playing right now.
Slots back into that defender role without losing any skill level. You're not sacrificing anything there. And as these teams develop, as this game grows, your team and your individual players are going to have to go deeper and deeper.
Looks like if they don't broadcast the Nouns game, I might not be able to watch it at all. Try spectating again. It won't work. It didn't work last time either.
Best player, best North American performance out of a player at Worlds, and I don't think it's particularly close. That was Roland switching again to the support role for that team, and was just absolutely cracked on Mr. Mime, and honestly the only reason that the Juicers were staying in some of the games that they were in.
Yeah, I mean,
it won't work. It won't work.
Juicers had quite a run last year, kind of coming from that AOS Cup switch up, making it to Worlds there, and they had some impressive games, but
it won't work, guys. It won't work.
They gave them the hardest time.
We might get to see the YT Nouns game after this. I don't think they would deprive us of it. It won't work. It won't work, guys. Trust me. Because they're on LAN, the game isn't actually being sent to a server that I could watch from. Right? Like the way the spectate works is the game gets sent to the Unite servers, and then I connect to the Unite server to be able to watch it. But that game isn't being sent to an online server.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. You know, I definitely agree with that. Again, we have a little bit of maybe inside information.
The reason why they're able to is because these guys are actually on land as well.
Just play and have, I believe it was a Zoroark Comfy game.
What is the reason that leads to role swaps within teams? How does one know what role is best for them? I think players just get tired of playing different roles and they want to swap.
Like,
That's all it really is.
We don't want to deal with this Zoroark as we quickly look.
When one guy roll swap, someone else needs to roll swap, or they need to pick a different player, right? Like it feels like I'm playing attacker now. Chaotic has to roll swap, or they have to find a tank. So one roll swap just makes another roll swap.
As well as the LAIC, a 100% pick rate in this tournament.
But to be honest, it's just people getting bored, or people believing in themselves on something else.
I think it was you mentioning earlier that Otter on Luminosity was saying like playing support is great. Every character is awesome.
Yeah,
they're all very, very good. Ooh, okay. Pick rate of
Hello.
11% Ho-Oh, so maybe another pick picked when you and I weren't watching that particular game or out in the field there.
I don't like all these slow bro picks.
To be leveraged well.
Yeah. It absolutely does.
I get why they pick it, right? They don't want to, like, Fusion picked it because they don't want to get slow bro ulted, and they like picking bro.
Fusion just such a tough team to beat, you know.
It's okay to hold down the Leafeon as well.
Just might be giving them a few more KOs.
But Tree is still really, really strong.
Mewtwo, Hoopa on the side of Fusion.
That's one thing I am surprised at. I understand the Eldegoss pick rate.
Eld 100% pick rate.
Because it's, you know,
just because the other supports, like Blissey, Hoopa, Eld, all have 100% pick/ban rate.
Our particular priority list, but I'm not the one playing. These teams are, as they round out with Mew and
right?
good Mew player
Like
is again,
it's just Eld isn't getting banned, but Blissey and Hoopa are getting banned.
Tournament, right? I don't know if we've seen it at all on broadcast.
Specs on bro for better last hit. Yeah, the specs literally only makes a difference for the first literally the first two Indeedis, like the first two pieces of farm.
A lot of the time you don't see a player good enough to pilot this Mew. We were just talking about Otter on Luminosity, one of the best Mew players out there, but now they are on support.
Yeah, and on the other side on Fusion, I think we've watched Zinus play Mew quite a few times to some great success. So the question is, if you're seeing some
is he stacking on Mew? We'll see how it goes.
Did it lose a little something, or maybe it's just not Mew's time and kind of the life cycle of the meta
Psyduck isn't allowed for this tourney.
But again, good Mew play is a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's one of the highest skill Pokemon in the game, I think, without
question. Right next to Zacian.
There's shout out to God though. There are a few Pokemon that are insanely high skill, though, right? I mean,
first time Fusion not playing Scyther.
And you think that player is not only playing an amazing
they've
Pokemon,
definitely played games without Scyther. They also had Scyther banned against them a lot, right? They definitely played the game without Scyther. I think Mew needs a tiny little BB nerf, maybe. Probably not.
To play it well, you are playing out of this world.
I agree. That's why I don't play Mew.
Otter playing support? Yeah, Otter is playing
We were
support.
playing a lot of Psyduck last night. Let me tell you,
Otter
it's
is
pretty
playing
good, even if
support.
you're mechanically
pretty good.
Yeah.
On the side of Fusion, we were talking about how they're going to approach this game. Based on that draft, they're looking to win big. Yeah, they do not care. So. They want to leave nothing up to chance. They want to be 5-0. They want to move on. They want to make a statement. And
is he going to play support Mew? If they pick Mew, it'll probably be Otter playing it for sure.
Group, I believe it's Group B.
I don't think anyone else on their team can really play it.
Brazilian team in that group, in and of itself, feather in the cap and a little bit of a rubbing their nose in it, saying, "I'm doing this on your home turf."
Yeah, I mean, they just play that well. It's hard to stop this team. It was going to be hard for any team to stop them. They also wandered into
Curious plays it really well.
I think from
I don't think he'll play it in tourney, but we'll see.
Like a lot of relative unknowns from Brazil.
We'll see.
Rather than some of the bigger teams we expected to see, right? They're not running into Dream Max right away or something like that. So they've had a pretty great day one, and I think no matter who they run into, it would be that way. But this has been really impressive.
It really has. So as we're taking a look here, you know, I think it's AXK. The letters are completely failing right now.
Players that reflex position like jungler and bot attacker switching, for sure. I mean, it already happens a lot. Like,
kind of talking to you about it.
The way the game kind of works is like all three damage rolls can kind of switch between each other, and the support and defender can kind of switch with each other, and the support and attacker can kind of switch with each other.
Just pandemonium down here. and it had the absolute exclamation point of that Zoroark.
Depending on what mons and how you want to lane it.
Again, you got to play with the information you have. So I don't know how well Fusion made.
Like sometimes you want to send a ranged character top, so you might, your top laner might go into the jungle, get level 5 early, send your ranged guy top, and then whoever your jungler would be might go bottom, or in any orientation.
AXK, your orange team, will AXK be the lone Brazilian?
Kind of old, and as Soulfingers, you want to learn how to play Mew and solo queue. Are you too bad? Any words of encouragement? Just gotta practice, bro. I'm older than you, and I learned how to play Mew.
A lot of work here is AXK to keep.
If I can do it, you can do it.
Down. They are 4-0, looking to make it 5-0, going back into the Lucario well, going back to the days of yore, and let's see how long this player has been playing, because you need.
Overlord and Jungle Book swap roles mid World Fantasy 1. Yep.
The bottom path there, the Torchic just
That's true.
ripped apart by this Ho-Oh and Mew in this bot lane. Looking good for AXK. Even in this top path, I feel like they're securing well against Fusion.
Yeah, really well. They're able to put good pressure with the Leafeon kind of right in the central area. You actually see we still have a Torchic, and the level has kind of been stymied here. So AXK had 2 wins.
Leafeon got 4, but he went bot.
AXK, and a great tiebreaker would serve them well.
Mew's on beam.
A really nice one to win, obviously, for a lot of reasons here, but it also has a high likelihood of getting you into day 2, especially if you can take down the team that is currently undefeated.
Fusion's comp, I think, is just way better. Like, by a lot.
For their group. Scoring up in the top path, Fusion puts some points on the board. It's going to bring them to 35 and 19 for the side of AXK.
Quick pressure on tempo, going straight for the score, getting their stack in, and slow is Draken to maybe try and get some of the attention, but they are not falling for the bait here, as they are just pressing tempo ad nauseum.
North American teams doing Luminosity and YT. YT won their first game on broadcast, and then Luminosity's in Group D, so I don't think they've played yet.
We have this Baridon looking to make plays here against Lucario. They are doing better than the other side. They're out securing them more. They're at a higher level. As we have our teams running down to the central area here, looking to see what happened with this fight at the 8-minute.
What happened? Game Sound just got KO'd, right? Oh, it's back. Big electric drift, but he's just dead. Miraidon without level 7 struggles to go infinite there, right? Miss the Shadow Sneak. Big pop, but nice stun from the Hoopa. It was a really good stun. Oh, cameraman, go back top. They're fighting top, cameraman.
Re-entry into the battle.
Cameraman.
Fubuki here looking to make a play, doesn't want to jump into the overheat, just trying to get some of that farm. If they can hit their level 8, they can
please look top.
Move, but tempo is online now with the Blaze.
Stuff's happening top, we're missing it. We'll never get to see it. We'll never get to see what happened. The Miraidon just KO'd the Mew.
Guard duty in that bottom path. Meanwhile, just a Nemo, Tempo, and gang are just moving forward. Zainu's on the Miraidon. Using
that
his
doesn't kill.
drift, hitting every target too, and that is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, very.
And Mimikyu died somewhere.
Right, and I feel like they've been holding themselves very well in this top path. Meanwhile,
why do we look away from top? All the action is in the top lane, cameraman.
Looks like actually they were able to make some headway. They're now scoring onto this top goal zone. Very nice stuff, and a good score there from AXK.
Who knows what happened?
Up right now with
Maybe the Leafeon went and ulted them. Blaze again. Oh.
Overheat barely missing.
So close. Really, that push was facilitated by Fubuki stepping.
To be honest, that's a low percentage play for sure, right?
Impact. And now they're trying to
if you get it, it's really good, but the chances of you getting it are really low.
Leafeon first. Fubuki's
nice.
Give him another after using a Unite move, and now we're going to press forward. Shadow Sneak hits on the Eldegoss, I believe, but they're not willing to.
Got the Shadow Sneak again.
Mew uses their Unite move, and they're finding themselves as soon as they come out of it into the Electro Drift.
Wow, I mean, AXK feels like they really.
Why did the Mew stay after it ulted?
That Mew, they actually had an opportunity, I think, to get away from that fight.
Does Fusion have a dog player? I think Tempo plays it. I'm pretty sure Tempo plays it.
With their Unite move, not able to make it happen as we head back down to the bottom path here. This Leafeon looking pretty good, level 10 right now.
But Tempo's really good on Blaze.
Carrier is that Mimikyu, already level 11.
And that happened because Anemo was able to get the knockout on Fubuki on the Leafeon to make that happen. We have a little overheat eject button action going through. Surf is going to close the door on Ho-Oh, really temper that fire down with a little bit
Like
of water.
Tempo's like probably the best non-Japanese Blaze player.
Pokemon Cotton Cloud Crash on Mew to give them a little bit of sustain, but Draken not really afraid, really just getting the time for the rest of the team to leave.
You know, I gotta say, I think AXK is actually playing really well into one of the best teams in this entire tournament right now. Looking for the KO on Blaziken, not able to make it happen. Blaziken pulls back here as they re-engage.
Big Miraidon combo.
Unite, that would be really strong, but it's slow being down, and they're
Slowbro on Ho is so strong.
And all of a sudden, what looked like a great opportunity for AXK to bounce back and defend this gold zone is gone.
Yeah, the Ho pick's kind of awkward here, no?
Of Fusion, and that's the problem with
you can't get, you have to just not get Slowbro ulted as the Ho.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play right there, right? You can KO a couple members, then as soon as Ho-Oh is ready to bring them all back, you've got the slow beam, you're ready to go.
Fob's good too. Fob is definitely good.
Is incredible here. They secure the Regirock. That's going to give them defense, special defense here for these upcoming fights. Now we have Blaziken just looking to make some.
I don't think he's going to be able to call to the port.
Nice place by AXK. I got to say, this team is counter-punching Fusion a lot harder than some of the other groups have.
The audio is making me go schizo. We're hearing the background audio. I can't, I feel like I can't concentrate because of the background audio. You know what I mean? Do you guys like hear the studio too? Or like the crowd, I mean?
Fubuki trying to take over. They get KO'd quickly. Nice
okay, Ho-Res.
Going straight into that flame wheel around him, trying to put the pressure on, and now they're flame throwing down this Miraidon. These legendary Pokemon are scrapping. KO streak of 2 back the other way. We are fighting.
Focus band on Blaze, he's fine.
About AXK.
Yeah, AXK is putting in the work.
You like the crowd noise? I feel like I can't focus on the game.
You saw them. Look how well they're doing now. Mimikyu going in to clean this up.
Mimikyu might 1v5 here.
Into a Shadow Sneak, looking to pick up another KO here. Can they make
he jacked from. Oh, he has a Shadow Sneak though. Oh, he didn't get the second one. He's still fine though. He's still fine.
That surf through the wall to chip up 3 to let
Shadow Sneak's back up now.
Reset, get all their cooldowns back, and get 3 KOs. Are you kidding?
I don't think he has the damage though to take down Ho.
When tempo goes deep,
he's healing. He's healing. He's healing.
He
has it. He has it. Oh, I think they had a DC. I think someone DC'd. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
Issue with one of the devices. We also just might be a little overwhelmed.
I would pause too and be like, something's wrong here.
Yeah, actually,
I was hitting a lot of buttons here and nothing was happening.
Now that I think about it, I've actually got a problem with the
flux capacitor.
Yeah, exactly. That was massive. I mean, you just saw that Mimikyu.
That was bananas.
And it felt like as soon as they got that first KO, they played around it really well, not throwing the Shadow Sneak right away.
Who's playing Mimi? Anemo.
And then it was just one after the other.
Mimikyu's Bangle. Bangle's good here. Bangle's good here.
Surf hitting
so sick.
3. I mean, Surf Plus, once you hit that level 11, you are hitting a knockup on every single Surf. The amount of disruption you get out of something like that is amazing. It's the reason I feel like Surf
Mimi is
play, right?
Yeah.
Because you're able to get
one of the best Pokemon in the game. Like I said, Fusion's draft is just OP.
Back online, push forward, and now we're in
They have Hoopa, Blaze, Mimikyu.
So, just a quick throwback to that moment, right? Anemo was low on HP, so was Mono, the Lucario, right? They throw their combo, and then they actually use their Unite move and eject over the wall. Right at that moment, I'm not sure if it was an eject in by Draken. Either way, it was perfectly timed in the direction of where Mono was going
Nouns
to
won against Invictus. Good to know, good to know.
Spot, they caught all 3. That allowed Anemo to go through the wall themselves with a Shadow Sneak. I think it was on the Eldegoss to get into the back, and then they just strapped.
Maybe do I prefer Shadow Claw or Play Rough? It depends on the game. Shadow Claw definitely has a potential to 1v5.
But when they do,
there's some matchups where Play Rough just 100 O's, right?
And that's what's been a key to Fusion's success, and that's why I love watching Anemo, Tempo, and Psyduck
Play Rough can give you a lot of free damage, and it's like good at getting like 1 KO safely, but Shadow Claw is good at just killing the whole team, so it basically has no cooldown.
Like that clearly popping off in this match. I will say though, for how well Fusion is playing, AXK is actually holding their own incredibly well.
Are they DCing on LAN? Probably what happens on LAN is like mobile players' connection ends up dropping,
somewhere on the map. They're gaining
because
some ground.
they're connecting to like a LAN server, and I don't know, it's just weird.
Talking about a little with some of their carry
Trick Room's
players.
still
They get a little
unusable.
too
I don't think it's
overconfident. They're
unusable,
looking for
but
that penta that they just got.
Mimikyu with Shadow Sneak is a different
And
beast.
they're taking those moments and actually turning them around on Fusion pretty well. Fusion now is in a great spot. That Mimikyu is level 14.
Yep.
This is going to be very, very difficult for AXK once we come back from this pause here. But still, I have to give it up to them because they are really putting up a fight.
Fubuki's been playing great on the Leafeon. They've been everywhere. Any team fight that's gone in their
I know some playing Trick Room. Yeah, I know a lot of teams have been messing around with it. I think it's good.
From that player, and you can now see what we kind of
It's good if the other team has range damage Pokemon, you know? Like if your Trick Room damage reduction's actually gonna get value, you can actually get, you know, you can actually tank a lot of spells. But if you're playing into all melees, it's not, there's no point. Because Trick Room makes it so that when you get hit from the outside of Trick Room, you take like way less damage. LG and YT's only any teams. There's also a team called Team Growth, but I don't know who they are.
That's when you're hoping for your biggest Ho-Oh moment of the match.
Right, and again, I would be more on the lookout for it to res Fubuki, right? Keep the load that Ho-Oh has to lift light, because in the moments where you really think the Ho-Oh can be the most impactful, you saw how Fusion reacted.
Hidden players?
As soon as two players go down, I literally said, if you have a
we
Ho-Oh
could probably
Unite,
figure out who they are.
As soon
I
as
just don't know
said
who they
that,
are.
Dragon has to be playing eject button. Eject button, slow beam, and then all of a sudden you get Electro Drift Miraidon slide in. They take care of Ho-Oh before he can even.
Yeah, I think the Nouns YT match is going to be on stage, so we have to wait for this game to end.
Take a nice lead.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play, because obviously this fight could start to switch back the other way.
Non-BR teams at LAIC invite only. They're the only ones that are able to travel. All the teams here just registered to play. It was an open registration for anyone. No one got invited.
I know when that feather's going to hit you.
Yeah, no OJ.
You're not invulnerable anymore, and you're going to eat one of the.
Considering Zug was streaming last night, I don't think there's a way that he was going to make it to Brazil.
We could see that again. I found personally when I'm playing Ho-Oh, one of the best things you can do, of course, if you can, you know, bring your carry back from being KO'd, that would be massive. But sometimes it's just getting your team back in the fight real fast. Don't look for 4 people to, you know, resurrect all at once. Let's bring back 1 or 2 important players who went down in a fight and see where we go from there.
What Spriggles is right, but like as a team with Ho, sometimes like you just have to trust, like you just have to go in and die together if you're gonna die, so that the Ho can actually res you together.
Don't think of it as I'm saving everyone.
Does it take money to register in a tournament? Yeah, you have to pay like a small fee, but it's usually just first come first serve.
Blows the game completely open because you pick everybody back up.
And then I think there's like a cutoff where you have to prove that you're actually going to travel. Also, if you just don't show up to a turn, like if you sign up for a tournament and don't show up, like the chances like you are able to register for another tournament in the future go down, right?
You know, as soon as you come back, this is going to be really bad for you. Ho-Oh feels like that a little bit, but there's still a lot of chaos happening in the fight, right? If only 1 player's gone down, maybe even 2 players have gone down, there's still a lot that the enemy team is trying to focus on.
Game's changed a lot. It's nice. The game is really fun now.
We'll have to see.
Did I stop playing competitive? For now, yeah, I did stop.
More of them are bringing it into their games here as we are waiting on this match to come back in just a moment. I'm also
saying they close registration before announcing the winner will go to ACL. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. It sucks for sure. It sucks that they close the registrations before announcing the ACL thing, but also like I said earlier, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from people for that, right? Like, if you should want to participate in an official UCS tournament for the sake of participating in it.
Today, so we'll see those results start to trickle in and see where these teams land. And I'm keeping
what's ACL? The Asia Champion League.
These Brazilian teams that are showing
the finals for the Asia tourneys.
Because inevitably,
if there's 100 teams, how do they pick? The first ones that signed up.
Cover this region aren't as familiar with.
Just sign up faster than other people.
And that's when, like I said, that's kind of when the work begins, right?
Nice
You're
pick against
kind of
Asian teams.
prepping
Yeah, it'll be
everything
cool.
today for all of the hard work you're gonna have to do tomorrow, because tomorrow is gonna be a long one. We're going back to best of threes, and our semifinals tomorrow, best of fives, because our grand finals on Sunday, for the first time, another best of five.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing being here. We're going to be on the main Pokemon channel, by the way, so you won't find us here on the Unite channel. You'll find us over on the main channel, which of course you're going to be seeing amazing games.
They're starting now into YT, really?
Oh, they got VGC, they got TCG, and Pocket.
I mean, they have to finish Group C.
Got some, yet. Okay,
ACL who used Fearless Draft, it was the same, like it wasn't the ACL finals, but it was a part of that region, yeah. But they didn't end up doing that for like the finals or anything. That was like for an online tourney.
When you looked at these groups start to get formulated, it's randomized how these groups are drawn. So there could be a reality where you're seeing Fusion and you're seeing Dream Max and you're seeing, you know, Luminosity all in one group. But fortunately for a lot of these big teams, they are sort of spread to the four corners of these groups right now.
Yeah.
That won't be the case tomorrow.
Allegedly.
You're gonna have to beat everybody if you want to win this thing.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily the first round tomorrow, but that second round.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm starting to lose my patience. I'm starting to lose my patience.
A lot of, you know, doesn't matter. There has to be a 1 seed in a group.
What is going on?
So let's just use YouTube and nouns because we were talking.
I've been watching the tourney for 6 hours. We haven't watched 6 games yet.
And then the second seed comes in, and then all of a sudden you might have like first seed Fusion.
I'm about to crash out. I'm literally about to crash out. Literally about to crash out.
We just got notice that we're about to jump back into game and put a button on the one we were watching, which was Fusion in A.
HE double hockey sticks.
Back into it right here.
Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back.
A massive Penta KO. The Mimikyu level.
Okay, so Mimikyu just got a Penta.
Nothing to laugh at, the level 13 tempo, also
A little bit over 100 point lead for Fusion. But XP looks manageable for both sides. Like the Mimikyu is huge, which is kind of sad if you're a right side team. Leafeon's 13, Mew probably inching to closer to 13, Lucario just at 13.
There's not going to be enough time for this Regieleki in the top path here. We've got Rayquaza in about 15 seconds, and it already looks like Fusion is looking for an aggro position here.
Yeah, here we go. Fusion.
Our Mew's not close to 13. Kind of unfortunate. What are we on, Agility E-Ball right now?
Fusion up by over 100, so they don't.
This is where Fennel would be on coaching E-Ball and just be spamming E-Balls and then coach back to the team.
Nice big focus blast as we have Fusion deciding when they want to pounce here.
They're looking to just kind of rotate around and see if they can get a catch. Not quite yet. Focus blast goes in, ton of damage.
Okay, Mew just swapped. I think he swapped the beam. He did.
We have AXK playing very safe at this moment, grouping up. We have the Mimikyu moving in.
Shadow Sneak on the Mimikyu. Ho-Oh's caught out, pinned
All right, they're trying to just burst the Ho out before the Ho can ult anything. He got the fire spin off. He's dying to Shadow Fall though. Hoop ult on the other side. All right, this is where Fusion just has to rip Ray.
Lucario's being chased away.
Mew's gonna go down. Yeah.
And now we've got a Rayquaza on the doorstep.
They didn't even bro ult.
Here comes Mono, gonna have to make a hero play. They are day late, dollar short. They are sent packing, son. That is a full team wipe.
I mean, Fusion were the better team, and the Mimikyu got a Penta. But it's so lame for the momentum of the game to just be like the pause was longer than the game. Right? The game had been going like 6 minutes had gone by, but we were paused for like 20 minutes.
With no Ho-Oh Unite being used, without question, it's the big blunder of that fight for AXK.
You can't do a remake because it's not fair for Fusion. It's just an unlucky situation.
Get that Unite off. That Pokemon is going from maybe a top pick to one of the worst in the game.
I don't even know if it was within the range to resuscitate Fubuki there.
Yeah,
Nemo was going for a huge, was essentially kind of making a crescent around the Ray pit, specifically looking for Ho-Oh. The moment they shadow sneaked onto Ho-Oh, they went in, but you actually saw a Nemo peel Ho-Oh left, and the rest of Fusion went up right. And
especially because these are best of ones, it's really unfortunate.
Mimikyu Unite, right into the Shadow Claws and the knockout, and I mean, well executed. And that's the give and take with Ho-Oh. It can do some very powerful things, but everybody knows the powerful things it can do, and good players can mitigate that without a doubt.
And we have Fusion, obviously, walking out of this group stage undefeated. And there is a question as to whether or not anyone can take this team down. I mean, this was the team that came to the
Why did they pause? Stream issues or someone being a sore loser? No, they won't. They wouldn't pause over that. Probably just connectivity issues. Now 6 hours to see nouns. No more Mr. Nice Guy, I'm telling you.
Yeah, really good. I mean, your 3 damage dealers out here in the 80k damage range is absolutely amazing. Yeah. I mean, that is good parity. That is good balance across your team. Well done by Fusion. Now, AXK, we have to give them credit. Yeah. Best team we've seen against Fusion so far. Absolutely. And actually, even on the world stage, you could argue that they put a better fight in certain moments than some of those world's qualified teams. So I think AXK has something special going right now.
I agree. I think they played incredibly well.
Fusion comps looks way better. Yeah, I mean, their comp was way better for sure.
Teams can't stand up to Fusion at all, and they just get dumpstered. Right. I really do think they had a chance against them a moment earlier on a Ho-Oh Unite. Even if you get one in that moment, we had nothing otherwise, right? So you need something. I think the flamethrower was just coming off being done, and in that moment, they just couldn't hit it fast enough before Fusion was on that Ho-Oh, ready to get the big KO, and that's what you need to do.
What's more, mobile or Switch players?
That Pokemon from
I think this tournament, there's more mobile players.
You're in a great spot.
Which might be resulting in some of the issues. Typically, it's like slightly more Switch players, at least in my experience. But I think a lot of the Brazilian players are mobile. And there's just more Brazil teams here. Check Tuner Bro. Yeah, I have it open. They haven't started. They're not even online right now.
If we can keep it away from everything else, and
I have it open. Look.
On Fusion,
it's on my phone.
That Anemo was on. As soon as they Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw, Unite move, they just ran past. And that's
do you think any of the NA teams is playing on the level of Fennel?
And all of a sudden they're
we've only gone to see one NA game so far, so hard to really say.
And there's nothing else we can do. We're a little bit further in the game here, but we're getting into the replay, and I hope that's one we get to catch here.
Yeah, big moments here. There was that massive Electro Drift from Miraidon, but a nice counter punch there from AXK. They take this top objective very close on the overheat there from Tempo. And here's that fight. You can see the move in here, Doomsnack.
Shadow Snake there, right? Anemo hits their Unite move, but they're forcing the fight up to the right.
YT played one game.
Here. Nobody was even down. Fubuki goes down, then the Ho-Oh goes down. But they were so split
most Brazilians are in the mobile. That's because Switch is hella expensive for Brazilians. Makes sense, right? That makes sense.
You had your best carry go down, and immediately the Ho-Oh goes down before it can save anybody. And what is the Mew gonna do in the face of that?
How does Nouns look this season? I haven't been around to see. I mean, they look good. We'll have to see though. Do you think Fennel is better than LG 2022 or 2023? Yes, but I think every team is better every year, right?
All of it going down at the same time. It might not have had anything to do with Ho-Oh being able to unite at all. It just happened within the blink of an eye. Nothing they could do in that moment. Beautifully played.
I think LG 2024 is better than LG 2022.
Another deep run at the World Championships. Now they have to make it through this weekend, and of course we have a long UCS season ahead of us. But you can't understate that they're heavy favorites for not just in their region, in the world, to make a deep run again.
I can tell you, as a team to represent the Western teams heading to ACL, you couldn't pick up.
Playing Unite on mobile better than playing on Switch? It just depends on what you're more comfortable with.
From when they won the AOS Cup, I was like, I'm all in on this team. They're great. They're great.
They are so incredibly. Also, their jerseys
they're so sick, so dude. Good. They're so good.
PT versus LG NAIC. That was a good game.
They could really
that was a good game
on the world stage here coming up at AOS. Theros, they could really do something, possibly at ACL.
LG was Blackhand in 2022. Oh, true.
But as they head towards day 2, they're undefeated right now, but they have a lot of huge teams in their way if they want to become the first ever LAIC champion for Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, they need to at least keep somebody around here scouting and watching this Group C and Group D develop, because you're going to get some good inside looks, you know, more on
Guys, there's a bug.
Nouns.
Did you see that? There was a bug.
Looking to make a push, and maybe some teams you're
There was a little bug on the background.
Player of the game, your Pok Anima.
Yeah, great stuff.
Go cut back to Dube Snacks.
Brutal.
I saw a little beetle.
Angle on there, so the more damage you're doing, you're consistently
a little
slowing
crustle.
down their ability to recover as well, which is nice. Your shadow.
There's a little bug.
You're hitting them all the time.
It was Yen Mega. Oh.
First damage up. See the X attack there also. When they're moving in, they are moving in to get
Go
the
back.
KOs, and you saw that with the Penta.
Absolutely. Just a great Pokemon for a great player. One thing I'm very happy to see, it looks like they've faded away from the Scyther, which makes just warms my heart, because I'd much rather see a Mimikyu out on the field than a Scyther.
Someone's Pokemon. Who let their Pokemon out of their Pokeball?
See if Mimikyu gets tooled up or down. Mostly down a little bit throughout this season.
Why did the prediction start 42 minutes ago? I didn't do it.
Well, you know what, if they
You gotta talk to the guards.
So, I think something like that could happen, but
I'm not in
now,
charge.
It's in an interesting spot because Mimikyu.
What is your current hate Pokemon in Unite? I don't hate anyone.
Choosing it for a ban, you know,
I don't hate any Pokemon.
Play around it. It's not the bulkiest
Guards?
in the game, so
Guys, I'm telling you, there was a bug. I'm going schizo. They need. This is why they're not showing Dube Snacks, because they're getting rid of the bug.
Yeah, it is incredibly good, incredibly strong. Could maybe use for a little tone downage. Tone downage. But I think
Pokemon you would never want to be competitively meta. To be honest, probably like T-Tar.
For the kick.
Oh, the kick. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think T-Tar meta is probably means that T-Tar is really imbalanced.
Shoulders above everything else. For example, how much we've talked about Darkrai. That if you're a player,
Guys, this is why they're not going to Dube Snacks and Spraggles.
Aren't as good on it.
They're getting rid of the bug.
All-rounder options. I don't think you're giving up that much by not playing it.
Yes, I agree. But obviously, Anemo.
I'll show you in the VOD. There was a bug.
Some of these carries and their play with.
I'm telling you, there was a bug.
Incredible in that match.
Is he gone?
How well they
The bug is gone.
They quickly hopped.
It was like over here somewhere.
To lock it down to make sure if
I think they killed the bug.
It's going to be hard for Ho to be able to bring it back right away. Really impressive stuff there. Really impressive.
I'm gonna show you guys.
Obviously,
You guys don't. I can feel your energy. You don't believe me.
Ready to head here to day 2. Flawless record so far.
Flawless record so far, and they want to run that all the way through the weekend here. This was just the first
Where did he go? I swear he was just there.
Real work begins tomorrow, where you kind of go into this absolute buzzsaw of top teams from.
I swear I saw him, guys.
That are ready to go, and now you're going into best of 3 territory.
Look!
With the draft. I'm not gonna say
Look!
it didn't
Look!
matter today, but it matters more.
Look! Look at that! What is that? What is that?
Metas within your matchups,
Where? Look!
right? Games 1 to game 2, and maybe
He just flew in.
3. So.
Do you see it?
They check that box, the next
Do you
one
see?
lies ahead of them, and you know they
Guys,
will be
look.
one of the first teams to play on Sunday for a Unite broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, it's a little bug.
Teams that could be there with them.
I told you I saw him. I freaking spotted him.
Looked incredible. I can't wait to see now.
That's why they cut. That's why they cut. That's why they cut.
A lot of these squads, I just really
Shadow of the cameraman, bro. Where'd he go now then? And where did it just come from?
A whole bunch of them. A lot of the
How do you spot that? Because I have gamer eyes, okay?
Pretty well here at LAIC so far.
I think you know, we watched them earlier, but
I can spot a change in pixels instantly.
If they can keep kind of this pace going that they started the day with, you know, you talk about momentum.
Guys, what happened to the bug?
It carries through the day, but it's less known if it carries day to day, right? Are they going to be back kind of on square one tomorrow if they were to make day?
The bug is gone.
Position two as well. I think it's pretty darn a galaxy lock, but hasn't.
I'm looking for him again.
Official. So once they get there, are they going to be able to carry this with them off a great day 1, and into day 2, or are they going to have to try and warm that engine up again?
Yeah.
How do you decide what second move to use for Sableye?
Show up to day 2 of a tournament.
It depends too much.
Than they did on day 1. Other teams find a way to carry momentum through. Other teams.
I think you can just default to Confuse Ray if you don't know for sure.
It starts to go on, and some of these tournaments, you know, you are going for a long time.
If the other team doesn't have a healer, and your team doesn't have a good tank, which means that you won't be able to walk into bushes, Feint Attack can be good.
You have to be able to.
And if your team has like a lot of burst damage, either from like speedsters or like long range poke, you can go Confuse Ray to set them up.
You'd like to think that winning begins and ends kind of in that draft screen to the end of the game, but it's more than that, right? We talk about their, doing your homework, the preparation. I keep making the joke, if you're locked into the competitive scene of Unite at all, you're probably just banning Darkrai, right? Like that needs to be on your radar. But there's other things, rest, getting fed, getting enough food in your body to make sure you have the energy to carry you through these long days. Like these are all things you need to be cognizant of, and actually kind of one of the things that separates
Guys, they're still not even online.
Do so well, we ran against some of the ran into.
That's who says they're playing on stage. That's cool. That's good.
And the best of the best, the ones we
that is
see
good.
Deep on that run on Saturday are the teams that are huddled together. They're reviewing some stuff.
Yes.
Sometimes you'll even see you'll see 2 players reviewing, 2 players taking a nap. They're all eating, protein bars and stuff like that. And it's all part of this thing to be competitive. It doesn't just begin and end in the game.
Yeah, there's a mental game. There's an endurance to it because, again, these are long days. And they're not only long days sometimes, they're very taxing, right? You're going into this and everything is on the line in some of these matches. So it's not like you have a long day, but you're just kind of hanging out, whatever. No.
Died wants to say like if someone ran into the fake money across the map, disabling your float stone. That's unlucky.
You have to nail your strategy perfectly.
You have to nail your opponent's strategy perfectly.
And mentally, we see some teams absolutely break down. You can see moments in these games where even before the match really has begun, as you start to move through it, you can see one of these teams is already done. They've already been beaten in their minds. That's a hard thing to get back from. So you're right, it's tough, but you have to stay on point, stay focused as a group, onto your strategy. Yeah, you just had to deal with one of the best in the world, right? You just had to take down Nouns or something like that, but the tournament still continues. Right.
Entire tournament 3 days because they yap more than play. Yep.
Here in a minute, right?
That's why, actually.
So I think it is.
The tournament normally is 2 days, but they extended it to 3 to fit in more talking time.
Takes you from being a good competitor to a champion is being able to endure a competition like this over multiple days. If you're going to win here at LAIC for Unite, you are going to need to win 3
Guys, I need the bug back.
Show up every single day like a champion.
Absolutely. And, I'm thinking back to Worlds because I think we got one of our most prime examples.
Just like baseball, exactly.
And it was actually, match where Nouns was on stage. And I've told them this because I just, as casters, we notice certain things.
Am I at LAIC sitting in front of them? Yep, I am.
Been around these players now for going on 4 years, so you just know certain things about them. And I was mentioning to Sarayu, we bumped into them Wednesday. We got to do that a little show match action with them.
This is WAP content.
In that game,
I can't, bro.
See on your face
I have my maple open, but I can't play.
That moment too, and it was in their game 3, and it just kind of fell apart after that.
Yeah,
and it was.
They're really tall. They are.
Like just a mental lapse, and it's not because they don't have good mental strength. It's just in that moment, the smallest moment, just took all of their work up to that point for the
guys. They're still not online.
And I'm not saying it was just on Sarayu. I just happened to be looking at.
I don't mean to burst your bubbles.
And I was like,
but they're still not even online yet.
And we talked through it, and he's like, that's something on the off season I've actively been working on.
Yeah.
Because I recognized that was going to be something I need to overcome.
How tall is Spraggles? He's about
a top
like
team and win the world championship.
Yeah, and there are a lot of teams that can
maybe like an inch taller than Doob Snacks.
You'll see teams that are.
Am I watching ACL later today too? No, I don't think so.
Second one thing goes wrong.
You said you were 6'3". Are your parents tall? I never met them.
You have to be the kind of team that can take a loss.
I'm Batman.
Have an issue like that, but keep on moving. We are going to throw it up now to the main stage with an interview from a player from that last game. Take it away.
Oh, interview time.
Right, Anemo, thank you so much for being here for the interview. Congratulations on your 5-0 on group stage for LAIC 2025.
Felicidades por estar aquí. Está muy bien el 5-0 que habéis hecho y es algo realmente espectacular y único.
Right, so coming from 2024,
he didn't
we
even
were
say anything.
First place on AOS Cup to top 4 on Worlds. How does it feel to start 2025 now in LATAM?
¿Cómo os sentís después de en 2024
What?
ganar la AOS Cup en EUIC y ahora aquí estar haciendo lo que estáis haciendo?
La verdad, agradezco mucho que ahora se haya podido dar la oportunidad de tener un campeonato aquí en Sudamérica. Estoy muy contento con eso y nada, espero dar un buen desempeño con mi equipo.
He's really excited that there's a first in tournament here in Latin American tournament. It's something amazing and he is just impressed about all of this.
Me too.
Well, I need to ask you, you are the only LATAM team in the Just Brazilian group. How was it to prepare for this group in particular? And how do you feel after having a 5-0 record?
Sois el único equipo que está de aquí, de Sudamérica, en un torneo de Brasil. ¿Cómo se siente al estar aquí y al estar compitiendo contra los equipos brasileños? ¿Cómo os habéis preparado ante esto?
Preparados.
A decir verdad, gracias, aquí tengo que hacer un shout a mi coach Replicate, ya que él es parte de este país. Y
Not a real translator. They might have just gotten like staff.
Los equipos brasileños se desempeñan.
Translator needs a translator.
Replicate. He's really thankful for their coach, Replicate. He's from here, from
First time
Brazil,
she's a
and
professor.
he teaches them a lot of things about all
Yeah,
the matches
I think they
that
just.
they are going to
I don't
face.
think they're an actual translator. They
Okay,
just
now going
someone's
into day
filling in.
2, Saturday,
She's
we
doing
have
her
a
best,
single
guys.
elimination bracket,
Be nice.
best of 3s, coming from a best of 1. How do you translate that into the confidence that you had with the 5-0 into best of 3s?
Para mañana se
Yeah,
cambia
if you're not an
al
actual
mejor de
translator,
tres
you're
en
just
mejor
someone
de-
that speaks the
en cambio del
language.
mejor
It's
de uno a cup, y
which
es
is
en una
clearly who they
eliminación
are, right?
simple.
They're not.
¿Cómo vais a afrontar este cambio dentro de lo que
They're
es
not
el
the actual
torneo?
translator.
La verdad
It's
es
hard.
que
I could do it perfectly, but I get it is
mucha
hard
presión
for
el hecho
everyone.
de que
Yeah.
todo era best of one.
But I would do it
Mañana,
perfectly.
Aunque sea best of 3 y todo lo demás, siento que tenemos que verlo como si también estuviéramos a nada de ser eliminados, ¿no? O sea, siempre jugar con nuestro mayor nivel y de una forma muy madura.
They feel that the pressure was mostly today because it was a best of 1 rather than the best of 3, but they are going to face up the best of 3 tomorrow just up front and with all the energy that they have.
And
Budget
there is one
didn't
team
include a
in particular,
translator.
maybe two, whoever you want to shout
A
out.
lot of times
that
at
you
these
feel like
events,
are the biggest threats
The
against you.
they've
here
had
at
translators
LAIC.
just not show up.
¿Cuáles son los equipos que podrían ser
That
los
happened
más
at Worlds,
problemáticos
for
para
example.
vosotros o algunos que sean de los más fuertes que están ahora mismo en el LAIC?
One of the Japanese
Yo creo que
translators just
sería el
didn't show
equipo de
up,
Revenant, la verdad. Ellos nos conocen mucho
and they
porque
had
son
to
de nuestra
get
región.
someone else who happened to be in Hawaii but on vacation.
The big problem for them it will be Revenant because they know each other quite a lot and it's going to be an issue for them.
All right, now thank you so much, Anemo. Congratulations
Commentator
on your 5-0.
translate,
Being the
she's from
first
Brazil.
team to already finish group stage on 2025 LAIC for Pokemon Unite.
I think usually they want to have a separate translator,
Felicitaciones por clasificarse
but
ya,
also
ser el
people in
primer
Brazil
equipo en
speak
hacer un
Portuguese, not
5-0.
Spanish.
Es alucinante y nada. A por todas mañana.
Fifi's great, and she's done the job before, but it wasn't her
to
job
you.
to do it. She was just on vacation in Hawaii, and they had to ask her to fill in.
Very much. We're back here in the booth.
They
We
were
have
lucky that they had someone
ready
that
to get underway
has
here
done
in
it
just a
before.
moment. We talked about it earlier. Team YT versus now.
Okay,
This is
finally
one
it's
of the
happening,
scariest
allegedly.
groups in the entire tournament, and this is one of the biggest reasons a top team from NA versus the top team, the defining team for EU.
Why we don't pay well to the staff? It depends on the events.
The only team out of EU, depending on all the shakeups that we've seen in that region from the end of last season to now. We'll have to put a pin in that to see how that region develops, because we've kind of got two mainstays in this game over the last 3 years now, going into 4 in these squads.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really incredible to see. And it's also going to tell us a lot about these two groups. You know, is YT playing as well as it looks like they're playing? What's going to happen when they run into a top team that I know is playing very well? Also, you know, we just saw
Nemo's a streamer. True.
They went up against DreamMax in a show match where they had some fun rules and some interesting challenges associated with it. But at the same time, we saw two great teams go at each other and kind of see where they are mentally, where they are strategically. Nouns was looking pretty dang good. Yep. So this is going to be a clash of titans here in the group stage.
I'm going to keep harking on this.
Nouns one of my favorite teams. Sure.
But I think specifically, Gatlu on Greedon.
Yes.
To get on top of Sam, So Sad Sam in the back line is going to be.
When are they going to let me speak? That's what I've been waiting for. When are they going to call me in?
You know, Team YT is kind of agents of chaos, but Gatlu lives in that environment too. Give them the tools they need to succeed and be able to impact the map in a similar way that YT is trying to impose on them. And then you have the rest of the team kind of.
All right, Akilo has turned on his switch.
Kind of like the stable rock of that squad.
One of them has turned their switch on, finally.
Sarayu, when they flipped a switch and are on, are unstoppable. And Adesu, who's just kind of the life.
The rest of them haven't, but Akilo is online.
We wanted to see this earlier. We're going to take a look at Group A. Tuzzy looking incredible.
Okay, it looks like they also started Group D a little bit.
DreamMax actually dropping a game. I'd be very curious to find out who they dropped a game to. It would have to be Tuzzy, right? They went up against Tuzzy. Wow, Tuzzy Esports looking fantastic as we head over to Group 2. The code 4-1, Fusion 4-0. We've got AXK should be 2-2 here, 2-3 here.
Yeah, 2 and 3.
Fusion would be 5-0.
Yep.
So man, some really incredible stuff from Group B, and now we're making our way down to Group C.
Yeah, where we're having Nouns and YT both 1-0.
How was this seeded? The way this was seeded was the admins were like, what would be fun?
Nouns played Invictus, but that leads us to what we're going to have on the main stage here soon.
What would they wanted to make sure there were like 2 decent teams in each group,
right now, some results coming in.
and then they also wanted to make sure that the bracket would play out what would look cool.
One right now, but that doesn't mean Aegis Flames is out of this. They could still pull off an Electoral College victory.
Jesus, Aegis Flames.
I mean,
0-1 here.
actually though, they just kind of.
It's a team that Fusion called out. They know us well. They're from
the admins just decided the seedings. There is no seedings.
Biggest concern. So a little self.
Why are you switch stalking them? Do you not want to know when they're like when we're actually gonna get the game, bro? I just want to know how long it is until the game starts.
Two groups shake out because we still have a lot of Pokemon Unite ahead.
Yeah, we
look pure random. They're not random. They handpick the teams.
That have signed up. Group D, the most diverse group.
I mean, they did it this way so that
NA, Brazil, Latin America, North,
like
South,
all the top teams are in a different group, and then there's like a second decent team in each group.
Here. I think a lot of people are expecting
And then
Luminosity
whatever would be
walk
like
out of
fun
that.
matchups.
We did talk a little earlier, Dupe Snacks, about how
5
this
points
tournament presents interesting situations for teams like Luminosity. And
here you go.
I have noticed Luminosity can be a team that's a little slow to start sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I'm
Once
their
they get
biggest
moving,
fan.
They can't be stopped. It's a snowball rolling downhill. But at
Any
the
thoughts
start,
on why
they can
LG
use
didn't perform that well last WCS?
Because
they didn't win.
Luminosity shows up to the tournament here today. One thing is for sure.
What is the bigger reason for these delays?
A game to watch.
Just
a game that all day
hardware
I
issues.
cannot wait to see this. I'm glad we get to cast it because man, it's going to be exciting.
And it's going to be a nice preview for something we might get to see tomorrow as well. A little
Is
bit more
LG
protracted,
washed?
maybe a little bit of a
Well, their
quick info
roster
download
is
on
kind
each
of
other
new.
moving forward. Again,
You can't. Nothing can't be washed if they haven't gone dirty first. You know what I mean?
Really love the approach that YouTube has of just they're always doing their own thing, having their own personality, and expanding from that. I think now
You hope they're washed?
to dip their
Well, they got to
toes
get dirty
into that
first.
chaos as well and show
Okay.
themselves that they've grown.
They're all online now. They're all online.
Shy away from these types of challenges because Nouns classically in this
Yomus and Bruv are in match.
my memory and
They're in try mode. They're in try mode.
here is they try and play these a little bit more straight
They're in
up
try
and
mode.
beat you in a conventional fashion.
Tunes in try mode. They're testing. They're testing their stuff.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And you know,
I'm gonna send Tune a coin
I'm
for
sure
good luck.
At some point, I know a lot of these players have crossed paths. I don't know. If
It's
we've had a
important to keep
situation where
hygiene, true.
YT and Nouns went against each other at all. So this could be really interesting. This might be the first time these two are kind of facing off, at least in an environment like this. I can guarantee it. But I'd be really curious to see if these teams scrim together. Do they know each other's strategies well? Or
Imagine I lag out the client now. Good.
Different regions here with
They're still in the try mode.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Again, there's an opportunity for Nouns to show growth and show that they can play in any sort of situation presented to them. And I think, especially because you have the solid core of Bruv and Toon together, who are incredibly dependable, it allows you the opportunity to venture.
Guys, no more Mr. Nice Guy. I'm getting tilted.
And really show that you can do it too.
Angry Ender's gonna come out.
I can't wait to see what kind of looks we're gonna get from Nouns. I don't know what they're running. I don't know.
I'm not happy.
A lot of the options we could see from Bruv. One thing that's gonna be exciting.
I'm not happy.
Watching, you know, the Bruv, Toon, Phil, Aquilo, I want to see how
I have an idea. 5,000 point mode to make the games as long as League. I think they would be longer. No, if 500 points is supposed to take like 10 to 15 minutes, and you want to X10 it,
very unique top path players. So
the game might last for a couple hours.
It's just gonna be wild.
Yeah.
They're really going for 8 hours. I came on like an hour and a half early.
Something Nouns did show in their road to Worlds last year is, you know, hey, sometimes Toon just needs to be our central area player, take that jungle, right? They need to rotate middle, and other players need to fill. And we can't understate, I kind of mentioned it before, but like the lifeline and the lifeblood of this Nouns team, for me, comes from Adesu, right? You kind of
shows endurance, true.
Just firing some energy down the line, making sure that people are up, keeping their energy up, you know, always playing to the camera.
Surprised my sleep schedule isn't turbo cooked. Now we're good.
The pressure of the moment sink them, but
Pokemon Unite War of Attrition, play until someone quits.
Because they want to
I'm
start
down.
the season off right, and I know going into this season there might have been some roster swaps.
I'll literally never surrender.
And but they were kind of now, I don't want to say priced in, like all locked in together, but like, okay, we don't have really a lot of time to explore and make a proper decision if this is really where we want to end up. Let's go back with our core.
Double points after 8, quadruple, then X8. Oh, true.
Honestly, the barometer, whether they need to.
If the sleep schedule is bad enough, it fixes itself. Exactly. Guys, I'm an expert sleep schedule fixer.
They fell a little short in a
Start the match, please. Oh, okay. I'm starting it right now.
I think they were, it looked like they were going to be moving forward.
I'm starting it right now.
And they just really got caught up. I'm blanking on the team that they ran into, but I know the big story was they had run into them earlier in scrims.
Was it Zora Tigers Gaming?
I don't know. I thought they took Zora Tigers Gaming down, but maybe it was. But I know there was a team they ran into in scrims, and they just seemed to have their number. And I think that mentally was hard for Nouns to deal with a little bit.
They're talking about Rise.
They were caught by this team.
They're talking about Rise. The year before, Galu lost to Rise on Nouns. And then they had to play them again, and it was the one team that Nouns didn't want to play into at Worlds, and then they got them again.
Probably the best squad Nouns could see, but of course there are a lot of great players in EU. We could see a different look from Nouns, but a lot of these players are the players who made it to Grand Finals.
What happened to the 24-hour stream? What do you mean?
Very, very deep last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why isn't TTV there? Because I'm right here.
Are kind of what was considered a disaster.
Can I tell them to hurry up? Hurry up.
Which was actually ended by Mazo, and 00 Nation was the banner they were carrying them as the last set of the first day in one of the most kind of electric game sets that you and we weren't casting, we were watching in the crowd, and the crowd was just coming unglued for that Brazilian squad, which is some of the energy I hope we get to experience, especially on our first trip on Sunday. But the point being, this team has swung to every level of success, but never quite striking the bell. You know, the bell.
I'm going to the Box boot camp. I applied for it. If I get in, I'll play it. I don't know if I will though. But I did apply for it.
Squad to do it. And later in the season, there's no time anymore because the points go to a squad, not the individuals. So
ring the bell. I'm ringing it. I'm ringing the bell right now.
Things have changed this season. So
what role does Galu play? He plays top lane. Like the all-rounder, tanky kind of Pokemon, brawlery kind of Pokemon.
If I'm recalling it right, you're only able to really move one player between a tournament, so it would take a long
I haven't seen
time,
Arcane.
to
I kind of
reform a
watched
squad if there was
season 1 a
something
little
you were
bit,
looking
but
do
I need to
right there.
rewatch
And you
it.
have
I
to
didn't
make
pay
some decisions
attention.
pretty quick. I think we do have a lot of incredible squads set up already for these regions, but yeah, LAIC coming at you so fast. People were, needing to make quick decisions. And we had a lot of teams that have not yet made it here. Not yet for this competition, but not
How
yet
long
made it to
before
the
they
full
start
stage
ranking
now.
Pokemon
So we don't
feet?
know what Nemesis from North
Honestly,
America is exactly gonna look like. We know what the
50-50
roster
chance
is currently,
they start
which
talking
that
about
one is going
Pokemon
to
feet in
show
the
up
next
because nothing
15
really is
minutes.
set in stone until you start playing.
Exactly. Fortunately, we have the December Cup right around the corner here, so this kind of kicks our season off, and then we're going straight into a monthly cup in the month of December.
It's
So
finished?
that's where
No, we're
gonna
like
start
halfway
seeing
through.
These things take shape a little bit. Again, YouTube Nouns is coming up right around the corner. We got to talk a lot about YouTube before, so let's dial in again a little bit on Nouns. I've kind of always held this up as I think like best players in my mind, EU, like maybe 1A, 1B, have kind of been Bruv and Toon depending on different things.
Yeah.
Of course, I lean more towards Bruv because I always favor support and tanks. That's just, I've been doing it for 3 years. That's where.
Wish me
that's where
luck
my
for
pick
tomorrow's
usually
ACL.
goes.
Good luck,
But
bro.
those two have found themselves in a successful trajectory. They play a lot together. They have
Good
a lot
luck,
of faith
Spider-Man
in each other.
00173
Soraya was the newest
729.
That was the big shakeup last year, and kind of see to be.
RIP to Spider-Man 00173
Soraya's
728.
going to be able to translate some of that maybe honeymoon period from last year into this year.
I think Soraya might be one of the more underrated players in the game. I think he's probably not in the conversation as much as they probably should be. Soraya, to me,
What do I think of first ACL match tomorrow? Onyx versus Evos. I think it'll be a good game.
On some of the speedsters that they like to bring into the game. I love some of
Tube
his
Snacks looks
plays,
kind of
and I
jacked.
also
He is
think
he is jacked.
a little like Gotlu in some ways, where there's a wild.
You already asked? Yeah, that's why I said RIP to him.
As full, like, as
Guys,
full
they're
out
still
as
not in game.
in some of his decisions, right?
Doesn't go full throw.
He doesn't go full throw sometimes, but also, talking about Gotlu, because this really is what happened to Nouns last season, right? We had Nouns and we had Talibobo.
Oh,
and then
what up, Bachka?
Talibobo and Nouns sort of reshuffled a bit.
You were
Some
supposed to
went over
message
Nouns,
me
some
back.
went back over to Talibobo, and now we have the squad we have today.
But I heard the news from Twitter, so I guess not.
Current Nouns. And they did. They picked up two, playmakers.
Yeah,
two
absolutely.
real playmakers. And look, when you're a playmaker, we talked about this with Fusion a bit too. Things can go kind of wrong, but things can go really right. And I think you're hoping that a player has.
ACL is anterior
enough
cruciate
game sense,
ligament.
and you
It
as a
is.
team have drilled enough of your strategy where they take those moments, they play the game that you've decided to play, but they can also
Didn't check. It's okay. It's okay.
recognize when it's time to
Austin City Limits. It
because
is.
sometimes it's just time to turn it on. It's time to throw
Okay,
the
guys,
team
they're in lobby. They're in lobby. They're
Soraya
in
and
lobby.
Gotlu both have that.
Well, this is going to be a full throw right now. I'm going a full throw because I partially heard what I think we're doing. I'm going to throw.
Crussal ligament. Yeah, American crussal ligament.
Between these two teams.
All right, take it away.
Okay, we have Godlu and Phil Humus with me
What's
here.
lobby
Now
code?
Z
5.
Sports EU versus Team YT NA. This is the battle of the ages, always between the two regions. Godlu, how does it feel to be here at LAIC for the first time?
Are they in lobby? They're in lobby.
I think it's a very nice event. All the people are so nice, and you can finally meet the Brazilian community and super nice people.
How about you?
It feels great being here. The atmosphere is awesome. It's not often we get to play against EU teams, so now we got to settle the debate for the ages.
All right, wonderful. So tell me.
Oh, I thought he said
we
debate for
are
the
in
Asians.
stage
No, he
for
said
Group C,
ages.
where you guys are at, where it's kind of early. A couple of teams are very close to already qualifying for day 2. For example, Fusion 5-0. What are the expectations within your own group?
With the group, I personally see just myself and Team Mewtwo qualifying and having like a pretty strong performance. So I'm pretty excited about this match, especially because, again, it's an EU, so it's green ping. I'm excited for it.
Okay, so we have a Nouns and Team YT qualifying from the group. What are your thoughts?
Fusion set the record so far at 5-0. We're going to try and do 6-0.
6-0 on a 5-0 max bracket. That's how I like to see. Showdown, what's the pose between you two for this fight? Let's go. A round of applause for the boys.
They're not gonna fight, guys. I don't think they're gonna fight.
Amazing stuff. Obviously, Team YT looking to go 6-0. Some say it's
Guys, I don't think they're gonna fight.
People say it's impossible to kick as high as your head, and I proved today that you definitely can.
You definitely can kick at least waist high.
That's right, and Team YT is looking to beat Nouns right here. I love that Phil said he's about to settle the debate of the ages. I don't know.
Yeah, Phil's operating on
Debating
his own
the
planet
Asians.
here. He represents NA, but from Mars. You know what I mean?
Gallo accent's cute. I like Gallo's accent. When I can understand him, that is.
Because that, I think, would be huge. But I gotta say, I am so hyped for this matchup.
I'm very
All
excited
jokes
too.
aside, this is a matchup that I am insanely excited to see.
Is this the
And I do
undercard of
think
the
it does
Tyson fight? At least they didn't do what Tyson and Paul did
where they are at
in the
this season
weigh-ins.
right now. Is YT really ready? Is Nouns in full form, or are they taking it slow after Worlds? A lot of questions will be answered.
So we kind of know because YouTube does everything in front of everyone. They've never stopped, right? They understood what their team was going to be going to this season, and they've just kind of pushed the pedal all the way down to the floor. Nouns as well, right? I don't think they took much of a break after Worlds because I think they were a bit disappointed and kind of want to get back into the action, get back into the grind, and really get themselves poised and set up for LAIC. So the test for me isn't necessarily between the regions, but I think for YouTube it should be, how do we fare against a very good team that just performed very good at Worlds? Yeah. And Nouns has to go, how ready are we really for this upcoming season? Because in their practices, they haven't really been dipping into playing YouTube, right? But that's another type of team they're gonna have to contend with on these international stages at like the AOS Cup, NAIC, and Worlds. So, with that being said, I don't think it's going to settle the debate for the ages or whatever. But I think
it might settle my debate for the ages.
Yeah, whatever
Me
debate
too.
you're having that involves this situation, more power to you. But what it's going to settle for each of these teams is actually where they stand individually as themselves.
Yeah, we're going to head up to our draft right now between these two squads. Again, this group stage is a best of one as we see them readying up there on the big stage. Team YT versus Nouns Esports. This is
All right, it is time. We're finally starting Nouns versus Team YT.
Nouns, and we're going to see what they want to get rid of. Actually doesn't surprise
So
me.
Nouns starting out first pick, they're banning out Snorlax.
Yeah, and it might be a
I
little
think
bit of a dial-in saying,
YT's kind of been relying on Snorlax.
any other defender, or if
Right,
we block
Chaotic
this,
played
does
really
that
well on
mean
it.
Phil has to go to
And why
defenders,
not just
so Chaotic
target
goes
ban them?
somewhere else? But if they're doing that, and they
Mimikyu
sense
solid
Chaotic
ban,
pick up a
Leafeon
Pokemon,
makes
get ready
sense.
for A9.
Probably Darkrai. Almost certainly we just first pick Umbreon on the side of Nouns.
Super surprising to see that, obviously. You don't
Either Umbreon or Mimikyu or Miraidon, but probably Umbreon.
What tricks they have in store for us here, as it looks like they are
Of
locking
course,
in one of the
Umbreon.
tried true best Pokemon in the game. The 1-2
YT, they've been really liking Pika, so they'll probably pick the Pika here. They don't want to lose it. We was playing Lapras, so they're gonna go Lapras.
Works here. Poor Bruv is hovering Cinderace.
Nouns can go Miraidon. They might want to go
For this team as
Intel, but probably not Intel into Lapras.
great opportunity to grab a phenomenal support.
Take their support now.
And Hoopa are both
Hoopa Miraidon? Looks like it.
Miraidon in the hands of Toon. Very interesting choice here. And
Nouns
there
draft
is
right now.
that,
Nouns have the power
moving on to our
picks
next
for
couple
sure.
Picks here. I know Chaotic. I've seen some plays on the side of YT.
What's YT have to be able to play? Slowbro?
Picking up here, but our next two picks, Slowbro.
All right, Serious Pool. He could play.
Picks from Nouns here. We're gonna see what
We could go Blaze. We could go Saru.
Gyarados. We talked about this a little
Gyarados
earlier.
makes sense. There's the Blaze.
Blaziken, really strong squad from Nouns.
Blaze makes sense. And then probably just guard last pick, right? Yeah, guard.
This feels to me like, well, now with the Gardevoir, you might go Electro Drift, but it kind of
So I feel like both teams got what they wanted, except for YT didn't get the lax. I think they were really hoping to get something like Snorlax.
side pocket to help out. But because
Attacker Eld, it's probably
they can close that gap
it's just
a little bit.
support Eld, Attacker
Force them to
Pika.
do is play up front. into the charge beam range for the Miraidon if that's the direction they go. So I'm really excited to see this Miraidon because I think you can make an argument for it to cut either way.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out in general. Again, we're about to settle the debate of the ages between these two squads right now. Team YT from North America, Nouns Esports from EU. These two regions clashing here in this group stage. This is a best of one, so they're bringing out their absolute.
It's probably just broadcasting. They're not account sharing, guys. They're all right there.
This is going to be incredible.
Leaf Tornado this game, not a chance.
One of the biggest ones, I think, being that Blaziken. Yeah. Just an incredibly tough Pokemon to deal with.
The biggest thing in this game is holding your tier 1 pads for both teams, right? If Nouns can take down the tier 1 pads of Team YT, their double range comp is not going to be able to survive. Like Pika Guard, without your outer pads, you're just going to fold. And they have good Pokemon, like decent Pokemon to siege the pad. Umbreon's really good. Miraidon's obviously really good at sieging pads. And then Hoopa's good to be able to set up those types of plays, right? Hoopa's also really good at holding your pads. But if YT finds an opening and, you know, they have some good early game ganks, we'll see. You should probably expect Youmuu's to move top for a 4-man gank against this Magikarp.
I don't think so. I think this might be the first game.
We'll see how Nouns decides to respond to it. Galu's just trading damage for effort gauge.
Poor little Magikarp floopy flops back.
Magician Fruit.
And we all know I'm going to be saying that a lot.
Yeah, you are.
Right, there's no fear on either side of these top laners because both junglers are really slow to clear.
Now peeling back. Really aggressive in their face.
Adesu's going to take damage, but he's fine. Galu got decent amount of effort gauge, not bad for sure. Blaze went bottom early, but he's probably going to move. Pika's moving as well. So this is what Team YT did earlier, right? Where they have the Pikachu move for this 4-man gank. But Nouns is expecting it. The portal's already on the ground for the Blaze Kick anticipation. So he goes back without taking any damage. They're not going to even come back. YT can push this pad though. They're going to get some scores in. Portal coming up. Is the Umbreon coming? Adesu's going to go down. Yeah. Unless like they had a plan for someone to come up. The Hoopa KO here is kind of unnecessary. But Seri is going to use that opportunity to try to invade. Don't think he's going to get this in time though is the problem. Oh, he got the Blaze Kick away. Youmuu's is there, good eject. He understood that he was in danger.
Yeah, understanding exactly what was going on. Ejects through the wall just to make sure that.
And now it's time to fight for mid Bs. We have Blaze Kick again. Blaze Kick's up. The portal is ready for him. And yeah, Charge Beam Miraidon makes sense here, right? You don't really want to. You don't want to Electric Drift into that team. You know Phil's probably gonna Volt Tackle. You're gonna get Slow Bro ulted. Also, you're like the only range damage on your team, so you just want to sit back and range damage them.
7 minutes, 20 seconds. We're going to have birds in the top and bottom path. And we're going to see how these teams want to position.
Gyarados is online now.
Themselves up to possibly jump back in, but possibly look for a fight. But we have 3 members of both teams in the bottom path.
Pika showed bottom, so they know that gank's not happening. He's going to get Volt Tackle. Tune has eject. Blaze Kick.
Almost able to get a knockout on Tune, but
all right, good trade. I mean, we lost a lot there on Nouns, but good KO. Hoopa's going to come down. They're going to leave Gyarados up. And because Nouns has the Hoopa, they can teleport down here faster. They're set up on the objective. Once it gets down like to like even 70% and no one else is there, it's guaranteed for Nouns. Now they can go back up like nothing happened. Really clean game so far. Other than the one Adesu death, Nouns game's been pretty clean.
Yeah, really nothing we can do right there, and you're seeing the unbelievable power of that Hoopa, able to move the team.
All right, if they want to go for this push, they have to go for it fast because yeah, the guard was rotating up.
In the top half, as we see multiple members of Nouns now here in the center, looking for a possible fight.
Yeah, okay,
All right.
Pub goes straight on.
Galu just got his Unite, so he has it here. If he can cast. Miraidon caught the Gardevoir.
No, nobody can catch that thing, but good pressure by Nouns.
And if Nouns was healthier, they would have liked to push off of that, but they don't have enough HP. They used 2 Unites there. If Nouns tried to push there, they would probably like die and then lose their power on their own side, right? So backing up there is really good.
From the Lapras, we have Miraidon at 10, Blaziken at 10, Gyarados at 10. Not a
So now YT has the opportunity to make a play with Guard Unite. If they can, you know, walk to a pad as like 4, maybe they can just trade sides. But Nouns has so much XP on all their cores. They have 3 level 10s, and all their damage dealers are really good independent and good with the team, right?
Behind here, we finally have Lapras online. Pikachu still looking for a little experience.
There's a Lapras ult.
Make some big plays once they have it, but we're almost at the 5-minute mark.
Lapras can solo hold this top lane, unless Miraidon's there, which obviously he isn't. This is where YT's going to try to make a play. Volt tackle, but there's Umbreon passive. Good ult by Bruv. He's still going to end up going down. Adesu doesn't have his Unite move yet, but Slowbro got kidnapped. And Toon's just putting down some damage. Nice.
And they're successful. So now the advantage is in the hands of Nouns.
And nice play by Adesu. Or nice play by Serio, I mean.
Yeah, beautiful.
They're gonna get this objective again. Lapras is rotating down. They have to be careful. This push is a little. This is really scary about what Nouns is doing. Okay, Serio ejected back. There's just no way they can make that push happen, right?
Effectiveness at all. In fact, playing the Scald Bro is an interesting choice right here.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, eject Bro ult onto Toon. Toon's gonna go down. Alright, Hoop ult used. Galu's getting the top objective. I think he's just trying to finish it in time. Maybe Lapras might steal it though.
You can't close the door. It looked like the overheat almost got canceled. Focus Blast gonna seal it up, but that was by a slim margin.
Yeah, Lapras stole it top. Okay, Nouns kind of folded there. There's no reason Galu should be hitting the top objective all by himself in that moment. He's not going to be able to rip it and secure at the same time, especially with how Gyarados works now. But this bottom pad cannot go down. A big ult from Toon, big ult.
Just the meteors from space crashing on the Thea Sky Ruins, causing
no Guard Unite, but we got our. They're getting their scores.
It was just a bit too shy, and now you can see the strength.
And you can see how strong Miraidon is.
Juicy targets on the side of
like it's such a broken game for Charge Beam.
And God forbid one of the other Pokemon step in line.
Double tank, no one to dive him.
Looking for a KO on the Miraidon, but they end up healing back to their base. There's not much they can do about it. And we have just seen the effectiveness of this Charge Beam. There's really nowhere to hide from it. It does incredible damage. Toon is playing it so well. And those Miraidon Unites have been so unbelievably on point. It's been incredible.
Yeah, very impactful. And now you're seeing the ball starting to roll a little bit for Nouns Esports.
All right, so, I mean, this game has been... Nouns has been in control, but they haven't, like, fully dominated the game. It's still going to come down to a Ray fight. And this could be the fight of the game right here. There's no Miraidon Unite. Big damage on the Slowbro. Forced to eject back. No eject on the Slowbro is huge. Overheat for the secure. They have it. Now they have Reggie Ice for this fight, which is really good into the poke. Crit onto the Pika. Pika's going to go down. Slowbro has no eject because he used it earlier. They're going to break this pad. They might save it for overtime. 13 goes in. And Sarah can start capping now.
The burger right here. Monster score here. They're up by 152 points. Lapras did score up top,
big point lead for them.
And here we go.
There is still a Slowbro Unite though, and he's gonna have his eject come up in the next 20 seconds. I think Nouns just wants to take the fight now because they know they're strong and Bro has no eject. There it is. Big engage from Bro. 4-man ult. Volt tackle onto Gyarados. Oh, Galu went down without his Unite move going off, but big Draco Meteor from Miraidon. Brav is surviving, but he's going to get KO'd by the Execute on Parasong. Still 3 people alive on the side of Nouns. Eject doesn't go off. Doesn't find the overheat onto Sam. Sam's getting down. Forced to eject. Toon has the Thunder going on him. Tune's gonna go for the eject. Does he find Sam? He does find Sam.
Charge beam from Jupiter gets it done. And
All right, Nouns has the point lead. They just need to hold it down. How much is he scoring? Fui doesn't have enough to score. Rob's gonna catch him out. Not enough. Full minute left still.
The charge beam just had so much range, and they were looking for that KO. They didn't know exactly.
And Gatlu still has Unite. They have a Blaziken, obviously. Time's running out for YT. They have one shot, one opportunity. No Unite moves though, so no Unite moves and into a level 15 Miraidon. Jumps over, finds the Volt Tackle onto Toon. Unite move, Toon goes down for the rest of the game. Another Volt Tackle. Wait, do they have time? They have Gardevoir to burn down the Ray. There you went for another cap. Another Volt Tackle. Wait a second. Seri's over the wall. His eject button might be off cooldown for the overheat. Youmu's is there. Volt Tackle doesn't have the overheat in time. No overheat. No overheat. But Noun scored. Noun scored. There's only 15 seconds left. I don't think YT has the time. One. He doesn't get the score. They got 2 scores, but they needed more than 2.
Going back the other way, they're looking for a score in that middle area. They can't make it in time. Phil was not able to score on that tier 2.
What a game, though.
See where this shakes out. Team YT might have got it right there at the end with a beautiful catch. Here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, they needed 2 full scores.
Back cap there, able to suss it out. I don't know if we've got things. Wait.
Good game though. Good game for sure.
This is a very confusing look.
This is I do not understand what's going on here. Somebody won this game.
It was Nouns.
Okay, we did it. We did it.
Hey, note for Nouns on the stage. Can you celebrate harder when you win?
Nouns,
very unclear.
Nouns is not happy, right? I think Nouns going into this game probably are like expecting to win a lot. Like they're expecting to have a much closer game than that.
It was thunderstorm time, and that was the catalyst for everybody to go in. Nice slow beam catch on Toon. They weren't able to obviously leverage that. We had some good back cap action the other way, but if you are in that position, that's exactly how you approach it.
I mean, it was a good play by Phil, right? To take the jump pad over and then instantly Volt Tackle.
I think it might still rage on a little bit.
That was a solid play.
If they were able to make another score happen, they still would have been slightly behind.
Pablo Pika scored 2, and it wouldn't matter. They were down by too much.
To get to the main base there on Nouns, but man, what
even if the Pika got the score on their tier 2, they still would have lost, right?
I'm hoping we see both of them move on to day 2, because I would love to see that get run back.
They're both teams are playing incredibly well right now. Let's take a look at some of the replays. This is that massive Miraidon Unite catching Slowbro and Eldegoss simultaneously. And now that Fairy Singularity, you can see it's pulling them in, but it started just a little too far out, and they're able to score and take a big lead.
Yeah, here was a huge fight right here. Gatlu moves in, massive Unite move from the Pika. Guardy catches 2 just on the edges right there. And we have to have a reset after this fight. Of course, we have the beautiful catch from Toon here in just a moment to take down Sam. And now, yeah, there it is right there. Just got him just a little bit. And now we're back in for this fight. Good zoning here from Toon, but I love this play. Look at this Pikachu right into the Unite move, Doomsnacks. They take this, and then once they have this, they recognize, hey, there's very little time on the clock right now. We need to make this play. Blaziken was off scoring, which actually helped them make sure that they could make the big W there at the end, even though YT was able to score. Our Pok&eacute is going to have to be Sarayu.
Sarayu played incredibly well that game. That Blaziken felt like it was all over the map. You could see just the patience, hiding in bushes, staying away from the range of Fui, but able to secure using that focus blast range.
Going for the score on Gyarados and Umbreon was goated for sure. I mean, that's what you have to do in those situations, right? You just have to make sure your lead is big enough that even if you lose Ray, you're going to be fine.
And they're ready to go for the squad because when they showed up on Nouns, they were a difference maker, and they need to do that again this year.
Can I tell everyone about not only a player that's underrated, obviously we saw an underrated player there, but on an underrated Pokemon, I am shocked that Blaziken is even going late in these games. Every time we are seeing it, it is an absolute
Rip the 6-0. It's okay, he'll go 6-1.
Changed since Worlds with this thing. I know it got a very teeny tiny nerf, but I'm thinking Blaziken is still a top tier pick in a lot of these situations. Now, moving forward in this group stage, now it's
Miraidon's really underrated. I mean, maybe by like community standpoint, but there's no way any of the good teams think Miraidon is underrated. The only reason Nouns didn't first pick it is because Umbreon was up. Charge Stream underrated? No, it's just everyone. I'm telling you, all the good teams know Miraidon is broken. It's just Team YT likes to pick their weird stuff, and Nouns 1P'd Umbreon. Otherwise, if Umbreon was banned, they would have 1P'd Miraidon. Do I agree with Spragos that Blaziken should have higher draft priority? Maybe a little bit. I don't think there's any reason for Nouns to 1-2 Pikachu Lapras for sure. Or sorry, for YT to 1-2 Pikachu Lapras. Yeah, Miraidon's passive is just disgusting. It has everything you could ask for. Does YouTube not play Miraidon? I don't think Phil plays it. Do you think the reason they didn't full win team fights is because they were worried about all of YTCC? No, it's just every time Nouns won a fight, they lost too much HP, so they couldn't push off of their fight wins.
He's gonna get the KO out of pocket. Your LAIC 2024 champion. There's the lightning energy. There's the draw free. Fighting energy to the hand. So he attaches, he retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American international champion in the juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it?
You guys are the fakest Team YT fans, though. All of you guys that were hyping up YT when they beat the Brazilian team, you were popping off. Oh, whatever Team YT picks is sick. They're redefining the meta. They're the best. And now the same people are like, whatever YT picks is throwing, they don't know what they're doing. Why are they not picking it? You guys are fake fans. I see you. Let me cope in peace. Fake fans. Fake fans. Do you think banning Snorlax is necessary if you get Miraidon? It's just about the early game. And it's also just because they know that YT like has a limited hero pool, right? Snorlax is just a lane dominator.
The honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your senior division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick
Madge.
all the way from Florida with the
Is there a bracket link? I don't have one, no. Here. What other parameters would you say go into a game of Pokemon Unite other than execution and draft? What else possibly could it be? Friendship.
Hello and welcome back.
Pianos, true.
Here at LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are starting off the season with this event. We are knee-deep into the group
Air conditioning, these are good factors. Just got back as Nouns YT played. You just missed it, bro.
We are back. I'm Zoinks. This is Soph, and we're going to be watching Luminosity versus Team Growth.
Oh yes, and especially just because we just watched Team YT as well, the third NA squad.
Would have preferred to go guard that match.
Incredibly exciting game.
Yeah, it was great.
I just want to see
Maybe.
NA just do,
Bard probably would have been better.
And they playing some interesting stuff so far.
I don't think it would have mattered.
Which I think we're getting very iconic looks from them. So
Slowbro's not a real pick in that draft.
I'm sure you heard
Slowbro into Miraidon, like, and then your team also doesn't have any dive. Like that, Miraidon is a strong Pokemon, right? Miraidon's a very strong Pokemon, and they gave Miraidon like a dream draft.
And if you're loving the event, remember you can post
Right? Like, there's nothing that can get on the Miraidon, and the Miraidon has to play against 2 tanks and an Eldegoss. And, like, 2 mages. Like,
You have photos if you're here.
there's just...
Tag, you know,
I don't know.
you see us around.
They just... I think they literally didn't know what tank to pick after Snorlax got banned.
on their desk and then take the photo of the computer of where you're watching all of this.
Miraidon counter? You can go, like, Mimikyu, Saraledge,
It's true. Well, I think time zone wise,
different speedsters, Dodrio.
because we only have 3 NA teams that were able to travel to the event. We're about to watch 2 of them face off. We're actually going to be kicking off our coverage of Group D as well. We have not gotten to see a single game from this group on
Crustle could have worked.
We've been starting with Group A and moving
Crustle could have been okay, for sure.
final group, and it's going to be very, very interesting.
I think Crustle would have been better than Slowbro.
Yes, it is, because considering the other groups, as you said, we have Fusion, who qualified already for day 2 with a 5-0.
Mamo,
Just now when Team YT
Tree, like literally any of the good tanks other than Slowbro. Also, picking Lapras when Miraidon is up is also just troll. Like, YT's draft was just never gonna work.
We'll get those games up and running very, very shortly. Now, let's talk about the couple of teams that we have.
Crustle into Umbreon's draft, it's annoying for sure, but strong laner and you have some catch for the Miraidon at least. But you need some kind of damage to follow it up.
That's a lot of the story around this team. The band is back together. Kyrios, Overlord, Slash, father and son has been called out, are going to be back together. I saw Overlord actually post the tweet of the LeBron James and the Bronny photo in response to it. So
best counter for Miraidon?
this father-son duo. It's going to be fantastic.
Probably Mimikyu.
Their is incredible top to bottom.
Mimikyu is really annoying.
In as well. I mean, this squad has come to play. Trainer LGC joining that fight. One of my favorite players to cast in the entire region. So
It depends on what the other characters are in the comp, though.
On the other side, we have Team Growth, also in A, but looking more into a newer squad.
Yeah, Scald also was just bad. I don't know.
In a best-of-1 scenario, Zoinks, what they bring to the table, because we know that here at LAIC, we've seen...
What about Absol?
Coming from this
If the Absol can snowball the game, sure. But I don't think the Absol is going to be able to dive the pad into Miraidon in the early game.
And let's face it, Pokemon Unite, compared to a lot of the Pokemon titles...
Duck is banned, yeah.
In the drip game, we're talking... Oh, yeah, us too. I was if we're talking about in-game as well, Hollowware is an absolutely fantastic component of...
Scald was just pointless.
Out of game, if you've been to this event or you've been watching the stream, the amount of jerseys that we
Top
have
row tank Lapras. I don't think they have the pool for that, and I don't even, like, just don't go Scald. Don't go Scald.
So good.
I really like it.
We got some really good looks from all these teams. It's going to be awesome. But in terms of
You know, honestly, one of the best counters from Miraidon is to ban it as well, but...
You know what I mean? This is Luminosity Gaming.
Or another good counter from Miraidon is to pick it.
They have been a phenomenal force in Unite for
Giving the other team Umbreon Miraidon is just insane.
performance from last year, but basically everything else they were absolutely crushing. So I mean, this is a challenging matchup for them to have to go into.
And you mentioned Kyrios.
Do Nouns even play Mimikyu? They do.
Which makes a huge difference. We know the synergy is there, although they did not.
They
play
better
together
freaking play it.
True.
So we're bringing that back. So if you have any, recollections of Worlds 2023, 2022, they were there. They were the champions.
I think the Slowbro pick was just... Slowbro is probably the worst tank they could have picked in that spot, to be honest.
Considering the meta at the moment, how things are.
Slowbro literally just stands there and gets farmed by Charge Beam.
And just all around the bends even, because we're getting to a point, Zoinks, that I don't think we've talked much about it. The roster of
Like, they would have been better off playing tank Metagross with the Pika going XP share.
That we're just starting to get to a point where the bans just feel like they're too little, like 2 per team.
Right. I mean, yeah, we still get a lot of interesting choices on either side because of it. Yeah, I mean, give us as many bans as they will. That'd be awesome. But yeah, into this game specifically, if we're going to hone in on these 2 teams in terms of Pokemon selection, I think you already mentioned it, Kyrios back on this team. If you've seen any gameplay from that
Cobra's a
player
comfort pick other than Lax. Yeah, but it's not good.
in particular, one that we've seen absolutely crushing it on our stream so far today, it's the Miraidon. This electric dragon has proved itself to be absolutely powerhouse in every single match that it's been shown in. I mean, Toon crushed it in that last matchup we all saw on stream on that very Pokemon. Kyrios has been putting a ton of time into that pick in particular. If I'm Team Growth and if they've done their research, I would consider a Miraidon ban in this position.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense because on the banning table, as we have been seeing all throughout LAIC and during unofficial off-season as well, we've had quite a lot of that Darkrai, the Hooper, the Blissey.
Miraidon, I know, right?
Have this option as
What do you think of Greedent? I think Greedent's not a bad Pokemon.
Because it's gotten so many wins today. Like the win
Greedent
rate
has some good play.
super high for Miraidon.
I don't think it's quite 100%,
It isn't
right?
like Eldegoss. It was, at least Eldegoss was just 100% like a while back, so
yeah,
we'll see.
I actually think that YouTube game just last match actually was finally its
yeah.
first loss of
there
the tournament.
Go. Yeah, so the first loss of the day.
That actually is an interesting
Slash kind of S tier player. It's pretty good.
around the Blissey and the Hoopa, and I still believe
I don't put players in tier lists, so
and be the highest win rate early on in this tournament.
I don't think Slash can put himself in S tier, so
Extremely comfortable on that pick in particular. It's a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none situation when it comes to Eldegoss. Obviously, you got a bit of anti-dive, a bit of healing.
want to see LG? They should be up next. Should be up next.
Kind of opportunities to cover your bases all over the place, but when it comes to just game carry potential, I feel like Blissey and Hooper are the ones that are at the top of that pedestal.
Yeah, that's why they have been banned quite frequently today.
Yes, that's true.
For example, the likes of the Darkrai as well, that sometimes we've seen it just very high.
yeah, we need a Lightning Rod Pokemon to counter Miraidon.
Hasn't been picked that much because it
Something
has
with
been
Lightning
constantly
Rod.
banned. So the likes of these supports actually having Eldegoss to be one of them to come through because Hooper and Blissey have been banned themselves. You just diminish the roster so much. There's not the Eldegoss is not good. It is great, but it's just because it's always going to be available most likely.
I don't know. Now it's just got all the most broken Pokemon though, right? They got the strongest defender, one of the strongest supporters, the strongest attacker.
I look at like maybe Lel on Tuesday, where you would consider
Blaziken's like one of the best all-rounders. Gyarados is still good. Like
so Eldegoss still 100% in one metric.
now it's literally like YT literally gave up all the strongest Pokemon.
On stream, Eldegoss is on top, 100% of this event so far. Slowbro close behind. It's a bit surprising to me, actually. A defender that I kind of thought would go down a little bit on the totem pole, but it is a good answer to Miraidon.
Yeah, to be fair, one thing I would love to highlight, really, adore to highlight. Brazil has been playing Slowbro with telekinesis.
Yeah,
we haven't been seeing amnesia at all, Zoinks. And that's something very interesting to the region in particular, I would
So
say.
one thing that's a little misleading here with the
But
stats.
you just want to lock them down.
This is not win rate, but it's percentage of the times they were picked.
As you mentioned, it's just such a good
Right?
way to
Like L doesn't have 100% win rate. These are the win rates.
Now, the win rates, it's funny across the board, right? Because
I think Umbreon is the only meaningful one to look at.
that have played just one time. But still, it is 100%, is it not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think
Which makes sense. It's a super strong Pokemon.
pull from this would be the Umbreon that has not lost a single game yet, but has played in 3 of these matches on stream. So Umbreon getting both a lot of play time, but also
Darkrai went through game 1 and never again, pretty much.
seemingly uncounterable at the moment.
Comfy OP.
He's one of the tankiest defenders that we've seen.
Darkrai would have 100% win with 100 games. I think we will see a Darkrai loss this weekend. I'm calling it right now.
And it's the master of all of them as well. It is, yeah, it's a bit.
It was literally the first game on broadcast. The second pick team decided to not ban it and it got first picked and it dominated. Do I enjoy playing comfy and competitive? Yeah, I do. It's fun.
Talked about it too much since you and I came back on the mics, but we are in best of 1 territory for this group stage, and I am very curious if the Pokemon statistics in terms of pick rates, and eventually when we get more data on the win rates.
Would I ban Eld over Darkrai, Comfort Pick, Leafeon, and Broken Mon? What about Darkrai? Why would you not ban the Darkrai?
That is going to upset the fruit card, if you will, in terms of Pokemon
Ho will counter
when we go
Darkrai?
into that second day.
I don't think so.
I think it will. I think it will change, not exactly drastically, but I think it's going
I
to
think
change
Darkrai's base kit is just too OP.
much more of that focused on bans.
I think the Darkrai just is too survivable with Dark Pulse.
And as you said, it's best of one. You play
And yeah, if you just if you get the ult off on Ho, it's kind of game over.
all down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Umbreon at 3 wins out of 9 games so far. So the remaining 6 banned. A very common ban. I think Darkrai probably outpacing it in the ban percentage.
Mazo's team is 3rd in their group, really? Uh-oh.
So it is just getting outpaced there.
That's not good. Guys, why is the stream lagging so much? It's not me.
Darkrai, obviously, everybody's
Just refresh it just to be safe, though.
That's true. That is true, but all right, here we go. We got our game all set up. We're going to be getting into Luminosity Gaming versus Team Grove, the Battle of NA on LATAM soil.
Team Grove on your purple side, Luminosity on the orange, meaning that
They have it messed up. It's the other way around.
as that first pick. No, actually, we
Right?
change.
There we go.
Right, we have nameplates.
LG's first pick.
On your first pick.
Hoopa Miraidon bans. Okay, with the Hoopa Miraidon bans, it's clear that they want to first pick Umbreon. They want to get either Umbreon or Leafeon, whatever makes it through. And Leafeon banned, so they're gonna 1P Umbreon, right? Maybe Mimikyu, but probably Umbreon.
And it makes a little more sense going into Trainer LGC as
Mimikyu, okay. Mimikyu makes sense as well. It was either Mimikyu or Umbreon. If Growth gives LG Umbreon, I think the set is already over.
They have a lot of available Pokemon in their pool, but the
There's just you just cannot do not. Oh, why are you guys? Why is everyone being slow, bro? This Pokemon's not good. It's not this good. I mean, I get why they want to pick Slowbro because they're playing into LG, but you're playing into Trainer and Overlord. You can only Slowbro ult one of these people.
Right now, when you were pointing that out about Umbreon, excuse me, I would say that is the same case for Alola Ninetales now with Aurora Veil or going Avalanche for the 2 builds that you have possible. And in this case in particular, with the
All right,
it's just so
support Mew.
Yeah, it feels like a really anti.
Is Twitch dying? It looks like it's breaking, right? It's not me. Maybe we can switch over to the YT stream.
Slowbro, an amazing solo
See.
counter, and then Alola Ninetales is just a
Let's try the YouTube stream instead.
feels like a really anti-dive build so far.
If this is also dying, then it's not me.
Counter, and then Alola Ninetales is just a very good defensive attacker. One of the only few that I think has good anti-dive options available. So I like that counter moving in. On the other side, though, I think Luminosity Gaming almost fronting with the
You call the support Mew? I mean, it's a lot better when you have Umbreon, right? Because the Umbreon can flex into Wish if you need a healer. Picking a comfy comp into Mimikyu is just asking to get got.
And the greetings as well. Can you just picture how that's going to be? And sometimes we see the greeting.
Ceruledge Espeon. I don't know about this Espeon pick. Yeah, guys, I think the stream is just dying.
Time, the one Pokemon you would think about when you're thinking about invade in the central area. We'll see how it's going to be the case in this one because we have double stacking here.
Yeah, they picked Mimikyu and then the other team went Slowbro instead of Umbreon. Stream lag hard. It's not me, guys. It is not me.
To your path anyways. And with the
This might be a mean look game. This might actually be like a rare mean look game.
Rio here, it's an interesting combination for Team Growth because they have ways to shut down the.
I don't know why they went comfy into Mimikyu. Otter or Mashio. That's the Japanese guy in Fennel, right? That guy is insane. He has like 4,000 Mew games in like 8 months or something. Alright, I believe in Otter's Mew, but we'll have to see.
Mimikyu, but the wonder point is the Mew plus the Espeon, because you have.
Which was better, guys? It's just the official stream is lagging.
And you're still going to be able to
I can switch back to the Twitch feed, but it's the same thing's going to start happening.
For example, if you go Psyshock with that stun.
See? It's just their feed is lagging.
On the Espeon.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming is going to have a lot of ranged answers, right? The Mew is going to be constant pressure. Maybe not an incredible
Maybe time is lagging in Sao Paulo. True. Their feet are lagging, yeah.
They do have the EXP share equipped, so maybe not necessarily.
Can I tell them to fix it? Fix it.
Mew that we see, but the attacker is going to be wielding that EXP share as well as Slash's Umbreon. So, the Ceruledge and Espeon, we're going to have to catch up a lot
Two
on
never
that damage.
plays support Mew for nouns.
Mimikyu, we
Maybe.
talked about it last time, into a Comfey pair is a really, really nice matchup, so I think trainers feeling fine about that situation. What I think the real threat stems from in team growth is the ability to offlane. Dodrio, Greedent, and then of course Comfey on either of those two options makes it very realistic for team growth.
You just can't give up Umbreon, guys. Like, I'm telling you, you're not going to see this in days 2 and 3. Like, you're not going to see Umbreon getting away with like this for the first pick team. If the first pick team is getting Umbreon in the 2-3, like, bad things are happening.
Plus the Alola Ninetales, if they go Surfing and Avalanche respectively, you're allowing team growth to get their attackers in just a good position where they zone out the enemy team and just can capitalize on.
Like, it's not even close how much stronger Umbreon is compared to the other tanks.
Alright, remember everybody,
okay.
This is a best of one.
They're not used to doing this with A9. They leash the lane monies. It's fine.
Slower clear, and the Alola Ninetales will have that cooldown buff when they enter into the bottom path. First score though for Overlord on this Ceruledge. We've talked a lot
Rather than enemy team have Leafeon.
on the tournament broadcast today. Pokemon that is not what it once was, but a lot of players just have that comfortability on it right now.
They do also very pushed over here.
The right side team just could have picked Umbreon in the 1-2.
It's just going to be the Green and plus the
they went slow, bro.
The Drio comes in, and that's going to be your K opener of Group D. Maybe a Hayai is going to try to get another one on the Mew. That's the boosted attack. They try to get out as well, and the Green is going to be fine for the moment.
Yeah, another one of those situations with Mimikyu without their level 7 doesn't have the mobility to chase down. Scratch will only get you so far, and Shadow Claw is a very short range.
A little bit of overextending topside, but it's not even the worst death. Like, you get a stack and you're still alive for the bees.
Coming out here topside.
4-man rotation. Curious is rotated up. You got a KO. The game lagged out. Guys, it's still frozen.
Look at that, Ninetales, it completely exploded, it just melted, he should say. Now moving forward as well with Espeon, guaranteeing a 2 KO streak. Aha has the comfy, but trying to maybe do something.
Stirred Power Espeon's not bad into Dodrio. And you got a Quadra, it's broken.
For the side of Luminosity, that is huge.
Welcome back, Big Bro Kyrios, to the team. Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
KO streak of 4, a very aggressive rotation from Luminosity Gaming. 4 players all the way to the top side. Into a Green and Dodrio setup, a very early game-centric play. They're going to try to shut that down immediately. So far, successful. Coaching Shield is onto the Ceruledge. Will allow them to get a little bit of space, but with that lifesteal not available, they are going
the point is that this game, Luminosity got Umbreon and Mimikyu, which shouldn't be allowed, right? You would get one or the other. Right, if this draft played out the way that it did, and Team Growth just 1-2'd the Umbreon, they would have Umbreon. Some people prefer going coaching, Ebal. It depends on what the lane is. Sometimes coaching is better.
Kind of expected Team Growth to have that
if the lane is going to be a lot of fighting, then coaching is good level 1, but Degradant's just going to run around with tackle. So having the better last hit and the knockback's better.
Now, Overlord's got their moves, and so does Trainer, but it's Kyrios gonna take the first KO. Overlord really wants his attack weight stacks, but they're gonna pay for it as Charles takes that KO. Trainer capitalizes, and they will get this dunk. Tier 1 goal zone broken, but Overlord 1 stack less.
I don't know if you agree with me, Zoinks, but it felt like Team Growth, unfortunately, on that play in particular, they were kind of arriving in waves. Get there, get knocked out, get there, get knocked out.
Do they play in community tournaments? I'm not too sure.
Luminosity to have their rotations on point with their timers.
Yeah, I like the play from Brian going to the Yellow Knights. It's just a little too late. I think you're right.
He still went foul play. I mean, foul play is always good. Foul play is never bad. I think Mean Look could have been playable this game, but foul play is never bad.
Slashcan currently attacking their goal zones. The rest of the team is picking up that Reg Ice.
Yes, they are. Now moving out here for, as you said, the objective. They guarantee it, but might be paying for this one.
How
on the side of Luminosity.
broken is this Umbreon Pokemon? It won't die.
Damage, but
okay, it died.
Now, oh, the triple comes through.
And this is why I don't understand the Comfy pick.
Well to follow it up, but it doesn't matter.
When the enemy team already has Mimikyu, right? Like every Mimikyu engage is just gonna get every Dojo engage is gonna get Mimikyu ulted.
You have the Sterilite to back up the damage, and Overlord is not even caring about how you feel. And Team Growth now gets that bot lane kind of obliterated.
And this is this new Luminosity gaming roster that everybody's been talking.
Guys, this lag is making me schizo. I tried both streams, both the YouTube and Twitch feed. They're both just giga laggy.
About the dynamic damage duo of Trainer and Overlord. I mean, hyper carries of their teams respectively.
You went Future Sight?
This season. You have the Mimikyu, who absolutely
it's not that bad with Mimikyu, and like he got it. If you ever get ahead, it's not bad, right? Like if you get this ahead, it's not bad.
Just walks over the rest of the backline with their Unite move. A really cool split fight where they don't need too much support to make it happen. Luminosity Gaming absolutely crushing it right now.
Oh.
They got a Reggie like.
Wait a minute or two. I don't want to be behind. What support would be better into Mimi here? Blissey. Blissey was up.
Keep walking.
They do.
It's a dangerous shadow stage
That
to go on.
It was
Or
so dangerous. Now with the rest of Luminosity here to
Does
back
not
it
Comfy.
up, some damage comes through.
Because Comfy can't heal your target when they're in Mimikyu. They can't even leave. The Comfy's just stuck inside. I'm actually about to go insane.
And the invisibility for Luminosity, they basically just tear
Future
it
Sight's
out
getting to Dojo, yeah. Like I said, if you get a Quadra as Espeon before you're level 6, then you can go Future Sight, because you're just going to be over leveled.
Defenseless and poor Comfy in a 1v5 situation.
If you're behind, you're never going to get a reset off of it, but if you're ahead, go for it.
But Luminosity Gaming does not want that to last for long. A fact that will soon, I'm sure, disappear. Slashcan will escape good coverage by Otter with that Mew boosted auto. Dodrio, even with that Comfey pocket, does have to respect that damage.
Unfortunately, on this though, Drio has been having a hard time trying to connect these flanks and getting the access to the backline. And you would think that their team would be better to deny access to backline, but just the raw damage that comes through on Luminosity, and especially this rotation that they have here right now, taking the basement Reggie, going for tier 1 as well. That's the Mimikyu, and Trainer is feeling very much comfortable.
Yeah, we left that early game window that we were talking about for Team Growth's composition. Now, since they don't have the lead into this midpoint of the game, Luminosity Gaming's composition on paper is incredibly well poised. Not to mention, these players have been in this position.
Okay, maybe the lag is done now. Maybe the lag is done now.
It is a really impressive play from LG at the moment. Now we have Ego trying to make a run for it into the tall grass. They got the belt, trying to shut down Kyrios. There's the Unite move. They're going to try to capitalize as well. Mimikyu going to take a fight on the other side. Kyrios forced to Unite move, but
Kyrios is going to go down.
All of a sudden, Team Growth's finding a way to put KOs on the board. That's 2 down.
They got a couple KOs.
Another. Slash going to make it all the way back to base, and it's Overlord and Slash.
Oh,
Father and son.
Never mind. Big Sarah Ledge
Yeah, the
ult.
minute press did help for a moment. Now they're trying to get something more here with Overlord as Lash can. There's one.
Yeah, I mean,
there's your Speedster. Then supported down, and unfortunately,
They got some good
even
XP,
full
but
air shriek once again.
there's
for
just too many
Overlord
carries
Sarah
on the
Ledge.
side of LG that have
Unfortunately,
XP and stacks. Bro, can they stop with this lag? It's been 9 hours. We've been delay after delay after delay. How is it that we finally have a game and it's lagging? I'm gonna crash out. I'm actually about to crash out.
Yeah, I love that coordination from Team Growth. We're gonna dive in with the Greedent and then the Dodrio right there to capitalize. Very clean stuff, unfortunately.
Doll's kind of good into Sarah. I think you'd rather just be full heal.
Either way, it was really good. Also, I think
You can just full heal the Sarah Ledge ult.
the decision from Overlord to go Psycho Cut. The Slowbro and Greedent at this stage of the
They're
game
trying their best. They're trying their best.
and tough to cut through. With that defense shred that Sarah Ledge is able to pull off with the Psycho Cut, it makes a lot more sense. Also, we got a bit of a back at 50 points going in for Overlord right now. They don't care about this Regieleki. They want
This top objective doesn't do anything.
381 to Luminosity versus 106 to Team Growth. So you understand that maybe they want to get a priority on trying to get some goals into before
They can
the
get this
30
Reggie
seconds
steal
to
and then
break
also
even.
clear top in time
Just how much
and hold their bottom pad.
basement Reggies are going into the
They could
final
also just
stretch.
let it in if they
They're
really
in the
want
central
to.
area. Very big composition here of Team Growth going, but they're not
The
going to
Dojo should just go for the cap. Just get the dub that you got. Oh, you got caught. Yeah, that's full heal on, no full heal on Mimikyu. All right, they're just taking the fight now.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know
triple
why,
trample
but
just
they
came
are.
in, but it's not a great time
The
for you
Dojo
to
just
die.
full
That's 15
ulted.
seconds, and then Overlord, another one.
And then
very
Gradient
fast.
ulted. He's gonna die to the true
Unfortunately,
damage
you
from
cannot
Phantom Force.
delay your welcome into the Pokemon Center any longer, and now Luminosity is feeling very much on the spot.
Can you
to
doll
take
the
break
Sarah ult? When the mark is on you before the sun is applied, you can.
Team was already down. You gotta try to stay up for Rayquaza, but unfortunately that won't be the case. Luminosity Gaming gonna take that Rayquaza.
But full heal is just better because you can also walk away, right?
And that will be an easy objective secure for them. LG is back.
Oh yes, they are back, and Team Growth. What a very tough matchup to have for your first
Fully
one
stacked,
in Group D.
level 14, 15,
581 points,
X
which is
attack,
how
Reggie
much
steal.
Luminosity has scored so far. So we have a little bit of a taste on how
And,
the former champions are going to be performing here at
The Psycho
LAIC.
Cut defense reduction.
Really cool stuff from a lot of the players in terms of their move selection, but I want to hone in a little bit more on the Overlord Sarah Ledge pick, one that we were really questioning if it would see much play or what it would look like in the first place. I think the first case a lot of people went to was the energy amplifier. That Sarah Ledge Unite move is one of the strongest part of its kits. Usually you want to build all the way into it, but Overlord, comfortable with the stacking and anti-heal options in terms of held items, and is very, very confident in their ability to outplay and not need that extra self-sustain from Bitterflame.
Oh yeah, basically just trusting that basic abilities anyway, because they know that when they use the Revenant Brand, it's going to be just the right time. Team Growth with just a little bit of saving grace and breathing air.
Won't be
Right now,
detached
to go
reset
into that central
triage.
area, but 14
It's tough when
seconds
you
to
have
go, and
Dodrio.
there's just too much to
You're not
overcome
really
in this
detaching
one.
much to get flowers when you're playing with Dodrio.
Left. I mean, every member of Luminosity Gaming down. So Team Growth maybe getting a little bit of momentum into their second matchup, but that will be, I think, all she wrote for this match in particular, especially with Curios joining the defense on this tier #1 goal zone.
I don't know, the draft just doesn't make sense, right?
They
Like,
got their best friend in the whole wide world, Otter, there to help them out.
why would you pick Slowbro in the 1-2?
Well, now they are.
Yeah, now
I really
they
like
are.
that.
When he's saying ever good in comp, you never see it.
You have the cooldown,
It's just Mamoswine when he gets picked, there's usually like a different attacker that people prefer to have, right? It's not that it's bad, it's just there's better stuff.
Impressive stuff. So Luminosity Gaming, obviously, when you're entering into one of these
Slowbro's
tournaments,
not looked good all day, yeah.
about your first game, right? In the first game,
You should only pick Slowbro, like, if you want to go double Speedster or something and full go on the enemy team.
They will.
In this meta at least, but I don't even think you should pick it.
Way too many times.
You should definitely not pick it when Umbreon is
Way too many
up.
times in a good way where a team just doesn't get a win and immediately bounces back. So I'm looking forward to
Like giving the first pick team Umbreon on the 2-3 is
that's
It's
just
so
a
fake.
level of precision the Luminosity brings with their rotations overall, but they're always there on time. Previous to time, they're never late, and you can always count on them to make sure all of the strategy gets executed.
LG the cheaters from Championship 2, bro. They served their time, man.
Surrounding Luminosity Gaming for all
Let it
for
be.
great reason, right? They're the two-time champions and things like that.
They,
so there's
they
a
did
lot
the
to be said
time
about
for the
this team, but I
crime.
think in the
It's time to
past
move on.
iterations of this roster, a lot could be said in terms of criticism about you have
What
too
do you
many
want from
carries
them?
on the team. Too many players demanding a lot of resources for the support and tanks, and I think that criticism
Team Mighties have a chance to move on. Yeah, two teams make it out of
but
groups.
just, I don't know, there is something
Two teams
about
will
the
make it out of
vibe
groups.
That Trainer and Curios being back that has brought to this
You
team.
got called a
where
cheater
it
for the
feels
1
like
week
they
you filled.
trust each other a lot
Gosh darn
when
it.
they are playing this out. I mean, Curios willing to late rotate and be in this situation.
There was some
to have a
smurfing
really
case.
delicate team fight here that doesn't go your way.
It was some
and then to
account sharing
return
that they
and still
did
defend the goal. So
in
that is level
year
headed
3.
stuff. That's championship material. So
It was bad. They shouldn't have done it. They got banned for it.
And that is just the beginning
They
of
did their
2025
time.
season for Pokemon Unite.
They didn't get to play
Started on
all of
year
last
one,
year.
LAIC São Paulo, and you couldn't
Year
be
2, not year 3.
happier
But
to see the best caliber
it's over
of
now.
Pokemon Unite players just looking to be on top of their game. Here's our player of the game. It's Overlord on the Cerulege. You mentioned it. They didn't even need the amplifier. Just the raw damage was enough.
Yeah, just I was incorrect about the anti-heal before when I was talking about it. I think I missed.
who's on growth? I think they're just like a grassroots team from NA.
86 over in total. I'm actually kind of surprised about the lack of assists. I'm not going to lie. Cerulege, one of those Pokemon with the damage over
They should
time,
have
with
the
cursed
media day
armor,
picks from Worlds. I don't know why they don't.
obviously a little bit of the burn damage as well.
But
You
it's okay. That's the least of the problems, guys.
but Overlord, if you want to give them credit for something, they finished their knockouts. They are making sure that the opposing Pokemon they're running it down against will be getting knocked out. So big Cerulege play from Overlord. So
Guys, I'm literally, me and my teammates are the people that got affected by their cheating the most.
have beat one NA team so far.
And if I don't care, you guys shouldn't care anymore, right? Like,
I believe in the future we are going to have Luminosity Gaming
it's over now.
stage to play their next opponent.
I believe so.
So we will have that coming up very soon. But either way, we got to give our flowers to Overlord with an amazing performance. Welcome back to the UCS, Overlord.
Yeah, welcome back. So exciting to see Luminosity Gaming just starting out, feeling confident, and as you said, the word I would use as well, as you did, Zoinks, is synergy.
Yeah.
It just feels like they're on the same page, holding hands on the flowery fields forever, and having a great time. And that's what Unite is all about.
Yeah.
Just
never
having a
forgave the
great
Maple
time
Story
with your friends
friend.
and
Different
knowing
kind of cheating.
You know what to do, and you just already understand each other. The comms are clear, but we're always.
Every time I get
love
hopeful, the
to
stream's
hear
done
how
lagging, it
players
lags
have been
again.
doing in
Stop
comms
getting
during
hopeful
the
then.
interview, so we have much more of that tomorrow. for
Stop
sure.
getting
Yeah,
hopeful.
it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to hear a little bit more from these teams, especially when we start getting into the
Tweeting about ego issues and scrims energy and how's it going? I think they're all scrimming each other now. I think they are. I don't know, to be honest.
Obviously, the one
I would
thing that will
assume they
happen,
are
we will
now.
Make a champion. Reminder: we're gonna have a single elimination bracket tomorrow with the top 12 teams, and then the finals of our tournament will be happening on Sunday morning on Twitch.tv/Pokemon, where we will clash and find.
I can
our
talk about,
first
kind of
ever
talk about what
Pokemon
happened
Unite.
last year. The top 3 NA teams were just not scrimming each other.
LAIC champion. That's crazy. I love saying that.
I mean,
Oh
it's
my
water
God,
under
yeah,
the
just
bridge.
way
It's a
this
new
rolls
year
off the
now,
tongue like it was meant
right?
to be. It's so
But,
good, but it's not just being the champion of LAIC, which is already huge.
Nem and
What-
OJ
what
just
did
weren't
they
scrimming
even get,
LG.
Zoinks? I mean, what
They
is on
like
the line?
made a band to not scrim them, which is kind of
Which I
cringe.
think they're very excited about. And then, of course, if we're talking cool stuff, a whole ton of championship points.
I tried to
as well.
convince them all to scrim, guys. I pleaded with them.
Following that, then they get a trip to
I
Japan.
was like, please, stop, just stop being dumb, guys. Just play each other. But they literally they refused. And I mean, not having a reliable practice partner in your own region, and then all your teams struggling at Worlds, like, I'm not surprised.
Champion of this event. But of course, we talked about the championship points as well. The one award, you are going to Japan to compete in the Asia Champions League in-person finals. Absolutely crazy. And not for nothing, that tournament awards a world spot. So
yeah.
if you want to
Instead
think
of
about
playing
it,
each
this
other, they
tournament
played
does
each
lead
other.
to an
Exactly.
opportunity to earn a spot in Worlds, which is
LG
very, very
cheated, but
contentious.
they
Obviously,
won.
the format has changed a little bit around how we're playing out this season. Maybe
It's enough, guys. They didn't cheat the games. What happened, happened. It is what it is. Like I said, if I can get past it, it doesn't bother me anymore. I'd have no problem with the players. You guys should have no reason to be. And the people that would have been cheated out would have been my team. Like, we would have been cheated out of stipend and a lot of money if things went a little bit differently. So if I don't care, you guys shouldn't care. Bro, this lag is ticking me off, man. I'm about to crash out. I'm actually about to crash out.
Latin America North will also send 3 teams. Latin America South with 2, Brazil with 2, and OC will send 1 team via the...
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna explode. How is it lagging? How?
Regional competitions.
Yeah, and you were mentioning as well.
Still cheaters,
points,
bro.
well, it's not little.
One more yap out of you guys, and you guys are gonna get permabanned.
320.
Just stop, man.
256, 7 to 8, 205.
You guys are acting like they murdered someone, like they account shared because they're kids and they were dumb. They got caught, they did their time, and we just move on.
12 bracket for single elimination that we will have.
Go tell someone that cares.
Yeah, so making it into day 2 gets you a huge boost in championship points, makes this trip worth it in so many ways. If it wasn't already, we're in Brazil.
You'll pay me to ban them now? It's done, it's done. I'll ban them the next time.
Exactly. Bora! I'm nailing
Bora!
it. I'm nailing it.
Yes, you are.
But all right, we got the team setting up.
If we all crash out, it cancels out? Okay, true.
We're gonna keep watching a little bit of North America again as Luminosity Gaming.
This music in the background, I feel like it's like, it's making me go insane.
This really is not a biased thing. I love seeing the competition for all these other regions. But getting
Wait, do you guys hear the music or is it just me?
Is always fascinating. I mean, this team is so
okay, the music is back.
It's really fun to see some of those well talked about teams competing though. Fusion, the 5-0 perfect play through the group stage.
Oh my god. Guys, the problem is the silence makes me hear the voices. And you don't want to know what the voices are saying.
Nouns Esports looking excellent, taking down a very, very high-seeded team in Team YouTube as well. So a lot of great competition between kind of the who's
Do I have a name for the voices? I do.
Exactly.
It's like an EDM festival at an arcade. Yeah, if it was haunted.
And to round it
Wake
up,
up, Swinks.
Dream Max. You're not talking about the best in Brazil if you're
The
not
voices
talking
are
about
YouTube
Dream
chat.
Max. So those are the teams that we have our eyes on, absolutely. But now it's NA time. So let's speak a little more about Luminosity and all the teams, for example, Team Growth that we just casted over, because if you were here during the beginning of the day and if you want, just catch that on YouTube and Twitch.
Can I download
We had
Pocket?
plenty
I have
of
it.
Brazilian teams. Some groups were all Brazilian. If I'm not mistaken, Group B
I did a bunch of polls this morning.
But Fusion.
Yeah, and then Group A was 100%
100% Brazil.
teams, right? So
No
again,
one
we had
checking the
so
stream.
many
There's
teams
actually no
locally
one
signing up
checking
for
the
event, which
stream.
is really, really, really exciting.
Not a single person.
Only for the audience here to cheer on some hometown teams, but also the vice versa is true.
Can you
right?
add me?
The
You can add me.
players get the chance to play in front of their family and friends at a bit of a closer trip. It's been really, really awesome to
If
see.
you scroll up in the Pocket channel in Discord, my friend code should be there.
I think became one of the most interesting groups of all time. I mean, the storylines in terms of what players used to team with each other and now
Any
don't.
interviews? We'll see. They go on like a tourney by tourney basis. So if I get invited to do something, I do. If not, we'll do these.
Amazing start to the tournament.
We'll do these watch parties.
Exactly. And DreamMax just not playing all their matches at the moment. They were holding off a little bit, I think, due to some scheduling. So we were kind of waiting to see who's going to take top place in that group. Because reminder with how the format works, with top 12 teams making it into day 2, the top seed of every single group gets to get a bye in the first round, meaning you are automatically in top 8 if you were in
All right, guys, I have a
first place in
pack.
your group. That is a huge
You ready for me to pull a
Oh,
pack?
it really is. And the fact that the second place in each group that do qualify into day 2, they choose which
That's crazy.
team from the third seed
I got
they
one
are gonna
pack.
be fighting against.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Okay, so we do have the graphic. Now, this is not fully updated.
Unlucky, it's not a god pack. Not even a god pack.
So far. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Contest. It was between Exiled and Drago Unite Z. Who
Unlucky.
would be able to make it out of that group? But with both of those results being at 5 total matches, what your round robin will be, this does
I can do one more.
Exiled team will make it through. So now, I think all 3 of those teams have players who
You don't see the channel?
under the
Really?
Brazil banner at the World Championships. Very, very
Have you
interesting stuff on a group
accepted
A.
all the roles?
He is, and you
Oh,
have
we have
P-Max,
something.
As we said, being the one team to be looking at, but Tuzi, you might not recognize the name, but most of the players are ex-Legacy.
Okay,
Legacy
Greninja.
was
That's my
the
first
seed
Greninja.
of Brazil. I mean, for ages, for every single event, they were always the first champion. So they performed really well, even in Yokohama. What was that upset with Legacy in Yokohama?
You don't
But
see the
coming
Pocket
back
channel?
Here to LAIC, we know the 3 teams qualified.
Should be open to everyone.
Group B now too, if I'm looking at these numbers
Oh,
correctly.
yeah, you're right.
This is interesting. And
Maybe
so Fusion, we knew
you might
they were
maybe
done
just
and
need
dusted. They
to.
had locked it up a while earlier in the tournament with a 5-0 performance. The code also looked really incredible. And so
It should be open to everyone.
to cast them really good. Goldenrod Strikers versus AXK, I think will be one of the most pivotal matches that we watched in the entire group stage. The fact that
Oh, you got the
Goldenrod
roll.
was
Okay,
able
okay.
to secure that.
Ah! The voices! Guys, the voices are coming out. Guys, the voices, they're here. They're here. Ah! Guys, someone tell the voices to go away. Please stop. Now you guys can hear what I hear. What is happening? Help.
A subpath, I mean, if you're looking for secures, you have to go Dark Bear, so that makes quite a lot of sense.
The game started on this stream, but not on this stream.
That means that Slash was not able to help Curios to defend the path, and it allows the Blaziken to get a little bit of early game
Okay,
pressure.
I think it started here.
Stacks into a Darkrai Snorlax lane are never going to be easy to accomplish, so I do
Is it against TOS to induce schizophrenia? I got it. They gave it to me.
Wicked blow, as we predicted, there on the bot side. Now going to the top path, we also have
Guys,
that 3 stacks
how did why is there a Darkrai? Revenant banned Mew.
because it's just a little candle. They have to use that.
Why would they ban Mew?
Both of those berries, and I believe Luminosity understanding that you need to punish the Chandler early game.
Yeah, 100%. They're doing a great job of that. I mean, poor Blissey's had to rotate back into the
Fennel, macro attacker, XP share. Maybe it's just what Otter feels comfortable playing. I mean, it's not like it's bad.
Slash does get to that level 5 very quickly, though. They are out-leveling
That's beyond support. The thing is like, would you rather play into Darkrai and give them Espeon over Mew? Or ban Darkrai and let them have Mew? Like, you definitely just let them have Mew, right?
keep them from getting knocked up. That's an immediate Wicked Blow return. Electroman does need to eject.
And maybe they had a plan. Maybe they had a plan. Like, if you look at their comp, right, they have so many unstoppables.
Gohan unfortunately wasn't able to
They have Dark Bear, Wicked Blow, they have Overheat, they have Blaze Kick, they have Safeguard, they have Umbreon,
We know that they are going to try
and then they have Move Lock to stun him.
quite different all around because we haven't seen
Like, maybe they had like a plan.
forward on just trying to be a pocket. And to be fair, I was expecting to see the comfy you mentioned.
It's like a full counter pick.
Yeah, and we got Espeon support, brand new world out here, but that'll be Curios with the Dark Void. It's a really safe, secure tool. You can't get nothing can hit you well in this underground space. So try to take some wild Pokemon with a little pop-up whack-a-mole damage.
The problem is though, guys, right, is you can pick your whole comp to counter Darkrai, But then there's still a Mimikyu on the other team, right? And then there's still Overlord playing E-Speed Lucario on the other team.
But they're still trying to juke it away. Good job.
Like he, I mean, they got him.
To take this one, and now going for the Reggie Alecki. Maybe Slashcam can try to steal it with the heavy slam. Here's Kyrios and the side shock, and they actually managed to do it. Luminosity guaranteeing
Darkrai's OP.
And they might even be able
How OP is Darkrai?
That is 1 point in this zone. Take the 5 and just push the Reggie.
There we go. Great play by Slashhead. That's a great call out. So break that goal zone quick because the jump pad isn't available for Revenant either. Slash gets behind everybody, gonna block them all into their own team. There is nowhere to run when Slash has got that block up. Reggie Alecki knocked on the front door of this goal zone, but now the Chandelur's here. And
It sucks. We'll never get to know if the Darkrai counter would have paid off because the game's already over.
Yes, they do, and they rain down, and that goal.
The game literally already ended.
Looking so good for Luminosity right now. 284 against 6, and remember, Revenant being the one team that Fusion, the 5-0 team, was so worried about. We know how great they can do. Maybe the late game and the Chandelure being online, the secures with the overheat and the wicked blow just might be the only thing to get them over the line.
Right, but
It's okay, they banned you.
when that was a great place to test your strategy on that Reggie Alecki, and it falls flat. We even saw the Imprison right over top of the Reggie Alecki to prevent any melee Pokemon from walking up and using a bigger, damaging move to try to out-secure into the Blazing Energy Fu. And despite all of that, Kyrios is the one to walk away with the objective. Now they're going to be trying to defend against this goal zone as Gohan just scoring a little bit, trying to run it down. Of course, Blissey want to get the Unite move back. One way you can do that is by getting KO'd.
The thing is, it's like,
well, it's
I don't.
Umbreon down.
It's. I don't think it's like that good of a game to be safeguard Blissey, other than try to counter the Darkrai.
That they need the levels on the side of Revenant.
Right? You don't really have the kind of comp that is gonna rush into the other team.
It is so interesting to see Slash playing this Snorlax with the Darkrai, mind you, and playing block. We're not playing Yawn. I mean, additional sleep damage just not necessary. Slash actually favoring this block for plays just like
And block is just so OP.
already hitting this goal zone. Kyrios gets a free engage, and all that space was
Bruh.
by Slash Can with the block.
We just used 3 of our moves to do nothing. We Wicked Blowed the air, we safeguarded the guy that had no damage on him, and then we move locked the ground. And then we Blissey ulted nothing.
Well, maybe the backline could do something, but Overlord still trying to go deep. 1 versus 3. The Reggie Alecki is helping really, and now the trainer's there with Otter as well. They can just keep on pushing.
Look at this Overlord actually pathing in this chase towards anywhere where wild Pokemon are, because every extreme speed reset will get them a little bit more.
Who let Darkrai into the party? I think it was the voices. It's the voices.
Not getting knocked out here, I honestly think is one of the biggest wins. They keep all that experience on their side, and they're winning this match 284-50. Reggie Alecki is going to have to be taken down. You cannot allow your home goal zone to be left defenseless. A goal zone that can absorb any amount of points, that can become irredeemable in the later game.
Especially because we're reaching that point, as you say, that the lead could become a little bit too much, even if you have Rayquaza. We saw that in the Nouns Team YT game, where Nouns were just that much ahead that Team YT, when they were coming back, they got Rayquaza, but they couldn't really have enough points.
That was huge. That was huge. All right, we do have a pause on stage for a small tech issue. We'll be able to sort that out rather quickly.
Guys, the voices are coming back.
With the state of the game a bit here. So for Revenant right now in a really difficult position. Luminosity Gaming really covering all of their bases. But let's not forget the draft phase and what Revenant has been trying to do.
I can hear the voices.
Safeguard Blissey to make sure that some of our Pokemon are given some unstoppable and cleanse effects.
Did the lag stop? Did the lag stop, or did the voices just get louder? I don't know.
And Ignite Midnight, I believe is the Unite move name there. There are so many options to swipe away this Rayquaza from the hands of Luminosity. Now, Luminosity, well aware of this, I'm sure, by the way they're playing, and because of this
I'm about to crash out.
pattern that Overlord's been able to do in the top path, the remainder of the team in the bottom side, they are trying to make sure that Rayquaza is
Guys, how did we go from the game's never starting to the game starting with lag and to the game starting with lag but now paused? What happens when you Darkrai ult something with Comfy? The Comfy hops off. The Comfy hops off whether it's on the Darkrai or on the guy getting Darkrai ulted. Kessinate, thank you for the $20 super chat. More packs, less voices. You guys want me to
was
You want me to buy some gold?
to get to
I'll buy
that
some
power
gold.
spike.
Thanks for the 20
When
bucks.
there were team fights, they couldn't really do much, but as soon as you actually had that midnight ignite, it just turned it around. So maybe Revenant has a better chance here for Rayquaza.
Yeah, I would say in terms of on paper, they are poised
I'm buying gold right now.
option for secure. That's where the safe money is. Around the Ray for sure. The question, of course, in all of our minds, is it going to be enough to win this game? Because obviously, that is one of the
Okay.
comeback mechanics that this game has. You could be losing the entire matchup and knock out the Ray. We've all seen it, right? But it is not a done deal, especially against a team like Luminosity Gaming.
It isn't, and it's so difficult, as you said, because Luminosity has been building the lead in points so heavily, almost close to the 300 mark, and we know that when it gets to that, and you are close to the 30-minute, it sometimes it just isn't enough.
Yo, that's sick.
Come from Luminosity, while Revenant is trying to take
Okay.
Rayquaza, might just be the flipping point.
Yeah, it is really
Clean, clean.
Now, one of my favorite things to watch in this matchup has been Otter on this Espeon. So far, 2 attackers in the times we've seen LG on camera, and 2 times it has been an attacker with the light bulb above their head. Playing into this EXP share style of support. So essentially a non-healing composition.
Wait, it's on the second card. Oh, it's just this. I didn't have a victory bell. That's cool. New card, new card.
Hands of really incredible teams. Luminosity Gaming comes to mind. A few of the Japanese teams come to mind. A lot of these strategies are being proven here, and it's cool to see. It's kind of refreshing to see. I feel like we haven't seen that all day long, and now Mew and Espeon with the EXP share, it's awesome.
It's a type of composition that just makes you think they want to start a fight and
They have Revenant in their name, but they didn't pick Trevenant. That's true. Why didn't they do that?
you go in, you have to take them down, and they know on the
Yo, another heat? Another heater?
they have built for themselves in this early game that they
Another Alakazam? I'm not just an Alakazam main? Hello?
of course the rotation that we already saw in the previous game against Team Growth, they already shown us what we know of them, which is objective timers. They are
Wow.
Exactly, yeah, they are rotating very quickly, trying to play to their
Please, I need that. Add me and get my Wonder Picks.
are windows for. I think right now though a lot of people
Another one.
have their maybe channel points are being put towards the Luminosity Gaming play. You have to imagine.
Hashtag Pokemon
Will I please accept you? Another one?
Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, all weekend long, folks.
Moltres?
As soon as we have this issue sorted out,
Jesus.
back into Luminosity Gaming versus
We're just back to back to back.
4 Group D games, I believe, after that. We have been not
Streamer luck.
at all. They were the group that started the latest in the day. So it's been very cool to get a look in at some of these
Jeez.
games. Obviously, we're watching North America versus
These
Latin
packs are
America.
sponsored by Cassane. He has the good
Other
luck.
teams as well. A lot of Brazil teams showing up at
All
this
right, another
tournament,
one, another
bringing their
one.
own unique takes. Latam South bringing some stuff as well.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And as we mentioned, just the like
Okay. Nothing in this one.
combo that is just so strong for
So
them.
this is where all my luck went. Yeah, I took it.
It's what you expect from a tournament in São Paulo. You have the majority,
3 more packs.
80% of Brazilian teams. And
At least we have something to do now.
before today, and just trying to understand how the 2025 season has been going, how the meta has been constructing itself. And building
Another one?
what we will see.
If it's another Alakazam, I'm literally about to.
A lot of really cool international tournaments this year. I am so excited about some of the format changes that we've been looking at for this
How?
season. Now, for
How?
this game in particular, or at least this tournament in particular, so
What?
we've seen and talked about a lot of kind of the heavy hitters, the big names. You mentioned
What is going on? What is happening?
could be championship contenders. With what we've seen from Luminosity Gaming so far,
Hello?
do you think that that could be a championship contender?
Hello?
For Luminosity, yeah. I think we have heavy contenders here for top 4, top 5 in Luminosity, in DreamHack, and Suzy, as you said. Suzy was such a breath of fresh air to me, because we know the players and what they're capable of. Just
What are the chances? I don't actually know.
more exciting when we're talking about it.
All right, last pack, last pack. Then I'll accept anyone's friend request.
5 and 0 is just
Alakazam to Unite confirmed.
tomorrow, and Luminosity velocity by the way that they're playing. They're definitely up to the
Yeah, 100%. I think that would be one of my favorite matchups to watch, would be Luminosity Gaming versus Fusion. Would love that. Maybe LG getting a bit of the revenge run.
I tried the Blaine deck? I have not, no.
Brethren and Orange Juicers against Fusion. That would be very exciting. Of course, I want to see Nouns versus Fusion or LG. I think that would be awesome. And honestly, I would really, really like to see a DreamMax versus 2Z, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see that one. That may have already happened at this point in time. I'm not too sure,
Right.
but who knows? I think
3 Alakazams and a Moltres is pretty good.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right. Well, we'll maybe get to see them play in tomorrow's tournament. That'll be really
Any good
exciting.
Wonder Picks?
I would love that. But obviously, we've talked about so many big names. We've also seen some new names. So has there been any team that we have seen?
We could try to get this full art pincer. I don't have it.
Any team that maybe will be a newer one to a lot of the people? Maybe not some folks in the Brazil scene. A lot of those teams have been competing for a long time. But maybe to you and I, has there been any team?
You got my Wonder Pick, but it's a bad one. Unlucky.
I would say Exiled.
Make a battle code so we can battle you and each other. I'm not trying to.
It was the Charizard play, wasn't it?
Am I just the best?
So yeah, so I would say Exiled and Goldenrod.
Okay, very cool.
Both teams have been really
I just one tapped it.
on the group stage when we know that it's top 3 advancing to day 2. Those teams that come in on the top 3.
I get all the luck.
Top 3.
I'm just not in the mood to battle right now.
You know they got the sauce.
Yeah, that third seed.
Am I being paid by Pokemon? Guys, this stream is sponsored by the Red Magic 9S Pro. If you want to get the best luck in Pokemon Pocket TCG, then get the world's best pocket phone.
You are on the hot seat. Like now, all of a sudden, you have no idea what team.
Felipe, thank you for the $20. Keep the streak alive. Okay.
I know that both 2Z and DreamMax
I guess we're buying some more.
so I don't know exactly who got first and who got second, but
I already bought one of the discount packs.
Head-to-head, I would say.
I don't know the tiebreakers. I'm not gonna make that call.
Should I just get this Gardevoir pack?
But I do know that like the graphic was showing 2Z on top and DreamMax in second place. So
Don't dox myself. I don't think it shows anything bad.
team that DreamMax wants to call out. It was very fun. DreamMax was in the same position after
Should I just get the guard pack?
that had to choose their opponent, and Baby Mazo almost chose DreamMax Esports as a joke. They didn't actually do it.
Let me just see.
Brazil in round 1 of Worlds would be.
Nah, it just shows my email address or PayPal, which you could see anyways if you donate to me.
Either way, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. It is so cool to see this new upsurgence from Brazil, a region that's been getting better and better after every year, and now we have both of these teams. We had Legacy and DreamMax both making day 2 of Worlds this year.
All right.
Which is a huge 100% rate for day 2 out of a region is very, very impressive. So cool
Let's do. Oh no, I've been opening Zard packs because I want to get Starmie.
bit of a different look, but there's a lot of cool Brazil teams here.
Yo,
that
10
showcase what
pack?
this region's all about.
Exactly, and that would be 2Z, and that would be DreamMax again, with that switch around in rosters, but still.
Should I do a
those
tenner?
Players that we know getting to day 2 is not an easy feat. And as you said,
I'm doing a tenner.
on that for a region could even mean maybe in the future Brazil.
Hell
having
yeah.
spots at Worlds. Who knows?
Wait, is Starmie in the
Maybe
Pico one?
LAIC 2025 is the push for it.
Yeah, well, I win the HCL, and then you got 3 slots.
I mean, yeah, well.
I thought Starmie was in this one.
Final stretch, really? A lot of opportunities for Brazil.
Starmie's in Zard? Okay.
Like we do so well, that Pokemon's like, yes.
Okay, nothing here.
We are going to have 3 Brazil teams.
All right, well, Christmas wish list. Christmas
Okay,
wish list.
0 for 2, 0 for 2.
That is 3 teams from Brazil to be sent via the regional qualifier to the
0
World
for 3, come on. Oh.
Hey, who knows?
Ooh. I've been playing this in my D-Night deck. Yo, I really wanted this Lapras. I really wanted this Lapras, actually.
The exciting amount of new Pokemon that we do get.
I actually really wanted that one.
The only one on the entire roster that is not available for this tournament is Psyduck due to it releasing today. But we do. It is so. Pokemon's so.
Executor.
But we do have a lot of
Brass.
Pokemon available in the game now. You know what's funny is that we talked
Machamp.
about former EX Pokemon. Have we seen a single Mewtwo on broadcast?
Victory Bell.
We did. No, I don't think we have. We had a
lot of Miraidon.
Yeah, a lot of Miraidon, yes. Yeah.
We're getting a lot of like hollows or whatever. Ooh, that's a cute Wild Plume.
Interesting. I feel like that's a
Is this match just over? Who knows, bro? We're opening packs.
Additional Felicity buffs that happened recently as well. So we will see if that ends up happening later on in the tournament today, maybe even tomorrow. We talked about how the best of 3 format
Pretty good.
is going to allow for a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more of the bands, and not even in addition to the best of 3. As a reminder for anybody who does not know, the semifinals, which will
All
be
right,
happening
another 10.
tomorrow on Saturday, will both be best of 5s. So we will have 3 total best of 5s in this tournament. There will be 2 semifinals and then the grand finals on Sunday.
Can we get a Starmie, guys?
So good. It just, as you
Okay,
said,
not this one. I need EX. Starmie EX, not this one.
on the day 1. And then as you said, top 3 has been in that
Wrong Starmie, wrong Starmie.
to perform so well in the best of 3.
I meant Starmie EX. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. This better not be another goddamn Alakazam. Okay, that's my second Moltres.
A much more comfortable position because it's just a different pace to a series. You have more opportunities to analyze your opponent. You have more opportunities to have what is your strategy.
Guys, I'm sad.
You could just have your last game be like,
What happened to the stage, Inder? I don't know. I got scammed, guys. Oh, hold on, wait. Starmie EX, please. Starmie EX, please. Oh no, man, not another one. I have 10 of these now. Stop. Stop it. Stop, bro, stop. I can't do anymore. I have so many of you. What is this? Bro, I got 4 of these in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna crash out, bro. You're so lucky. What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do with it, bro? You want me to trade it? Who am I supposed to trade it to? Stop, Riss. Bro, I don't have a single Starmie EX. Does getting more same card is good? No, bro. Does getting more same card is not good. Ooh, 1,000 cards collected. Have I got enough pack points for Starmie? Bro, pack points are for... I got a raw dog pull it. Does getting Starmie EX is bad? No. Does getting Starmie EX is good.
But also has a dynamite Aegislash as well. A Pokemon that
The entire Alakazam species is gonna go extinct. That's what I'm saying.
but does have a phenomenal Aegislash.
All right, next time, guys. Next time.
Just very niche, isn't it? It's one of those situations where you think about.
You sure you opened the right pack? I'm sure, bro.
But then you got like plenty other good secures with Overheat.
Yeah.
With the Wicked Blow that we have in this game in particular.
The normal Starmie was also in this pack.
And seeing how well are you going to
Look,
have
Starmie EX is in this pack.
for you guys. And of course, this is the situation.
What are the odds on that Alakazam, by the way? 0.31. So wait, I hit... I don't know. How many packs did I open? I opened 30 packs. Someone run the binomial calculator on that. 30 trials, probability 0.321, number of confirmed trials 4. What's the binomial calculations on that? Someone plug it in the equation. Surely one of you guys is a nerd.
But I do think we're going to see a whole lot more of that. It is a pretty devastating Pokemon, and it has showcased why it is so powerful a lot of times in this tournament. So I think we're going to see a lot more bans there. And I mean, I think Darkrai's going to stay kind of tried and true.
Yes.
Support
It's 7.24. That can't be right.
Oh, I would love that really because we have.
Do you know how deep I went for one Alakazam? Bro, you know how deep I am for one Starmie? I've been opening Charizard packs since I was a little child.
So the tried and true for me is actually the Eldegoss because when
You guys, these are not the rates. If pulling one of them is 0.321, how is... Are you guys redacted?
So getting into right now
where the card is there is different. I'm about to crash out, bro. I don't know what you said.
with the meta, but at the same
I'm about to
time,
crash out, bro.
there's just that little bit of
Where the card is there is different pull rates. I don't know. What does that mean, bro?
That's true. Yeah, we're just waiting on the results of this matchup once we get back into it. Once this pause
How close am I to Mew?
back to the matchup very, very soon.
How do I check?
Talking about the support hierarchy a little
Oh, I
bit.
leveled up. That's another pack. Hold on. Hold on.
The best support in format for quite some time.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Do you think that Eldegoss kind of fits in there?
This is
as the
it.
third best support Pokemon in the game?
Hold it.
I would say
Hold it.
Okay.
Hold it.
In-person environments might have something to say about that.
I know. I just feel like
This game sucks.
got Eldegoss into any composition, and that's what makes it best.
0.09235 to get 4 Alakazams and no Starmie. That sounds right. I appreciate you doing the math on that one. I'll take your word for it.
Having that survivability alongside very
How do I check, guys?
looking Pokemon that sometimes you
Is it
just
this?
don't have the time to do.
Okay.
Just running like a bulky composition.
Apparently, I don't have a normal ass Venusaur.
With your backline attack.
I don't have a Charizard EX. I'm guessing what that one is. That's what that is.
And I feel like Eldegoss fits there.
I'm missing some Blastoise. I don't know. I'm missing a bunch of crap, guys. All I can tell you is I don't see a Starmie EX anywhere here. Do you? Do you see where Starmie EX is supposed to be? Because I don't. God damn, that looks good though. Look at my full art Giovanni. He's so handsome. Just one of each? Oh, how do you know how far away I am then? How do you know? Where? Oh, this is right here, right there. That's where I put my Starmie EX. I'm wishlisting it. What happened to LAIC? I don't know, bro. Why don't you go ask LAIC? We just been delay after delay after delay after delay after delay. Guys, I'm about to level up or what? I never retreat. Wait, I got some bonuses. That's more packs, baby. Hold on, we're back in it. We are so back. We are so back. Oh, we're so back, guys. We're like 2008 America. We are so barack right now. Kabutops, that's my first Kabutops.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up
Hello.
here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024.
New card, new card.
We're here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championship.
And who are you standing here with?
An international
Don't sneak peek the packs, it's bad Starmie luck? Okay.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete?
I get anxious though if I don't do it. I get stressed if I don't. Well, that's our goat Avery right there.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know to play yet.
You're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually,
Abra.
at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Traveling to compete with
Gloom. That's a cool art.
Fun to play Pokemon. Love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
We'll take those.
Dad, Mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like hear me.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I have a really good stuff.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the
Alright, give me Starmie EX or I'm literally about to freak out right now.
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. a big slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready?
I'm not peeking. EX, Starmie EX.
Any Pokemon. What do you think? There you go. That's for you.
No, okay, it's a new Pokemon. New Pokemon.
Something even bigger.
Melmetal. But that doesn't count towards Mew, right? Isn't Mew just the Kanto Pokemons?
What do you think? It's amazing. All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
I don't have a Pidgeot.
It was huge, right? Watch its head. Watch its head.
Oh man, okay. I think we're actually tapped out now, guys. Hold on, wait. I think there's more. I can buy these.
I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
Did I buy all of these? We don't have enough. No. Favorite cards I'm missing? Yeah, I saw. I wishlisted the Starmie. It's the only one I care about. Oh, wait. We just completed some missions. Hold on. We're so back. We are so back. We are back. We're back. This is it. This one is it. Right here. Flareon. Okay, now we're actually tapped out, guys. That's it. Okay, enough. Is the game starting? Is the game started yet? Does the game is started is good? %of gamblers quit before they pull Starmie X. I'm the 1%. I am the 1%. Steal your mom's credit card. We need this Starmie. Anyone's mom got a credit card that I could borrow? GameStop no good. Game start stir. Oh, true. Yeah, can I borrow anyone's mom? Or dad. Preferably dad, to be honest. My mom isn't like that? Oh. Healy, thank you for the prime.
Starmie luck.
Starmie luck? Okay. You blessed my next pack. Grandma? Bro, if grandma can give me some gift cards. Some Play Store do not redeem gift cards. Ma'am, do not redeem. Do not redeem.
Yes, we are Zoinks, and this game has already started.
You don't have friends that have dads? Yeah, I respect that.
Very successful lead of almost 300 points in a super steady early game.
Yeah, they are crushing it, as the kids say.
Why did you redeem?
Is looking for opportunities to get back into this game. Sounds like the game is up and going, though, so we're going to be jumping into it in just a moment for all of you. I can't wait. Let's get back into it. Can
Okay, we're in.
turn this around in 3 minutes?
Wait.
Can they 3 minutes?
I don't remember. We were in a game?
Anywhere in the world, really quick.
Bro, I'm about to crash out. I'm done. I can't. I'm done.
Another technical pause. We're going to take care of that very for you all. Thank you.
I didn't even know we were still in a game. I thought the game was over.
Usually 3 minutes, really small.
Yeah.
3 minutes in Unite, an awful lot of time.
A lot of time, a lot of time. And chat, I do apologize. That is me pausing the game. I want to be on camera more. So
I'm about to, guys. I'm about to.
We're kind of cute.
all right. Well, anyway, let's get.
I'm about to be like the Starmie EX.
I won't be the judge of that. That's for them.
Not
to
here.
decide. So, for terms of Pokemon Unite, though,
Just give LG the win at this point, bro. I don't even think LG wants to win anymore. I think they just want to get off the stage.
but just in general, it can feel like an
Green vote IRL. You know a streamer that I know got banned because he told his friend on stream to despawn IRL, and then Twitch banned him for 3 days. Isn't that crazy? Imagine you're just like bantering with your friend and you're like, bro, despawn IRL. I'm giving context. I don't mean it. Don't ban me. But the guy got banned for 3 days for that. You have to say in game. True. Despawn IRL in game as a joke. Not really. Don't do that. I got banned for less. Guys, I swear if I get banned for 3 days, I'm about to freak out.
Very often these days, honestly, it is Chandelure, a bit of a rare case to be going up against.
I actually thought we were starting a new game. I literally forgot that one existed. Did you guys know there was a Darkrai that went through the draft that was popping off, and then there was a Luca that was e-speeding, and then they broke the top tier 2 pad?
Was basically a given opportunity, not really one that.
Because I didn't.
Yeah, unfortunately, Litwick, while
Are they letting the teams go to the bathroom? No, everyone knows bathrooms are not allowed. Lol, I'm reporting you. Bro, why would you? What do you mean, lol? I'm reporting you. Don't say that.
All right, fair enough. Hey, that makes
Do not say that.
So, all right. Well, we talked about Revenant's ways.
Lol, I'm reporting you. Stop. Don't report me.
Revenant does not have an angle back into this game. They've done a great
That was
job
Pina's fault. Yeah.
doing just that.
How come you spell your name Pina like P like that?
Revenant doesn't have a way back in this match.
But then in your name it's with an I. That doesn't make sense. I'm reporting you to your dad. Joke's on you? I don't have one.
Yeah.
Now what? Because I pronounce it like a white person? How am I supposed to pronounce it? Pina.
Go for the team fight. Try to go for a very nice flank.
I'm your dad and I reported you to myself. Bro, I'm getting Inception vibes now. I don't know what's going on. I can't send messages. I can see your message right there.
To a Chandelure, you need the damage per second. So I would say that is my
It does say that you're a possible ban evader. I didn't put that flag on you. But I think because you named yourself Spider-Man 00173729, that Twitch thinks you're a ban evader. I don't know how there could be a ban evader. I unbanned everyone. Felipe is about to crash out. Bro, I'm about to crash in. I don't even know what that means.
Close to the Rayquaza in the first place, so that is opportunity number one. The second one that I think is really
time for sleep. All right, go sleep. It's time to sleep.
Is we now have the Mimikyu from Trainer and the Darkrai from Curios, both with Unite.
Everyone, mostly everyone, except for a couple people that definitely didn't deserve to be unbanned. What does Twitch say about you? Nothing. Like, not a lot of people have flags on them. Most of you guys are just, you know, everyday normal Twitch people. Unite has become so cringe, they literally redacted the games. They literally. I have the flag on me without the L. What does that mean? Am I flagged? No, none of you guys are flagged. Guys,
if you don't land one, you got the other one. So Revenant is counting
only Badshah has a flag on him. I don't know why.
Tell me what Revenant needs to do now. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I think
approximately
none of you guys have flags, okay? Look.
But those have been narrowing so rapidly because of how well LG has been playing this mid game. They have broken, I think, the tier 2 into the top.
I'm flagging out. I'm about to flag out.
So there's so much scoring pressure already. already.
I deserve to be banned. True.
A very difficult situation for Revenant. You can turn and burn on this Rayquaza without
Ads in 5, by the way. Yeah, that's how you know I'm a bad streamer. This thing tells me when an ad's about to come up and I never see it.
Your other opportunity is you force a fight at 230, 240, and you try to.
You had to send a pic of your ID to Twitch and they unban you. Yeah, that happens. Don't say that you're underage on Twitch. They will literally auto ban you from the platform. What does the flag mean? It means that they think you're a possible ban evader and that you're being monitored right now.
Respawn timers will be shorter, so you can take an aggressive play.
I didn't put it on you, by the way. It's just there.
The problem is if you lose, you won't have any positioning around the Ray, and again, that's
Could you run ads while there is no game? You want me to run an ad? Okay, I'll run an ad. There you go. This should change to running ads in a second. There you go.
Yeah, it's difficult as well because the tools that you have on the side of Revenant, because you're just so.
What was the ping about? What ping?
It's just hard, for example, to bait out. Oh, we're gonna have somebody isolating Luminosity and we're just gonna rip it. I think that's more difficult. But so I do agree more with the other option where you
Now I want a flag so I get noticed more. Okay, I can give you a flag.
use all of your abilities, but you actually don't respawn. Maybe some
How do I flag you?
because, for example, the Chandelier, if you can keep it
All right.
standing, that is
You're being monitored.
And the other ones, you just bring it back, and that's gonna be so much helpful to have the leverage. Cooldowns.
I am a flag man. Yeah, that's what the game. That's what it says.
Trying to bait out of Luminosity Gaming. They're the two that I thought were paramount to how LG needs to shut them down. That's the Play With Me from Mimikyu or the worst nightmare from Darkrai. Both of those can be forced.
You're a suspicious user. That's possible, ban evader. You're just a suspicious user.
The Revenant respawn timers could be because of how this early game is gone. There's also the potential for Luminosity Gaming's respawn.
I don't know how to flag someone as a ban evader. That one just happens automatically.
Avoid a situation like that. Might just click the button to make sure they use their Unite move and don't go down and
What am I? Nothing, bro. If you don't have an outline on your name, you don't have anything.
one of those two Pokemon. If I'm gonna
Oh, you got banned.
Darkrai, both of them have ways to be invincible for a time.
Look, it shows me who banned who.
So no matter what, it's a risk, but I do
Ask the yappers to drink water and touch some grass.
on that Darkrai Speedster.
Like these guys? They're just trying their best, bro.
Totally get where you're coming from, and I agree with many
Are we doxing Twitch chatters? There's this full. It's all public information.
I feel like that's a good vibe.
If you play Among Us with chat, do you have to label everyone a suspicious user?
Way as the
I'm the imposter.
you mentioned is just terrible to deal with, and the Mimikyu. I
LG match going on for 57 minutes.
The timer and the way you play on the Darkrai can be.
I'm about to crash out.
The Mimikyu is a little more explosive.
I'm about to crash out.
And you're gone, right?
Can we submit usernames of people we want you to dox? I can't dox any of you. Guys, I don't have any more information on you than you do of each other.
I need to use my Unite now before I.
I'm going to snap.
Yeah, jump on the quick, snappy Pokemon. I like that. All right, we're gonna come up with 10 to 20 more theories about the final moments of this game right after this break.
Not another break. Not another break. For tier 3 subs? Yeah, but I don't have access to that information readily available. I keep that information not on my computer, not available to me. So that there aren't any incidents. I keep that secured, under lock. I'm very, very particular about people's personal information. I'm about to freak out. I'm about to have a freak off right now. I'm about to freak out. Guys, we need to get going. We need to start. Like, can we look at the live stream chat? Okay. AF, another break for broadcast, guys. My phone 5%. You guys already start the game. Ha ha ha, men. What does that mean? Ha ha ha, men. Ah, men. They're just laughing, bro. They're going schizo. They're actually going schizo. Me too. What's the Twitch chat saying? Oh, what's up, 12? Looks like the Twitch chat's dead. Back to the YouTube chat. Yeah, seems like new updates from this podcast. Bro, who's gonna tell this guy that it's podcast, not prodcast, podcast? I'm gonna do it. It's podcast, not prodcast. It's free. He's freaking me out. It's the voices. He called me a legend. Now I just feel bad. I corrected the guy and he called me a legend. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean it. Now I'm the a-hole. While we're stuck waiting, do a mobility tier list. Bro, fast, not fast. He made me feel guilty. Yeah, I feel bad now. Bro, how is it going back to lagging, man? Hey, why is it lagging? Like how? Like how? There's no game.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that UE.
He found it.
You guys want to look at my Pokemon cards again? I have a Greninja, look. You guys like my Greninja? Okay, and then I have a Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory. And then also I have Wellspring Max Ogerpon EX. A Comfy preview. All right, let's learn how to play Comfy, guys. Oh yes, I go inside and then I have heal. And then I make flowers. We already looked at the flowers, but we'll look at it again. Okay. 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 Psyduck. The YouTube comments discouraged me from that song. I got bullied in the comments on my latest video. I don't want to play it anymore. I got bullied too much. Wait, was there actually a focus ban on the Comfy? Bro, what are these guys doing, man? The Comfy also has a potion. Come on, man. Some people are like, Ender supports AI. I know, people are freaking out, man. They were having a freak off. Ah, man. Guys, it's not actually that funny. We're actually we've gone crazy. That's why it seems so funny. I'm telling you, tomorrow we're gonna wake up and be like, ha ha ha, men, and it's not gonna be funny. But right now it's hilarious. Okay, man, I dare you to type it in that chat. You won't. Men? Look at the damage, man. What do you know about ha 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 ha, men? That's not Ender. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, you did. I don't think the YouTube chat's gonna be very happy with you. Man. Where game, I'ma be a effing grandpa when the first set is over. That's not even his profile, lol. Guys, why does this guy think I'm impersonating myself? Fanfic and guys, it's me. I'm right here. No one's impersonating me. Drop the men tier list coward. Obama. And then everyone else. I'm gonna be doid. Guys, it's just you guys typing in the chat. I don't think there's an actual YouTube chat anymore. Is the mood better here? Disparage. Bro, we're actually full schizo in this stream. If you don't have schizoism right now, I recommend you don't get infected. %, I'm literally breathing my last breath. This person did say their battery was at 5% earlier. I heard this is the stream to be at to go crazy. Bro, we've been crazy. We've been full schizo, man. I'm about to crash out. I'm actually about to crash out, guys. Guys, the LG match is still going on. Can't they just get a camcorder and get behind the players or something? I won't mind. I gotta go to live chat? Oh, okay, my bad. I always have to switch this for mine. Ha 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 ha, men, Ender. Okay. This is the only legitimate YouTube chatter on this stream. Is this Gen person. They're just giving us updates. No one's asking for them, right? But they're just like, my phone's at 5%. It's at 3%. Guys, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna get another phone. I respect the hustle. I'm happy they shared it with us. We're at 2% now. You would think they would stop typing, right? Because typing probably takes more energy. Stream sucks because of men. Haha. Since we're sharing, my phone's at 15. All right, guys. Everyone in the chat, what's your battery percentage at? I'm at 23 on one of my phones. Yeah, you can't see that. And the red magic is just at 80% because it's plugged in. All right, you guys are pretty juiced on your phones. No one's in the single digits. That's good. Hurry up for charger. Guys, we gotta know what happens to Jen and their phone. I don't feel like moving my body because it's winter and I'm feeling lazy and cozy. Okay. Somebody save Jen, bro. Guys, Jen's phone's gonna die. What happens first? Does Jen phone die or LG match finish? I don't know. Jen phone died. I can't run a poll in another person's stream, bro. Do we know why the LG match got paused? Yeah, I just got inside information just now. Reports are coming in. I don't know. Chris gave up and went to bed. I don't blame him, bro. He's an EU. I still have to carry on the rest of my day with brain damage. $10 billion chatters expected me to fly to. Nice. Apparently nouns are yet to finish a single match after the YT game. Really? Oh, I have some messages from Toon. Toon says our opponents on B stage have a modded GameCube controller. That can't be allowed. I'm not gonna show the picture, it's redacted. That can't be allowed. Should I show it? You guys, fuck it, whatever, who cares? He won't be mad at me, it's not that redacted. That can't be allowed, right? Someone call the authorities. No, that cannot be allowed, bro. That's some Joy-Cons thing. Those oh, if these are the reasons why there's delays, I'm gonna cry, bro. Like, I'm actually, like, tears are gonna come out of my eyes. Turbo buttons. No latency. Yeah, look, it's like a Joy-Con thing, right? Indy, what? Did I do something? Oh, you got Alakazam full art, congrats. Bro, when none of the mods start screaming, I feel like I just leaked, like, trade secrets or something. I have 3 phones, but I also work for a phone company, lol.
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite at LAIC 2025. Luminosity Gaming and Revenant is going
What is going on?
In, well, a second, is it? No, okay, in a little second.
I have none BF. In fact, I don't want any.
Luminosity, as you know, Zoinks is ahead almost 3.
Who asked?
Exactly, yeah. So we're going to get that match underway. We found our
Did-
issue, and then we
Did someone ask?
I don't have official confirmation. This is more of a hunch that this was
Good for you.
Not sure how, but we're going to run it back anyways.
Are we in? Are we in?
We are back in. Yeah,
I think he kicked him.
We're in. Let's go.
Games that we are in right now, and it's Curios defending against
This is the longest game of Pokemon Unite we've ever had in the history of Pokemon Unite. All right, I don't remember what or where, who was.
They are very much comfortable to just get a healthy overduck.
Is it just me or is the game in like 2 times speed? Okay, it slowed down. It slowed down. I swear it was going faster than normal.
Closer, so now Waves are becoming a ever-present threat. Take a look at this Blaziken rotation into the enemy central area. Gonna take that
Yeah, Blaziken rotation.
or sorry, take the blue buff rather, and then look for the red, but instead try to rotate up towards this Regieleki. This is gonna be a big fight, so.
Oh yes it is. Psyshock doesn't really get the stun going on to the Umbreon, but look at the Psychic Select. Very much good work here, and they isolate the Blaziken that you were just singing your praises for. But now Luminosity, because of that play, they gain gap to Regieleki.
Oh yeah, remember they picked the guys. I remember now. They picked all the unstoppables to try to counter Darkrai, but then they didn't counter Darkrai. Remember they went like Safeguard and stuff? Remember that was like a couple hours ago? Big side shock. Oh, he caught him with the Shadow Sneak.
No goal zone to stop the Regieleki except for the home goal zone. So it will land. Luminosity Gaming now have an additional win condition.
Overlord's just gonna go score.
Yes, he is, and he's got a 50. He's going to score it in the blink of an eye. The Hundo Bugger has been delivered to your doorstep. Now,
Guys, what are they? Okay.
Knockup, it's huge. Then you have the Moonlight Bros.
Guys, why didn't they ban Darkrai?
So Revenant could have some sort of way to get back into this Rayquaza by Zoinks, but it's still looking very, very dicey. Overlord, he's in the back. The Aura Cannon comes through, but it might.
I don't know what's happening. I'm be honest.
It's fine.
I got nothing for you guys. LG won. Woohoo!
Not a word of a lie.
Yeah, they banned me. I remember.
In that corridor with the psychic with the Espeon with a big burst of damage to follow
I can
up
guarantee you,
Snorlax knockup. I mean, Luminosity
one of the LG players will be tweeting after this.
lose form in any fashion. Absolutely crushing it right now. Goals on goals with only a minute left right now. North America's LG is going to be going through this.
That's on which one? I'm going with.
Day one of LAIC for Pokemon Unite 2025 is feeling very, very spicy.
I don't know. It's a tough bet. It's a tough bet. I think I might go Overlord. Honestly, it could go any way, except for Trainer. I don't think Trainer would. Otter is a yapper, but I feel like Overlord's the one that complains most about like ping and delays and stuff.
1,070 points for Luminosity Gaming in this event. Another big power nap from Slash.
Short tweet from Slash, tweet longer from Overlord.
And with that is going to spell the end for this
With the reply from Otter, right?
Luminosity Gaming with a marathon victory over Revenant.
Okay, and Luminosity trying to tread down the steps of Fusion for the 5-0, already on a 2-0. Just
Trainer passive aggressive tweet odds. I don't think Trainer would open Twitter. Which team has the third party controller? I don't know. It's surely the admins aren't gonna let him play with it, so it doesn't really matter. Like once the admins see it, they're not gonna. There's no way, bro. Did you guys see it? There's no way this is allowed, right? Like there's just no shot. Like what? That doesn't even look like a controller, bro. No, this is from the B stage, I think. This isn't from that game. This is from the B stage.
To the end of this match because there was so many things going on, and props to Luminosity for still keeping their mentality.
It's a baby toy. That's what you give to your little brother, and you just like, yeah, you're playing the game too, bro. 1,000 score. I sure hope they scored 1,000. They had an hour to play the game. They had a full hour, bro. Of course they're gonna score 1,000.
Makes it into a second game on broadcast.
Button mapping there should be insane, bro. I don't know what's going on. I'm telling you, I'm actually like I have brain damage. I'm just glad that we got to go through this together. The game would run better on a GameCube than on Switch. You're not wrong necessarily.
Let's talk about that. Darkrai for Curious player of the game.
And out, bro, no cap. Look. This game started 59 minutes and literally an hour ago. The YouTube, this is when the game started. 1 full hour ago was the draft for this game. They were in this same game, no remake, 55 minutes ago. I don't care what happens, bro. An hour delay in a 10-minute match is not acceptable. End the broadcast and let the players play at that point, bro. Can you imagine being one of the players on stage just having to sit there? You know how many voices you would hear? No remake is nasty, Rick? No way, bro. That's not fair for LG. LG's up like 400 points. Why should there be a remake? They just gotta cut the feed and let the players play offline or something. Like after, bro, I get delaying the match for broadcast for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, for 15 minutes, for 20 minutes, for half an hour, but not for an hour, bro. Not an hour. I would actually, like, I would not be able to play the rest of the day. Pokemon Unite players are babies. Do you not understand? Like, they don't have, like, we don't have the mental capacity to be able to survive that.
we kind of half joked, right, about the Nemo interview.
You hear the clicking of a modded GameCube controller? Bro, I'm about to crash out. Do we know what happened? No, I don't think we're ever gonna know unless the players tell us.
And then Phil Humors on Team YT was looking to get the 6-0.
Yeah.
Now Luminosity may be going for the NA 7-0. You know, just joking.
I'm about to crash out.
Yeah, you just gotta believe. If you believe in the 7-0, maybe it is possible. But yeah, these teams, obviously, they want to take as many wins as they can. This format that we have for day number 1 certainly is quite cutthroat in a best-of-1 kind of scenario.
Time to check Twitter. Okay. I'll look at Twitter on stream. I'm not afraid. I don't follow anyone redacted.
A 5-0 finish. That is fantastic. A few other teams also having a great run.
All right, people complaining about tech issues. Are any of the players complaining though? That's what matters. Chris complaining. That's fair. 6 hours in, we have played 2 BO1s. Hee hee. That's fair.
Yes, because it's single elimination tomorrow with best of 3. So
Adesu complaining. I'm waiting for the LG player tweet. Surely it's coming.
All on a 4-1 qualifying. That's the top 3 into day 2. Then on the side of Group B, the highlighted Fusion 5-0 that we have been shouting about all day. Then the code
Guys, this is Pokemon ship poster. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I'm not redacted, I swear.
But definitely delivered.
Yeah, made it to day 2 with Venusaur Charizard in the lineup.
Yep.
So
A twit longer is being written as we speak.
AXK just outside.
UIC was 5 maps in 8 hours. Yeah, well, my brain damage doesn't allow me to remember that. Does Pokemon let the players on stage with phones? Yes. Yes. Generally, if you're a Switch player, you shouldn't be taking your phone on stage, but I think some players still do. You wouldn't be, I don't think you'd be allowed to pull it out though. No bathroom break? I'm sure they let the players go for a bathroom break. Does Pokemon let players on stage? Apparently not. Who's my desired team for the win? Bro, at this point, I just want the tourney to... I want all the games to be played out. Not Lutano? Yeah, I mean... I think they've laxed their policies a little bit. I think they've relaxed their policies a little bit after that whole thing. They don't have pee bottles under the setup? Unfortunately, no, and you're not allowed to pee in a bottle on stage. I do think that's pretty messed up, in fact, indeed.
There's still 2 extra matches to be played for a total of 5 in the group of 6.
Did DreamX top their group, or is this chart wrong? It looks like it's a 3-way tie, I think, based on my quick calculations.
Exactly, yeah. So, and going back to Group C for a second, you called it.
Where is it written? Well, it's up to admin discretion, so check Discord. Okay. I have it open. Did you DM me something?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the path is not easy by any means, but nothing is over for those teams in Group C. In terms of Group D, obviously, it's a bit of a brand new world we're exploring, but we're kind of catching up to the same level that Group C is at as well. And Luminosity Gaming with a
Can I show this on stream?
Only 4 matches to play. The best or the worst they could do at this point is 50%, and that might even be good enough to qualify for them. So Luminosity Gaming kind of chilling at the moment. Revenant, the ones that are gonna have to really play up.
Yes, they do, and Revenant, to be fair, in this game in
I mean,
particular,
it's...
you could see they had the strategy.
I got it from an unknown source. At the close of the group stage, the following teams were all joint in standings: Exiled, DreamX, Tuzzy. All teams were tied 4-1, and ties were not broken by the first 4 tiebreakers. Rather than completing the 5th tiebreaker, best of 1 round robin, the Unite Tournament leadership and LAIC COPAC tournament organizers have made the decision to use total score in the matches completed by these teams against each other?
If you take that out of the way, you're like,
no! What?
Teams, we can face up to them. And we've
That's
seen that quite a lot
that's not allowed.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it. One thing we haven't seen, Soph, that
I mean, at least DreamX gets to go by. They're the homies, but right? They're the #1 seed. But bro, you can't do that afterwards when the teams don't know that's what's gonna happen.
Exactly, that makes sense.
One of the best teams from Latin America North historically over the last 3 years of Pokemon Unite. So to see them starting the group stage and
I'm actually about to crash out. I'm about to fully crash out, dude. What are the other tiebreakers? It's like head-to-head, match win, opponent match win, stuff like that. What is this?
With teams like Plaga, Luminosity Gaming, Revenant, and now Team Growth showing some backbone as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, this
Oh
is
my
a
god.
variety of nationalities as well. With the international, you have NA, you have Latin North, you have
Bro,
Brazil.
this is not, this ain't right. Like, just make them play a best of one on, like a, I don't know, in the hotel rooms or something, bro.
Fresh overall, as we have been talking about
You can't.
all throughout today. This is the first day
If any equivalent ties in other group stages happens where the first 4 tiebreakers do not identify final signs, the above method will be used in place of the 5th tiebreaker. Bro. Nah, I mean, nah.
If you wanted to get your feet wet
Nah, that's not right, dude.
we talked about that at the start of the show. Championship points have now been reworked to be allocated to
That's actually mental booming.
these rosters are going to
Just decide that instead of the way the rules are set up. Nah. No wonder LG scored 1,200 points in that game. I don't even think they would have known.
Absolutely. I'm just so
I don't think LG would have known because they were literally stuck in a match for 1 hour.
integrity that comes through with building the esport for Pokemon Unite, just making us so established that
Nah, bro, that ain't cool.
it's just such a fun game to play and watch. So considering that you need
Bro, imagine this was a team that flew from another country. I mean, it's still not right. It's still not right, obviously, right? It just so happens that these teams are local, but it doesn't matter. Sing this song.
100% pick rate on stream by the end of the day. Slowbro though keeping pace.
It's the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Very minimal play, but maybe we talk about how there's certain carry Pokemon that are amazing on the in-person environment. Slowbro also
MICKEY. Exiled from 3 different states. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter where, unless they knew beforehand. It would be less bad if the 5th tiebreaker stated that it would be based on scores, sure. But the admins deciding because the tournament didn't run properly that they're gonna use an arbitrary metric that isn't in the rules. Like, I mean, look, there's no good way around it, right? When stuff like this happens, there's no good solution. But surely there's a better way, right?
Any situation, that Pokemon might just be too difficult to allow into games. And we're starting to find kind of these must bans. I feel like that was a big question mark headed into this tournament. I think most people expect Darkrai is the first and foremost, but not even that was a given. Like a lot of teams were talking about how they have potential counters. Blissey's pretty good into the Pokemon. You potentially could have a good team.
The final tiebreaker is a coin toss. Well, the thing is in the rules we have a situation where if there's a 3-way tie and the first 4 tiebreakers aren't sufficient in breaking the tie, you play a best of 1 round robin. This almost happened at Worlds. This was very close to happening at Worlds, but it didn't end up happening in 2 of the groups. I remember because we were all sitting in the crowds reading the rules and trying to like calculate it. It didn't end up happening, but it was really, really close. Right? This almost happened in Orange Juicer's group at Worlds, where they almost had to play another best of 1 round robin. But just like, if they were like, we're gonna play a BO1 round robin, and if this is still a 3-way tie, we're gonna go off the score, I would be totally okay. Like, okay, the players are warned, like this is what they have to do. But saying we're gonna actually forgo what the rules are and now decide that it's based on points? I don't know.
You left available in the banning phase. That is why I think, I mean, we've debated quite a few times. I feel like once a show,
Bro, I'm about to freak off.
better in the state of the game when it comes to drafts. I feel like
Spelled tiebreaker wrong.
the argument for orange side, but I think with the way Darkrai is looking, with the way Marion
That's the biggest problem I have.
purple side is looking stronger and stronger.
Tiebreaker.
I highly agree with that. But
How dare they?
I would love to add here. I would say in best of ones, definitely you're going for your first pick on the purple. But when you're going into best of 3 territory zoinks, that's when things change.
It's somehow more scuffed. LG tweet? Did someone from LG tweet?
Just build that onto your own composition and how you want to counter the enemy.
Gatlu.
Sometimes just being the last pick just makes it just that much better to make sure
Gatlu, what is this, bro?
not given away and could not
What is this supposed to be?
See, I tend to agree in theory, right? It's the vacuum.
It's been a long day, guys. It's been a long day for a lot of people.
Can play every Pokemon available in the roster. Yeah, that looks
I don't think any of the LG players have gotten to their phones yet. Tell Toon to run up the score. I'm sure he knows what's going on at this point.
Too many things to try to change around. If you're counter picking every time, you start ending up with some uncomfortable situations that get a little tricky. Now, when we're talking about teams,
Brainworms got to him. All right, what's going on in the chat? Did Jen's phone die or what? Oh no, they're good. I am watching this stream under a blanket because it's about to snowfall here. Sneeze emoji, snow emoji, snowflake, 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 snowman, snowman, dancing snowman, skiing, mountain, frozen ice, frozen park.
Was with a coin flip with the admins beforehand with the 2 captains of both teams, and then whoever wins the coin flip got to choose their side. So it was determined.
Yeah, bro, I think everyone's lost their mind.
Next tomorrow as well, but in best of 3 scenarios or best of 5 scenarios, if you
I think everyone's actually lost their mind.
the option to choose first or second draft pick.
Yes, exactly. And that is part of the strategy, right? If it wasn't part of the strategy, it would always be coin flip.
They need to hurry up because I've been prayed for my friend and I really need him to win, man. That's what I'm saying.
Against Plaga is going to be your next match and final match of Unite on day 1.
It's going to be exciting.
Nice stuff, Rex. Thanks for recreating that. How is Jen's phone still alive? That's what I'm saying.
Obviously, we saw a lot of them on Team Growth earlier, but now Plaga.
We're back.
That these 2 teams did not compete, by the way.
Cynthia fight gave me nightmares.
Small issue, so we're going to jump away from the draft for a moment. Good thing we caught it in draft. We're going to get that corrected.
I've lost my mind years ago, but I'm losing it a second time.
North America versus LATAM matchup. This time,
Send help, guys.
going to be the representatives on the main stage.
Yes, they will. And it's just so exciting overall because we know being in Brazil here for LAIC 2025, we have plenty of Brazilian teams, but I'm just so excited to always watch.
I'm about to crash out, bro.
This is how we get
Guys, I don't know if I could handle it anymore, man. I don't know, man. Guys, I don't know anymore, man.
Having only 5
This is the most redacted day in history.
to get 4 games played, and there's just
EU score champ would thrive, and this is tiebreaker. How many matches did we watch in 10 hours? Not even joking, bro. 6.
Different one.
6.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I actually thought these 2 teams had.
We've watched 6 games. Not like, you know, they're best of ones. We've watched 6 games, guys. 6 10-minute games? No. Do not get it confused. Those were 6 games of varying lengths, upwards of 1 hour.
Honestly, Team Growth might have been the
These are not 10-minute games, guys. These are hour-long games.
That might have been the closest option, but with so many attackers kind of ruling them.
You made it back home. Crazy.
From range, usually we start to see a little bit of the dive.
I'm about to start barking. Oh, I'm about to start awooing, bro. Is it a full moon or something? What's going on?
Teams are sometimes doubling down on the double speedster, but no Absol, no Talonflame, some misses.
You know what? You were telling
Guys, what is happening, man?
Oh, yes.
Is it actually a full moon? Hold on, I gotta look it up.
For Brazilian teams.
Is it a full moon?
Okay, so Brazil and Incineroar, talk to me about the history there.
We got
What?
great history here for Incineroar because most teams at some point or another have one player in particular that will try to get a Incineroar working.
What are the odds?
It's just insane. Sometimes, for example, for this world,
I don't know, guys. I don't know. Something ain't right. I don't know. I don't feel right.
what are you talking
I don't feel good.
Yeah, but we can
I don't feel good, guys.
because it's fast.
I don't know, man.
Worthy. It's very strong, but it's still very sweet.
Oh.
You gotta have the composition to back it up. That's why I just feel like because these Brazilian teams, they're just so well gelled.
How are they
together,
still talking? I mean, what else are they gonna do? They can't act like me. They can't full brain rot like I am.
It's just something that I feel like the Brazilian flair.
Can I transform on screen? I'm about to, bro.
I just feel like coursing through our veins is just the excitement that I feel like maybe a Incineroar can bring.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, Incineroar is one of those speedsters that when you categorize it in terms of a typical class we would see in games of this genre, it's kind of difficult.
It'll soon be time for another Twitch ad break, bro. They've been playing. We've been farming the ads. Don't worry.
Brings it more to the forefront. So when we see Incineroar,
Guys, I could have been farming in Maple Story this whole time. Yo, Milkshake, thanks for the 5 gifteds. My beard is shorter? Uh-oh.
target out of the lineup on the enemy team and pull them to your
Thank you for the
side.
5 gifteds. Thank you.
There, but it is a tricky Pokemon to kind of run in that dive-centric composition. It feels like it's one of those spotlight hog Pokemon, you know what I mean?
10-hour podcast because they can't play games. I know. Bro, honestly, like, just skip the games on stream. No one's... Like, people aren't gonna remember that there were technical difficulties and we had to turn the stream off. They're definitely gonna remember the time where the stream was live for 10 hours and we watched 5 games.
But again, I will reinforce, I'm thinking about that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Not today.
All right.
Not today.
All right, we're not
Maybe I'll
making
be
the
proven wrong
predictions.
because we've had the Mimikyu that you.
Does anyone know what Zoink said in the last 30 minutes? Bro, I'm sure he said something smart. We're all going insane without supervision. Every single message is a copy pasta. What all I hear are funny movies and cum lord 98. What? Guys, what happened to the chat? When did you guys start doing that?
Super exciting games to be played.
Don't say that. Don't call him that. He's a child.
Always good to watch Fusion.
You're all going to jail.
In some of these events. Now's esports, some of their games were awesome to see. But I gotta
Oh
say,
god.
Battle of NA between
We've lost control.
Team Growth was really exciting.
You're all going to jail.
Oh wow, that's wonderful.
Every one of you.
We didn't cast the
Maybe we watch VGC.
game, but I think that to me was the game.
We're watching this. I'm committed now. Guys, we're not going anywhere until the stream ends, okay?
Awesome matchup between EU and North America of Nouns Esports versus Team YouTube. One of the most exciting matches we got to see. We got to see Gatlu on the Gyarados. I think the only.
Do you have any inkling if it's more the mobile gamers or the Switch gamers? Bro, I have no ink.
On the main stage quite yet. We'll have those for tomorrow. But I do think, I mean, seeing the Gyarados all of a sudden was crazy. And then I think what's
Wait, put the title back. Put the title back. Ryan, put the title back.
Yeah, and it just
We can't confuse the new people.
Maridon potentially being one of the most banned Pokemon.
Is this stream ever gonna end? I don't know, bro. At this point, it's like what's it called? Stockholm syndrome situation.
Fall off in some way.
Like I'm kind of just here.
Right? In terms of play rate, sure, it's already pretty down there. I think we've only
We can't confuse the new people. No. Can you at least add some soap carving ASMR on the screen? We can't watch without it. Okay.
I know I heard rumors and talk of teams about how they found some counters to it.
Yeah.
Then you watch a player like Kyrios, or maybe you have Toon Slim grabs it, and you're like, oh man, maybe not.
Soap carving ASMR.
We'll get to see it.
Am I back?
The versatility that comes from that attacker
Hello?
also comes from
Hello?
the defender
Okay.
on the side of Umbreon that gets locked in by Plaga.
It's back, it's back.
Both movesets just being so incredibly relevant, useful, and
Yeah, bro, they infected me. They infected me, guys.
the all-rounder next, while looking at team growth, a potential slow grow that has
What does that sound? Oh, it's the soap.
great would make quite a lot of sense when Umbreon is already out.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that support pick. So it will be
It's the soap.
picked up for team growth, which is a great pickup. We talked about how much we've seen it, but I think it's a really good call by Plugga to take the Blaziken instead of something like a Blissey or an LD there. You know,
Why don't they just show the Unite tourney draft by this special draft screen? It looks nice. I like it. I like the way this looks. This way they can put the players' faces in and stuff.
There it is.
Oh, it's arrived.
Oh my god, it's Mewtwo!
Oh god. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. It's the Safeguard Blissey with the Mewtwo Y, and the auto attacks goes.
Exactly, and look, Dawnluck's already building into it. This is so funny because when I think of Dawnlux as a player, the Pokemon that always leaps to mind is the Mew. They are such an incredible Mew player, but why don't we just add a number on the end of that, right? Let's lock in
an
the
evolution.
Mewtwo. Perfect.
Bear Ben.
So Dawnlux will be locking in the Mewtwo. Most likely the Mewtwo.
Come on, bro. I don't know what's going on.
They have the
Bear's a good character.
So the auto attack.
Alright, their draft was good and then they picked Glaceon. That's my take.
On the Blissey, this is going to be a
Their draft looked good and then they had a Glaceon.
The dive comp is kind of built on the other side. Brian Gunn does have a lot of special attack damage and no Ninja Doll, which usually means...
What is Glaceon doing in this comp?
However, you still could build that way with this Pokemon. So
Like, we're gonna step up to auto attack and literally 4 characters on their team are gonna one-shot us. Ice Shard Helping Hand. They have Mewtwo Y, it's enough.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense.
Safeguard Helping Hand Wish.
A composition that focuses
Probably.
on that. You're talking about early game pressure. You're talking about
If it's Electro Drift, he might not go Wish. If it's Charge Beam, he'll probably go Wish.
and making all they can early on to build the lead in points to get Plaga just that much farther behind where we need to address.
Spirit Glaceon's probably fine. I mean, he's gonna step up to auto someone and just get one shot.
We just talk about
But, I mean,
It's
maybe he'll
first time
snowball.
here at LAIC on our screen. We're casting it.
And Cucky, Umbreon more for Snarl. You could go either way. I think if the guy goes Charge Beam, you should go Wish in this comp if he's going Helping Hand. But he's probably going Helping Hand. Cookie. Yeah, I put on a nice shirt today, okay? And this is what they gave us.
So they really need to get on this winning track.
We went with the collared shirt today.
This could be a qualifier game between these two squads.
Interesting play here for the side of Plaga, going for that Mewtwo Y with the Umbreon and giving the blue to the Umbreon. Now top side though, we see the Gossip Blood just trying to handle everybody until the Leafeon arrives, and there is the Belch as well that can try to...
Guys, no technical difficulties this game. I promise. It won't happen. Trust me.
It stacks and it's enough. The Green escapes.
Ego is going to make it away. Leafeon trying to jump in front of those icicle shots,
He should have.
but they just can't quite in time.
He-
Arena
he-
not able to block any of those. And now Goss
He should have. He should have blocked them.
They might even have to
He should have blocked them.
Buttlebees that were skipped earlier on, deny Miraidon if they want to get to that evolution. But Brian Gunn
Yo,
is
if there's someone in the live audience watching the whole time, they're actually a werewolf.
Already down. That was so quick. Now the Torchic as well can't do much here, but the Glaceon trying with the Icicle Spears to do something else. Umbreon joins them in the fray, and Ahaya is going to get taken. There's an evolution just mid on the Combuskin.
Glaceon's
trying to
OP.
get another. They do. So Plaga stands their ground. Might not have gotten much.
If they
of that
pause, I end the stream. Deal.
manage to take the fight.
Yeah, and this duo that
They won't pause.
is my favorite duo on this Latin American tour.
Trust.
Kira and Froy have been playing together for so long, and the synergy looks amazing. Froy, one of the best all-rounder players we've ever seen, and Kira, on this Umbreon, I haven't seen them too much.
Oh, this is Dawnlux. You guys want to know something about this team? We used to scrim these guys all the time. Every day. No matter what time of day we were scrimming, the Plaga, they used to be a different team. Don Lux would have school. Morning, afternoon. They'd be like, yo, we're going to be 30 minutes late. Don Lux has school. It got to the point when I would book scrims with them. I'd be like, guys, when does he have classes? We can just not scrim around that time. And they'd be like, Sir Ender, we promise we will not be late next week. Next week, they wouldn't show up 10 minutes. I'd be like, Don Lux school. They'd be like, Don Lux school. This kid must be studying his ass off because he's always at school. I mean, he's here now, so he's looking good.
Yes, they are now in a very dangerous spot. Is the freedom, but we know that they can usually.
I'm telling you, he's always at school.
You actually see the
He's just a really good student.
Here we are, back, reconnecting. We're online, going here to the top.
Emergency school? Well, he did a great job there.
Can they be blocked? Oh, Maridon, why'd you steal that berry? That's just rude.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna say may need the HP a little bit more, but they are gonna have to retreat.
Or a very bad student, always in detention. True. Wait, is he Eggs helping hand? Please no. Please don't tell me he's Eggs helping hand. He's Eggs helping hand.
We need that wish healing to be increased a little bit, if at all possible. With those scores and Froy threatening 30, this is going to be a huge push for them. On the other side, though, Team Growth has found a way to get some stacks of their own, as Leafeon
Guys,
Korea has been putting a lot of pressure onto the bottom path.
It's not good.
On a 3v3 here, no, actually 4v3, straight
He's dead.
into that two-step, and now they're
It's not good, by the way. It's not good. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just not good.
That Glaceon was going to be out of the fight. The Reggie is taking.
Like, it doesn't matter if they win this game. It's not good.
So active in this game.
Yeah, despite that Blissey going down immediately, which, by the way, great target priority for Team Growth. But Mewtwo,
Like, you might as well just have a shield. Like, you're not gonna have enough eggs. He healed nothing. He just egged nothing.
And that is going to be another goal zone break. Plaga really taking control of this game right now.
Very nice overdunk as well, around 25 on that bottom tier 1. They can also do what we have been praising all around the day. When you take a zone, go for an invade, be aggressive and deny your opponent of that EXP, and that's what Plaga is doing. Maybe in a very bad position.
I don't know, it's not doing anything.
Going out forward, the Meteor Storm will hit a couple of them, but the last will whiff. Now Leafeon still in the back line.
Our guy's just dead because we don't have eggs. You don't get eggs if you don't go egg bomb, and then what am I looking, bro? I waited 10 hours for this. I waited 10 hours for this.
The slow throw down. They're still running. They're pretty fast, but they haven't yet been taken. The Belch is here. They're still standing. Zoinks, how is this? What are they going to do?
I used to scrim this.
They were able to bait out the entire Unite move. That is
Bro, Don Lux needs to go back to school.
You can watch on the mini map. They're still around, but it's going to be.
Why did you redeem?
As Glaceon is carving through multiple enemies on the other side, and doing so has built a runway for this future Reggie and Lucky to walk upon.
What if the Blissy's shy so they can't make eggs? They got the helping hand. I don't know. He misclicked maybe? When did he misclick? At level 4 or level 6?
We know as well that because they shut down the Leafeon just now,
I think he wanted to go helping hand.
Easier to perform. Now pushing out on the bottom side, even when you have the Slowbro just defending the top side. Now pushing out, the two-step comes through.
Maybe he misclicked at level 4 and was like, frick it. We need helping hand for the Mewtwo.
But not that swift with the round kicks. Now Blaziken. No, not Blaziken. Glaceon still there. Look at the Mewtwo.
Who's playing the Blissey? I'll just ask. Is it Texas?
That is insane of a bright
We could ask him.
Absolutely crushes it with that Mewtwo Unite move.
Is it the moment when you coach your teammates is actually good here? For sure. If I'm the Blissey and I go helping hand eggs in my game, I think I would just be like, guys, it's basically like Safeguard if they don't have a stun, but I can heal you. Just don't get stunned.
Onto a target adjacent to you or in a nearby location. So Blaziken doesn't get it, they have to recall. But despite all of that, Plaga is still able to win that team fight on the back.
They win, it's on purpose. If they lose, it's an accident. True. It's quantum mechanics up in here.
Pokemon more in today's tournament. Mewtwo Y brings so much to the table.
It does, and as you said, it's not just that we haven't seen it in the game, we haven't seen it even banned.
Schrodinger's misclick.
Crazy, I agree. The helping hand safeguard is just so powerful at the moment for these auto attack based Pokemon, and it's just helping quite a bit here.
Do we really need eggs? Our guy went Wish.
Around 99 points. I can do maths, that's fun.
That's
huge. Continuing forward here with around 10 seconds on that Reggie, LAIC to spawn, and Plaga taking the stance to take it first.
Okay, this is a big risk. I mean, you
Safeguard's nice against slows as well.
But look at how Team Growth is posturing. They have very aggressive positioning around that Rayquaza.
Helping hand safeguard? Yeah, I don't think Zoinks realizes either.
Blue buff currently alongside Ego's a mess. So big push into the enemy.
It just gets worse the more you look. I know.
But right now, the first one to be spotted is that Slowbro.
Yeah, but I mean, look on
Now we have no eggs. We've been bro ulted for some reason. Why did we bro ult the Blissey and then do no damage to it? These players are tired, bro. These guys are tired. It's fine. They won. They're the best.
Yeah, Ego's a mess. Is going to try to recall as well. Their Greedent was just at such low HP.
Helping hand soft weld is the best moveset. I don't know.
That means that Plaga is able to capture that Rayquaza.
Did they just call the Greedent Galu?
36 points in from the Blissey and a hundo burger from that Blaziken.
Did you guys hear that too? Did you guys also hear Greedent? Or Galu, I mean?
It's a very big lead for Team Growth to try to come back from. NA, can you do anything about it? 1 minute and 12
I learned
seconds.
helping hand soft weld is best moveset. Good learning.
On the Glaceon, and 50
I heard Sandra. I heard SpongeBob.
814.
You heard Galu? Okay, okay.
Is the score for Team Growth right now. And unfortunately, Leafeon might be straight into the enemy jungle, but well, I don't think they can do how much? 600 points?
Her Jen's phone is dying. Can we get some updates on the phone?
Matchup. We're going to rack up the scoreline a little bit here, but let's just talk about what Plaga did so well. And I think that is control the tempo in this match.
I don't know, guys. I don't think we have an update on the phone. I think Jen's phone died.
It is really difficult to
I bet you feel really stupid now that they won. Bro, I felt stupid a long time ago. Don't worry about that.
And you're so embarrassed at school. And that is what this team is so good at doing. However, Plaga never once
You don't gotta worry.
nervous or off-put in any of these situations.
Growth honestly just has one problem, and it's just that their comps have sucked. That's some S tier analysis you got from the YouTube chat right there. Honestly, they just have one problem. They just suck.
Mewtwo Y gets its first W on stream.
Ooh, for LAIC 2025 altogether. That is just huge. Wow, and we have 1,086 points.
New score world record.
Final match on the broadcast for the group.
Yeah, that's YouTube chat.
LAIC and Zoinks. I know the Mewtwo Y with the Blissey, I've been talking quite a lot about that. Yeah. But the Glaceon performance, hello?
Yeah, incredible.
The levels,
Any attack speed mon with safeguard Blissey will crush even Cinderace. Bro, there was no safeguard. You guys are all schizo. There wasn't a safeguard in this game.
11 assists. And that is an MVP for me.
That is huge. I mean, Dawnluck's only at 5K.
Growth would be winning if every player were better.
32,000 damage
True.
for Jax on that Glaceon. Freud also with a very respectable 86.
They wouldn't have lost if they won. I think I crashed out 30 times now. Honestly, I've crashed out so many times. I'm in.
Attack with his moves, but its auto attacks are going to be sending those.
Nouns is at 116 minutes because of bad dreams on the bracket. I'm deleting you, brother. Nah, not that one.
But I mean, at some point, I think we're just digging the reasons to make helping hand look better. But either way,
Slowbro quiera ultear a Mewtwo, pero circuito con el teleport, por eso Plaga God. That's what I'm saying, bro. Plaga God. Slow blow locked Blissey? Bro, it's not slow blow. It's slow bro. Don't call it slow blow. That doesn't sound right.
I just love it. I just love this build. It's my favorite one for Glaceon, and the fact that, as you pointed out, that helping hand is going to be...
They can't call it slow blow. That's not right.
And I love altogether how Flaga just utilized well the fact that they had a good early game. Although the enemy
Está soltando factos. Yes.
but the fact that, as you mentioned, the
Will I pick slow blow into my Gyarados? What does that mean?
they were there, the EXP and that early
That's a low blow.
Lesion was just huge.
Yeah, I mean,
If that sounds wrong, I don't want to be right. I wonder where I could read accurate information about the moves and mathematics of Pokemon Unite. Bro, someone show this guy Unite DB.
where the group stage standings are at currently, with our most
Gyarados or Gyaraquatro.
information incoming, ongoing, because of the group stage is still going. But we're actually
Please, no more yap. Get to the next match. That guy's my hero, bro.
Wonderful preview.
Just tell them
that date.
no more delays. Just play.
obviously there were a few spots to be filled in because we still have teams to qualify.
Super 44, is he the GOAT?
We have a few of the top 8 decider matches. So
I think emblems are banned. Lol.
second place in their group.
Lol.
Play against the Goldenrod Strikers. The Code have chosen to play against Exiled team. That
Like
is
a database Pokemon Unite, true.
where that goes into. In top 8, 2Z Esports do not know who their potential opponents will be, and neither does Fusion. The other groups are still to be decided in terms of Group C and D's first place. So that is what our bracket is going to look like. Tomorrow we will obviously have more
Nouns Fusion probably one side of the bracket. Bro, honestly, I could not tell you what's going on. Milkshakes, thank you for the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you, thank you.
Banger matchups to start the day, absolutely.
Oh, we got Woo in the chat. What's up, Woo?
How it goes, but to see how it goes.
Please no more yap. Get to the next match, right?
Early, 9 a.m. Brazilian time, 4 a.m. Pacific time. And with that, we are going to wrap up. Are we wrapping up? Is this how the day ends?
Wait, is it over?
Just a reminder for everybody
Did we make it to the end?
a minute of the action. You do that by tuning into the time itself. Just
Did we make it to the end? There's no way. Wookie, if you're here, you can communicate through the YouTube chat. Let him rest, okay? Just let him rest. Guys, did we make it to the end?
We are going to be also talking a little bit about what you can earn while watching any of our broadcasts for this event.
Yo, how do I get this? Available for redemption now? Wait, I want that.
Redeem the code LAIC25 top.
How do I get that? How do I get that?
Saying that wrong. But if you want
Topaz Bolt.
Thank you so much. Oh man.
Oh, is it not for Pocket? Man.
But if you put in that code, you get that super cool thing.
Bro, who gives a hoot about that one?
You also can just watch and earn these epic drops.
I thought it was for Pocket.
Twitch.tv/PokemonTCG to earn the deck box
I got excited for a second.
stuff too.
Yes, we do. On twitch.tv/Pokemon, you have VGC.
Bro, all I saw was a Pikachu, man. I didn't look at anything else.
Shiny, very nice. With the code that is on your screen, I will not
Frick
attempt
this
to say
thing, man. What's the difference between Pocket and Live? Pocket goes in your pocket. One more match, please.
So there's a lot to tune in for.
I like how the people in the YouTube chat think they're just talking to the broadcasters. Just one more match, please, you know? Don't end the stream yet, please. Unite stream doesn't have a Unite code? That's how good we are, we don't even need it. Oh my god. Hi Zoinks, please more stream. Guys, surely tomorrow will be better. When you have a bad day, utter the phrase, tomorrow will be better. Putting the casters out of their misery. True. I don't know why I didn't just leave. I felt like I felt like we had like a Stockholm Syndrome type beat. Prefer go next. True. Same thing. Tomorrow could be worse. I would in fact say I would struggle to see if tomorrow would be worse. We haven't seen Spraggles in 8 hours? True. I hope he's okay. Alright guys, well, I guess I'm gonna get off too. I'm about to get off. Thanks guys for watching. We'll be back live again tomorrow, same time in the morning. Shout out to Red Magic 9S for providing us with the coverage. Please, more stream. Guys, what are we supposed to do, huh? You guys want me to play the game after this? You know, I'm gonna freak out on my teammates and someone's gonna get banned. Like, someone's gonna get banned. Like, we're gonna have to unban Woogie to ban him again. I will take it. So save your energy for tomorrow, guys. I'll be back. I'll be back. We'll all be back. W stream, W stream. Thanks for watching, guys. Today was a good day. Just 30 games, please. All right. Goodbye, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the thank yous. Goodbye.